In the vibrant atmosphere of a bar filled with dazzling lights and flowing wine, Jiang Qin's rendition of Ru Yuan swiftly cleansed 2% of the male patron's inner turmoil. In a realm where tranquility reigned supreme, she propelled the modest establishment into the limelight. Esteemed members of the imperial family, the wealthiest of the Federation, top graduates from military academies, and prodigious talents in scientific research flocked to her side. Even the other female patrons succumbed to the allure of her enchanting voice. Just as the crowd perceived her as merely a deeply resonant singer, she grasped her pipa and ventured into the fray. With a powerful performance of Sure Mian Mai Fu, she deftly maintained the sanity of the men, causing a frenzy. Despite the Federation's attempts to keep her under wraps, various factions were unwilling to relent, each offering enticing conditions to win her over. A tempest named Jiang Qin swept across the entire star system. The Jiang family, who had forsaken their biological daughter for the sake of their adopted one, found themselves steeped in regret. Chapter 1. A new beginning. A sharp slap jolted Jiang Qin from her bewilderment, awakening her to her mother's furious glare, the bloodied forehead of Jiang Rumong, and the hateful stares from her brother Jiang Rahai, along with a myriad of disdainful eyes. Jiang Qin, if anything happens to Rumong, even though you are my child, I shall personally deliver you to prison. In the ensuing chaos, everyone hurried to rush Jiang Rumong to the hospital, leaving no one to linger for an explanation from Jiang Qin. They had all concluded that she, hailing from a desolate planet, was inherently flawed, a venomous little female at heart. With a bitter smile gracing her lips, Jiang Qin slowly raised her hand to touch her swollen cheek. Her heart was heavy as she closed her eyes in anguish. She had returned to life once more. This was her third existence in her first life. She was an orphan whose captivating beauty propelled her to stardom through a reality show centered on orphanage life when she was only 10. Her rise to fame brought forth a torrent of invitations. Some companies wished to sign her, while many sought to adopt her. Even at such a tender age, she recognized that the kind-hearted prospective adopters were merely drawn to her fleeting popularity. Yet, their schemes fell flat, for the orphanage director was far greedier. Having been beautiful since childhood, she faced bullying from other children in the orphanage. Each time a potential adopter arrived, she would be locked away, forbidden from emerging. This continued until a 10-year-old girl named Anxin arrived at the orphanage when Jiang Qin was 7. Anxin, a gentle yet resilient older sister, could not abide the bullying and would intervene whenever she witnessed it. Despite her delicate appearance, she fought fiercely when provoked. By the time Jiang Qin turned 8, the children who once bullied her no longer dared to confront her openly, resorting instead to subtle ostracism. Tragically, the good-hearted Anxin was diagnosed with leukemia. This was the reason Jiang Qin chose not to accept adoption, agreeing to obey the director in exchange for Anxin's treatment. To earn quick money, the director arranged numerous reality shows, advertisements, and lessons in singing, dancing, and playing instruments for her. As her fame grew, so did the director's wealth, while she became increasingly overwhelmed and busy, with little time for school or rest. Nevertheless, each time she beheld the pale, frail Anxin in her hospital bed, her heart swelled with the conviction that it was all worthwhile. No one understood her yearning for the protection of a family during her times of bullying, making Anxin irreplaceable in her life. Though many children were sheltered by Anxin, Jiang Qin had only her. Her first life ended at the tender age of 13 when a climbing rope snapped during a reality show. When she awakened once more, she found herself in a dark space, her body exceedingly weak. Gradually, as moments of consciousness returned, she began to hear voices from the outside world. To her astonishment, she realized she had been reborn in her mother's womb. The woman spoke to her with love and anticipation, and upon learning that she was to have a daughter, her excitement was palpable. She could also hear several male voices, her biological father and several of her mother's partners, each referring to themselves as her father. From these voices, she discerned that she had traversed to a starry realm after her death. In this new world, the gender ratio had reached an astounding 1,000 to 1, rendering females exceptionally coveted. Thus, in this life, she was born enveloped in the hopes and affections of many, no longer a forsaken child. However, fate intervened unexpectedly. Jiang Yulian's vessel was seized by space pirates, and in the ensuing chaos, she was born prematurely, only to be snatched away by the very pirates. Cast adrift on a desolate planet, she fell into the hands of her abductors, who, succumbing to their grievous injuries, perished before they could relinquish her. After being passed among various hands, she managed to escape at the age of 7, living near a landfill, foraging for refuse, and hunting rodent-like beasts for sustenance. Retaining the memories of her previous life, Jiang Qin remembered her parents' deep love for her. Yet, the reality before her diverged sharply from her recollections. Her once loving mother had welcomed a daughter, Jiang Romeng, the orphan child of Jiang Yulian's brother, while her father had perished 10 years prior in search of her. Those vying for the role of fatherly figures doted excessively on Jiang Romeng. Jiang Qin's feelings towards Jiang Romeng were complex. In her previous life, this cousin, who was her biological sister in name, had always exhibited fluctuating attitudes towards her. Jiang Qin believed that by nurturing a good relationship, they could form a sisterly bond, thus alleviating her family's pressure to choose sides. The primary reason for this desire stemmed from Jiang Romeng's resemblance to An Xin, particularly when she feigned gentleness. Reflecting on this, Jiang Qin opened her eyes, her heart burdened yet calming. Some things, it seemed, could not be forced. She had been born a forsaken child. How could she dare to long for familial affection? In this world, nothing belonged to her, and no one would steadfastly choose her. Since fate had granted her another chance, she resolved not to chase after those who were not truly hers. She wished to live well, for herself, for once. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the Jiang family anxiously gathered, their eyes glued to Jiang Romeng lying in the treatment pod. Jiang Rahai, the eldest son of Jiang Yulian and her third partner, voiced his indignation. "Mother, you can no longer indulge Jiang Qin. If this continues, our sister will be driven to her demise." In his heart, only Jiang Romeng was his true sister. Jiang Qin was merely an unwelcome outsider. Regardless of the preciousness of the female gender, he had been taught since childhood to cherish his sister. She was a delicate little female, and as a male, he was duty-bound to protect her, even at the cost of his own life. Chapter 2. Seeking employment. Jiang Qin was aware that the Jiang family was likely cursing her in the hospital, yet she found herself indifferent. At this moment in her previous life, she too had accompanied them to the hospital, where she witnessed her family relentlessly hurling threats at her for Jiang Romeng's sake. She longed to explain that she had not pushed her down the stairs, but no one was willing to believe her. They had all concluded that she, raised on a barren planet, had become tainted by various vices. Lies, theft, jealousy, and malevolent thoughts are all labels that define her. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Qin calmly began to gather her belongings. As for her 3 half-brothers, their lack of acknowledgement towards her naturally meant there would be no gifts exchanged. Jiang Romeng also gifted her a necklace, marked with scratches, rumored to be an heirloom from her biological mother. However, this gesture was misconstrued as hostility towards her elder sister, leading to a reluctance in accepting the gift. Nevertheless, these matters were no longer of her concern. Jiang Qin departed from the Jiang residence, carrying a light bag containing a few items she had brought with her when she left the desolate planet. She took nothing that belonged to the Jiang family, only a bracelet left by her biological father. Tai Street, a bustling bar street in Langer City, stands in stark contrast to the vibrant nightlife of Earth, where the interstellar bars serve as the sole refuge for males devoid of the soothing presence of females. Here, many females, having chosen to work due to their criminal pasts, engage in large-scale mental soothing each night. The interstellar populace is categorized into 3 types. The first type comprises pure humans lacking mental abilities, deemed as worthless and akin to pets. Their frail constitutions render them susceptible to the volatile elements in the air, causing them to live in a state of illness. The second type consists of half-beasts, individuals with incomplete genes, possessing some animalistic traits. Their bodily stability is severely compromised, with most not living beyond a century, a mere fraction in a world where beastmen can reach 300 years. The third type includes fully evolved beastmen. Both males and females possess mental abilities. Males can transform into their beast forms for combat, while females have the capacity to purify and soothe mental energies. This category wields dominion over the vast cosmos. Living in the interstellar realm seems to imply that no one can expect to live out their natural lifespan. Males of the beastman species, aside from those with mental abilities among females, are subject to erosion from a volatile factor present in the atmosphere. Once this element enters their bodies, it accumulates, leading to a point where they may lose their sanity and ultimately perish in violent outbursts. The only recourse is to regularly consume suppressants, paired with the soothing influence of females. Thus, every night, the street bustles with life. However, during the day, only a few quiet bars remain open, creating a serene atmosphere. Jiang Qin halted before an old bar at the end of the street. The light screen at the entrance displayed a notice. Seeking female workers. Monthly salary of 1 million star coins. Requirements. Level C and above. Females in the interstellar realm are a rare commodity. Pure and half-beast females are not included in this rarity. They receive only minimal preference and cannot be compared to beast females. Their offspring have a 90% chance of awakening as pure humans or half-beasts. Hence, they are granted limited privileges due to the stark gender ratio, but their social standing remains low. Females with mental abilities, even those at the lowest D level, will not face the death penalty unless their crimes are grievous. The options for punishment are quite humane. The first option involves entering a nursery, where upon giving birth to a female or several males, they can be absolved of their crimes. The number of offspring required depends on the nature of their offense and the severity of their sentence. The second option entails working in the military's rear, with the duration of service contingent upon the crime committed, which is typically lengthy. The third option allows for a reduction in the punishment duration, leading to an expedited absolution, albeit with significant risk, as the work location is on a desolate planet. The final option is to work in a bar. This is the only means for criminal females to remain on their home planet, but the corresponding sentence is considerably long. For instance, if a 3-year sentence is served on a desolate planet, it would extend to at least 8 years here. However, females seldom engage in criminal activities. So many bars across different planets lack female employees. Few females willingly choose to work in such establishments to provide mental soothing. They often prefer to wait for males to seek them out, accepting those they find suitable as partners, while typically refusing to soothe those who do not meet their criteria. Their mental energy is also limited, with lower-ranked individuals providing minimal soothing effects. The work of soothing in bars is inherently diluted, and even with suppressants, it proves largely ineffective. Hence, those at the D level are not even considered for employment. Clever individuals can offer slight relief, with higher levels yielding better results. However, if females are not criminalized, bars struggle to recruit even clever employees, let alone those of higher ranks. Jiang Qin had undergone awakening at the age of 3, achieving a mental ability level of C, which precisely met the requirement. While other females may disregard the allure of 1 million star coins, she found it exceedingly appealing. During her time on the desolate planet, she dared not reveal her identity as a beastman female, masquerading as a pure human male to scavenge for survival. Despite knowing she could earn substantial wealth, she refrained from seeking it out. The laws and regulations on the desolate planet were chaotic, populated by many who lived day by day, unbound by legal constraints. With insufficient food and poor living conditions, coupled with the constant threat of beasts attacking, many individuals might vanish overnight. Such occurrences rarely garnered attention, and no one would investigate, rendering any death a meaningless loss. By choosing to work in a bar, she could not only attain financial stability, but also secure residency status on a secondary planet. This was a benefit encouraged by the Federation for females entering bar work, though the highest status attainable was limited to secondary planets. Having made her decision, Jiang Qin did not hesitate any longer. She strode into the bar named Moonlight, clutching her bag. "Hello, I would like to apply for the position of a soothing practitioner." Chapter 3, First Day of Work. As the last vestiges of light surrendered to the encroaching darkness, the neon lights of the city flickered to life. On the desolate Tai Street, hover cars began to arrive in succession, and groups of males ambled over, casually draping their arms over one another, engaged in jovial conversation. It was rumored that a new female had arrived at the Yusei bar today. What could possibly drive her to such desperation? After all, the bar's revenue was directly linked to the reduction of penalties, and with the waning moonlight, it was unlikely to attract even 100 patrons daily, resulting in meager earnings. Of course, they had never considered the possibility that a female, untainted by crime, would seek employment in a bar. Typically, even a rank female would have at least 3 males to provide for her. It was hardly necessary for her to toil for a few star coins. Working in a bar, a place deemed a den of female criminality, seemed an odd choice, even for females aspiring for second-tier planetary status. The solution was straightforward. Simply find a male from a second-tier planet and bear his offspring. There is truly no need to squander years in labor. Meanwhile, in the back of the bar, Jiang Qin sat before the makeup mirror, meticulously enhancing her appearance. Her shift commenced at 8 o'clock, tasked with a large-scale mental soothing session. Much of her knowledge had been gleaned from her light brain. Speaking of which, her light brain chimed. Jiang Qin glanced at the caller ID and felt a wave of indifference wash over her. She refrained from answering. But since the light brain was an extension of Jiang Yulian's device, the call could be forcibly connected. Jiang Qin coolly regarded the screen. Where an irate Jiang Yulian's visage flickered, and the familiar pang of anguish had long since dissipated. With a frail, oval face and elongated eyes accentuated with eyeliner, a tear mole adorned the corner of her eye, yet the most striking feature remained her crimson lips. This visage bore a semblance to her first partner, causing a momentary daze. Frankly, as a rank female, her partners had never numbered fewer than 5, and several had perished over the years. Thus, to claim any lingering affection for that male would be disingenuous. It merely evoked memories of her initial pregnancy. However, what was she doing, adorned as such in the dead of night? If there were to be a next time, she ought to seek penance in prison. Throughout the exchange, Jiang Yulian's brow furrowed, her words laced with disdain for her own daughter. Suddenly, Jiang Qin smiled, her delicate face resembling a flower just beginning to bloom. I shall not apologize. If you wish to report me, then by all means, do so. I fear not the repercussions. With that, she ended the call and yanked the device from her wrist. The abruptness of her action left a mark on her slender, pale wrist. With her gaze lowered, Jiang Qin was reminded of her past life. Faced with Jiang Ruming's slander and feigned magnanimity, she had resolutely refused and called for the authorities. She had nothing to fear. Those who should tremble at the thought of reporting were not her. Even if the surveillance at home had been compromised, what of it? She had learned from experience. The moment Jiang Ruming had intercepted her, she had activated the recording function on her light brain. Thus, the very device she had just forcefully removed contained evidence of her innocence. Yet that no longer mattered. In her previous life, she had produced the video to vindicate herself. But it had been in vain. Jiang Yulian had deleted it, possessing the authority to manipulate the auxiliary light brain. Hence, Jiang Qin had come to understand that truth held little significance. What mattered was where one's allegiance lay. In this life, she would not report, nor would she harbor expectations for her family's reactions upon learning the truth. However, she resolved to safeguard anything that could exonerate her. Jiang Qin swiftly created a temporary account on the StarNet using her detached light brain. Such accounts resembled temporary visitor accounts on Earth, intended solely for the transient storage of data, which would be deactivated after prolonged inactivity. To fully claim ownership, one must subsequently link it to their personal light brain. With work impending and lacking the funds for a new device, she had no choice but to proceed in this manner. As for the auxiliary light brain provided by Jiang Yulian, Jiang Qin casually discarded it into the destruction compartment of the trash bin before taking the stage. The female was about to perform. How delightful! What might the newcomer look like? Rumor had it she was merely 18, just recently come of age. Did that mean she still lacked a partner? The males were alight with anticipation. For these less affluent male beast men, the mere possession of a female was paramount. Whether she bore a criminal record was of little concern. Beside the men, a youth could not help but scoff. What? An older male like you dares to covet a young female? She may be young, but she is not naive. You, the man, incensed by the remark, nearly rose to retaliate. Fortunately, his companion restrained him, warning, calm down. Damaging the bar incurs penalties. Besides, the female is about to perform her soothing. Acting out now would get you thrown out. You'd waste your star coins for the night. Despite his simmering anger, he gritted his teeth and held back. Such was the life of a male at the bottom of the interstellar hierarchy. Survival necessitated constant calculation of gains and losses. Enough chatter. The female is coming out. The once warmly lit bar dimmed instantly, leaving only the central platform illuminated by a few beams of white light. The music ceased, and all eyes turned expectantly to the stage. awaiting the appearance of the enchanting figure. Just then, the grid at the center of the platform opened, and Jiang Qin ascended from behind the piano, clad in a white dress, her black hair elegantly coiled, and her lips a striking red. She presented a vision of delicate beauty. Her downcast gaze and pallid complexion, combined with her slender form, rendered her irresistibly endearing. The bar erupted into a cacophony of astonishment and admiration. The young female appears so fragile. Is she ill? The owner claims she is not a criminal, but merely here out of financial necessity. Oh my heavens! Who would allow such a beautiful female to toil in hardship? Are her males truly worthless? Is she going to perform soothing? Were those items placed before her? Chapter 4 Shockwaves in the interstellar realm. Pianos were non-existent. Their music had long since evolved beyond reliance on instruments, generated entirely through software synthesis. Thus, none present recognized the object before them as a musical instrument. Jiang Qin had never formally studied the art of mental soothing, but after leaving the Jiang family in her past life, she had acquired a measure of understanding. In essence, it involved the diffusion of one's mental energy through immersion. For her, attaining this state was remarkably simple. In her brief existence, if there was anything that brought her joy, it was the diverse array of courses arranged by her agent. While others found them exhausting, she relished every moment, immersing herself in the pursuit of knowledge. Dance, vocal training, painting, calligraphy, flower arrangement, etiquette, these courses sculpted her into the perfect persona, embodying the essence of knowledge, which transcended wealth or status. Thus, during these lessons, she was wholly engaged, even neglecting her own well-being, ravenously absorbing every morsel of information. To ensure her performance would proceed without incident and that she could smoothly enter the required state of mental focus, Jiang Qin opted for the rudimentary method of self-playing and singing. Lacking knowledge of how interstellar academies instructed females, she could only explore the approach that suited her best. The bar owner, eager to accommodate her, readily agreed when she requested several musical instruments, understanding the rarity of hiring a female. However, he too was unfamiliar with the instruments, merely having arranged for their fabrication based on Jiang Qin's blueprints. After expending a significant sum, he managed to acquire a piano, while the other instruments remained under construction. In a corner of the bar, the head of security, Zhu Yongkong, quietly inquired, "Isn't your investment in just a rank female rather excessive?" Standing beside him was the proprietor of USA Juba, a youthful orc in his 50s named Yue. He still vividly recalled the impressive performance of this female during her interview. Zhu Yongkong harbored some doubts. It was not that he looked down upon female practitioners, but rather that their mental fortitude was quite feeble, especially in comparison to the elite males like himself and the owner. Her soothing abilities were virtually non-existent. Thus, he found You's decision to place himself in the vicinity of this young female for her protection rather perplexing. Once prepared, Jiang Qin played a brief test melody and commenced her duties for the day. However, as it was her first day on the job, she proceeded with a self-introduction. "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Qin, a level female, and from today onwards, I will be working every evening at USA Juba. My method of soothing is through song, and I will now perform a piece titled Ryuan. This song holds a special place in my heart, as it embodies beautiful wishes." The gentle notes flowed from the piano. The males who had intended to discuss her were suddenly silenced. As her ethereal voice filled the air, the audience was momentarily entranced. For reasons unknown, gazing at the female on the stage while listening to the melody brought an unexpected sense of tranquility. The restless mental energy that perpetually surged within them seemed to ease. At that moment, Enziu, who was live streaming, found himself equally captivated. He had merely come to observe the new female at USA Juba, hoping to find a topic for his live broadcast. Little did he expect to encounter a female who employed singing as a means of comfort. This unprecedented approach left both him and his audience utterly spellbound, even as he failed to notice the influx of viewers into his live stream, which quickly reached millions. Jiang Qin immersed herself fully in her own world on stage. She reminisced about everything on earth, the companions who shunned her, the frail and pale Anshin, the greedy headmistress of the orphanage, and the indifferent yet rational manager, Zhang Jia, along with those who cherished her. Her fans who affectionately called her in. Though her first life may have been filled with hardships, it was not entirely bleak. Yue observed the surging mental energy throughout the bar. a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He had indeed placed his bets wisely. Although this young female's mental fortitude was weak, she possessed an extraordinary allure that could draw everyone into a serene realm. The patrons were enraptured, some feeling an inexplicable urge to weep at the beauty of her voice. What a beautiful song! I feel a lump in my throat and want to cry. I think I might be falling for this young female. Will she perform another soothing session later? I must bring my friends to support her. And Ziyu, too, emerged from the bittersweet emotions. My dear viewers, it's strange, but I feel like crying. This young female's singing is incredibly moving. The comments in the live chat mirrored his sentiments. Same here. Is this US at Juba? I'm on my way. Oh, I'm not on Whale on Star. I can't be there in person. It's so heartbreaking. Is this a new song? I've never heard it before. Did the young female write it herself? You go. Please ask if she performs 2 soothing sessions daily. Are you all out of your minds? It's just a pretty voice. Who knows if this soothing method even works? Indeed, there are plenty of singers in the galaxy. What we lack are females who can truly soothe males. People come to bars seeking a modicum of comfort, not just to hear songs. If it were me, I'd demand a refund from the owner. She's just a level female doing mass soothing. What a waste of time and money for the males. I know this female. She comes from a desolate planet and has never been educated. As the barrage of critical comments toward Jiang Qin escalated, and Ziyu furrowed his brow. However, he was not one to show favoritism and stated fairly, the effectiveness can be determined through testing. Chapter 5. Testing the Riot Value. The interstellar light brain comes in various versions. The government-issued light brain is quite basic, akin to a smartphone from a millennium ago. Those desiring more advanced features must purchase them at high price. And Ziyu was a level male, but his family had fared reasonably well on Whale on Star, coupled with his earnings from live streaming and occasional tasks, allowing him a comfortable lifestyle and a superior light brain. Among its features was the ability to test riot values at any time. He directed the live stream's camera toward his light brain and initiated the test, stating, I measured my riot value this morning. It was 57. Wait, how can this be? Yuga, did you make a mistake? Wasn't your riot value 55 this morning? And Ziyu, equally incredulous, could hardly believe it. This was impossible. He had a record of riot value tests. He tested his riot value nearly every day, and even if he missed a day, it had never been more than 10 days without testing. Thus, the light brain clearly recorded that his riot value had remained at 57 for months without fluctuation. After all, he did not venture outdoors or engage in combat. He spent his days in leisure, and naturally, his value would not rise quickly. So the question arose, why had it decreased by 2 today? This was akin to having sought the comfort of a level female for 2 hours. Yet he had not pursued any such encounter. His riot value was not high enough to warrant chasing after females. Thus, the only female he had interacted with today was Jiang Qin. Could it be that her method of soothing through song was genuinely this effective? He was not the only one struggling to accept this. His viewers shared his skepticism. There's no need to continue watching. This is obviously a setup. Nowadays, streamers will lie about anything for profit. If he had been individually soothed by a female, I wouldn't question it, since his riot value isn't high, making it easy to soothe. But this is a group soothing session. It's well known that even when paired with the most expensive suppressants, a group soothing in a bar can only alleviate a riot value by 1 at most. And this streamer only bought a bottle of ordinary suppressant after entering the bar, right? Streamer, are you committing fraud? How can you face your fans? It's important to note that most of Nziyu's followers were lower-tier males and half-orc males. They followed him primarily to discover value-for-money options, as his content largely revolved around exploring establishments, typically not high-end. He had covered a significant portion of the bars on Whale on Star, allowing his fans to learn where to find discounts on suppressants and which working females had stronger soothing abilities. Thus, they were now suspicious that Nziyu had received benefits from US Ajuba and fabricated records to deceive them into spending. The individuals in the barrage were directing accusations of fraud towards Nziyu, who was understandably incensed. Have I truly committed any deceit? You can ascertain the truth for yourselves. My assertions alone are insufficient, but surely you can find credibility in the collective opinions of others. At that moment, the bar owner, Yue, had also informed them that Jiang Qin would return in an hour for a soothing session. She conducted 2 such sessions each evening. The subsequent soothing session for the females was scheduled for an hour later, and those nearby were welcome to observe in person. Excellent. I happen to be in the vicinity. I shall personally come to challenge the accusations. We understand your desire to earn, but we cannot accept being treated like fools." The slandered Ziyu was on the verge of losing his composure. If he had indeed received payment, it would have been one thing. But the reality was that he had gained nothing at all. "All right, hurry over. I'm to clear my name today. Since the very day I commenced my live broadcasts, I have not accepted a single coin from any establishment. Every statement I have made is a fair and just evaluation." Unbeknownst to Jiang Qin, who was currently reviewing a program that had abruptly surfaced in her mind, the situation was unfolding. The damaged system has been activated, reputation points initiated. Indeed, a fragmented system had suddenly manifested in her consciousness. The reason for its damaged state was that it was bound to her just before her demise in her previous life. And shortly after binding, she had passed away. The energy-depleted system was now defunct, leaving behind only a single module, reputation points, and a system marketplace. Tasks, rewards, and the like had all vanished. Reputation points were easily comprehensible, signifying fame. However, negative fame did not count. Only genuine admiration for her work could generate reputation points. The system marketplace was essentially a repository of Earth's cultural knowledge. Any knowledge from Earth could be purchased here using reputation points. This meant that even if she completed all the songs she remembered, it would not matter. She could acquire various desired works here. As for the costs on Earth, the system had already settled them long ago. Jiang Qin gazed at the familiar songs and films, feeling a significant sense of relief. She was confident that this life would be better. Throughout both her first and second lives, she had faced criticism regarding her educational background. It was not entirely unfounded. Her academic foundation was indeed lacking. After all, she had only lived to the age of 13 in her first life, during which she had been relentlessly exploited for profit, leaving her no time for school and limiting her education to elementary-level courses. In her second life, on a barren planet, she could hardly think about schooling. Her daily thoughts revolved around scavenging for food in the garbage dumps. If she managed to find something to eat, the concern shifted to how to protect it from being taken away. Upon returning to the Jiang family, there had never been any intention to send her to school. Jiang Yulian had mentioned it once, but was promptly dissuaded by Jiang Ramon, who argued that classmates would discriminate against Jiang Qin for coming from a desolate planet, making her vulnerable to bullying. It was deemed better for her to stay home, where she could be taught by Jiang Yulian. Furthermore, whether a female received an education was not particularly important. Once she found a partner, there would be someone to support her, and she could spend her days happily playing. Jiang Yulian considered this practical as well, reasoning that Jiang Qin was merely a low-tier female, with limited soothing abilities, thus not necessitating formal education. Once she turned 20 and found a partner, she could comfortably remain at home to soothe the males, making education irrelevant and preventing any embarrassment. At that time, Jiang Qin, faced with the mother she had longed for, acquiesced, thinking self-study might suffice, as it had in her first life. Many child stars chose to work while self-studying, which was not inherently unacceptable. However, subsequent events caused Jiang Qin's heart to grow cold, to reject the male arranged by the Jiang family. She left at the age of 20 and met her demise at 22. Thus, she had never experienced a long life nor received a conventional education. Chapter 6. Anonymous comfort. Jiang Qin was not entirely devoid of self-awareness. Hence, upon acquiring this auxiliary system, she would not feign superiority by rejecting its aid. Nevertheless, she was somewhat perplexed by her reputation points, which astonishingly totaled 138,466. According to the system's calculations, there were approximately 80 patrons in the bar tonight, alongside over 20 staff members. If each person generated just 1 point of reputation, she should only have around 100 points. How could this number be so outrageous? Unable to comprehend it, she chose to set aside her confusion, accepting that the imperfect system might have its peculiarities. "Miss Jiang, are you prepared? The next soothing session is about to commence." After quenching her thirst and perusing the system marketplace for a while, a staff member soon called for her. In the bar, aside from Jiang Qin, there were no other females. All the workers were males, allowing her a private room. This space was equipped with tools provided by the owner, and even included a partition area with a bed for rest. To be frank, Jiang Qin was truly satisfied with this job. She only needed to sing 2 songs each day, earning a monthly salary of $1 million, along with accommodation and numerous benefits. After responding to the staff, she settled back at the piano, awaiting her turn to perform. Meanwhile, the bar's front desk was in a frenzy. "Could you speed up, please? The soothing session is about to begin." The male responsible for collecting entry fees was exhausted, tirelessly operating the Starcoin register and recording entrance details. "Don't rush me. I'm already moving as quickly as I can." The number of guests within the bar was approaching 1,000, yet hundreds were still in line. Undoubtedly, these individuals had come after watching NZU's live broadcast. His stream had surged in local popularity, attracting numerous locals, many of whom had witnessed Jiang Qin's performance. Consequently, a significant number of people arrived to challenge the accusations, while others came simply to enjoy Jiang Qin's melodious singing. Yu Wei, observing the scene, was laughing with delight, proudly proclaiming to his friend, "See, I told you, I never embark on a losing venture. Miss Jiang is indeed extraordinary." Although soothing at a low tier should be ineffective for them, Jiang Qin had just conducted a measurement and discovered that his agitation level had actually decreased by 0.001. While a minor reduction, it was enough to astonish him. He lamented, if only her level were higher, even males from the main star would pursue her. That would indeed be satisfactory. If she were a high-tier female, they would not even have the chance to glance her way. As the lights dimmed, all the males simultaneously fell silent. The security personnel surrounded the stage, ensuring no male would irrationally attempt to approach the female. Jiang Qin remained clad in her simple white dress. The light played upon her delicate fingers, making them appear to glow. The next song I present is Anonymous Comfort. Jiang Qin played with earnestness, the melodious notes wafting throughout the bar, calming the hearts of all present. I no longer shed tears, striving to embrace the imperfections of this world. This journey has witnessed numerous victories and defeats, grasping the irony of reality. Her soft, ethereal voice seemed to possess an enchanting power to cleanse the soul. The throbbing pain in her head eased as tranquility enveloped her. In that moment, amidst the agonizing torment of their genes, the males found Jiang Qin to be akin to an angel. She exuded such gentleness and serenity that no ill thoughts could arise within them. However, Liu, at that moment, had closed his eyes, attentively listening to the song. A mercenary by trade, he spent most of his time engaged in battles in the wilderness, with an agitation level soaring to 75, mere years away from total madness. Thus, his body was perpetually in pain. It had been a long time since he had experienced the sensation of ease. Unexpectedly, it was merely the affordability of Yu Sei Jioba that drew him there so frequently. To his astonishment, he found himself reaping such immense joy in this place. The only regret was that the duration of song felt too fleeting. Anonymous Comfort, a song once cherished by Jiang Qin, resonated in her memories. Whenever she concluded a tiring day at work, listening to music in solitude became her most soothing ritual. These heartwarming melodies perpetually instilled in her the belief that the darkness of life would inevitably come to an end, and she too would usher in her dawn. The lyrics, I tell myself that after sadness comes another opportunity. Thank you for the beauty of solitude, encapsulated her sentiments. To avoid unforeseen circumstances, her boss had advised her to maintain a certain distance from the patrons. After all, the clientele of the bar consisted predominantly of single males, and should any of them act irrationally, it could lead to dangerous situations. Thus, the bar ensured her protection by keeping her at a safe distance from the customers, preventing any physical contact. Once the females departed, the restrained males finally dared to voice their thoughts. Their glasses clinked, and they savored their drinks, reveling in an unprecedented state of euphoria. I felt that the solace I experienced today would at least support me on a trip to the wilderness. Some males had already noticed a decline in their agitation levels, yet none dared to speak of it. They were acutely aware that even a bar was not a venue they could afford to visit daily. Despite Yusei Jioba being cheaper by 100 star coins than other establishments, they understood that once their secret was unveiled, their chances for solace would vanish, prompting them to choose silence for their own sake. Even NZU was no exception. He discreetly conducted another measurement of his agitation levels, revealing a decrease of 1. This indicated that with minimal expenditure of star coins, his agitation had diminished by 3 throughout the night. He need not seek a female companion. As long as Jiang Qin remained at Yusei Jioba, he could live a life devoid of partnerships without consequence. This temptation was far too great for him. Even if Jiang Qin only worked for a few years, he would reap significant benefits. Consequently, after a moment of contemplation, he opted to clarify matters in the live stream. Actually, There was a misunderstanding. I suddenly realized that my light brain seemed to malfunction and the agitation measurement app was inaccurate. I sincerely apologized for misleading everyone. I knew it. How could singing beautifully possibly offer solace? Exactly. With so many singers throughout the star realms, including the merfolk Jiang Beastmen, their singing is merely pleasant but serves no real purpose. I'll steer clear of this bar. To attract customers, they resort to such tactics with a young female. Chapter 7. Gaining popularity, however. Although many were skeptical about Jiang Qin's ability to soothe their mental faculties through song, they still acknowledged her musical talents. Thus, numerous viewers edited and shared in ZU's livestream footage across the Star Network, all titled in reference to Jiang Qin. The entire network seeks information on this female. A struggling bar welcomes 2,000 patrons in one night, all thanks to her. Can singing genuinely soothe the mind, or is it merely a ploy for attention? Many internet users, lured by the titles, found themselves captivated by the two songs, flooding the comments with inquiries about whether they were new releases and when they would be uploaded. They also questioned if Jiang Qin possessed the merfolk gene, wondering why her singing was so enchanting and infectious. In today's hyper-competitive star realms, where mental strength and combat prowess were highly valued, entertainment offerings were notably sparse. For instance, the Federation barely released 10 new songs annually, primarily relying on music from the Empire. After all, most merfolk Jiang Beastmen resided in the Empire. Very few were found outside its borders, and even those tended to have mixed genetics, lacking the melodious voices associated with true merfolk. Therefore, upon hearing such a novel style of music, the immediate assumption was that Jiang Qin was a female with merfolk genes. In reality, she inherited the rabbit genes from Jiang Yulian. Nonetheless, regardless of her genetic background, the fact remained that her singing was exquisite, prompting netizens to scour for her information, eager to discover her account and urge her to upload the songs promptly. Unfortunately, no one succeeded in uncovering her details, as Jiang Qin had no prior account and had only acquired her citizenship after starting her job. Consequently, her past remained a blank slate. After her shift, Jiang Qin did not fare well either. She had initially thought that singing just 2 songs would not be exhausting, yet upon stepping off the stage, she experienced waves of dizziness and nausea. She recognized these symptoms as signs of mental exhaustion. "Miss Jiang, this is the mental recovery potion that the boss asked me to deliver," announced a male server in formal attire, respectfully presenting a tray. Jiang Qin was slightly taken aback but accepted the potion graciously, thanking him. Although it was merely a low-grade mental recovery potion, it was still valued at 888 star coins in the market, given that the entry fee for the bar was 888 star coins per person. It meant that the potion's cost equated to the entry fees of over 20 patrons. Thus, she was astonished that her boss would willingly provide such a potion. After all, in these times, it was rare to encounter a boss who treated their employees with such consideration. However, recalling the sudden influx of customers during her second set, Jiang Qin understood this must be her bonus. After placing the potion in her bag, she departed the bar and made her way to the apartment assigned by her boss. At that moment, Tai Street bustled with activity. Muscular males, some adorned with beast ears or tails, and others with scaly arms, strode confidently, their impressive physiques seldom falling below 6 feet. Standing at merely 5 feet 7 inches, Jiang Qin appeared remarkably petite amidst them. Noticing her feminine presence, several males cast furtive glances her way. Were it not for the stringent female protection laws in the Star Realms, some might have approached her boldly. However, public obstruction of a female's path or harassment was illegal. Even casual flirting could lead to legal repercussions if the female chose to report it to the law enforcement. Thus, these males could only gaze eagerly at Jiang Qin or remove their shirts to capture her attention, refraining from approaching her for her light brain number. "Little female, are you seeking a partner? I'm a Class A male. My light brain number is little female. I'm also a Class A male. I can cook, do laundry, and fight beasts. You might consider me. My light brain number is it is often said that opportunity favors the prepared." Though these males could not approach her for her light brain number, they could still call out their numbers from a distance, hoping to catch the attention of the little female. After all, encountering a solitary female on the streets was exceedingly rare. Faced with this fervor, Jiang Qin chose to ignore them entirely, not daring to pause for a polite smile, lest it be misconstrued. She merely kept her gaze downward as she walked. Soon, She arrived at the apartment complex on the street, gaining entry through facial recognition. The apartment arranged for her by Yu Wei comprised 2 bedrooms and a living room. It was not particularly large, but it contained all the essential amenities, including a domestic robot to handle housekeeping. Having emerged from the Jiang residence with not a single star coin or a name, she was unable to purchase anything, although the bar provided meals. Thus, the refrigerator stocked a month's worth of nutrient liquid in various flavors. The nutrient liquid was not particularly palatable. It had a thick, watery consistency. And while one tube could satiate hunger, it felt as though she had not eaten at all. However, for Jiang Qin, who had struggled for 18 years on a barren planet, having access to fresh provisions was already a significant improvement. In her previous life, she had hardly tasted anything fresh. The nutrients salvaged from the garbage dump are all expired, and she has to ration a tube over 3 days, perpetually enduring hunger. In her quest to save for a spaceship ticket, she refrains from spending the star coins earned from selling her finds, diligently hoarding every bit. By the age of 15, she had accumulated enough. However, during that time, a half-beast uncle, who often looked after her, sustained severe injuries and urgently required a mid-level healing potion to survive. Consequently, she relinquished all her savings. After all, a spaceship ticket could be saved for several more years, even a decade, but a life lost is irrevocably gone. Regrettably, that uncle perished during the beast tide when she was 16. Having disguised herself as a pure human male, the uncle regarded her as a surrogate son. Without his protection during those years, she might have succumbed to various dangers, perhaps even falling victim to robbery. Gazing at the empty room, Jiang Qin cast aside the memories of her tumultuous past. If the uncle knew that she had finally departed from the barren planet and obtained a citizenship certificate for a second-tier planet, he would surely rejoice for her. She finally had a home. By working at the bar for 5 years, she would acquire ownership of this apartment. Henceforth, this would be her sanctuary, her solitary abode, Jiangjia. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, yet the members of Jiangjia had not retired for the night. All seated on the hall sofa, Jiang Yulian wore a frightfully grim expression, her light brain smashed onto the floor after furiously pressing buttons. Fortunately, the quality of the device was commendable. It merely rolled a few times without shattering. She had powered it down. She never anticipated that Jiang Qin would destroy the light brain, for without it, Jiang Qin would no longer receive pocket money from her. Jiang Qin had gone too far. It was she who had caused her sister's injury, and now she was using her departure to coerce them into submission. Jiang Ruhai seethed. Meanwhile, Jiang Rumeng, seated on the sofa, wore a look of unease. She voiced her concern. It's so late. Will my sister be safe out there alone? What danger could a female face? Jiang Ruhai scoffed. She simply refuses to apologize and is attempting to force us to relent by leaving home. Jiang Yulian shared this sentiment, which fueled her anger. Having been pampered by her partner all her life, she had never bowed to anyone. Now threatened by her own offspring, she resolutely refused to acquiesce. After all, females are seldom harmed outside, and Jiang Qin's subordinate light brain had a quota of star coins provided by her, ensuring she wouldn't starve. Rumeng, despite not blaming her, still resorted to sulking. None of you are allowed to assist her. I will deactivate her light brain number shortly. Let us see how long she can endure out there. The partners of Jiang Yulian remained silent, unconditionally obedient to her wishes. After all, while Jiang Qin was Jiang Yulian's biological daughter, she was not theirs. A partner's child undoubtedly held greater significance than another's. Even Jiang Rumeng, whom they had raised since childhood, received their affection primarily to please their partner. Thus, the 3 middle-aged males present readily acquiesced. They didn't even possess Jiang Qin's light brain number, rendering them powerless to help. Mom, I'm not wronged. My sister didn't mean it. Let us just forgive her, Rumeng offered. Seeing her niece's understanding, Jiang Yulian felt a surge of affection. Indeed, the child raised beside her was more amiable, akin to her, while Jiang Qin resembled her deceased father, too brash. Don't overthink. You've just been discharged from a hospital. Rest well. With your mother here, no one can bully you, not even your biological daughter. Jiang Yulian genuinely cherished her niece, treating her as a daughter. With few siblings and only one brother sharing the same father, who tragically perished aboard that ill-fated spaceship, leaving his wife captured by space pirates and subsequently missing. Jiang Qin had been taken away while 1-year-old Rumeng lost her family. Thus, Jiang Yulian took her in. Once back in her room, Jiang Rumeng set aside her smile. After a long silence, leaning against her bed, she transferred 100,000 star coins to Jiang Qin's light brain, leaving no message. Always the one to help her after being hurt, even in another life. Jiang Qin would never comprehend her thoughts. The following day, upon waking, Jiang Qin headed straight to the bar. During the daylight, the establishment was closed, so she entered from the back, where staff members were busy cleaning and organizing the stock of suppressants. Upon her arrival, everyone respectfully greeted her. "Good morning, Miss Jiang." Today, she wore the white dress, one of two performance outfits provided by Yue, as she had left Jiangjia without taking a single garment. Hence, this was her only option for daily wear. However, she had come to request an advance on her monthly salary. Previously, she felt reticent to ask, but now that she was officially employed, she wished to secure some funds, even if just a few thousand star coins, to purchase daily necessities. Do you know where the boss is? Without a light brain, she could only seek Yue at the bar. He should be in the security room. I saw him enter with Brother Kong just a moment ago. Thank you. Jiang Qin hurriedly knocked on the door of the security room. Upon seeing her, Yue was quite surprised. "Miss Jiang? What brings you here so early? Is there something you need?" Jiang Qin, feeling somewhat shy, tightened her bag strap and asked with a blush, "Boss, may I request an advance on my salary?" Yue, who had assisted her with her citizenship registration, was aware of her previous life on the barren planet. Feeling frustrated, he slapped his forehead. "My apologies, Miss Jiang. I intended to ask you about needing an advance, but it slipped my mind. Should I transfer it to your light brain number, or would you prefer an anonymous star coin savings card?" Jiang Qin smiled. "Boss, I've destroyed that light brain. I currently have no light brain, so a card will suffice." Yue hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire about the destruction of her light brain, but opted not to. Instead, he asked, "Would an advance for 1 month suffice? Or shall I provide you with half a year as salary to purchase a light brain?" "That would be immensely appreciated." "No need for thanks. Miss Jiang is too courteous. This is merely an early payment of your wages." In the presence of such politeness, Yue felt somewhat overwhelmed. Most beastmen females, relying on their mental powers, expect to be coddled by males and often exhibit a spoiled demeanor, showing little regard for them. Yet, with Jiang Qin, he not only received respect, but also genuine gratitude, leaving him slightly astonished, even as a high-ranking male. Yue did not perceive himself as a significant aid to Jiang Qin. After all, females with mental powers seldom lack for money. If Jiang Qin wished, she could easily take on a comforting job during the day, as many high-ranking males sought her out. Thus, her financial woes were likely temporary, and his assistance could only be seen as a mere embellishment, a kind gesture. After receiving half a year as salary, Jiang Qin promptly purchased a light brain that was neither exceptional nor poor, costing 160,000 star coins. She quickly linked her temporary account, ensuring the preservation of any videos that could vindicate her. Once everything was set, she stumbled upon the trending topics on the Star Network, offering a handsome sum for the copyrights of these 2 songs. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Qin clicked on it, only to find a video of herself playing the piano at the bar. The comments below were flooded with requests for the 2 songs to be uploaded to the platform. After all, only songs uploaded to the platform can be downloaded. Chapter 9. Uploading Songs. Jiang Qin suddenly recalled something crucial. The 2 songs were not purchased from the system. Thus, they were not included in the automatic copyright application service. During this time, if someone were to apply for copyright for these 2 songs, it would primarily be due to her unanticipated oversight that someone would record a video and post it on Xinhuan. Generally speaking, no one dares to seize the feminine's possessions. Yet, as the saying goes, one grain can raise 100 kinds of people. It is not uncommon to find individuals with a hint of opportunism. To prevent any potential complications, Jiang Qin hurriedly entered the musical scores into her quantum brain to apply for copyright. As for recording the songs for upload, she planned to rent a recording studio on another day, as she felt that recording via software on her quantum brain resulted in excessive distortion. After all, it automatically modifies certain tones. Jiang Qin disliked overly perfect sounds, as they seemed devoid of emotion. However, to her surprise, the copyright application was approved rather swiftly. Noticing that she still had time before work, she decided to head out for recording. Lang'er City is the main city of Wayland Star, where one can find a plethora of shops in the city center. The recording studio is located just 2 streets behind Tai Street, in a tranquil area where only sanitation robots could be seen on the street. Alongside the street, There were several entertainment companies, and nearby, a camera studio for rent. The interstellar filming sites differ from those on Earth. They are not real scenes, but vast spaces where one could design scenes on the quantum brain and directly project them as holograms. This not only saves costs, but also effectively brings to life the scenes conceived in one's mind. Given the numerous film and television works available on the quantum brain, Jiang Qin also took the opportunity to gain a rough understanding of the operation. After grasping the process, she made a mental note. In the lobby of the recording studio, Locke was idly browsing his quantum brain. Waylon Star lacks renowned singers, and, typically, only some obscure artists and streamers occasionally come to record songs. More often than not, the recording studio has no guests, so he had grown accustomed to sitting and playing on his quantum brain after opening up each day. After all, one can record songs on the quantum brain, which also automatically modifies the sound quality, offering a plethora of choices. Hello, may I inquire about how to rent a recording studio? A soft and ethereal voice resonated in his ear, instantly calming Locke's previously irritable demeanor. He looked up and nearly fell off his chair. A feminine? The figure before him was slender and pale, petite in stature, clad in a white dress that rendered her particularly endearing. She lacked ears, a tail, and did not possess long fur or scales, nor wings. She appeared frail and short-lived, which was regrettable considering her beauty. One could only wonder which old bachelor would take her. According to interstellar laws, if a pure human female reaches the age of 25 without pairing with a beastman male, the Federation would assist in matching her with a partner. Typically, the match males are older and have contributed to the Federation. Pure human females lack mental strength and thus cannot soothe males, being frail and sickly. They do not live long. Consequently, they exist almost as toys, serving as rewards for those males who have contributed to the Federation but cannot find partners. Although half-beast females also lack the ability to soothe and have no reproductive necessity, their circumstances are somewhat better than those of pure human females. After all, they inherit half-beast genes, enabling them to endure hardships and live with a semblance of dignity. Upon seeing Jiang Qin's frail and pale appearance, Locke immediately deduced that she was a pure human female. After all, half-beast females enjoy better welfare from the Federation, and their families tend to care for them, which would not result in such a pitiful state. Aside from a hint of lipstick, her face bore no trace of color. 500 star coins for 1 hour. A discount of 100 for 3 hours. How long would you like to rent? Sensing the change in the other party's attitude, Jiang Qin remained composed and replied calmly. For 3 hours, please. The quantum brain scanned her payment, although he felt a tinge of disdain for her pure human genes. Locke could not bring himself to speak harshly to such a beautiful feminine. He merely displayed a hint of impatience. After she paid, Locke remained seated, reopening his quantum brain to play games, casually gesturing towards the entrance on the right. You can choose any room. Just remember to come out, or you'll incur extra charges. TCH, what S with a pure human female acting all high and mighty? Locke rolled his eyes, continuing his game. Jiang Qin did not hear this remark. She directly entered the first recording studio and locked the door. Then, she opened the incomplete system interface and spent the 30,000 reputation points she had just gained. She exchanged them for 6 songs and began recording. After all, she did not wish to make multiple trips for each song. It was more practical to save some. After singing at the bar, she planned to upload the recordings to the platform to earn more reputation points. 3 hours passed swiftly, yet Jiang Qin had only managed to complete the recording of 4 songs, 2 of which were titled Ru Yuan and Anonymity's Comfort. The other 2 were new songs, and there was insufficient time to record the remaining 4. The primary reason for the delay was her repeated efforts to achieve satisfaction with the new songs. Reflecting on this, she sighed inwardly. She truly lacked formal training and had many shortcomings. Although her work was significantly better than the songs on the Federation's music charts, she understood that her advantage lay primarily in her vocal quality and the inherent merit of the songs themselves. In terms of singing technique, she remained rather inexperienced. Contemplating the vocal courses available in the marketplace, Jiang Qin silently encouraged herself, work diligently, earn more reputation points, and acquire knowledge. She also needed to earn more money and make inquiries about how to take on soothing contracts. She was tired of being poor. When she exited to retrieve her deposit, Locke did not even lift his head. Jiang Qin quietly scanned her quantum brain and left. She was simply thinking of earning some money to set up a recording studio at home. although she was indifferent to the opinions of others. She did not want to be looked down upon for no reason. Later, when Locke discovered that his idol was the petite feminine who had previously visited, he regretted it deeply. The remnants of the sunset gradually faded, and the night enveloped the entire sky. Today, Tai Street was far more bustling than the previous day. The owner of the Rose Bar spotted a few familiar patrons arriving in hover cars and enthusiastically prepared to greet them, only for the hover cars to whiz past him, stirring the wind that tousled his short brown hair. "Hey, Mr. Moore? Mr. Jiang? You missed your turn." The distant voice echoed back, "Sorry, Boss Du. But tonight, we're heading to the Moonlight Bar." Boss Du Kaid was left bewildered. "What? That bar on the verge of closing down? The one with only one grade A feminine working?" Chapter 10. History. It wasn't just the Rose Bar. Many establishments on Tai Street noticed a decrease of 1/5 in familiar patrons. Only those bars with grade A females or several grade A females remained unaffected. However, both types of bars shared a common trait. They were quite expensive. Even though many had seen the trending topics on Xing Wang, most were primarily interested in Jiang Qin's melodious singing. They were merely males living in the middle and lower tiers of the city, focused on more tangible benefits. Thus, only a few out of curiosity or pure enjoyment of music ventured to the Moonlight Bar. The majority still dutifully returned to their usual haunts, ordering a beer-flavored suppressant and awaiting that faint bit of soothing. Nevertheless, even with a small crowd, it was sufficient to fill the Moonlight Bar to capacity. It is known to accommodate up to 20,000 patrons. Yue stood at the entrance, collecting entrance fees, his smile unwavering. "Boss, will your little feminine be singing those 2 songs again tonight?" "It is not mandatory. The choice of song lies solely with Miss Jiang, and our bar does not interfere. After all, they are hiring soothers, not resident singers. Singing is merely a unique method of comfort for Miss Jiang, as long as she is providing solace. It matters not whether she sings, dances, daydreams, or plays games. Can't you communicate with her? We came here specifically to enjoy a live concert." Yue, with a look of incredulity, reminded esteemed guests this is a bar, not a concert hall. "I am aware that this is a bar, but the soothing sessions are somewhat superfluous for everyone. It will be better to host a concert. The foot traffic might be greater. One must understand that those 2 songs, once uploaded, garnered over 10 million views within an hour. While this may not seem significant in a federation with nearly 1 billion inhabitants, it is noteworthy considering that at least 1/3 of that population resides on barren planets or in areas with no signal. Excluding the elderly, the young, and those who do not enjoy music or use the internet, an hour's worth of 10 million views is quite commendable. Moreover, this figure continues to rise rapidly. Netizens have left comments such as, "It is truly difficult to imagine that such quality songs are originally composed by a singer from our federation. The commenter above is mistaken. She is not merely a singer, but a soother." Indeed, few female beastmen venture into the entertainment industry. Some roles are even played by males portraying female characters. I believe our federation does not lack in high-quality females, but truly exceptional singers are exceedingly rare. The young female should consider leaving the bar to become a composer or singer, thus striking a blow to the empire. Every year, we lose a considerable number of star coins to the empire, all because our federation's entertainment industry lacks ambition. From songs to television and film, none can compare to the empire. The core of the issue lies in the cosmic war narratives. Everything the empire produces is innovative and, thanks to their wealth, consists of live performances. They also invest heavily in altering the aesthetics of their equipment, making them appear exceedingly impressive. Over time, the discontent has grown louder. On the main planet, within the Tianwen Entertainment Company, a man with long aquamarine hair tied behind his back was quietly listening to music with closed eyes. As the head of the composition department, Lan Yuyin would always carve out time to listen to the music charts from both the Federation and the Empire, regardless of how busy he was. It was already June 25th, and, generally speaking, those aspiring to ascend the monthly charts would have released their songs by mid-month. By the end of the month, few would release new music, choosing instead to reserve their efforts for the next month's rankings. After all, who would be foolish enough to compete for views with only 5 days remaining? To his surprise, he encountered such a fool today. Jiang Qin, a newcomer? Initially, Lan Yuyin contemplated mocking this individual for their poor timing in releasing music, but as he observed the rapid ascent of the 2 songs in the rankings, he reconsidered. Let me listen to these songs and discover what charm they possess, enabling them to captivate those weary of the entertainment industry. Of course, It is also possible that this newcomer is being promoted by capital interests, in which case the view count would be somewhat disingenuous. He first clicked on Anonymous Comfort. Within just 3 hours of its release, the two songs had already climbed into the lower echelons of the top 100 and were steadily rising. I no longer shed tears. The first line revealed to Lan Yuyin that this was a favored little female, likely a beast man with mermaid genes. Her voice was ethereal and pure, enveloping the listener like soft clouds. Particularly poignant were the lyrics, which struck deep into the heart, evoking memories of his youth. Yet in the stillness of night, he would nurse his wounds in solitude. The warmth in the lyrics represented what he had longed for but could not attain during those times. He had never been comforted, nor had he received blessings from anyone. To reach this point today, he had endured hardships and trials. After listening once, Lan Yin silently spent 2 star coins to download the song, replaying it 2 or 3 times to regain his composure. At that moment, a vivid fantasy of Jiang Qin began to form in his mind. Surely, a person capable of composing such a song must be gentle, warm-hearted, and full of laughter. With a flutter of excitement, Lan Yuyin clicked on as desired. He held even greater expectations for this song, which ranked above Anonymous Comfort. You are the distant road. I am the child walking in your gaze. Listening intently, Lan Yuyin found his emotions to be quite complex after finishing as desired. He could not deny that the song was exquisite, but he was more enamored with the beauty described in the lyrics. Throughout the history of interstellar development, there were times of peace. During those days, technology was not advanced. Ancient people relied solely on matches and lighters for fire. Every household consumed white rice, green vegetables, fruits, and raised livestock for meat. However, such peaceful days existed for merely a century in history. With the advancement of technology came environmental pollution. The home planet began to purify itself, leading to rampant growth and mutations among flora and fauna, with natural disasters occurring frequently, compressing the living space for humanity. With no other choice, their ancestors opted to abandon the home planet and migrate to other celestial bodies. Yet, the cosmos was not a safe haven. In addition to humanity, myriad races inhabited it. Chapter 11, Ningxia. Beyond alien races, there existed exotic beasts and ancient creatures lurking in the universe. Thus, humanity faced a significant crisis. For survival, humans on the home planet divided into 2 factions. One faction sought to preserve the pure bloodlines, avoiding intermarriage with alien races and refraining from genetic modification, living in seclusion for generations. The remaining populace chose genetic modification and intermarriage with interstellar humans, thus fully transforming into interstellar beings. However, they did not anticipate that such unions, while enhancing the talents of most individuals, would also leave behind drawbacks. To mitigate potential losses, the Empire expelled a significant portion of the chaotic bloodline populace, retaining those with stronger beastman genes. The expelled individuals ventured into uncharted territories, clearing and establishing many habitable planets, forming the Federation. From then on, the 2 factions of humanity stood in a precarious balance. They could collaborate against exotic beasts and ancient cosmic beings, yet during times of peace, disputes never ceased. The Empire's beastman bloodlines were robust, yet their psychic abilities were relatively undeveloped, excelling instead in physical prowess. Conversely, while Federation individuals could also transform into beasts, they could never fully unleash this potential, as the energy within their flesh had not been entirely harnessed. However, their psychic abilities had reached their zenith. The current Marshal of the Federation was a young male with exceptional psychic prowess. Both sides regarded each other with disdain. The Empire viewed Federation individuals as mongrels, a term replete with derogatory connotations, since the most primitive beastman gene races resided within the Empire. Conversely, Federation individuals scorned the Empire's monarchical and bloodline-centric culture, perceiving them as living in excessive luxury and comfort, devoid of spirit. In short, the discord had persisted for ages. In this song, Lan Yuyin envisioned a peaceful and prosperous era, witnessing the tender affection of elders for the young and the admiration of youth for their elders. Reflecting on his parents, he felt a pang of emotion, having not shed tears in many years. He activated his light brain and dialed a number. A youthful voice responded. "Longa, how may I assist you? Please help me find the contact information for Miss Jiang Qin, currently ranked 73rd on the new song chart." Understood. After hanging up, Lan Yuyin listened to the songs several more times, sensing a premonition that this young female was destined for greatness. If not for the constraints of time, he would have eagerly purchased a ticket to a spaceship, yearning to experience the live performance on the Planetway Lanxing. At this moment, Jiang Qin was about to take the stage. She was somewhat astonished to see that nearly all the booths in the bar were filled. Had the bar organized a promotion? Surely it couldn't be due to the song she had uploaded just hours ago. However, she quickly acclimated, as it was common on Earth for popular spots to become overcrowded overnight. It seemed that this bar had transformed into an interstellar hotspot as well. Once she immersed herself in the mood, her delicate fingers gracefully danced upon the black and white keys, her red lips parting softly. In a tranquil summer night, the stars twinkled in the sky, and her heart brimmed with nostalgia for a beloved face. And Zay was also present this evening, responding to his fans' requests with a live stream. He sat in a booth closest to the stage, squinting as he swayed his drink. The atmosphere was such that even the lowly bar felt elevated, as if one were in an upscale establishment. "What is a cicada?" someone inquired. "Oh, you don't know? Allow me to enlighten you. The cicada is an ancient insect from the Cicadidae family, indeed. The very same that possesses large wings and can produce sound waves to disturb you." At that moment, Jiang Qin, fully engaged, began to radiate her spirit, and the surrounding males instantly sensed a clarity and awakening within them. It was reminiscent of first love, fresh, romantic, and innocent. In the summer night, as stars sparkled above, the cicadas sang, while a girl, newly acquainted with affection, lay in bed, sweetly reminiscing about her lover. The world fell silent, yet her heart was alive. Observing Jiang Qin on stage, adorned in a floral dress with her hair braided and cascading down her shoulders, the audience could only hear the rhythm of their own hearts. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat laced with a bittersweet pain intertwined with a hint of sweetness and joy. Yu Wei, with a conflicted expression, clutched his chest. He understood that he was not in love with Jiang Qin. After all, he had once loved deeply, his heart belonging solely to one. Yet, he now tasted the essence of love, as Jiang Qin's voice transported them into her emotional realm. The lively song exuded a sweetness, with lyrics steeped in pure sentiment, devoid of anguish. The sense of bitterness and pain stemmed from their own experiences. When interstellar beings encountered such unadulterated emotion, their immediate reaction was often one of sourness and discomfort, for most had never truly experienced such feelings. From birth, they were categorized, and upon awakening at 3, they were further defined. Many males had never tasted the flavor of love, often preoccupied with weighing responsibilities and consequences. As the final note resonated, Jiang Qin smiled and announced, "This song is titled Ningxia." A voice from one of the booths erupted in a heart-wrenching shout. "I love you, little female." His companions immediately covered his mouth, hurriedly apologizing. "My apologies. He might be under the influence of the suppressants. I'll take him away." How reckless to publicly tease a female. His friend was likely in danger, and all he wished was to protect him. After all, she was a star in her first life, accustomed to such declarations of affection from fans. Yet, being young, most of the expressions of adoration she received were variations of "I love you, little female," or "I love you, big sister." She sensed that this male meant no harm, merely caught up in the fervor of a devoted fan. Noticing his anxious demeanor, she smiled and said, "It's all right. I know you mean no harm, but perhaps you could call me by my name next time. I'm not fond of being addressed as little female. By the way, my name is Jiang Qin." Although she was a beastman female, it still felt a bit strange. Note: Ningxia was penned by Li Zhengfan, composed by Mayday, and performed by Liang Jingru. Chapter 12. Thank you to those who love me, Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang. Suddenly, the entire bar erupted in calls for Miss Jiang. Jiang Qin blinked, her pale face breaking into a gentle smile as the breeze tousled her hair. Although much of her work was orchestrated by her company or event organizers, the affection from her fans was genuine. In that moment, she thought, if only she could one day stand on stage without any directives, simply being herself. Now, with the audience transformed, she too could embrace her authenticity. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Qin spoke into the microphone, exhaling softly, "Thank you all for your support towards me and the Yusei Bar. I feel quite good today, so let me perform another song. This one is called Thank You to Those Who Love Me. Sometimes our distance feels like glue, yet at times it seems as vast as the heavens. It's difficult to articulate our relationship. I am your star, and you are my confidant. In the dim lighting, everyone sat in rapt attention. The previously loud fan was now overwhelmed with excitement, barely restrained by his friends, who feared he might shout again. In a corner booth, a striking man with red hair raised a glass of crimson suppressants and drank deeply. Beside him sat two others, one with white short hair and the other with long blue hair, all clad in expensive combat attire, distinctly different from the typical mercenary males. The red-haired male smirked and remarked, "This little female is quite amusing. Listen to her lyrics. Thank you to those who love me. I am the star. You are my confidant." Is she thanking him or warning him? The white-haired male remained silent, quietly sipping his suppressants. They were all elite males, merely passing through on a mission, casually stopping at a bar for suppressants, viewing the emotional comfort offered by females with disdain. The only draw of this bar was the enchanting voice of the little female on stage. Moreover, the fact that Bai Mu Feng had been moved by her performance surprised him. If time allowed, he would have liked to linger longer. The blue-haired male gently interjected, "Perhaps you're reading too much into it." Gu Tianyu rolled his eyes, well aware of how much disdain these females held for lower-tier males. It was likely that she had only feigned kindness in public, singing to remind that male of their disparity. The relationship between a star and a fan is merely one of admiration from afar. Such females often put on a facade, much like by Cece, who pretended to be humble. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became of this reality. Though she was an elite female, it did not preclude her from feeling superior, believing that no male in the world was worthy of her, especially given her exquisite singing talent. Jiang Qin was oblivious to the malicious speculations about her motivations for singing this song. It was a spontaneous expression inspired by the moment. It was not a pre-recorded track, but rather an impromptu decision based on the perfect ambience. She once belonged to the audience of her idol and now borrowed this opportunity to express her gratitude to her listeners. Sing a song of love, allowing me to express my heartfelt gratitude towards you. To those who cherish me, my sincere appreciation knows no bounds. How I treasure the unspoken understanding we share. Among the patrons of the bar, she feels uncertain if they truly are her devoted fans. Yet they stand as her loyal audience in this moment. 2 songs have concluded, and the decline is merely one. He had anticipated this. The crowd at the bar today is overwhelmingly large, and Jiang Qin's stamina is limited. Thus, her calming presence is undoubtedly diluted. To still maintain one is already a delightful surprise. At this moment, he experiences inner turmoil, wishing for Jiang Qin to gain recognition and improve her performance, yet fearing that a larger crowd would compromise the soothing effect. Ultimately, reason triumphs over conscience. However, he invests the earnings from the recent live streams into purchasing calming agents for the bar. This, in essence, serves as a support for Jiang Qin. Many share his sentiments, and in no time, the bar's inventory is nearly sold out. Yu Wei's eyes crinkle with delight, his radiant smile unable to conceal his joy, exclaiming that they must restock tomorrow, challenging anyone to claim that their Yusei bar is on the brink of closure. In the past, when the bar faced hardship, the calming agent company insisted on immediate payment, fearing he would default on the transaction, enduring countless derisions. Reflecting on this, Yue straightens his back, determined to show those who look down upon him a different perspective. You must admit, this young female's singing is quite commendable. The blue-haired male reminds him with a smile that she had just expressed her disdain for being referred to as a young female. Gu Tianyu dismisses this remark, unfazed by her preferences, as he has no intentions of pursuing her. "Have you finished?" Bai Mufeng, who had been silent, inquires. Just a moment. It turns out that despite the bar's shabby appearance, the calming agents sold here are quite effective, seemingly superior to those available in the market. Bai Mufeng gazes at Gu Tianyu in disbelief. Did you not consider that the efficacy might not be related to the calming agents? Nonsense. If an upper-tier female could provoke the mental strength of upper-tier males, the Research Institute would surely intervene to debunk such claims. It's impossible. Bai Mufeng chooses to remain silent, simply closing his eyes to rest against the sofa. Meanwhile, the blue-haired male ponders deeply. After a moment, he retrieves his holographic device to measure the agitation levels. Calming agents must be paired with soothing presence to reduce agitation, yet they are not calmed. So even the highest quality calming agent merely maintains the current agitation level without further increase. Thus, when he observes no change in the agitation levels, he feels unsurprised. Lan Xiaoyu questions his own sanity, realizing he had entertained such doubts. After a chuckle, he closes the holographic device. Jiang Qin feels that her state today is markedly better than yesterday. After 2 songs yesterday, she felt utterly drained, but today, after performing 2 songs again, she astonishingly senses she still possesses the energy for another. However, the contract she signed stipulates 2 performances per day. Being on a fixed salary, it is impossible for her to voluntarily extend her hours. Hence, she considers her work for today complete. Back in her apartment, Jiang Qin changes into a set of cotton sleepwear. Interestingly, in this interstellar age, genuine cotton garments are virtually non-existent. Even if available, they are exclusively tailored for the elite, leaving ordinary individuals with only synthetic alternatives. Anything related to natural plant fibers is exorbitantly priced, given the current state of the atmosphere. These ancient species can only survive within the confines of environmental simulation chambers, resulting in high costs. Nevertheless, she finds the synthetic cotton garments acceptable. Just as she prepares to browse the star network, an unfamiliar holographic number calls. Upon selecting voice mode, she answers. "Hello, may I speak with Miss Jiang Qin?" Jiang Qin responds with mild confusion. "This is she. I apologize for the intrusion. May I take a few minutes of your time? I am Wire, a manager at Tianwen Entertainment, and I would like to inquire if you have any interest in signing with an agency. I have already signed with Yusei Bar. We are aware that, should you be willing, our company will fully cover your contract termination fees and tailor a development plan for you." Though it sounds appealing, Jiang Qin politely declines. She has had enough of being controlled by an agency. In this lifetime, she desires to be herself while sharing her exceptional work with the stars. "Miss Jiang, please consider it seriously. Yusei is merely a bar, and its success is limited. I'm truly not interested." "Very well. Should you change your mind, feel free to contact me." This call seems to trigger a cascade of similar unsolicited communications, leaving Jiang Qin somewhat exasperated. She had not anticipated such harassment in this day and age. Even though the interstellar realm forbids the invasion of personal privacy, especially that of females, some individuals still lurk in the shadows to profit. Particularly in the interstellar context, it is challenging to impose regulations universally. Many planets remain partially or undeveloped, including wasteland planets and barren worlds. Criminals, once they escape to these locales and assume new identities, become nearly impossible to apprehend. Although she was prepared for information exposure, Jiang Qin never expected it to occur so swiftly and thoroughly. In the late hours, numerous night owls discover a post that has quietly emerged on the Star Network, titled "Exposing the Recent Sensational Low-Tier Female." That evening, Jiang Qin uploads her recorded performance of Ningxia onto the platform, which subsequently climbs to the tail end of the charts. Meanwhile, her earlier release, Ru Yuan, has ascended to the 10th position. Anonymity's comfort, though trailing behind, is not far off, currently ranking 15th. While this is merely a new song chart, it is nonetheless astonishing. The acclaim garnered by these 2 songs has led netizens to proclaim them as the most moving melodies they have encountered in recent years. Some songs may be pleasant, yet they fade from memory without leaving a trace of depth. Jiang Qin experiences a surge of popularity on the Star Network, and Yusei Bar flourishes as well. At the very least, anyone following entertainment trends on Waylon Star has surely encountered her piano performance video. Perhaps this is why someone felt compelled to delve into her background, as she has disrupted the equilibrium of Tai Street. The post outlines Jiang Qin's life over the past 18 years, detailing her origins from a desolate planet, her status as an undocumented individual, her survival through scavenging, and her cohabitation with low-tier citizens without any formal education. While these details hold truth, the subsequent narrative becomes a blend of fact and fiction. Upon arriving on Waylon Star, envious of the affluent Jiang Rameng, she allegedly pushed her down the stairs, resulting in injury, and subsequently fled the Jiang family out of fear. The tale continues, suggesting that she, driven by greed, sought employment at the bar, and after achieving fame, severed ties with the very family that rescued her from the barren planet. She is depicted as an ungrateful wretch, a low-tier female with a vile disposition. Could it be? I was just feeling sympathy for her plight, and now there's a twist? She never received an education? Is she illiterate? How then did she compose these songs? Goodness, could she be a plagiarist? How could I have admired her songs, believing her to be a gentle and pure female? I have been utterly deceived. However, I haven't seen her in days. The Jiang family heiress was indeed hospitalized recently. Ugh, such a filthy low-tier female. I wouldn't accept her even if she were offered to me. What a pity for that beautiful face. I can only imagine how many low-tier males benefited during her time on the barren planet. In a single night, this post became a sensation across the internet. Jiang Qin, who had just stayed up late to watch his favorite streamer's live broadcast, exited the chat room only to stumble upon this video. Initially driven by a sense of curiosity, he soon found himself embroiled in a scandal that hit close to home. The mention of the Jiang family from Xing could only refer to them, coupled with the post's references to the impoverished female from a barren planet and the bullied Jiang family young lady. It was unequivocally about Jiang Qin and her elder sister. The more Jiang Qin watched, the angrier he became, nearly fuming with rage. He immediately attempted to reach the communication number that Jiang Qin had previously provided. "Hello, the number you have called is not in service. Please leave a message." How infuriating! It was switched off. He had actually dialed the auxiliary communication number of Jiang Yulian, which was Jiang Qin's new number, unknown to anyone in the Jiang family. At that moment, he found himself unable to vent his frustrations at Jiang Qin, left to stew in his anger until dawn, when he would have to inform his parents. Having slept well, Jiang Qin rose early, freshened up, and powered on her communication device. After all, she did not expect anyone to urgently seek her out at such an hour. To ensure ample rest, she had programmed her device to enter sleep mode each night. However, upon awakening, she was inundated with an avalanche of messages, particularly a dozen from Yue. Assuming he might have urgent work matters to discuss, Jiang Qin hurriedly opened the messages. "Miss Jiang, please do not go out today. I will find a way to resolve the situation online." The essence of the numerous messages was consistent, urging her to remain indoors, with work matters postponed until further notice. Chapter 14. Ensnared in a plagiarism scandal, just after listening to the messages, Yue's call came through. His tone was somewhat cautious. "Miss Jiang, have you seen those things online?" "Online?" Jiang Qin responded, somewhat bewildered. "I just got up." She distinctly heard Yue release a sigh of relief. "That's good. Please refrain from browsing the Star Network for now. It seems a rival is targeting us. I will have someone handle this matter." Jiang Qin was oblivious to the unfolding events and could only agree for the time being. Once the call ended, she logged onto the Star Network to investigate. What was merely a scandal about a small bar on a second-tier planet had somehow risen to the top 10 of trending topics, indicating the substantial financial backing behind it. According to Yue's suspicions, he believed it to be the work of a rival bar on the same street. However, Jiang Qin harbored doubts. After all, she had rejected numerous companies' overtures the previous day. Could it be that they sought to teach her a lesson? Furthermore, her new song, Ru Yuan, had already climbed to 8th place on the charts. Yet, the download figures had stagnated, with netizens questioning her originality. They expressed disdain for her status as a female from a low-tier planet and condemned her perceived ingratitude. The Jiang family had not stepped forward to clarify matters, which she had anticipated. They harbored disdain for her origins and were even more critical of her inability to operate a household robot or recognize many characters upon her arrival at the Jiang family. Her current literacy was a result of her rebirth and the memories of her previous life. In her past life, she had been unable to attend school, yet she never gave up, always remembering the words posted on her school wall. Knowledge changes destiny. Thus, unable to attend school, she pursued online courses through the Star Network, starting with kindergarten lessons. While she might not match the brilliance of top students now, to label her as illiterate was a gross exaggeration. Yet, no one knew this. Everyone had already deemed her illiterate, unable to recognize a single character, leading them to assume her songs were plagiarized. Consequently, there was a growing call for the removal of her 3 uploaded songs, as it was deemed unfair to other artists otherwise. Jiang Qin fell into deep contemplation. She suddenly realized that despite her reclusive nature, she had numerous adversaries. First were those she had turned down, who might seek revenge for their bruised egos. Then there were competitors from a bar scene and the new song charts. Anonymous Comfort was inching toward the 10th position. If her songs were removed at this juncture, the rankings would shift down, and being in the top 10 was fundamentally different from the 11th position. Moreover, as merely a female of lower status without any background, having 2 spots occupied by her would certainly provoke some hostility. Lastly, there was the dubious figure of Jiang Qin. Although the Jiang family disdained her, she was still blood-related to Jiang Yulian, which rendered her relatively untouchable. Even Jiang Qin could only hurl a few harsh words. The only one who might actively seek to harm her was Jiang Qin, but her actions seemed illogical to Jiang Qin, leaving her unsure of the motivations behind them. In her past life, despite having garnered Jiang Yulian's favor, Jiang Rumeng had still sought to harm her, only to later attempt to assist her, an unsettling dichotomy of malice and atonement. What Yue referred to as finding a solution was essentially hiring someone to continuously report and request the deletion of posts and comments. He had also enlisted the help of a lawyer friend to file lawsuits against those marketing accounts, accusing them of cyberbullying and disseminating personal information. However, he hesitated to pursue legal action against the rumors, as he was not entirely certain of Jiang Qin's innocence in the matter. The interstellar community was notably vigilant regarding issues surrounding females. Following some reports, by noon, all related posts and trending topics had vanished, yet the doubts regarding plagiarism persisted. Pan Yangxia, a music student at Mocha University, had become an ardent fan of Jiang Qin after witnessing her piano performance online. Upon encountering the sudden influx of negative press, he remained skeptical and chose to believe his own eyes. Thus, he posted a message online titled Piano, one of the ancient instruments. Awakening to find his idol's scandal spread throughout the internet was bewildering. She was merely a comforter at a small bar. He could not fathom who she had offended. Although he was unaware of the other scandals, he could not agree with the criticism of her music. Let me enlighten everyone about the instrument Jiang Qin plays at work. It is called the piano, whose origins can be traced back 3,000 years. It is an ancient instrument, recorded only in some historical texts, which is why many may be unfamiliar with it. Yet, not only does Jiang Qin recognize it, she can also play it. Does this not speak volumes about her proficiency? In this era, where any sound can be synthesized, should those who master ancient instruments not be regarded as musicians? Or is it merely a prejudice against her status as a female from a barren planet? Though Pan Yangxia was merely an ordinary student, he had garnered a reasonable following due to his occasional live singing performances. After all, he was quite handsome, and several companies had already approached him for contracts even before his graduation. He simply wished to debut formally after completing his studies, hence his reluctance to agree to any offers. Upon publishing his post, his fans received notifications and eagerly logged on, only to find their beloved streamer advocating for another. Speechless. I thought Xia finally remembered the password to his communication device, but turns out he just logged on to clarify for someone else. Xia should delete that post quickly. This is the kind of situation that targets those who stick their necks out. It's better to preserve one's own safety. Indeed, and you don't even know that female. What if the accusations are true? Then everyone will come to berate you. I too have a fondness for those two songs. It is regrettable that I may never hear them again. It seems they will likely be taken down soon. Does it not? As long as the number of reports is sufficiently high, they will be subjected to review. Surely that cannot be the case? For one to plagiarize, there must be an original source, mustn't there? If she truly has committed plagiarism, why has the original artist not spoken out? Goodness, are you a prophet? The alleged original artist has indeed made her voice heard. Everyone, do gather around to witness. Chapter 15. The Path to Redemption. Jiang Qin, who had been tagged by numerous individuals, followed the link into a live streaming room. The individual broadcasting was a female, appearing quite ordinary in human form, with cascading golden hair and features more reminiscent of those from the West. Hello, welcome everyone to my live stream. I am Lilia. The girl appeared to be around 20 years of age, though one cannot be certain, for the advancements in interstellar cosmetic procedures are quite remarkable. Additionally, the aging process for female beastkin is notably slow. As the number of viewers in the live stream surpassed 1 million, Lilia's smile grew even brighter. Jiang Qin observed quietly, certain that she did not recognize this individual and had never encountered her. Thus, she was curious how this person would claim those songs as her own. After all, she had indeed borrowed them, but they originated from Earth. The musical scores had been purchased through the system, with all necessary documentation in order, leaving no room for error. Before long, this live stream ascended to the top of the largest short video platform recommendations in the Federation. The comments below were rife with inquiries directed at Lilia, questioning how she could prove that Jiang Qin had plagiarized her work, and asking why, if she was indeed the original creator, she had not applied for copyright. Perhaps sensing that the attention had finally reached a sufficient level, Lilia commenced her performance. She struck a few keys on her holographic computer, projecting the interface for all to see. Displayed prominently were the 3 songs uploaded by Jiang Qin. However, Lilia was not foolish. she had only copied the musical scores, while altering the song titles and lyrics entirely. Ru Yuan was transformed into Yuan Ni. Ning Xia became Xia Tian, and Ming was rebranded as Lian. The originally fresh and atmospheric lyrics were grotesquely altered into a series of overly sentimental phrases, delving into themes of polyamory. After all, the interstellar society inherently leans towards a matriarchal structure, with 11 females appearing among pure human females and half-beastkin females. My purpose in streaming today is to denounce the act of stealing others' works. Previously, her popularity was too overwhelming for me to voice my concerns. It is only now, with everyone as support, that I dare to come forward. I am a student in the music department at Duolun University on Weilan Xing, and these 3 songs were composed during my time at the university. However, I had not applied for copyright due to my ongoing struggles with the lyrics. It was only a month ago, after Miss Jiang visited our dormitory to deliver something to the esteemed Jiang family, that my physical copy of the score mysteriously disappeared. Initially, I thought it might have been misplaced until I stumbled upon the trending news online and realized it had been taken by her. Doubt arose from the audience. Did you not suspect the person who visited that day when your belongings went missing? Lilia replied helplessly. I did have my suspicions. But she is, after all, the sister of Rumeng. I fear that I might wrongfully accuse someone and create awkwardness with my roommate. Oh my! Miss Lilia is far too kind. Even after losing her belongings, she did not suspect her roommate as sister. Indeed, it is clear that the female from that lesser planet has stolen someone else's song. How thick-skinned can one be? Huh, what kind of face can someone from a barren world possess? Theft is merely a skill they've honed from childhood. Duolun University is the most prestigious institution on Weilan Xing, and Miss Lilia is quite the academic. Are you all so gullible? I find that Jiang Qin's version of the lyrics fits the melody much better. The internet is rife with both truth and deception. Who can really know? All of Jiang Qin's songs have legitimate copyright certifications. What do you possess to substantiate your claims? Seeing these doubts, Lilia's eyes reddened, and she began to weep before the camera. I cannot provide proof. It is my habit to write songs on paper, and the original has been lost. The scores on my holographic computer were transcribed from memory, and I had intended to release them next month, never anticipating such an occurrence. Composing a song is no easy feat. I had been preparing these 3 songs since high school, hoping to use them to climb the charts and obtain my diploma. And now they have been stolen from me. I may never graduate. The sight of the beautiful female weeping on camera undoubtedly elicited sympathy from many. The insults directed at Jiang Qin multiplied. One was a female who had gained admission to Duolun University, while the other had never received an education. Public sentiment had clearly shifted. Jiang Qin remained silent, her pale face betraying no emotion. In her muddled recollections, she finally remembered that she had indeed delivered something to Jiang Rumeng at the school a month ago, as requested by Jiang Yulian. At that time, she had not yet been reborn. She had merely been a girl filled with aspirations for her family. During her visit, as Jiang Rumeng was absent, she had waited in her dormitory for a while. The puppeteer behind this scheme was undeniably skilled, having quickly identified this vulnerability. As for why Lilia chose to accuse her, it was quite simple: fame and fortune. For someone already aiming to enter the entertainment industry, stepping into the spotlight on the coattails of another's popularity required no deliberation. Jiang Qin gazed at the overwhelming public opinion in the live stream, her pale face revealing a hint of defiance. She contacted Yue through her holographic device, requesting that he deliver the prepared instruments to her apartment. While waiting, she refreshed herself, donning a pure white long dress and applying a light touch of makeup. Yue arrived promptly, as he never neglected any request made by Jiang Qin. Within half an hour, the items were delivered. Along with them came daily necessities and a month's supply of nutritional supplements. After repeatedly urging her not to go outside, Yue departed, appearing weary, likely preoccupied with uncovering the identity of the culprit. However, it would likely prove difficult to trace, given that the posts were originating from the Empire and were likely virtual. Regardless of what he said earlier, Jiang Qin had acquiesced, appearing obedient and amiable. What he did not anticipate was that, once he left, Jiang Qin would immediately commence her own live stream and directly request to connect with Lilia. All present in the live stream were astonished to see Jiang Qin daring to confront Lilia, urging her to accept the connection. The golden-haired girl raised an eyebrow, confidently accepting the connection. She began with, "Is Sister Jiang here to apologize? If you can acknowledge your mistake, I might consider forgiving you for Ru Meng's sake." At that moment, Jiang Ru Meng, also watching the live stream, felt utterly disgusted. Just a female seeking to rise through fame as a star. And she dares to address me so intimately. Chapter 16. A keepsake of youth, even though the situation was quite distasteful. Jiang Ru Meng had no intention of intervening to undermine Lilia. After all, this scenario was exceedingly advantageous for her. If Lilia emerged victorious, Jiang Qin's reputation would be further tarnished. Given her mother's penchant for maintaining appearances, it was likely that she would never publicly acknowledge her again. Conversely, should Jiang Qin prevail, it was probable that Lilia would face expulsion. In that case, the dormitory would be rid of such an odious presence, allowing her to revel in the spectacle of their conflict. Confronted with Lilia's provocation, Jiang Qin maintained her composure, even as disparaging comments flooded in at an alarming rate. "I am here today not to debate the originality of those 3 songs. Are you not a top student in Duoluan University's music department? You should have the courage to accept my challenge." A female hailing from a barren planet. Lilia raised an eyebrow and inquired, "A challenge in what regard?" "Quite simply, let us compare our expertise in composition, lyricism, and vocal skills, utilizing software to generate scores and assessments. It shall be entirely fair, shall it not?" Lilia remained silent, her face adorned with a smile, yet her gaze frequently darted to the side. After a minute, a confident smile reappeared on her face, as if she had received some reassuring news. It was not difficult to surmise the source of her confidence. Likely, someone had prepared numerous songs for her to utilize. Jiang Qin felt no anxiety whatsoever. No matter how much she prepared, could it possibly surpass the plethora of works available on Earth? Indeed, with a sense of assurance in her heart, she readily agreed. "Very well, I shall compete with you, but should you lose, you must admit to having plagiarized, and return the copyright of those 3 songs to me." "Agreed. Likewise, if you lose, you must acknowledge your slander against me and post a public apology video online for a duration of no less than 7 days." The 2 parties settled on the stakes and subsequently applied to the platform for a judgment from the central referee. The central referee is a branch of the Federal Star Network's mainframe. It exists as an entity of absolute fairness and impartiality, impervious to any external influence or manipulation. Its scoring can be precise to the decimal point, assuring Jiang Qin of a more reliable judgment than that of a human. Jiang Qin and Lilia were presented with a selection option. Once both had made their choices, the referee robot commenced the drawing of topics. Question 1. As graduation season approaches, please perform a new song about school, graduation, or youth. This topic is quite agreeable. I enjoy this genre of music. Unbeknownst to us, graduation season has once again arrived. How many new faces will appear on the battlefield this year? Cherish your time in school, for upon graduation, you shall face the harsh realities of life. I have heard that this year's cold wave will arrive early, and the beast tide may be more ferocious than in previous years. The time allotted for composition was 20 minutes per song, and while they could sing from their repertoire of new songs, they had to ensure they owned the copyright. The order of performance was determined by drawing. Jiang Qin drew her number after merely 5 minutes, prompting Lilia to follow suit, casting a provocative glance in her direction. My apologies, Miss Jiang. I had intended to sing first to give you a bit more time to prepare, but it seems fortune favors me today." Lilia smiled with a hint of pride. After all, composing both lyrics and melody within 20 minutes is indeed a pressing task. Furthermore, without time to warm up, mistakes are easily made, thus favoring the one who sings first. However, this suited Jiang Qin perfectly, as she worried that if Lilia lost, she might use that as an excuse to wriggle out of responsibility. Given Lilia's audacity, the likelihood of such a scenario was considerable. Jiang Qin, however, had no desire to engage in theatrics with her. She calmly embraced her guitar, tuned it, and began to play. "I give you my heart as a token. This love remains fresh whenever you choose to open it. With my companionship, even bitterness transforms into sweetness." Another unfamiliar type of song, though it does align with the genre of her previously released 3 songs. Indeed, while the style may differ, the essence remains similar, focusing on emotional expression with a clean sound. Most songs from our federation feature sharper synthesized tones, contrasting sharply with Jiang Qin's pieces. It is evident that these songs likely originate from the same source, representing a new style of music. This hint of plagiarism is rather intriguing. Last summer, counting shells and waves by the seaside, we prayed that on this day next year, we could still wear carefree smiles. Initially, Jiang Qin felt a surge of frustration, but as the guitar resonated, her emotions settled. She became gradually enveloped by the song, as if witnessing a long-desired scene, clad in school uniform, holding flowers, smiling alongside classmates for a photograph. Yet, her life held no graduation picture. No matter how turbulent the winds, I shall forge ahead. Our love is enshrined in the album of youth. Pan Yangxia, who had merely intended to support her idol, was instantly captivated by the song. He excitedly turned to his roommate. I now know what song will be sung at this year's graduation party. Is this a new song? I haven't heard it before. It is an unreleased song, my idol Jiang Qin's new piece. She is in a competition. Curiosity piqued, several others gathered around. The two beautiful faces on the screen struck the hearts of these bachelors. Wow, both young ladies are stunning. Which one is your idol? Pan Yangxia pointed to Jiang Qin. That is Miss Jiang Qin. Do you see what she is holding? If I am not mistaken, it appears to be a traditional musical instrument, the guitar. Is she really playing a traditional instrument live? Another exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't it astonishing that someone is performing without software, directly using such an ancient instrument? Exactly. How could he not admire Jiang Qin? Regardless of the number of skeptics, he would always believe in her. He could not fathom that someone capable of playing multiple traditional instruments would resort to stealing another's compositions. This new song served as proof. Soon, the central referee assigned a score to Jiang Qin. High-quality new song, full of emotional resonance, correct theme, enhanced timbre, minor vocal flaws, scoring 9,635 points. Bonus points, 3 for traditional instrument performance. Final score, 9,935 points. Next, it was Lilia's turn to perform. It must be noted that, as a student of the music department, her singing skills, while not exceptional, were certainly not lacking. However, to Jiang Qin, the auditory experience was quite unpleasant. Certain melodies in her song were jarringly sharp, and the lyrics were exceedingly simplistic. As the chorus approached, watching Lilia scream, Jiang Qin felt an urge to stuff cotton in her ears. It was not a matter of disrespecting her opponent. Rather, she realized she had perhaps overestimated the quality of the Federation's music scene. Initially, she thought some songs on the charts were merely products of favoritism, but after hearing this piece, she began to feel that the songs on the charts might indeed be the result of careful selection. After enduring over 3 minutes, Lilia finally concluded her performance. Jiang Qin secretly sighed in relief. Any longer, and she felt her agitation would escalate to its limits. Referee, please score me, Lilia panted, a confident expression on her face. She believed her performance had been flawless, bursting with energy, unlike Jiang Qin, who could not even hit the high notes and merely sang those soothing songs. The song exhibits a high degree of similarity to existing pieces in the library, with numerous vocal flaws and a deviation from the theme. It is rated at 55 points. What? Ha! Not only was Lilia taken aback, but the comment section was flooded with question marks and laughter. I'm dying of laughter. I wouldn't have said this if Lilia had sung first, but compared to Jiang Qin, this is a stark contrast. However, there are also those blindly supporting Lilia. The referee is unfair. Lilia sang so well. How could she not even reach a passing score? A mere intelligence program. What does it know about music? How can it be trusted to score? Just a moment ago, you weren't saying that. I still believe the mainframe scoring is incorrect. After all, Lilia is a top student from Dwelin University. How could she fall short of someone who hasn't received an education? Although I may not understand music, I believe the scoring is justified. I may lack knowledge, but I know it sounds good. Setting aside their vocal skills, Lilia's song bears a significant resemblance to numerous songs in the library. Can't you see that? Conversely, Jiang Qin's song, like her previous 3, has a near-zero similarity to the library. There are indeed many who possess discernment. Jiang Qin felt that she was on the verge of clearing her name. But it was not enough. She needed to sway those who remained undecided to her side. The university dormitory lacked surveillance, and she had indeed spent a few minutes inside. Therefore, there was no concrete evidence to prove her innocence. She could only rely on her prowess to substantiate her claims. The style of interstellar music differed greatly from that of Earth. The Federation's songs resembled a haphazard amalgamation, with delightful notes jumbled together. Consequently, many of these songs exhibited a high degree of repetitiveness. In contrast, the Empire's music was somewhat superior. it at least featured clear themes and depth, albeit with an overwhelming metallic and mechanical vibe akin to that of the Federation. Thus, for the interstellar audience, Earth's music represented a novel genre. The distinctions were easily discernible. As long as Lilia failed to produce a song of this style, she would undoubtedly face scrutiny. Miss Lilia, do you also deem the mainframe judge to be unfair? Lilia, her countenance darkened, felt embarrassed yet dared not affirm such a statement. To do so would not only imply questioning Jiang Qin's integrity, but also cast doubt upon the mainframe and the Federation government. Meanwhile, her hands were engaged in furtive motions, as she queried the individual who had sent her the song, lamenting the inadequacy of such a subpar piece and vowing that if she lost, she would drag them down with her. Since you, Miss Lilia, are in agreement, let us commence the second round. Although she wished to delay the proceedings, Lilia understood that any further words might provoke the audience. Thus, she suppressed her anger and nodded in acquiescence. However, her displeasure was palpable, contrasting sharply with her earlier smile. Yet, no one voiced their thoughts, as it was well known that most interstellar beastman females possessed notoriously bad tempers, with domestic violence being a common occurrence. 80% of the audience in the live stream comprised males. While they understood the volatile nature of females, the split-screen comparison was evident. They had also gleaned from the comments that Lilia was a high-ranking female, while Jiang Qin was merely a level female. One appeared menacing, while the other looked fragile. The scales in their hearts began to tip. Theme of the second round, love. Upon seeing this theme, not only did Lilia smile, but Jiang Qin also felt a surge of amusement. When it came to love songs, Earth's repertoire was undeniably rich. Of course, interstellar beings also composed love songs, for their romantic lives were profoundly intricate. Hence, Lilia chuckled, believing that those assisting her behind the scenes could surely procure at least one song from a composer of golden caliber. The two prepared within 5 minutes, with Lilia taking the stage first. She opened her mouth, producing a sweet melody. To be fair, this song was indeed superior to the previous one, primarily due to her fitting vocal range, complemented by her falsetto. Upon hearing the song, many were enchanted by its sweetness. The lyrics were simple and straightforward. I love you. I love him, and I love him, him. This was not what Jiang Qin had hoped to encounter. She aimed to outshine her opponent in the same genre, claiming the audience's favor without offering her rival an opportunity. Thus, she swiftly recalled a once popular song that had echoed through the streets, even infiltrating games. Honestly, while it was undeniably melodious, the incessant repetition had worn her down. This song had intermittently enjoyed popularity for many years, reviving every few years. Soon, Lilia's sweet falsetto concluded, and the judge awarded her an 86. Miss Jiang, it is your turn. Although her score was not as high as Jiang Qin's first song, Lilia still wore a bright smile. She realized where the song's appeal lay. Even if she lost, securing a song so fitting for her was a gain. With the momentum of the day and this song, her graduation would be considerably easier. As for the accusations against Jiang Qin, as long as she steadfastly denied them and lacked evidence, she would not be held accountable. Ultimately, this matter would remain an unresolved mystery, while she ascended by leveraging Jiang Qin's position and reaping the rewards. Jiang Qin, cradling her guitar, announced, "This song is titled Love You. When it comes to sweetness, who could rival the master? That is the essence of true charm. If you suddenly sneezed, it must be because I am thinking of you. If awakened by the light brain in the middle of the night, that is because I care." To convey the song's sweetness, Jiang Qin not only employed her falsetto, but also moved with youthful exuberance. The advantage of her delicate, sickly countenance lay in its versatility. When she smiled sweetly, even her calm, unperturbed eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. Playful in motion, serene in stillness, enchanting in allure. Speak a little more sweetly, glance at me a bit more. Let me truly see you. Say a little less. I wish to accompany you for more than just a day. I just know she must love me. Not only does she call me darling, but she also expresses a desire to be with me forever. Dear male commenters, do you not have mirrors to see how she clearly favors sweet females? So sweet, so sweet. I love sweet girls. I usually advise females against being so forward, as there are many fierce rogue males and space pirates in the interstellar realm. Therefore, for Miss Jiang Qin's safety, I am willing to be her companion and protect her. This is the Star Network, not a wishing well. Roll's eyes, just a moment ago, I thought Lilia was sweet. Now I must say, industrial saccharin is no match for natural fruit sugar. Upon reading these comments, Lilia, incensed, swept her hand, causing everything nearby to crash to the ground. Fortunately, her opponent's microphone was muted. Otherwise, the sudden clamor might have disrupted Jiang Qin's performance. While the audience could not hear the noise, they witnessed Lilia's furious expression. This scene left those who had recently found her appealing in shock. They could hardly believe that the fierce-looking female on the screen was the same one whose voice had previously melted the hearts of males. Those who had previously been indifferent to her rank now reconsidered their feelings. A difficult female, even if exceptional, was not an ideal choice, particularly when her temperament was so volatile and her capabilities were evidently lacking. Among them were several students from Diva University, some of whom were Lilia's admirers. However, she had previously dismissed them for their low mental prowess and ordinary family backgrounds, leading her to string them along without commitment. Little did she anticipate that after today, even these males she deemed unworthy would cease pursuing her. "Because you make me willingly surrender." As her final note lingered, Jiang Qin wiped the beads of sweat from her brow and sat down. Her physical condition was truly deplorable, despite not engaging in vigorous movements. Merely the performance had exhausted her significantly. While others appeared rosy after exertion, she emerged pallid as a ghost. Viewers expressed their concerns for her well-being. Miss Qin appears quite fatigued. Her constitution seems rather frail. Wasn't it said that Jiang Qin was adopted by the Jiang family? Could it be that they are reluctant to take her to the hospital? TSK, perhaps there is more to this adoption than meets the eye. After all, Jiang Qin is a female. The Jiang family likely wouldn't dare to harm a female openly. There must be some underlying reason. Among those mentioned, only Jiang Rumeng and Jiang Rahai were secretly watching the live stream. As for Jiang Yulian, she was still asleep with several beastmen and remained unaware of the day's turmoil. Moreover, she generally has little interest in entertainment gossip, and no one is brought up to her. Only her current primary partner, Ilaliki, who works at the company, is aware of this matter, but he chose to suppress it instead of clarifying, as he understands how significant Jiang Rumeng is to Jiang Yulian. And he also knows that Jiang Qin hold a lesser position in Jiang Yulian's heart. However, he must not go too far. At the very least, he cannot take advantage of the situation or harm Jiang Qin. After all, no matter the circumstances, Jiang Qin is still a female offspring of Jiang Yulian. Such actions that could provoke his partner are not ones he would undertake, even though he deeply cares for Jiang Rumeng. Thus, the only course of action available to him was to bury the trending topic and let the matter fade away. This was the sole assistance he could offer to Jiang Rumeng. After Jiang Qin finished her performance, the judges awarded her a high score of 98. Had her vocal prowess suited the song, she would have undoubtedly achieved a perfect score. Yet perfection is a rare occurrence. Typically, judges refrain from granting full marks to allow for some leeway, unless the performance is truly outstanding. Nonetheless, Jiang Qin is acutely aware of her limitations and does not feel slighted by the score. A significant portion of this score is attributable to the quality of the song itself. Having won 2 rounds, the final round was rendered unnecessary. Just as Jiang Qin intended to remind Lilia to fulfill their bet, Lilia abruptly shut down the live stream, leaving Jiang Qin with only the sight of Lilia's resentful glare. That expression was akin to a desire to devour her. How amusing. A sore loser, indeed. However, she remained unfazed. Her appeal to the chief judge was not solely for fairness. They had signed an agreement before commencing. If Lilia failed to honor the bet afterward, her assets would be frozen, and she would be listed as a dishonest individual. All citizens of the star system are subject to the jurisdiction of the star network. As long as one wishes to live openly and honestly, breaching contracts is not an option. Therefore, it would not be long before Lilia complied with the terms of the bet. Nevertheless, as the victor, Jiang Qin was unwilling to forego the opportunity to garner fame. Since the previous livestream had ended, she decided to initiate her own. The nearly 20 million viewers who had just been abruptly ejected from the livestream quickly found their way to her new broadcast, flooding in with eager anticipation. Oh my, Lilia, that female is such a sore loser. Indeed, the livestream suddenly cut off, and I was left bewildered. Rest assured, Lilia's comment section and the comments on Duoluan University have been overwhelmed. Nearly all of the 2 million viewers from the previous livestream had joined her. With a bright smile, Jiang Qin greeted, "Hello everyone. I did not expect the other side to shut down the livestream so abruptly, but I will not allow the matter of plagiarizing the musical score to be brushed aside. Therefore, moving forward, you may propose any conditions, and I shall compose and perform on the spot. Let's say 10 songs, as I have other matters to attend to. Going this big? Is this for real? Any request is acceptable? I want to hear that sweet song again. Seeing such enthusiasm for sweet songs, Jiang Qin acquiesced and prepared to sing another. Fortunately, her reputation had been steadily rising. Otherwise, the meager earnings from the bar would hardly suffice for her to procure so many songs. After all, some songs are indeed quite expensive. Chapter 19. Once again, I reiterate, when it comes to sweetness, the master is unparalleled. Thus, Jiang Qin purchased another song from the system mall. You put love into my heart, closing my ears, and I listen with my heart. You craft personalized headphones for me with love. Each note was utterly heart-melting. Her flowing black hair danced in sync with the melody. Request a song and send sweet words across the void, updating each other with our latest secrets. The captivated audience was not limited to males. Several females from Dwelun University's music department were also watching the live stream, thoroughly enchanted by the sweetness. Ah, this song is so sweet. I want to learn it. I can hardly wait for Jiang Qin to upload the song. I want to purchase the performance rights. Surprisingly, the two females who were fawning over the live stream turned out to be twins, their appearances nearly identical. Their hair was pink, lending them an adorable charm. Besides the two of them, there were two other girls in the dormitory who, upon hearing this, expressed curiosity. Didn't you say you were just here to watch gossip? How come you're listening to music now? Since the twins were wearing headphones, their roommates had not heard the live stream and were unaware of what gossip the twins were engrossed in, nor had they heard the song. Upon being asked, the younger sister, Huaiyue, removed her headphones, excitement radiating from her. Didn't you see the Star Network? Lilia from dorm 303 accused a recently popular newcomer in the music scene of plagiarism, and then that annoying Lilia lost. After the younger sister spoke, the elder sister, Huarong, eagerly continued. Then Lilia, unable to accept her loss, did not fulfill her bet and just logged off, and that newcomer started a live stream. The other two girls understood. As future aspirants in the music industry, they naturally recognized the importance of traffic. At that moment, it was an opportune time to host a live stream and attract fans. It was even conceivable that this was a self-directed performance. So why the excitement? The roommates inquired, puzzled, because Jiang Qin directly declared that she would compose songs randomly in the live stream, and we, the viewers, can choose any genre. The result was that everyone opted for a sweet song, and you have no idea just how sweet Jiang Qin truly is. Oh no, I feel overwhelmed. I'm swooning. I, a female, am having feelings for another female. The younger sister Huaiyue shyly covered her face. Yet everyone was accustomed to her demeanor. After all, she could fall for someone 10 times in a day while watching live streams, easily switching affections upon seeing the next attractive male or female. The initial conflict between the sisters and Lilia arose from this very pattern. They were in dorm 302, while Lilia occupied the adjacent dorm 303. In dorm 303, only Lilia and Jiang Ruming possessed considerable looks, so, being a beauty enthusiast, Huaiyue naturally sought to befriend them from the start of the semester. However, they eventually realized that some individuals are not as beautiful on the inside as they appear on the outside. Jiang Ruming was tolerable. She was merely somewhat distant and uninteresting. However, Lilia was quite the opposite, always overshadowing the sisters with her own displays. Over time, the twins saw through her true nature. Upon hearing Lilia claim that others had stolen her song, the twins' first instinct was disbelief. After spending so much time together, they were well aware of Lilia's capabilities. If she could write songs like Ryuan, Ningxia, or Anonymous Comfort, she would have long since released them rather than suppressing them. Everyone knew that she had previously been a sycophant to the male members of the composition department for the sake of a song. Had she not been a high-level female, she might have already secured the acceptance of a classmate with superior mental strength. After all, when a female takes the initiative, it truly is a matter of a veil being lifted. Unfortunately, that individual found her mental strength lacking. Lilia also understood that being a high-level female merely placed her slightly above ordinary human females. In reality, most people do not view her as an orc female. At best, she can soothe high-level males, and that is limited to once a week, even less effective than suppressants. Thus, she has always masked her true character, aspiring to enter the entertainment industry, to elevate herself as a star and enhance her value, in hopes of associating with quality males. After all, high-level males are often relegated to the lower echelons of society, and she has no interest in them. The twins were well aware of Lilia's ambitions, so their initial reaction was that she intended to harm someone. The individuals targeted by Lilia must undoubtedly be good people. The two individuals, unable to stand idly by while she caused harm, promptly entered the live broadcast room, intending to expose her true nature under the guise of classmates. To their astonishment, the victim proved to be remarkably adept, garnering the trust of everyone through her own merits. Naturally, this success led the sisters to develop affection for her. Their minds were filled with the sweet melodies they had never anticipated, where the songs combining the languages of Shizhou with the official tongue would possess a unique charm. Today, the lingua franca of the stars is the former official language of Huaxia, while the languages of other nations and ethnicities from their home planet have become minority languages. After generations of evolution, many languages have vanished in this era. After all, those who spoke with accents often face discrimination, leading to the unification of all planets under the interstellar language. The new generation has forsaken the dialects of the past, resulting in a growing number of individuals who can no longer speak them. Only a few traditionalists persist in their efforts to preserve their ethnic languages. After the song concluded, Jiang Qin took a sip of water before continuing. Next, I will count down from 3 and take a screenshot. The last comment will dictate what type of song I will sing. Let us have a song in a minority language from Shizhou. There are hardly 100 such songs in the entire Federal Library, one commenter suggested. No, I want to hear a love song. I can't understand that Shizhou language. Another protested. I also wish to hear a song in a minority language, not necessarily from Shizhou. Any other ethnicity will do, a third chimed in. After leaving their home planet, all nations and ethnicities that spoke English were classified as Shizhou people, while Huaxia was designated as Zhongzhou people. The use of Huaxia's official language as the federal lingua franca stemmed from the imperial decree that altered the official tongue to Huaxia's language many years prior. Even a myriad of nations eventually had to conform. As for nations like Sakura and Kimchi, they were relegated to minor ethnicities, and their languages became obscure minority languages. Those who spoke them were either descendants of those languages or students from ancient language studies. Meanwhile, Shizhou's language still found use in some smaller planets, where schools offered courses in it. Thus, out of curiosity, many wished to listen. However, Jiang Qin understood that this was a ploy to complicate matters for her, as she was, after all, illiterate. As the barrage of comments flooded in, it was evident that someone was orchestrating a campaign to promote Shizhou language songs. Underneath Jiang Qin's screenshot, without a doubt, was a comment requesting a song in that language. Many were currently reveling in their cleverness behind their light brains. Among them was the owner of Nail and Bar, who had noticed a significant drop in patrons the previous night. He could not allow Yu Sei to rise above him, nor could he permit Yu Wei to flaunt his power in front of him. Yet, before taking action, he was surprised to learn that Yu Sei's sole comforter had become embroiled in a scandal. If not now, when would he act? Without hesitation, he spent 500,000 star coins to hire online trolls. In his view, this female was devoid of any merit aside from her beauty and pleasant singing voice, and she was exceedingly foolish to make such bold claims about her abilities. No matter how many rehearsed songs she had, could she truly meet the demands of the netizens? As long as she encountered something challenging that she could not sing, the popularity she had amassed would swiftly turn against her. Thus, those clamoring for Shizhou songs in the comments were undoubtedly influenced by him. Moreover, he had already devised a difficult theme for the next song, selecting obscure tracks that were seldom featured in the library. He was determined to see this young female falter. As the patrons began to dwindle, he sensed an urgency. He could not allow this to continue. Ideally, he wanted this young female to leave Yu Sei Bar, or even to depart from the Azure Star altogether. Otherwise, such upheaval could jeopardize the entire Tai Street. Jiang Qin remained indifferent to the machinations of those with ulterior motives. If she lacked confidence, she would not dare to be so bold. Thus, she quickly selected a familiar song from her system. This time, she opted for the piano instead of the guitar. Yu Wei had been exceptionally generous, commissioning 3 of every instrument for her. 1 set remained in the bar, while 2 were sent to her apartment. 1 was kept in her apartment for practice, and the other could be transported using spatial links. You never know when inspiration might strike while she was out. After all, that was Yu Wei's thinking. He had discovered a secret. The songs Jiang Qin sang had varying effects depending on the number of listeners and the type of song. For instance, the song Ru Yuan had a purifying effect that surpassed others. He could not fathom the reason behind this, but knew that Jiang Qin was his opportunity for success. Therefore, he spared no expense in providing her with material support. Jiang Qin was genuinely pleased, especially with the fine craftsmanship of the instruments. Yue had invested not only money but also considerable goodwill into them. As the clear notes of the piano filled the air, Jiang Qin closed her eyes, allowing her emotions to swell. Passion is sweet, yet nostalgia brings vulnerability. You once spoke of the supremacy of freedom. With a gentle parting of her lips, fluent English flowed forth unexpectedly. Although most could not comprehend Shizhou, it did not hinder their appreciation of the melody. Compared to the cacophony of Shizhou songs in the current library, this was akin to a celestial symphony. I can understand Shizhou. I can only say that those who do not grasp the meaning of the lyrics are missing out on much, one commenter remarked. I never imagined this young female could compose such a song. It makes my heart race, another confessed. Is this what you call illiterate? She can compose, sing, and speak fluent Shizhou, a third observer exclaimed. Not understanding makes it difficult to discern who the real illiterate is, someone added. I don't understand, but it sounds beautiful. Another chimed in. Lightbrain number love it. In a trance-like state, listeners felt a tantalizing sensation, as if a hook were playfully scratching their hearts. There was a strange desire that could not be articulated, a feeling that something within them yearned to be released upon hearing this song. Those who understood the lyrics, however, were blushing and lost in their thoughts. Yue's parents, who still spoke Shizhou, were not fluent, but could grasp the essence. He never expected to hear such a lyric upon entering the live room. Instantly, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The song was delightful, evoking a sense of heaven that felt just out of reach. Yet the lyrics, oh, in his eyes, Jiang Qin was a poor child, still so young. How could she describe such matters with such detail? Goodness, what kind of life had she led? In that moment, Yue felt a surge of anger rise within him, reflecting on the documents he had seen while assisting Jiang Qin in obtaining her citizenship. He felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. At over 50 years of age, he had no partner and would likely never have offspring. Thus, he struggled to comprehend why a child had to grow up under such dire circumstances. What her family? Even citizens from impoverished planets, especially those who bore a level female, should not be too unfortunate, one would think. Yet, Jiang Qin had never attended school. It was unimaginable how she had learned to compose, sing, and master Shizhou. Even more unfathomable was the chaos she must have endured to write such songs. Jiang Qin simply thought it was a matter of spending some reputation points. However, Yue remained oblivious to the fact that she had leveled up her life. In his mind, a vivid scene began to unfold. In a corner, a pitiful little girl crouched silently, enduring her hunger. Meanwhile, her mother was likely engaging in intimate relations with her partner right before her eyes, possibly even describing the sensations involved and, worse yet, instructing the young female on such matters. The mere thought of this made Yue feel as though the sky had fallen upon him. He had refrained from inquiring about Jiang Qin's family out of fear of uncovering her painful past. After all, if there were still family members who cared for her, the newly adult Jiang Qin would not have had to seek employment. However, he hadn't anticipated that the reality might be even more horrifying than he had imagined. Perhaps it was imperative for him to investigate Jiang Qin's family. Abusing young ones is a crime. Yet, he feared upsetting Jiang Qin, causing him to hesitate momentarily. No one wishes to have their sordid past exposed. After some contemplation, Yue decided against contacting that individual. He gazed at the girl in a live stream, immersed in her song. Perhaps this life was already what she desired. He resolved to care for this unfortunate child a little more. Chapter 21. The interstellar situation. Jiang Yulian had not realized that she had unknowingly garnered the disdain of many. Indeed, in the live stream, it was no longer just Yue who was indulging in wild speculation. It was known that Jiang Qin had just turned 18. According to interstellar laws, it was implausible for her to possess such knowledge of intimate affairs at such a young age. Even living on a barren planet, this would remain unlikely. Even if she had been sold, that would only occur upon her reaching adulthood. Young females are incapable of wielding psychic power, and should they engage in mating before reaching maturity, their mental ocean could very well collapse. What distinguishes a non-psychic female beast from a pure human female? Therefore, as a healthy Class A female, Jiang Qin certainly had not encountered such experiences. She could only have seen or heard someone describe them. What kind of despicable person would dare to describe such matters to an underage female? It is utterly outrageous. A group of individuals, having activated their translation devices, gnashed their teeth in indignation behind their holographic screens. The barrage of comments began to spiral out of control. Does anyone know who Jiang Qin's family is? Why haven't they protected the young female? How could they allow her to be exposed to such matters at an early age? Are they unaware that interstellar law prohibits enticing young females? This is a crime. Such tragedies had previously occurred in the interstellar realm, prompting the establishment of regulations forbidding young females from being exposed to knowledge about mating before reaching adulthood. Moreover, no male should attempt to entice a female. After all, young females might make erroneous decisions out of curiosity or fleeting emotions. If such an event were to transpire, they would lose a female beast. In an era marked by such imbalance, this would undoubtedly result in significant loss. Thus, anyone found committing such acts would face severe penalties. They never anticipated that. In today's interstellar society, there were still individuals so reckless as to harm young females. Fortunately, Jiang Qin had grown up safely. Otherwise, they would have lost yet another Class A female. However, only a small fraction of true admirers would ponder these matters. The majority were merely praising the beauty of the song. After the performance concluded, Jiang Qin finally had the opportunity to read the comments, and she was surprised to learn of such a regulation in interstellar law. She quickly reminded everyone, if you plan to edit and publish this video, please ensure this song is marked as inappropriate for minors. Rest assured, Qin, we would never commit such a fundamental error. Observing the law is a responsibility ingrained in every citizen's genes. Protecting the young ones is a shared duty. Well then, since you all feel there is no issue with the song, let us proceed to the next one. No problem. What could be the issue? In the adult world, such expressions should be straightforward. It is delightful, truly delightful. Let us try another song in a different minor language. The comments were once again dominated by individuals with ulterior motives. Jiang Qin squinted her eyes. Her heart stirred, albeit slightly. Being targeted indicated that she had indeed obstructed others. And if she wished to continue on this path, competition was inevitable. After all, she was unafraid of being challenged. If it were easy, how could she demonstrate her prowess? Ultimately, the primary reason for the criticism she faced was her humble origins from a barren planet. Those who resided on more advanced planets found it intolerable to be overshadowed by someone with seemingly nothing. If even an uneducated female could surpass them, what would that imply for their years of hard work and perseverance? However, Jiang Qin did not perceive her advantages as unfair to others. Although she was fortunate to have survived death twice and gained a system, she had endured her share of suffering. In this world, absolute fairness is a myth. Some individuals may never reach their dreams, while others are born into privilege. Do those living on advanced planets consider their advantageous origins unfair to those from lower-tier planets? They do not. They merely regard themselves as fortunate. Therefore, possessing a system, she too considered herself lucky. Moreover, the opportunities presented by the system do not come without risks. If the system were intact, what tasks it might issue and what penalties it could impose were unknown. Opportunities are invariably accompanied by risks. For the third song, there were no specific requests in the comments. A different minor language would suffice. Even the most oblivious individuals could sense something amiss in the comments. At that moment, Huiwa was quite enraged by the barrage. Sister, do you think these people genuinely like Jiang Qin? If they do, why would they deliberately make things difficult for her? Most people hardly had the time to learn any minor languages. Jiang Qin had only just mastered one, the Shizhou language, at just 18. How could she possibly know so many? Huarong also recognized that someone was intentionally making things difficult for Jiang Qin, but what could be done? Their dormitory consisted of only 4 individuals, and frantically posting comments would be futile. Within moments, they were overwhelmed by the trolls. Enzu found his fingers sore from typing. Yet he realized there were still 7 songs remaining. He could not allow these individuals to succeed. Thus, he hastily rallied support in their group chat. While those quietly supporting Jiang Qin fervently sought reinforcements, she had already picked up her guitar. Indeed, she could sing in several languages. Those who love singing typically have some knowledge of it. Even if they cannot speak the language fluently, they can sing it. After all, mastering a language is challenging, but learning a song is far simpler. Especially with so many talented individuals online, What song could not be rendered into Chinese phonetics? This particular song was in Cantonese, a minor language from Zhongzhou. I know, there's still quite a few families on our planet that speak Cantonese, but even they struggle to speak it correctly. I've heard there used to be an opera sung in Cantonese, but no one knows how to perform it anymore. Only the written form remains. My family speaks Cantonese, but even my mother admits she doesn't speak it well. Our generation has hardly learned it and can only barely understand some. In the past, we truly lost so much during the migration. Indeed, much of what remains today is a hodgepodge of traditions, and everyone longs for everything from the empire. If it weren't for the first leader's insistence on preserving everything from our home planet, we might have forgotten where our ancestors came from. I dislike the empire. They regard us as trash compared to the citizens of the main planet. What can we do? We truly cannot compete with the empire on any front. Silence enveloped the group. It was not just an entertainment that they fell short of the empire. In terms of power, the Federation also lagged behind. For years, there had been friction between the two sides, with the Federation consistently adopting a conciliatory stance. Were it not for the Empire's trepidation in provoking them, leading to a potential struggle wherein both sides might be overwhelmed by the alien beasts, it is likely that a confrontation would have already ensued. It is only due to the presence of these extraterrestrial foes that the two factions occasionally find themselves collaborating. Chapter 22. Diva. Despite the widespread indignation towards the current status of the Federation, the ordinary populace finds themselves powerless to effect change. Thus, apart from striving to lead a decent life, what else can they do? To numb their frustrations, they attempt to uplift their spirits. Focusing on the song that Jiang Qin is about to perform. Jiang Qin has already exchanged for the song within the system, ensuring that this live broadcast remains devoid of any mishaps. Consequently, she has selected pieces that she cherished and practiced during her first life. This time, she has opted for a different instrument. What is this peculiar instrument? It looks strange. Where's the class representative? I'm here. I just took a screenshot to ask the professor, and he said this should be an ancient instrument, the eru. The eru? What is that? It feels like there's a literary illiterate among us. Could it possibly be a string instrument made from the whiskers of an alien beast? If anyone dares to call Jiang Qin illiterate again, I swear I'll take action. Who does that insult? If she is illiterate, then what am I? Haha, you're a fool then. Someone above, please share your coordinates. I want to duel you. Can we quiet the comments for a moment? Jiang Qin is about to play that strange instrument. With a gentle smile directed at the camera, Jiang Qin remarked, I just saw a comment asking if there are operas in Cantonese, and it reminded me of this piece called Diva. This song carries a tale from ancient times. For those interested, I can share the story with you later. But for now, let us enjoy the music. After speaking, Jiang Qin lowered her head and began to play the eru. As the haunting melody filled the air, everyone was left in stunned silence. The advanced technology of the starry realm could synthesize myriad sounds, yet they had never encountered anything quite like this. Even before she began to sing, they recognized this as a lament. Falling petals obscure the moonlight, borrowing a cup to toast on phone tie. The Diva ascends with tears. If the sound of the eru was akin to a clap of thunder, then the moment Jiang Qin's operatic voice emerged, it was comparable to a deep water bomb. A sound never before heard, a melody never before experienced, a tone that was utterly unique. Such a singular piece of music was born in that enchanting moment. Everyone was entranced, overwhelmed by the shock, even forgetting to comment. Suddenly, a male voice chimed in, seamlessly interwoven with Jiang Qin's delicate red lips, producing a sound that resonated with male timbre. Yearning hearts longed to be buried together, the mandarin ducks nestled side by side. A new home awaits on the spring platform. While in the netherworld, we seek the peace of the Pingyang Gate. The one most deeply affected at that moment was when Jiechi, far away on Shui Lanxing. The one family had long spoken Cantonese and belonged to the faction that refused intermarriage with the myriad races of the Starry Realm. Consequently, she had been steeped in her family's traditions from a young age, fostering a profound love for her mother planet. She had also learned the ancestral language of Cantonese. Today, her curiosity led her to this live broadcast. When the audience clamored for the host to sing in lesser-known languages, she had been one of those frowning. Little did she expect to suddenly hear the host announce a Cantonese song. Cantonese songs were exceedingly rare in the entire Federation's repertoire, with barely 10 songs available, mostly penned by bloggers who cherished ancient languages and circulated within niche circles. However, those songs, to be honest, Wenjiechi found utterly unpalatable. Lacking any charm, and even the spoken language was not standard. After a few listens, she had ceased to engage. Nonetheless, she had continued to follow the blogger, for it was commendable that someone remembered Cantonese, and she held a degree of admiration for the host. Today, as she joined the gathering, she not only heard a Cantonese song, but a Cantonese opera. The moment she learned Jiang Qin would perform Cantonese opera, she immediately began recording. She could scarcely imagine the shock on her grandmother's face upon receiving the video. So this is what operatic singing sounds like. As she listened, she felt warmth in her eyes. There was joy, regret, and an unwillingness to accept their losses. They had truly lost so much. In contrast to Wenjiechi, Dong Haoning was not an aficionado of ancient culture. He had merely been compelled to learn Cantonese. In the Dong family, all children were required to learn Cantonese in their youth. Otherwise, they would not receive pocket money. Interests and obligations were worlds apart. Thus, he had resisted learning this language in his childhood, seeing no utility in it, and finding it quite challenging. However, under the pressure of elder family members, he had no choice but to learn, though he had never spoken it again once he had grown more independent. Nevertheless, while his spoken Cantonese may have become less than standard, he could still comprehend it. Coincidentally, he had also entered the live broadcast room today. Jiang Qin's captivating appearance had drawn him in as he meandered through the streaming space. This enchanting female seemed to have been crafted to his liking. Upon hearing she would sing a Cantonese song, memories of his childhood coercion threatened to drive him away from the broadcast. Yet, in support of his idol, he held his ground. As the Eru's melancholic tones resonated, he found himself entranced. Gradually, the piece stirred his emotions, particularly the line, "Yearning hearts long to be buried together," left him profoundly shaken. Could such a bond, unafraid of life and death, truly exist? As he listened, he felt as though he were witnessing a story unfold. Transported into that realm, observing a pair of lovers from a distance. When the music ceased, he emerged from his reverie, startled by his own state. His body had completely transformed into its beastly form. It is well known that beastmen possess genetic issues, and each time they undergo transformation during combat, their agitation levels escalate. Upon reaching 100%, they succumb to a feral state devoid of reason. Therefore, they typically refrain from transforming unless absolutely necessary. Such an involuntary transformation had never occurred to him before. Could it be that the sorrowful nature of this song had elevated his agitation levels? When had he become such an emotional person? With thoughts racing, Dong Haoning hastily returned to his human form and activated the agitation level detector. Anxiety gripped him. How high could his agitation levels have soared to induce such an involuntary transformation? Surely, it must be over 80. However, the results revealed a shocking 70. This was even lower than the reading from that morning by 1%. This indicated that his mental state had been purified today. The strange thing was, since waking, he had not left his bed, nor consumed any food. He had simply opened the live streaming platform moments ago. The only peculiar sensation was that dreamlike feeling he experienced while listening to the music. Upon realizing this, Dong Haoning exited the live broadcast and immediately searched the Star Network. Can listening to music purify agitation levels? Chapter 23. Tomorrow will be better. Unfortunately, Dong Haoning found no information on the Star Network. It was quite unfortunate that those who had first heard Jiang Qin sing at the bar were now quietly waiting in the live broadcast room. None had time to browse the Star Network. Moreover, no one was foolish enough to leak information, for those who had discerned Jiang Qin's uniqueness were not simpletons. Who would want to miss a chance to experience purification for merely the cost of a bar entry? Thus, in this tacit understanding of privacy, everyone remained tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper. Of course, even if they did speak out, it was doubtful anyone would believe them. If listening to music could resolve agitation issues, what would that render a millennium of research in the star realm? Dong Haoning shared this sentiment. If it were truly the case that listening to the songs of the young female purified him by 1%, would not the years of effort put forth by the interstellar community become a mere jest? Thus, he pondered whether it was possible that he had miscalculated in the morning, or perhaps his vision had deceived him. Alternatively, could it be that the number was merely an illusion, destined to diminish after a while? Admittedly, these justifications seemed rather tenuous. Yet the notion that music could facilitate purification appeared even more absurd. At that moment, Jiang Qin was performing her fourth song, which was required to be a children's tune. Indeed, it was yet another challenge, as the interstellar realm possessed only instrumental children's songs, typically utilized as lullabies. To date, there had been no lyrical versions. Jiang Qin was tasked with creating a song that included lyrics suitable for soothing a child to sleep. This challenge elicited a bemused smile from her, as she contemplated the vast repertoire of children's songs available on Earth. The selection was overwhelming, leading her to experience a sort of decision paralysis. Given the monotony of the interstellar childhood, where many had not encountered various experiences and were surrounded only by advanced technology and robotic caregivers, Jiang Qin opted for a simpler choice. Settling on the sofa, she casually picked up her guitar and began to strum. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Up above the world, so high, like a diamond in the sky. Indeed, it was the classic children's song, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. With no difficulty, Jiang Qin completed the song. Compared to her previous performances, this one felt rather trivial. If a children's song were overly complex, who would it be sung for? Adults? Then how could it be labeled as a children's song? Undoubtedly, this particular tune was pleasant, simple, and quite entertaining. Hee hee. Tonight, I shall create a starlit simulation room for my little one and sing this song to them. Well then, on to the next piece. Despite numerous individuals attempting to rally support to request that Jiang Qin refrain from performing such challenging songs, the sheer volume of dissenting comments rendered their efforts futile. They could only continue to flood the comments section, hoping for a stroke of luck. Perhaps they would manage to capture a screenshot of their minority voices amidst the throng. However, their strategy proved effective, as Jiang Qin drew a comment that allowed her to perform at her discretion. With this newfound freedom, she chose to sing Tomorrow Will Be Better. The title alone conveyed its hopeful sentiment, instantly warming the hearts of all present. In these harsh times, the wish for a brighter tomorrow resonated deeply. As she gently roused the slumbering spirits, she encouraged them to slowly open their eyes and observe the bustling world around them, questioning whether it still spun in solitude. The ethereal and sweet melodies flowed into the hearts of everyone in the live stream. Lan Yuyin closed his eyes and listened intently. He had yet to contribute a single comment, choosing instead to immerse himself quietly in the music. As the head of the composition department, his focus lay on the quality of the songs themselves. Each of Jiang Qin's performances exhibited a diverse range of styles, yet consistently conveyed profound emotions, starkly contrasting the hollow tunes prevalent in the market. It was unfortunate that she had declined his invitation. He remained curious about what sort of compensation the small bar had offered her to keep her so steadfastly anchored there. Nevertheless, Lan Yuyin was not prepared to concede defeat, even if it meant waiting until Jiang Qin's contract with the Moonlight Bar expired. There was, in fact, an alternative path he could pursue. Currently, he lacked a female partner, and should he succeed in becoming hers, yet the senior female could not placate him, he would need to weigh the importance of longevity against that of his career. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qin, many were attempting to employ the allure of handsome men to win her over. At this moment, she simply felt a profound sense of tranquility wash over her. The entirety of her mental landscape seemed to be imbued with the fragrance of fresh grass. Let our smiles brim with youthful pride, dedicating sincere prayers for tomorrow. I truly hope that one day, our graduation will no longer be a matter of parting in life and death, but rather a joyous leap towards the future. Every day, witnessing my little one live carefree. I wish she could remain forever young. I hope for the day when true peace reigns across the stars. Sigh. I wonder where this year's beast tide will emerge. Each year, the interstellar realm experiences 2 waves of beast tides, the timing of which remains uncertain. These creatures arrive with little warning, as black holes can potentially manifest on any planet, even a main star. However, planets of a higher tier typically possess superior defenses, making them comparatively easier to manage. After the conflict, various subsidies are provided, which is why so many aspire to become citizens of the higher tier planets. In desolate regions, aside from the central city where weapons and guards are present, those residing on the outskirts must fend for themselves. In a united front against the beasts, everyone bands together to combat them, postponing all disputes until after the beast tide has passed. Jiang Qin had experienced many beast tides, and the horror of those events was seared into her memory. The comments in the live stream grew increasingly amicable. Even those who initially joined in the blind criticism of Jiang Qin began to be swayed. This was not the outcome Jiang Rumeng had envisioned. However, she was not a person prone to impulsive actions. Her gaze darkened slightly, as she continued to observe. As for Lilia, she was presently engaged in a communication, interrogating those who had covertly advised her to malign Jiang Qin. Did you not assert that you could ensure her downfall, that no one would believe her words? Why would you have me perform such a disreputable song? On the other end of the communication, the man frowned. Miss Lilia, that is the work of a golden composer. Not some worthless tune. It was purchased at a great cost by our boss. Lilia responded with a sardonic laugh. Are you implying that a composition by a golden composer is inferior to that of a female from a desolate planet? Such status must have been purchased. The man's expression hardened, and he cautioned, Miss Lilia, please be mindful of your words. Even if you are a female, you cannot unjustly malign a golden composer. Isn't it your lot to pay for my disparagement of Jiang Qin? I can slander Jiang Qin, a defeated rival. What is there that I cannot tarnish? Chapter 24. The Former You. The man did not concur with Lilia's characterization of a defeated rival. With a mocking expression, he replied, A good song also depends on the singer, does it not? Are you suggesting that my singing is inadequate? If the man from the communication were to appear before Lilia, she might very well have consumed him whole. However, separated by the screen, all she could do was glare at him, her face ablaze with fury. There is no need for such anger, he continued. The reason I contacted you was merely to remind you to refrain from spreading baseless rumors on the Starnet. Otherwise, as a low-tier female, who knows what unforeseen events may befall you on Blue Star, this was a blatant warning. Although the interstellar regulations for protecting females were indeed stringent, there remained loopholes. For instance, she could inadvertently encounter a star thief assaulting her city or be torn apart by a hidden beast. They might even arrange for a male beastman to lure her into the wilderness. Hence, his warning was sincere. Should Lilia choose to keep her mouth shut, they would willingly adhere to the law. But if she persisted in her indiscretion, then the loss of a female in the Federation would not be a significant concern. It must be acknowledged that Lilia felt genuinely threatened. Initially, she had intended to strike first, to accuse the other side of wrongdoing and leverage the situation for her own gain, such as transferring schools or securing additional resources. To her surprise, the individual on the other end was a provocateur of interstellar law. Lilia was frightened. She no longer dared to dream of any benefits and could only seethe in silence. With her current wealth, she was not entirely destitute, but the bright future she had meticulously planned was now in ruins. Lilia gritted her teeth in resentment, loathing the despicable male who discarded her after use, detesting the defiant Jiang Qin, and harboring hatred for Jiang Roman. Why is she universally criticized online? Facing the imminent risk of expulsion, while Jiang Roman can comfortably sit back and watch her contend with Jiang Qin. She is determined to drag her down as well, and see if she can maintain her lofty position. After coming to this resolve, Lilia, her face ablaze with fury, seemed to envision a delightful scenario, her lips curling into a smile. In the live stream, Jiang was about to prepare for her sixth song, a rock piece. It must be said, this genre posed quite a challenge for her. However, it was not entirely beyond her capabilities. She simply needed to let loose a bit more, particularly with her vocal delivery, as any hesitation would diminish the overall effect. Nevertheless, she firmly believed that a good song could compensate for her shortcomings. Thus, she began to ponder which piece would be most fitting. After making her choice, she stood up, embraced her guitar, and cleared her throat, fearing an embarrassing moment. To ease her nerves, she transformed the room's background into a simulated grassland. Instantly, the once bright room morphed into a vast meadow. The beauty of the starry realm lay in its ability to allow one to recline anywhere. A simple adjustment of the holographic simulator sufficed. However, such technology did not come cheaply. Once prepared, Jiang Qin casually strummed her guitar, her voice emerging with a husky, languorous quality. Once dreamed of wielding a sword and traversing the world to witness the splendor of life. The youthful heart is often a touch reckless. Yet now you've made the world your home. It was evident that she intentionally lowered her vocal intensity. Yet, even so, the audience found her performance captivating, though not all shared this sentiment. Is this really rock? Clearly it is. Are your ears malfunctioning? It's different from the song Library. The owner of Nail and Bar seemed to have found the perfect angle to criticize Jiang Qin, swiftly contacting her detractors to flood the chat with claims that this was not rock. The perception of rock among the stellar populace was synonymous with explosion, passion, and fervor. Consequently, many began to inundate the chat. The song is beautiful but doesn't align with the title. Could it be that the pieces are all pre-prepared? And when faced with the unexpected, her true self is revealed. Haha, let us see how you all continue to praise this so-called genius composer. Everyone disperse. It's all just a facade. Wait, isn't this quite in line with the title? One can clearly hear the rock essence in this song. Those who don't want to listen can leave. We enjoy it. This is rock. What you describe as rock is merely a template. It is precisely because everyone adheres to these formulas that our music scene has failed to produce any noteworthy newcomers over the years. This song has such a carefree quality. It truly evokes a desire to roam the world. I feel like traveling among the stars, to feel the breeze and witness different lives. With sorrow also comes brilliance. Every time I feel down, I simply gaze upon the sea. Wow, gorgeous. This is indeed rock. You must understand, Jiang Qin only has her guitar. Unlike those songs that can be easily synthesized, this is merely a simplified version. An increasing number of individuals began to emerge in support of Jiang Qin, even questioning the veracity of the overwhelmingly critical comments, wondering if they were mere trolls. After all, since the beginning of the live stream, the chat had been rather unusual. Mercenary Lao Zhan was a regular at the bar. Having lived alone for many years, he was well-versed in various experiences and quickly noticed the changes within himself. Thus, he concealed Jiang Qin's unique qualities, choosing to observe her discreetly. Regarding the myriad of discussions on Xinguang, both genuine and fabricated, he remained unfazed, only caring for tangible benefits. Whether Jiang Qin was a plagiarist or a genius mattered little to him. He was simply content to hear her sing. Therefore, he paid no heed to the chat's clamor, quietly consuming his suppressants while enjoying the music. After those initial songs, his purification value had not diminished in the slightest. He surmised it was due to the screen's barrier preventing him from accessing her radiating mental energy. Yet it mattered not. Although he could not purify, he felt his emotions stabilize significantly, alleviating the pain in his mind. This was more than sufficient for him to enjoy a good night's sleep. However, with the advent of this rock piece, his mental waves shifted. His orc genes were of the unicorn variety. At that moment, as he absorbed the song, he felt an overwhelming urge to transform and gallop wildly across the wilderness. When the song concluded, there was no doubt that his purification value had dropped. Decreasing by 1%, Lao Zhan was elated. He had not expected to be purified even through the star network. He simply could not comprehend why the earlier songs had not caused a decline. Could it be that they failed to resonate with his mental ocean? After all, he had merely found the previous songs pleasant, soothing his mind. Yet this particular piece made him feel as though he were truly gazing upon expansive horizons. Contemplating this, a spark ignited in his eyes. While he wished to keep this revelation to himself, the increasing number of individuals discovering Jiang Qin's remarkable talent made it impossible to hide. Should he leverage this situation for financial gain? Perhaps with wealth, he could find a female companion, alleviating his worries about solitude. Once dreaming of Yusu Wei, Chapter 25, Joy is Enough. Jiang Qin brushed past the trolling comments. This song was titled Once Dreaming of You, a fusion of folk and rock. I plan to release more folk songs in the future, so please stay tuned. As for this particular piece, my voice is indeed not suited for it, so when I release it, I will seek a more fitting singer to record it. I will listen to it after I finish my live stream. Oh my, such a stroke of luck. My third partner is a singer. I must call him quickly. My brother isn't a singer. He is merely a student in the music department. Is that okay? In hopes of increasing their chances, I reached out to several more individuals, both male and female. Some students from the music department were equally eager not to miss this opportunity. Whether it was folk or rock, they cared little as long as it was melodious. If they could secure the singing rights, they might achieve considerable fame, if not instant stardom. In an instant, Jiang Qin's private messages were nearly overwhelmed. Primarily, no one expected her to be willing to let others sing her songs. After all, she was not the composer, and given her performances at the bar, many assumed she aimed to pursue a career as a singer. Yet, a singer's most pressing need is a good song. Once they acquire a great song, it is only natural to use it for their own benefit. Who would willingly let it go? Inspiration is a fickle thing, and one can never be certain when it might run dry. Thus, even composers typically have some works they hold back, waiting for the right moment to release them. No one would ever complain about having too many such pieces. Those who had recently harbored jealousy now seem to have discovered an alternative approach. Jiang Qin, who only composed for herself, was perceived as a rival. However, one who was willing to compose for others was seen as a partner, especially for the males in the music department. Is there any easier way to achieve fame than by becoming a composer as partner? Typically, those who gravitate toward the entertainment industry possess lower mental prowess, and a capable female is already sufficient. Yet, there are also more enthusiastic individuals who harbored aspirations of hitting it big, subsequently selecting a female partner at their leisure. After all, many fanatical female fans often lack rationality. They are indifferent to the mental prowess of their admired males. For the seventh song, a lesser-known language was once again selected. Jiang Qin did not show her displeasure on camera, at any rate. The viewers in the live stream were quite upset. Even a fool can see that someone is targeting her. Haha, just get used to it. Many circles in our federation operate this way. They cannot tolerate the emergence of genius, especially from lower-tier planets. I have a junior who rose from a trash planet solely due to his high mental prowess. This year, while on a mission, he was ambushed and became crippled. The criminal, upon surrendering, transformed into a beast and was killed, leaving no evidence behind. The entire star realm is a complete hierarchy of disdain. No wonder some are accusing the host of stealing songs. It turns out there are truly those working against her. The locals of WILNX have speculated about the situation. The young female had only worked at the Moonlight Bar for 2 days. Yet yesterday, she managed to attract patrons from several other bars. Her sudden popularity surged on XW, drawing curious crowds. And even those streaming live sought to ride the wave of her newfound fame. The challenge of mastering a minor language is daunting. Many admit they struggle to comprehend their ancestral tongues. Following Jiang Qin's performance in XZHUY and UI, she was unexpectedly asked to sing in yet another language. At just 18, she is not equipped to learn so many languages that bear little relevance to her life or career. Meanwhile, several behind-the-scenes owners relished the thought of complicating Jiang Qin's performance, believing that even if she mastered 3 or 4 languages, it was unlikely she could perform every song in a different tongue. They anticipated that if she successfully navigated this evening's 10 songs, their bar might even struggle to sell suppressants in the future. These individuals eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Jiang Qin being overwhelmed by the pressure of fame. However, they were unaware that Jiang Qin indeed possessed the ability to sing in several languages. During her time in the orphanage, with no television to watch, she would perch by the director's window, listening to the sounds emanating from the screen. The opening and closing themes played repeatedly, featuring songs in languages such as MNNY, TI, HNY, and RY. Although the television broadcast was dubbed in Mandarin, the songs remained true to their original languages. Perhaps Jiang Qin was truly gifted, as she began singing at the age of 5. However, when the other children heard her, their jealousy intensified, leading to further bullying and a ban on singing, particularly in front of adults. Under the director's guidance, the children in the orphanage understood precisely what kind of child adoptive parents favored. Thus, they systematically suppressed any child deemed most likely to be chosen. Jiang Qin was not the only victim. Reflecting on how she learned those songs, even after many years, Jiang Qin found it difficult to quell her emotions. She wondered if anyone still remembered MNNY. As she prepared to sing a piece titled Who NXGHO, a song in MNNY, the lyrics conveyed the essence of life's vastness and the complexity of human experiences. As she sang the intricate language, an air of bewilderment enveloped the live stream audience. They could not comprehend the words, but were nonetheless captivated by her talent. The entertainment industry insiders watching were electrified, envisioning a blossoming music scene. Jiang Qin's repertoire for the day already surpassed the output of many artists over several years. If this trend continued, she might dominate the music library entirely. In the Jiang household, Jiang clenched her palms in frustration, unable to fathom how Jiang Qin, despite her circumstances on a desolate planet, could exhibit such excellence. Was genetics truly that significant? This thought intensified her resentment toward her father. Her aunt, Jiang Lian, had chosen a remarkable male partner, while he, as her brother, had settled for a subpar female from a trash planet, a repulsive green-spotted rodent. The realization that she inherited not the grace of a rabbit, but rather the traits of a mottled rodent made her feel nauseous. The first time, she gazed into a mirror and saw her reflection. She wished she could shed her skin. In her family, every beast form was appealing, but hers was a constant reminder of her inferior lineage. Jiang, our Emming, dreamt of becoming a pure white rabbit. Even the thought of a white fox or white tiger was too extravagant for her. Yet, her parents were far from admirable. The more she witnessed the excellence of her aunt, her partner, and their offspring, the more she felt like an outcast in her own home. Her genetic makeup constantly reminded her that she was not Jiang Yin's biological child. Her mother was merely a rat from a trash planet. However, their spiritual forms were beastly. This need to appease others led her to pursue a degree in music, as she wished to avoid comforting any males and was reluctant for anyone to discover her privileged upbringing masked by her unworthy origins. When Jiang Qin was discovered, Jiang Emming felt as if the sky had fallen, especially now that she was of age. If Jiang Yin favored her biological child, she would surely assist in finding her a partner and facilitating her move. However, she could not afford to be found out, nor could she allow anyone to uncover her lineage as a descendant of a female from a trash planet. Thus, she schemed against Jiang Qin, intent on making her the target of disdain. Yet, she also feared that if Jiang Qin felt cornered, she might retaliate, prompting an investigation that Jiang Emming felt unprepared to evade. She resolved to subtly incite conflict while simultaneously appeasing Jiang Qin. The plan to feign an accident on the stairs had been meticulously crafted. She would explain her misstep as a moment of maternal concern, redirecting any blame onto Jiang Qin. By speaking favorably of Jiang Qin to Jiang Yin, she aimed to earn goodwill from both parties while sowing discord between them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qin had chosen to leave, potentially even switching her light brain. Nevertheless, Jiang Emming quickly regained her composure, believing she still held a favorable view in Jiang Qin's eyes and felt confident in her ability to placate her once more. After all, she was the only sister in the Jiang family who extended a helping hand during Jiang Qin's moments of despair. However, adjustments to her plans were necessary. She would need to invest genuine effort to win Jiang Qin over, for her talent could still be of use. By maintaining the tension between Jiang Qin and the rest of the Jiang family, she could cultivate relationships with both sides. Having previously allowed jealousy to cloud her judgment, Jiang Emming now reflected on her actions with a sense of seriousness. Upon completing Who NXGHO, Jiang Qin felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, yearning to finish the final 2 songs and rest. The comments in the live stream grew increasingly positive. Some expressed their admiration for her, while others noted her exhaustion. Jiang Qin ignored the barbed remarks, aware that they sought to brand her with their flawed labels. Her frailty stemmed from childhood malnutrition, compounded by the polluted air and water of her impoverished planet, as well as lingering injuries. Despite having survived to 18, her body felt like a sieve. Jiang Qin intended to make a trip to the hospital soon, seeking a physician's advice on remedies, with hopes of acquiring them once she had earned enough. However, the repercussions of long-term environmental damage loomed dauntingly. Even casual observers recognized Jiang Qin's waning vitality, prompting a sense of compassion among them. Only the hired trolls remained relentless in their pursuits. Yet, in the subsequent 2 rounds of selections, Jiang Qin's fortunes turned. The themes were all popular songs. For her first choice, she selected Hu Xiying. The second song, titled Wooming to Run, is gently played on the guitar, and she sings softly, her voice low and weary. I am but a nameless person on this journey, devoid of news and devoid of commentary from others, striving to exchange all my efforts for an ordinary script. The contrast between this demeanor and her initial confidence is indeed stark, akin to growth after shedding the superficial. Particularly poignant are the subsequent lyrics. To the nameless, I raise a glass in your honor, to your silence and every cry of anger, to your bent back as you ascend the mountain toward higher realms. How could she not be one among them? If today she fails to prove herself, in the absence of evidence, this slander may become an indelible blemish on her life. No one is fixated on Lilia, who similarly possesses no substantial evidence. When both parties lack proof, people instinctively gravitate towards believing Lilia, who appears more professional, especially as she is a student at Dwalun University. The difficulty of today as self-justification is evident to anyone who witnessed the events unfold from beginning to end. No one will question her need to steal another's musical scores. A person who possesses a repertoire of over 10 excellent songs has no necessity to pilfer 3 others, as the difference between them is negligible. Jiang Qin has no reason to covet another's creations. Conversely, Lilia's abilities are well recognized by all. Discrimination against the lower echelons of society has never ceased. Well, today's live broadcast concludes here. Should anyone attempt to slander me again, please bring along surveillance evidence or other tangible proof. Merely relying on spoken words to describe my alleged criminal acts will no longer merit my attention. As for involving the authorities, it is not that Jiang Qin is unwilling. Rather, she too lacks evidence to prove her innocence. Ultimately, in this matter, even calling the police would be futile, for there is no evidence to ascertain who among her and Lilia is truthful. Inquiring about the creative intentions behind the songs would also yield no results, as Lilia has undoubtedly prepared her defenses over such an extended period. Therefore, self-verification remains her sole recourse. After all, when one claims that the wealthy steal from the poor, the general consensus is disbelief, as it seems unnecessary. However, when it is suggested that the poor steal from the wealthy, the collective thought leans towards possibility. Currently, Jiang Qin is perceived as the impoverished. This is why netizens are so readily inclined to believe Lilia. Yet, after today, in the eyes of the public, Jiang Qin will transform into the affluent. Should she be accused again in the future, the immediate reaction will undoubtedly be disbelief, as she possesses more and thus has no need for greed. Chapter 27. The Jiang family after the broadcast. Yue promptly called her. His gaze, akin to that of a compassionate father, made Jiang Qin feel utterly uncomfortable. This look was not unfamiliar to her. It resembled the way her fans viewed her in her previous life, especially when she worked late into the night. Even in the early hours, there were still people waiting outside just to catch a glimpse of her and remind her to take care of her health. Yue initially intended to express that Jiang Qin was somewhat impulsive, but upon seeing her pale face, he could not voice a word. He could only sigh. Today is a holiday. You should rest well. There is no rush regarding work. Thank you, boss. From now on, call me Uncle Yu. There's no need for such formality. You are young, and I see you as one of my own. Jiang Qin readily complied, calling out Uncle Yu. All right, then you take your rest. I won't disturb you. If you need any assistance in life, do not hesitate to tell me. Once the call ended, silence enveloped the room once again. Meanwhile, the Starnet was bustling with activity. First and foremost, Lilia's account faced a barrage of criticism, with Duoluan University being tagged countless times in her comment section. The university officials quickly summoned Lilia's tutor to expedite an investigation into the matter. If this situation were not handled properly, it could easily tarnish the school's reputation. And at that moment, the vice president felt a tinge of relief. Since Lilia was merely an inconsequential female, they could proceed without much hesitation. Expulsion was an option. If it had been a female of higher standing, the school would not have dared take such measures. Their directive to the tutor was merely a procedural formality. Given the widespread dissemination of this incident across Starnet, there was no way they could shield a subordinate female and allow the school to be stained with disgrace. Lilia once again terminated the call from her tutor. She comprehended what he intended to convey, but she was not in the mood to listen, as she was preoccupied with editing a video. Thus, netizens were treated to yet another hot scoop. What? Jiang Qin is the biological daughter of the Jiang family, while Jiang Rumeng is merely an adopted daughter, and that Jiang family head actually drove his biological daughter from home for the sake of his adopted daughter. Moreover, didn't the leak imply that Jiang Qin intentionally harmed the Jiang family's young lady? Is it possible that Jiang Qin, out of jealousy, has indeed plotted against her adopted sister? Yet, Jiang Rumeng is no saint either, having monopolized the affection meant for her biological sister while coldly watching Jiang Qin. In the video posted by Lilia, there was a dialogue between Jiang Rumeng and 2 other females. The 2 were incessantly disparaging Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Rumeng did not utter a word of insult, she also remained silent, failing to clarify that Jiang Qin was indeed the biological daughter of the Jiang family. The 2 females, unaware of the truth, continued to defend Jiang Rumeng, claiming, for instance, that they were all her sisters and urging her not to go too far. Subsequently, Lilia released another video. In it, she confessed to having falsely accused Jiang Qin of stealing her musical scores. The recordings and videos had been anonymously sent to her that very day, and it was only then that she learned of her misunderstanding. It turned out Jiang Qin was indeed the biological daughter of the Jiang family. All of this stemmed from a conflict between two daughters of the Jiang family, and her naivete led her to become embroiled in their disputes. She further mentioned that Jiang Romeng had not attended school for several days, as her tutor had informed her that she was hospitalized due to injuries inflicted by Jiang Qin. Acting out of a sense of justice, Lilia had sought to avenge Jiang Romeng, which prompted her to fabricate accusations against Jiang Qin. The video concluded with Lilia sincerely apologizing with reddened eyes. One cannot deny her adeptness at deflecting blame. She directly shifted the responsibility for the false accusation against Jiang Qin onto Jiang Romeng, while simultaneously tarnishing Jiang Qin's reputation. In the end, she emerged as the impulsive female defending her roommate, while Jiang Romeng was portrayed as the adopted daughter intent on eliminating the true heiress. And Jiang Qin was reduced to a malicious female envious of her adopted sister and scheming against her. Surprisingly, a considerable number of netizens believed her. After all, one was an adopted daughter who had been pampered in the Jiang family for 18 years, while the other was the true daughter who had endured hardship for 18 years. They were inherently adversaries. As no one had yet uncovered that Jiang Romeng was the child of Jiang Yulian's elder brother, many speculated that a child swap might have occurred. However, some individuals retained their rationality. That seems unlikely. Females undergo annual health checks. How could there be a mix-up? I initially thought it improbable as well. But out of curiosity regarding Jiang Romeng's status as an adopted daughter, I inquired about her biological parents. I wanted to guess based on her beast form. Surprisingly, no one knows what Jiang Romeng's beast form is. She has reportedly refused to undergo health checks at school since childhood, only seeing the family doctor. Moreover, the test reports were encrypted before being uploaded to the database. What? She hasn't participated in school health checks since childhood? How is that even possible? It is permissible. Some families wish to conceal their females' medical data and arrange for them to be examined at private hospitals. Males can also hide their data, as long as their families wield power. The Jiang family may not be significant in the Federation, but in Wei launching, they rank within the top 10 in wealth. Indeed, although the head of the Jiang family is merely a subordinate female, her partner is quite impressive. The head of the Jiang family is Jiang Yulian, a bi-2-gene beast man with impressive fertility, having given birth to 1 female and 3 males, all conceived naturally. Her first partner is the president of Lychee Technology Company. Her second partner is the captain of the Wei Lan Star Guard's 3rd Squad. Her third partner is the deputy leader of an elite mercenary group. Her fourth partner is a researcher, and her fifth partner is the 3rd master of the Kai family. Thus, as a top-tier female, all her partners are exceptionally talented, with the exception of the one from the Kai family, the rest being elite males. Not to mention her previously deceased partners, who are also elite males. Chapter 28. What makes her different? We do not deny Jiang Qin's talent, yet her character is questionable. How many individuals emerge unscathed from a barren planet? Even if Jiang Romeng was harmed by Jiang Qin, does it not seem justified? I believe that even if Jiang Qin harbored murderous intent, it would be entirely normal. In summary, neither of them is virtuous. Poor Lilia, her overly straightforward nature led her to devise such a method to seek vengeance for a friend, only for Jiang Romeng to turn out to be the villain, making Lilia look like a fool. But wait, how can you ascertain that Lilia is genuine in her actions? There are videos and recordings, verified and authentic. Is that not sufficient? Many who follow Jiang Qin on Xinguang are merely passers-by, entranced by her melodious voice today. As this is their first encounter with her, they are somewhat indecisive about their opinions. Conversely, those who dislike Jiang Qin yet appreciate her music are unwavering in their support, as they focus solely on her creations, indifferent to her character. Yu Wei, silently observing the tumult on Xinguang, has reached a boiling point in the bar. He slammed his palms on the table and angrily exclaimed that these netizens are like fickle reeds, easily swayed by a few kind words. One must wonder if their brains have been gnawed away by beasts, for their foolishness is astounding. In contrast, Zhu Yongkong remains remarkably composed. Let them hurl insults. There's no need to waste time on them. Should they dare to trouble Jiang Qin on Wei Lan Star, my claws are not to be trifled with. No, Jiang Qin has suffered enough. A once affluent heiress reduced to a lowly status, struggling to make ends meet. Were I due, these people have to scorn her. Do not mistake my belief in her innocence. Even if she were guilty, it would surely be the little female from the Jiang family who instigated matters first. Zhu Yongkong maintains silence in the face of his friend's mindless defense. He finds it tedious to offer advice, as he perceives the conflicts among these little females to be trivial and unworthy of his concern. If it were their males, the truth would scarcely matter. They would simply challenge one another to a duel, and once one party perished, all conflicts would vanish. He is merely a security captain, uninterested in intellectual endeavors. No, I cannot allow them to continue their tirade. Yue has contacted a group of internet trolls, investing a substantial sum to manipulate public opinion on Xinguang. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to someone. According to his records, his last conversation with this person was 3 years prior. He quietly typed a message in the dialog box, lingering in silence before finally sending it. Zhu Yongkong, observing his demeanor, expressed surprise. Have you reached out to them? Yes, Yue replied, somewhat disheartened. In the past, there were little females who worked at our bar, yet I never saw you show any special interest. Now you're willing to make contact. Yue sighed deeply, his expression reflecting a complexity of emotions. Perhaps it is because Jiang Qin possesses exceptional talent. Not wanting to pry further, Zhu Yongkong refrained from pressing the issue. Whoever you support must be remarkable. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I still have some connections. Thank you, my brother. Enough with the flattery. Knowing you has truly been a stroke of bad luck for me. I have been a doorman, a waiter, and your enforcer. Now I must pander to you to repay a favor. Yue chuckled. If I weren't so fond of females, I would consider spending my life with you. Get lost, I have patrol duties. Wait, let us discuss where we might recruit another female. Jiang Qin's health is fragile. Working alone is too arduous. I cannot find anyone. You must devise a plan yourself. Perhaps I could post a recruitment ad on Xinguang. Do as you wish. After a couple of perfunctory exchanges, Zhu Yongkong hastily departed. He was already disinclined to involve himself in such matters. Had it not been for helping Yue, he would not have remained on Weilan Star. Jiang Qin slept soundly until nightfall. In truth, she suspected she might have lost consciousness during her slumber. How else could she sleep so long without a trace of awareness? After consuming a nutrient solution, she decided against venturing outside, as the night offered little in terms of entertainment. There are no food streets or roadside stalls. Recalling her earlier statement in a live stream about wanting to find someone to record songs with, she logged on to Xinguang to check her private messages. Did you truly wish to kill the genuine heiress out of jealousy? Will you not clarify the rumors circulating on Xinguang? Or are you feeling guilty? Qinbao, do not mind those on the internet. They are merely intellectually challenged beastmen. Forgive their ignorance, for I will always support you. I beg you, please upload today's 12 new songs quickly. The children have been starving for too long. I also apologize for involving you and causing you to be scolded by mother. My sister harbors no ill will towards you. It was my lack of balance that led to the fall down the stairs. No one believes my explanations to mother. Please do not hold a grudge against her. I will clarify things with her in the coming days and ensure she apologizes to you. In the background, there are star coins gifted to you by my sister. Use them for now and let me know if you need more. Do not neglect yourself outside. Upon reading these 2 messages, Jiang Qin immediately recognized the sender. Jiang Rahai remained as unpleasant as ever, while Jiang Romeng, as in her previous life, attempted to appeal to her emotions. Initially inclined to delete and block them outright, she decided instead to take screenshots for preservation before blocking them. Although uncertain if she would need them in the future, it is wise to remain cautious. After saving the records, Jiang Qin promptly added both individuals to her blacklist, along with those who had been excessively derogatory. Subsequently, when she resumed her live stream, these individuals would no longer be able to join. Occasionally, when she encountered private messages containing recordings, she listened attentively and made notes about those individuals. After reviewing a significant portion, she indeed found someone suitable to sing Once You Were and another male proficient in Minnan dialect, perfect for Happiness is Good. Chapter 29. Deep reassurance regarding Lilia's conceptually misleading clarification. Jiang Qin found herself exasperated. A mere apology and clarification. Yet she sought to drag Jiang Romeng into the fray as well. The primary issue remains the number of people who believe her. After all, not everyone witnessed that live stream. Many likely only learned about the events afterward and could easily be deceived. In this era, impulsiveness, irritability, and simplicity have become labels for females. Therefore, when Lilia claims to stand up for her roommates and classmates without fully understanding the situation, misled by Jiang Romeng, and subsequently complicates matters for Jiang Qin. Many will find her story highly credible. It aligns perfectly with the stereotypical perceptions of females. There are already individuals venting their frustrations in Jiang Ruming's comment section, all hurling accusations of hypocrisy and ingratitude. Naturally, Jiang Qin's comment section and private messages have also been inundated. Disinterested in this chaotic noise, she promptly disabled her private messages. After contemplating, she decided to close her comment section as well. Then, she released the original genetic identification report and her citizen identification card, declaring, "Reaching adulthood has nothing to do with the Jiang family. I have made no claims to my biological father's inheritance. It has been left to Madame Jiang Yulian as a token of gratitude for rescuing me from the barren planet. From this point forward, whether the Jiang family is affluent or destitute is of no concern to me, for I am no longer the dependent offspring in need of my mother's care." Attached is a legally binding agreement, which stipulates that Ms. Jiang Qin voluntarily relinquishes her inheritance rights to the estate of Ms. Jiang Yulian and Mr. Qi Si, as she has not been supported and is not obliged to provide for them. Essentially, this serves as a severance agreement, allowing both parties to cease all ties and interactions. Mr. Qi Si, incidentally, was Jiang Qin's biological father, who has been deceased for many years. Regardless of the circumstances, even without the Jiang family, she would have managed to rise from her impoverished beginnings within a couple of years. Nevertheless, they provided her with certain conveniences. Jiang Qin harbors no desire to owe the Jiang family anything, nor does she wish to be indebted to Jiang Yulian for her life. Thus, she decides to forego the inheritance. After declaring her statement, she promptly closed her platform account and commenced her online studies. Meanwhile, netizens found themselves unable to comment, akin to a wild animal entering a melon patch, yet failing to locate any melons. To discuss or vent their frustrations, they would need to create a new thread. Who would have thought that the wealthy Jiang family could not afford to support their own daughter, forcing a newly adult female to fend for herself? What's so surprising? With a new partner, one tends to forget the old. How could they abandon their own offspring? It defies comprehension. I must say, I admire Jiang Qin. The Jiang family is so affluent, yet she simply walked away. It's heartbreaking. What a tragic situation. Jiang Qin is so pitiable. Her family does not love her, and the netizens condemn her. Let's be a bit more forgiving towards young females. Their mental state is quite fragile. If Jiang Qin were to take a drastic step, you would all be culpable. Nonsense. The real culprits are her family. Let it go. Let it go. We, the lower class, cannot provoke the aristocrats of a second-tier planet. Having spent a blissful day with her partner, Jiang Yulian felt as if the sky had fallen. What does it mean to prefer an adopted daughter over a biological one? What does it signify to forget past affections? She admits, however, that she can hardly recall what Qi Si looked like, given the abundance of handsome males around her. Yet she is not alone in this. Many females of her rank are surrounded by numerous partners. Their companions, whether alive or deceased, are often forgotten. So, is there a need for astonishment or disdain regarding such commonplace occurrences? And that wicked child, Jiang Qin, daring to sever ties with the Jiang family without a word? Jiang Yulian was truly furious. It was Jiang Qin who had harmed her sister, and yet all she had to do was apologize and offer assurances. Instead, she resorted to threats of severing their relationship. She had never encountered such a malevolent child. Jiang Ruming had always been obedient and easy to nurture, excelling in her studies. What family would not envy her for having such an exemplary daughter? In stark contrast to Jiang Qin, whose obstinacy and malice rendered her almost demonic. Recently, Jiang Yulian's second partner, Captivated, had not taken on any assignments and had spent the entire day with her. Upon witnessing her anger, he felt a surge of disdain towards the female who had upset his partner. How should one discipline her? The young female had been corrupted by those of lower status on the barren planet. If one wished for her to amend her ways, harsh measures would be necessary. Jiang Yulian hesitated, ultimately deciding against it. Male offspring are robust enough to endure a beating, whereas female offspring are far too delicate. Upon hearing this, Captivated felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that his partner still cared for this female. Thus, he could not resort to severe measures. Had he known earlier, he would not have divulged the information to her. Given the circumstances, he could only suppress his anger and patiently suggest, "How about we refrain from punishment and instead confine her to learn some manners? Will she truly learn? If you do not trust me, can you doubt Ms. Wana's abilities?" Indeed, it is she. Will she even agree to come to our home for lessons? Caden Tech was uncertain if he could secure her services, harboring only a modicum of hope. However, it mattered little. If he could not engage her, he would simply find someone else. After all, she was not his daughter. He had no obligation to genuinely consider her welfare. He was disinterested in who would teach her, as long as she learned to behave. Jiang Ruming had excelled in this regard. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. You need only focus on maintaining your happiness each day. Confronted with Caden Tech's earnest gaze and the thought of a solution, Jiang Yulian felt her frustration dissipate considerably. Thus, she resolved to reward him. Allow me to provide you with some solace. Thank you, my esteemed female sovereign. The two soon became entwined, their amorous sounds echoing in the air. Nearby, a phantom of a white rabbit and a giant horned bear materialized. The rabbit danced upon the bear's paw, as if engaged in a whimsical ballet. The giant horned bear, at this moment, had subdued its ferocity and agitation, gently holding its paw still. Coitus serves as the most profound form of comfort, far more effective than mere mental solace. Chapter 30. Jiang Rahai arrives guests. Please refrain from queuing. Our bar is truly at capacity. Is the owner of this establishment even interested in conducting business? It is absurd to be full with so few patrons. What a pathetic bar this is. We do not require seats. Simply provide us with standing tickets. Upon hearing this, Yu Wei could not help but feel the veins on his forehead throb with frustration. He felt inclined to shout, "This is a bar, not an ancient train station. Standing tickets? What audacity! What kind of establishment is this? Jiang Qin works in a bar that can only accommodate 20,000 guests? Owner, do you even know how to make a profit? Can you not consider expanding this place?" Yu Wei wiped the fine sweat from his brow, already weary of dealing with this unruly crowd. Yet, he had no choice. As a businessman, showing displeasure today could lead to closure tomorrow. Please remain calm. We have already contacted a construction team. An expansion will commence in a few days. Fortunately, he had the foresight to purchase the adjacent property on Jiang Qin's first day of work, driven by a premonition that expansion would be necessary. However, he did not anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly, catching him unprepared. At least he had averted the potential of exorbitant costs. Let others come back in a few days. We females will have priority entry, correct? Outside, a girl clad in an exquisite gown surveyed the crowd with an air of arrogance, accompanied by several striking males. The number of males indicated that the girl was at least a rank female. Many other females awaited as well, each accompanied by at least one male. With the leading girl setting the tone, the others chimed in. Indeed, we females should be allowed priority access, shouldn't we? You all agree? Though they understood that females attending the bar were primarily there for leisure, their numbers were limited. Granting priority was acceptable. Perhaps their gentlemanly conduct would endear them to the females. Thus, the waiting females, along with their partners, were the first to enter the bar, occupying the front row booths. By 7:30, the entire establishment was filled to capacity. Had Yue not been vigilant in preventing others from entering, the aisles would likely have been crowded as well. It was a bittersweet ordeal. Booth number 3 ordered 1 jug of 888 star coins worth of suppressants. Booth number 6 requested accompaniment. Hurry, summoned those half-beast performers from backstage. Tonight's clientele is numerous, and with several beast females present, everyone should remain alert to avoid any mishaps. Not only Yue was busy, Zhu Yongkong was equally occupied. They had anticipated Jiang Qin's success, but never expected it to arrive so swiftly and unexpectedly. At this moment, they faced a shortage of venue, manpower, and inventory. In booth 7, Jiang Ruhai sat glumly in silence. Beside him were 3 young men, all seemingly around the age of 167 years. The 4 of them were sipping on imitation fruit-flavored suppressants. One boy with slightly wavy black hair continually craned his neck to look forward, eagerly awaiting Jiang Qin's performance, which was said to start at 8 o'clock. They wondered if her singing would be as enchanting as it was during the live stream. The blond boy shared his anticipation. Only Jiang Ruhai and a round-faced boy remained silent. Particularly, Jiang Ruhai seemed to have sunk into an uncomfortable predicament since entering the bar. Ruhai, why are you so quiet? By the way, why didn't you tell us you have another sister? They had previously agreed that if any of them had sisters, they would help introduce them to one another. However, they only knew of Jiang Ruhai's sister named Jiang Ruming and were unaware of another sister. Faced with his friend's inquiries, Jiang Ruhai blurted out, She is not my sister. The three exchanged puzzled glances, their confusion deepening. Was Jiang Qin's announcement of a genetic match false? The blonde boy quickly attempted to smooth things over, suggesting it was just a misunderstanding and they should focus on enjoying the music. I'll be right back. I'm going to the restroom. Instead of heading to the restroom, Jiang Ruhai made his way to the bar's backstage area. He was halted by a staff member. Sir, this is the staff area. Only employees are allowed to enter. I'm looking for Jiang Qin. May I ask who you are? Just tell her I'm Jiang Ruhai. Upon hearing his surname, the staff member speculated about their relationship. To be cautious, he instructed a colleague to guard the entrance while he went in to find Jiang Qin. Jiang Ruhai, what does he want? Yes, sir. He wishes to see you. Shall I let him in? Jiang Qin shook her head. No need. Just tell him I have no relation to the Jiang family and that he should stop looking for me. This was likely due to Jiang Rumeng, perhaps wanting her to acknowledge that she had harmed Jiang Rumeng or to clarify that Jiang Rumeng had treated her well. Jiang Qin felt no emotional connection to these half-brothers. Even at a distance, she could still hear his voice filled with anger. Jiang Qin, you have the audacity to harm others, yet you do not dare to admit it? Do you think severing ties with the Jiang family will erase the fact that you harmed your sister? Dream on. You dare to act, yet refuse to acknowledge it. I disdain you. Jiang Qin, come out. The staff member promptly recounted the situation, then added, I advised this gentleman, but he refuses to leave. He was merely an employee and could not physically silence a customer or forcibly remove them. Zhu Yongkong frowned in displeasure. If we encounter such individuals again, call security immediately. Can you bear the responsibility if something happens to Miss Jiang? What do you mean? Do you intend to expel customers from your bar? Zhu Yongkong remained unfazed by Jiang Ruhai's accusation and coldly replied, the rule-abiding patrons are welcome, but those who pose a threat to our staff are merely intruders. I kindly ask you to leave immediately, or our security will have to escort you to the police station. I am Jiang Qin's brother. Am I not allowed to see her? Whoever you are, if Miss Jiang does not wish to meet, you shall not trespass into our bar's backstage. Please leave at once. This is your final warning. Jiang Ruhai clenched his fists in anger, and under Zhu Yongkong's intense gaze, he reluctantly departed. Chapter 31. The Song of the Beauty Outside. Silence quickly enveloped the atmosphere. Jiang Qin meticulously applied her makeup. Tonight, she had acquired a new instrument, a guzheng. Thus, she had prepared a more classical song and dressed accordingly. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, her watery, phoenix-like eyes held a myriad of sorrows. Inside the bar, many had begun live streaming. It was clear that the crowd had not come merely for solace, but rather for Jiang Qin. Some were fans, while others sought to bask in her popularity, and there were those who coveted her companionship. At 8 o'clock sharp, Jiang Qin, clad in a pure black qipao, ascended the stage before the guzheng. Smoke began to waft around the stage, creating an ambience akin to a serene valley. The holographic background depicted a scene of artificial mountains and flowing water with a pavilion. Although Jiang Qin had wished to don a traditional gown, such attire was unavailable in the interstellar market, and this qipao had been hastily tailored. It was a simple cut, with no embellishments or embroidery. Yet despite its simplicity, she exuded an aura of fate. Her coiffed hair danced lightly in the bar's circulating air, strands fluttering chaotically around her ears. Jiang Qin. In the midst of the bustling bar, an exuberant voice called out to her. Following the sound, Jiang Qin spotted a vividly colored support sign bearing her name. The exuberant voice belonged to a girl in a pink gown, adorned with shimmering diamonds that nearly dazzled her eyes. Beside her stood two strikingly handsome men, both looking somewhat helpless yet indulgent in her presence. When Xueli, having watched the live stream, had become an ardent fan of Jiang Qin, knowing she would be performing that evening, they had traveled from a neighboring second-tier planet by spaceship. Upon arrival, they even arranged for a support sign to be made. When Xueli declared that if other singers had such signs, so too should Jiang Qin. From that day forward, she would become Jiang Qin's first devoted fan. Her companions had grown accustomed to her sudden infatuations with various celebrities. To please her, they had arranged for two of them to accompany her on her interstellar adventures. Fortunately, when Xueli's admiration was purely for the love of art, she harbored no intentions of developing personal relationships with these stars. Thus, her companions permitted her to indulge in her passions. Even though it was somewhat embarrassing in the public eye, they did not scold her for her enthusiasm. My goodness, Jiang Qin looks a bit different today compared to her live stream yesterday. She is quite stunning. She looked beautiful yesterday too, just a bit pale. The man replied amiably. then gazed at the enchanting figure on stage, though his expression quickly shifted away. The females seated in the front row were captivated by Jiang Qin's makeup and began inquiring about where to purchase her attire, hairstyle, and cosmetics. Why do her delicate brows not appear comical, but rather possess an indescribable charm? The first song of the evening was the Song of the Beauty. The lights dimmed, leaving only the holographic background illuminated in a hazy glow. Under the blue sky with white clouds, by the gentle flowing waters, with delicate hands, the horse moves forth. As the moon graces the willow's tips, those hands, reminiscent of tender roots, gracefully danced across the guzheng, producing melodious sounds. The audience of over 20,000 in the bar was momentarily spellbound. In that instant, they felt as though they were witnessing a woman from ancient times. A painting hung in the museum depicted a similar figure. Was the woman in that painting playing the guzheng? So, the sound of the guzheng was like this? Since time immemorial, beautiful women have loved heroes. Promises made with 100-fold sincerity come to fruition. The winds howl and the thunder roars. The enchanting melody intertwined with the authentic, ancient scene projected before them. An ethereal beauty seemed to transcend time, transporting them across millennia. As everyone reveled in the exquisite experience of the moment, they remained oblivious to the fact that their spiritual entities were also motionless, attentively listening. Initially, the feminine figure, disdainful of the dim and meager moonlight, now gazed in a daze at Jiang Qin. All her previous vexations seemed to have been smoothed over by a gentle breeze. At this moment, she felt an impulsive yearning, a desire to encounter the talented individuals of ancient times. Were the females of that era all akin to Jiang Qin, possessing a melancholic visage and a voice reminiscent of celestial melodies? Since ancient times, beauty has often been met with misfortune, like jade shattered and tiles scattered upon the Western Tower. Ah, I thought the live stream was merely a playback, yet her live performance was even more enchanting. I too believe that listening to her sing live carries a deeper resonance. The faulty live streaming equipment distorted the sound. She likely did not utilize such devices, relying instead on the built-in lens and sound transmission of her light brain. Oh dear, it is truly remarkable. The mere thought of not being able to attend her performances regularly renders my life devoid of meaning. Those who could not be present at the venue also shared a curiosity for what would unfold next. After all, many people are inclined to keep an eye on the spectacle, hoping to savor more exhilarating developments. It is this fervor that prompts nearby streamers to hastily flock to the Yusei bar. After all, who would willingly traverse such distances merely to consume suppressants? When there are bars nearby, even if there were none, online shopping would suffice. Consequently, the dozen or so individuals currently broadcasting live were indeed quite lively. Another new song. Is there any genre Jiang Qin cannot master? What are those entertainment companies doing? Such talent should be swiftly ushered into the music industry to shine brightly, rather than being wasted singing in this shabby bar. Indeed, do you truly lack awareness of the state of our music industry? You know full well that our industry has an inexplicable confidence. They likely look down upon a powerhouse like Jiang Qin. Lan Yu Yin remarked, "Is it because I do not wish for it? Or perhaps I cannot even connect to the light brain? But do you not find Jiang Qin's behavior excessive? Are the male star coins so easily earned? Why should she be exempt from performing soothing duties simply for singing? If it were not for the need to purify the riot value, who would willingly visit a bar? If she wishes to sing, she should go into the entertainment industry. Working in a bar should entail faithfully fulfilling her role as a soothing specialist, not seeking the limelight." Marinine by Li Lingyu, Chapter 32, Unmatched in the World. Though I hold great affection for Jiang Qin, I must lend my support to the points made above. Yes, cannot she complete 2 soothing sessions before taking the stage to sing? Why must she replace soothing with singing? This issue has faced criticism before, yet she remains unchanged, clearly eager to bask in the spotlight. However, I have heard that singing is Jiang Qin's method of soothing. After all, it is merely a broad form of spiritual comfort. As long as she can manage her spiritual energy, it should suffice. Moreover, from the live stream footage, the bar was packed with over 20,000 patrons. A Tier 1 female cannot purify much in a one-on-one scenario. With so many people present, even if she drained her spiritual energy, there would hardly be a ripple. If the objective was truly purification, it can only be said that these males are foolish. Clearly, the Yusei bar is no longer suitable for those seeking purification. With so many attendees, only a Tier 1 female could effectuate any results. Moreover, I have heard that this shabby bar has only one soothing specialist. Surely, no one would be so foolish as to seek purification in a bar filled with so many people, especially with only one Tier 1 female present. Indeed, have all other bars closed their doors? Naturally, they had not. Some patrons, unaware of the lack of purification, indeed chose to abandon the You bar today in favor of others. Only those who sensed something unusual persisted in attending You. The results proved they had made the right choice. After listening to rendition, they experienced a reduction of 0.2 in riot value. Although this was significantly less than before in such a crowded setting, achieving a reduction of 0.3 was sufficient to demonstrate that the purification ability of this young female now rivaled that of a Tier 1 female. However, few were aware of this fact. In a corner, Gu Tianyu, initially feeling agitated, found himself calmed at this moment. He had not wanted to come here, as the sight of the long queue was quite maddening. However, his two friends insisted on this venue, hoping to gather some information while enjoying the bar. The overwhelming crowd created an unbearable atmosphere. He could not comprehend what could possibly attract his friends to such a place. Surely, it could not be for the sake of the young female. If that were the case, he would have to knock them out and carry them away, as he did not wish for his friends to engage in such irrational behavior. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the young female's singing was truly delightful. Especially this song. It felt as though a gentle brush were caressing his spiritual sea. Hey! Aside from being a tad cramped, having fewer soothing specialists, and the females being of a lower tier, this bar seemed to have no significant flaws. Bai Mufeng cast a casual glance at him, while Lan Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Did you not insist on going to that street bar earlier? What can I do? That street bar has a Tier 1 female. And what of it? It holds little utility for us. Did not the Lan family say they could help you connect with that Tier 1 female from the Kai family? Why not pursue her?" Gu Tianyu teased, raising his eyebrows. "If you covet her, I would gladly relinquish that opportunity to you." Gu Tianyu hastily waved his hands in refusal. No. Such a stroke of luck is beyond my reach." Seeing him back down, Lan Xiaoyu refrained from further comment. "Feng Yi, is not your family also urging you to find a partner? What do you plan to do?" Bai Mufeng calmly sipped his suppressant. "My fate awaits me on the battlefield." From a moment he entered the Federal Military Academy, he had prepared himself for death. Thus, he had never exerted control over his use of spiritual energy. At merely 25 years of age, his riot value had already soared to 75. The prospect of devolving into a beast loomed near. Since death was inevitable, why bother seeking a partner he did not love merely to survive by pleasing her? It was far better to live passionately and die gracefully. As friends, Gu Tianyu and Lan Xiaoyu naturally understood him. However, they felt a twinge of sadness, wishing their friend would reconsider and find a partner, allowing for a few years of recuperation before returning to the battlefield. After all, they were still young. Even if they took a few years off, they would merely be around 30 years old. Many might still be in school at 30, so 30 is hardly too late. Yet, they dare not speak their thoughts openly. They could only discreetly seek out suitable females and arrange for some serendipitous encounters for the two. During this trip to Lang'er City, there was indeed a fitting female. Gu Tianyu and Lan Xiaoyu exchanged glances, and although they had tentatively gauged their friend's attitude, they were reluctant to give up. Perhaps they would find a spark. They simply could not bear to watch their friend drift towards death without intervening. Let it be. Let's not dwell on these trivial matters. The young female is about to begin her second song. For her second performance, Jiang Qin prepared to sing unmatched in the world. During the intermission, she changed into a new outfit. Although it was a modern white dress, it flowed gracefully. Her hair, once styled up, cascaded down, tied with a white ribbon in the center, forming a bow. The holographic scenery of the stage transformed into a dim cave, with a soft white light filtering through like moonlight from above. The poignant joys and sorrows traversing the mundane world intertwine with your intimate wanderings, piercing through the verdant mountains and desolation. This song is entirely distinct from the previous one. One embodies the earthly realm, while the other embraces seclusion. The ethereal voice, accompanied by drifting white silk, conjures an image of the performer being carried away by the wind, following the flow of the fabric. "What did you say?" Gu Tianyu inquired, having not caught his words due to their faintness. Lan Xiaoyu shook his head, dismissing it, only to suddenly grasp a profound ancient saying. Previously, He had struggled to comprehend his grandfather's fervent obsession with the excavation and exploration of ancient culture, but at this moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. Indeed, ancient culture possesses a certain charm, and ancient instruments hold a wondrous quality. Reflecting on his father's admiration for all things antiquated, Lan Xiaoyu chuckled softly and raised his holographic device to record. Regrettably, he had not begun the recording from the start. In this lifetime, I am madly in love with you. This love is unparalleled under heaven. The shadow of a sword dances in the shimmering waters, yet the past remains merely the past. The accompaniment is enriched by the crisp sound of water droplets echoing from a cave, transporting many listeners into the embrace of nature. The desire to escape the turmoil of the world with a beloved, to wander amidst flowers and grass, and to seek a peaceful haven untainted by human presence for a lifelong companionship surged within his heart. When Xueli closed her eyes, entranced by the melody, when suddenly her spiritual essence erupted forth from her brow. A small deer adorned with floral antlers appeared within the bar. Playfully, it circled around Wen Xueli a few times before darting toward Jiang Qin. Both of Wen Xueli's companions were taken aback. Their female sovereign spirit had emerged without any deep soothing. Moreover, upon its emergence, it bypassed the male presence and instead settled beside the female performer on stage. Lying down obediently, closing its eyes, and reveling in the music, Zhu Yongkong, accompanied by the security team, had cordoned off the stage with impenetrable vigilance, watching all patrons closely. When Xueli's companions also remained alert, having contacted other partners of their female sovereign for support. They were uncertain about the current state of the two women, but understood that this condition was certainly not to be interrupted. Both appeared clearly absorbed in their respective states. Soon, a spiritual essence also emerged from Jiang Qin's brow, an entirely white rabbit, distinguished by faint gold at the tips of its ears and tail. Unlike typical spiritual essences of rabbits, which usually possess red or black eyes, Jiang Qin's rabbit boasted golden eyes. The tiny rabbit, upon emerging, curiously surveyed its surroundings. The little deer opened its eyes and joyfully nudged the rabbit with its side. The rabbit, slightly bewildered, leaped away and perched atop Jiang Qin's head. Oh, if only there were intimate wanderings. Even his fading beauty is hard to forget. This soothing melody quelled the restlessness of those who had previously wished to intrude. After all, the emergence of a spirit essence without deep soothing from a female was a curious phenomenon. Those who missed the opportunity to investigate felt a wave of regret wash over them. The main reason was that the enchanting song of the little female performer had utterly captivated their minds, rendering them vacant of thought. Indeed, many felt that while listening to this song, their minds became blissfully empty. Troubles and ponderings evaporated within seconds, leaving them once again entranced by the melody. For instance, moments ago, someone had attempted to approach the female spirit essence, only to be halted. Mere seconds later, they could not recall their intentions. It was quite perplexing. Consequently, when the music ceased, many were left with a lingering sense of uncertainty about what to do next. Jiang Qin, oblivious to these sentiments, felt entirely refreshed after her performance, akin to having inhaled mint. After two previous soothing sessions that had left her dizzy and nauseous, this time she felt invigorated. She attributed this newfound vitality to having rested well and maintained proper nutrition in recent days. However, despite her excellent condition, she had no intention of working overtime. Thus, she rose to bid farewell to the patrons. Yet, the ambience of the bar seemed somewhat peculiar. Was that guest standing in a golden rooster pose, exercising? Why did Uncle Yue appear so anxiously focused on her? Had she made some mistake? Jiang Qin cast a puzzled glance around, noticing an eerily quiet atmosphere within the bar. Finally, the adorable girl who had approached with a support sign broke the silence. When Xueli waved her colorful support sign excitedly and called out, "Jiang Qin, I adore you. Your singing is truly magnificent. May I have your autograph and photo with you?" Under the gaze of over 20,000 pairs of eyes, an oddly charming interaction unfolded. Her companions could only helplessly protect her, while the bar's security personnel remained watchful. Once Jiang Qin and Wen Xueli departed, Zhu Yongkong and Yue finally relaxed. They kept a close watch on the backstage area to ensure the safety of the two females. Rest assured, Zhu Yongkong hastily replied, leading his team away. Everyone tacitly resumed consuming suppressants, while a fraction of patrons hurriedly exited the bar. Those who remained, however, were not entirely unmoved. They quietly sought buyers or contacted friends and family to disseminate the news. Singing can facilitate deep soothing. Deep soothing is not limited to mating. New methods have emerged. I will sell this information for 100,000 star coins. Quickly notify all females in the family to learn how to sing. Investigate the profile of the soothing practitioner Jiang Qin from the Moonlight Bar and provide it to me promptly. Such messages rapidly spread like wildfire from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. The females in the bar were equally perplexed. They had merely come to enjoy the music. Yet, the education they had received over the years crumbled before their eyes. All their teachers had informed them that deep soothing could only occur during mating. Yet here was a female whose spirit essence had emerged independently, playing without any intervention. Had all those years of education been in vain? In a daze, they were led away from the bar by the accompanying males. After all, the bar could potentially witness unusual occurrences, and the males feared for their safety. Yue, too, was apprehensive and had begun contacting bounty hunters. Within the bar, only the two parties involved remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. One felt that they had simply completed their task, while the other believed they had merely been absorbed in the song. Thus, they bore the least pressure. In the backstage dressing room, Jiang Qin cooperated with Wenxiuli to take a few photos and signed an autograph before the young girl dutifully departed with her two companions. Jiang Qin was puzzled. Why did they specifically request protection? Aren't Uncle Kong and the others here? I am not certain. Perhaps you could inquire with the boss later? A staff member awkwardly smiled. Jiang Qin chose not to press further, merely nodding in agreement. Chapter 34. The Bodyguard Board. Jiang Qin spent a considerable amount of time scrolling through her phone Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in her ear. Ding! Reputation points have reached 1 million. The mall has upgraded. Upgrade failed. Compensation for the error. One host gift package has been issued to the temporary parcel. Jiang Qin felt as if her golden opportunity had arrived, only to veer off course midway, yet it still offered her a glimmer of consolation. After waiting for a while, she finally saw Yue, glistening with sweat, leading 3 handsome individuals toward her. In the realm of interstellar society, it is rare to encounter individuals deemed unattractive, save for those who neglect their appearance. Thus, Jiang Qin was merely momentarily astonished, harboring no further thoughts. To speak frankly, she had spent years teetering on the precipice of death, devoid of any romantic notions. Even in this environment, which is quite amicable towards females, she never dared to let her guard down or place her trust in anyone. While instances of betrayal among females are infrequent, they are not entirely absent. After a few moments of unfounded speculation, she heard Yue introduce, Shao Qin. These 3 are the bounty hunters I have recruited for you, and from today onward, they shall serve as your bodyguards. The arrangement is for 1 year, and we shall see if a renewal is necessary thereafter. Uncle, why the sudden need for bodyguards? Yue hesitated for a moment, signaling the 3 to stand guard at the door. Once they were out of earshot, he cautiously asked, Shao Qin, were you aware that your spiritual entity manifested while you were singing just now? Jiang Qin was taken aback. Although she had been sheltered from information by the Jiang family in her previous life, she had made an effort to understand the interstellar world after her departure. Consequently, she was well aware of the conditions under which a spiritual entity could emerge. Typically, this only occurs during deep relaxation. However, she had merely been singing. Observing her expression, Yue realized she was unaware. Jiang Qin shook her head, her brow furrowed, feeling a weight of seriousness. It is not the commonality that concerns me, but rather the fear of being the most extraordinary one in the crowd, particularly when that uniqueness pertains to soothing. The interstellar realm is not a peaceful utopia. Disappearances are all too commonplace. No wonder Yue sought out bounty hunters for her. Judging by the aura of those 3, their caliber was likely quite high. She felt a sense of gratitude towards him. In this day and age, it is rare for an employer to overextend themselves for the sake of their employees. Yet Yue had done so multiple times. Although the bar had gained popularity due to her presence in just a few days of work, the earnings could not possibly surpass what had been spent on her. First, he advanced her salary, then customized instruments, and now he had hired elite bodyguards. I am uncertain of the reasons behind this, but it does not change the fact that you are now being watched. This was precisely why Yue had expended considerable resources on bounty hunters. Otherwise, he would not have been willing to part with such sums, particularly since their bar already had its security measures. Rest assured, As long as you remain employed at Yusei, I will find a way to protect you. Yue reassured her. You need not be overly anxious. Those individuals would not dare to make a blatant move against you. Should they approach covertly, we are not afraid of them. Despite his reassurances, Jiang Qin remained uneasy. Ultimately, she felt powerless, and even as a female beastman, she could only provide assistance from the sidelines. Perhaps this was the reason for the elevated status of females. They possessed little combat capability, while the males wielded their mental strength as weapons, leaving the females with mere tools for repair. Do not dwell on it too much if fear overwhelms you. We could always open a bar on the main planet, where safety might be more assured. Yue had indeed contemplated this option. Others might lack the qualifications to establish a shop on the main planet, but he certainly possessed that privilege. Jiang Qin shook her head in refusal. Thank you, Uncle Yue, but you need not alter your plans on my account. Those with malicious intent will not be deterred by my residence on either the main planet or secondary one. Rather than constantly shifting in the shadows, it would be wiser to find ways to empower myself and ensure my protection. Since I cannot compete physically, I believe it wiser to earn more money to procure advanced technology for my defense. With so many formidable weapons in the interstellar domain, I refuse to believe that a beastman's physique could withstand an energy cannon or the like. Ultimately, they merely wish to ascertain why my spiritual entity emerged while I sang. This is not an extraordinary phenomenon. If they truly seek to know, I would willingly share my experiences unconditionally. I believe that anyone with a modicum of intelligence could surmise the reason. To extinguish a high-ranking female for an obvious answer seems an unlikely course for the authorities. Only those clandestinely conducting illegal experiments would harbor interest in me, for they are all madmen devoid of reason. After conversing with Yue, Jiang Qin departed with her 3 bodyguards. The trio comprised elite males. Shi Lichuan, age 26. Despite being the strongest among them, he bore a youthful appearance, particularly with his tousled black hair, reminiscent of a well-behaved young man. Inquiring about his beastman type due to his hair color, she learned he was a bone armor bear. Jiang Qin had encountered such bears before. They resembled giant pandas clad in skeletal armor. No wonder his hair was black and his face youthful. The other 2 males were also elite. The flame bird beastman, Kuwen, age 32, and the sea serpent beastman, Ba Zi, age 28. Together, they formed a team of golden tier bounty hunters, typically not engaged in prolonged protection missions. However, Yue had once saved their lives, prompting them to willingly devote time to repay the favor. This was Yue's rationale for recruiting them. Had it been other bounty hunters, he would have worried about the possibility of them being compromised. With Shi Lichuan's team, he felt no such apprehension. He had complete faith in the 3. This information was conveyed to Jiang Qin primarily to instill confidence in her, allowing her to trust these 3 individuals. On the way back, Shi Lichuan discreetly observed Jiang Qin. He pondered why Uncle Yue had labeled this task as exceedingly perilous. After all, it was merely the protection of a high-ranking female, not a level 1. Naturally, a level 1 was beyond their team's capacity. Upon returning to the apartment, Jiang Qin allocated 2 rooms for the 3 of them. My apartment is modest, with only 2 guest rooms, so someone may need to squeeze in occasionally. That is perfectly fine. We typically assign one to guard outside, one inside, and another to keep watch at night. Shi Lichuan explained his arrangement. Does Miss Jiang find this setup satisfactory? I have no objections. Generally, aside from work, I seldom venture outside, so feel free to arrange as you see fit. There are nutrient solutions in the refrigerator. Help yourselves and let me know if you need anything. The initial conversation concluded satisfactorily for both parties. Shi Lichuan breathed a sigh of relief, glad that this young female was not the spoiled, unruly type. Otherwise, he would have been left begrudgingly repaying the favor. Jiang Qin was pleased with their respectful distance. After their discussion, Shi Lichuan proceeded downstairs to familiarize himself with the layout of the neighborhood. Kuei-Wen remained stationed outside, while Ba Zi stayed in the room to rest, not emerging again. This brought Jiang Qin a sense of relief. The sudden presence of unfamiliar men in her home was quite disconcerting, but there was little choice. Her safety was paramount. Once back in her room, finally in a space where she could relax, Jiang Qin reclined on her large bed and summoned the system interface, which seemed to be missing a piece. She retrieved the grand gift from her temporary package. Her reputation points had been steadily depleting, and today, they finally reached the milestone of 1 million. The current balance stood at over 1.2 million reputation points. As for the reason behind the failed upgrade, Jiang Qin speculated it was likely due to it being a damaged version. Future upgrades could potentially reach tens of millions or even billions before failing again. Let me see what treasures this grand gift contains. Silently made a wish, longing for something to ensure her self-preservation. Upon opening the grand gift package, she received Advanced Mental Enhancement Liquid, Advanced Physical Enhancement Liquid, Advanced Ability Awakening Liquid, and a sewing machine patch. After reading the descriptions of these items, a smile finally graced her lips, and her expression relaxed considerably. Unlike the potions sold in the current interstellar market, these had no side effects and guaranteed a 100% success rate. This meant that by consuming the Advanced Mental Enhancement Liquid, she would undoubtedly become a class of female. The Physical Enhancement Liquid would randomly strengthen her physique, with the extent of enhancement depending on her skeletal potential. There was also a small note. Beast-type genes receive greater enhancement. Small-size beast genes have limited strengthening. Jiang Qin felt somewhat helpless, pondering whether her adult form was assessed according to human standards or rabbit standards. However, it mattered little. As long as her health improved, that was sufficient. What she valued most was the ability Awakening Liquid. Throughout interstellar history, many individuals possessed abilities. However, in the present day, no beastmen inherently had such powers. They could only utilize these natural abilities in their beast forms, and even then, only when using their species-specific talents. For instance, Koewin, a firebird beastman, had no fire ability in his human form, only able to manipulate the flames inherent to his beast form. Similarly, the bone armor of Sher Lichuan's race provided no advantage in his human form, which resembled that of an ordinary beastman. Yet he could still wield the immense strength of the bone bear. Likewise, male beastmen in their human forms lacked abilities. Once she successfully awakened her powers, she would become a rarity in the interstellar realm, capable of utilizing abilities in her human form. This was quite normal over 2,000 years ago. But in the current era, it could lead to becoming a lab rat for experimentation. Nonetheless, Jiang Qin yearned to awaken her abilities. Unbeknownst to her, she had already become an exception. The interstellar realm was rife with research lunatics. Even as a Class A female, her utility might seem limited. Yet there would undoubtedly be those lurking in the shadows who coveted her intellect. To safeguard her mind from being dissected, she needed to grow stronger. External protection would always have its lapses. Only by enhancing her own capabilities could she ensure a constant ability to retaliate. Having never consumed such potions before, Jiang Qin was uncertain of the effects they would yield. Death was certainly not a concern. The system guaranteed quality. She lacked the capacity to silence others. So she decided to extend a cordial greeting, wishing mutual well-being. Prepared, she first drank the mental enhancement liquid. A wave of refreshing sensation radiated from the crown of her head throughout her entire body. She felt her sensory world expanding, as if her brain had been cleared, leaving a cooling sensation. The experience was brief, lasting only a few minutes. Jiang Qin was eager to ascertain whether she had indeed transformed into a class of female. But she restrained herself. She did not wish to conduct a test on her light brain, as that could easily reveal her status. Nor did she want to seek testing from external institutions. Thus, starting today, until she acquired her own equipment, she would refrain from testing her mental prowess in any setting. Next came the physical enhancement liquid. She downed it in one swift motion. There was no sensation of bone pain, only a warm tingling that spread throughout her body. Accompanied by an itch, unable to resist, Jiang Qin stood up and moved her body, immediately engaging in a series of calisthenics. As she jumped and stretched, she could distinctly hear the crisp sounds of her bones extending, as if her previously coiled form had finally straightened. After completing 3 rounds of calisthenics, the warmth subsided. She could palpably sense the transformation within her body. The previously feeble sensation was replaced by newfound strength. While she might not rival the physical prowess of the beastmen, she felt akin to a healthy adult. Previously, after singing high notes, her heart would often feel constricted and painful. Now, she had a premonition that she could accomplish it with ease. With the dual enhancement of her mental acuity and physical condition, Jiang Qin felt as though she had undergone a metamorphosis. She could not help but wonder what abilities she might awaken. In this moment, she suddenly realized that perhaps the system's damage was not entirely detrimental. although she was unaware of what an upgraded system would entail. This grand gift had truly struck a chord within her heart. Chapter 36. Creation with a mix of nervous anticipation. Jiang Qin consumed the ability Awakening Liquid, which resembled glucose. It bore no distinctive flavor, akin to the initial experience. 10 minutes passed, yet she felt no significant change. Glancing at her hands, she silently wished for fire, water, ice, vines, or thunder. Alas, it seemed she had been overly optimistic, for nothing materialized. After waiting another 5 minutes, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, her vision darkening as she fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, her mind felt vacant, yearning to accommodate a multitude of ideas. It was as if she were being guided, and the imagery in her mind ultimately focused on a large light bulb. In that instant, she recalled her elementary school textbooks from her first life, picturing those little characters who would have a light bulb appear above their heads upon conceiving a brilliant idea. Now, she felt as if she were adorned with a light bulb, and a similar image manifested in her mind. Then, astonishingly, a large light bulb appeared before her. Staring at the glowing bulb, Jiang Qin was momentarily entranced. She realized she had awakened a new ability, the branch of mental power known as creation. The bulb continued to shine brightly, and when she touched it, it felt as tangible as any physical object. This ability had been recorded in interstellar history, though it dated back 2 millennia. It enabled the wielder to materialize imagined objects using mental energy. The extent of manifestation depended entirely on the strength of one's mental capacity. Likewise, the duration of existence relied on the mental energy available. Generally, a Class 1 ability could manifest small, ordinary objects or the illusory forms of larger items. For example, if Jiang Qin sought to materialize a creature from the Shanhai Jing with low mental strength, only an illusion would appear, akin to a holographic projection. Unlike preset visuals, she could manipulate the illusion in real time. To fully manifest a creature from the Shanhai Jing, complete with a physical form and its inherent abilities, would require substantial mental strength. Merely sustaining such manifestations would consume a considerable amount of mental energy. Once her mental energy was depleted, the conjured objects would vanish instantly. With her current class of mental capacity, Jiang Qin could at most create living animals, although she had yet to determine how long she could sustain them. Truth be told, she began to wonder if her awakening was due to the fact that the Awakening Liquid was produced by the system. After all, this ability seemed intrinsically linked to the system. Once her mental energy was more robust, sustaining a film, television show, or play would be akin to functioning as a projector. Maintaining a scene was considerably simpler than conjuring objects, resulting in lesser energy expenditure. Perhaps she could even sustain an episode of a television series at this very moment. The process of filmmaking in the interstellar realm was quite similar to that on Earth. It still required actors, and even background characters were rarely holographic projections. Only low-budget productions resorted to such methods, as the artificiality was glaringly obvious, pulling viewers out of the narrative. Thus, the production team generally opts for authentic settings whenever possible, resorting to holographic scenes only in their absence. The backgrounds are manageable since they are inanimate. A little post-editing suffices. However, the same cannot be said for human figures, as holographic representations tend to lack substance. The visuals manipulated by Jiang Qin, on the other hand, possess vitality. With sufficient mental prowess, she can single-handedly recreate an entire film. Subsequently, she can record it and synchronize the audio in post-production, effectively replicating cinematic works from Earth. This leads Jiang Qin to ponder whether the spontaneous awakening of her extraordinary ability is truly as fortuitous as it seems. Nonetheless, it matters little. She relishes this newfound power. In truth, she would embrace any ability that manifested, as they are gifts freely bestowed. Why be selective? To ascertain the duration for which her current mental energy could sustain objects, she refrained from making the light bulb vanish, instead placing it on her bedside table as a nightlight. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 2 in the morning, indicating she had been unconscious for approximately 3 hours. Today had been fulfilling. Yet Jiang Qin felt the weight of fatigue. After a hurried shower, she succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the next day, her eyes fell upon the light bulb on the bedside table. It remained unchanged, still present. After freshening up, Jiang Qin donned her attire and ventured into the living room to drink a bottle of nutrient solution. The taste was far from pleasant. Yet she never fussed over such things. Anything was preferable to the emptiness of hunger and thirst. She had lost count of the nights spent curled on the floor, enduring the searing pangs of an empty stomach. During those arduous days, her only hope had been to save enough for a spaceship ticket to escape the barren planet and reunite with her family, or for her family to find her first. This explains her high tolerance for the Jiang family. After all, it was the home she had longed for day and night, until the moment she truly lost hope. How could she bear to let go? However, even with the thickest of filters shielding her perception, disappointment eventually set in. Shaking her head to dismiss such thoughts. What a dismal way to start the day. Just as she stepped outside, Shirley Chuan entered and immediately caught sight of her. The petite female, swaying slightly as she drank her nutrient solution, appeared quite adorable. A faint smile graced his lips as he greeted her. "Good morning, Miss Jiang." "Good morning, Captain Sure. Have you had your nutrient solution yet?" "Not yet. I was just about to. Are you heading out today?" Jiang Qin shook her head. "No, I'm staying in. Uncle Yue should be sending someone over shortly to install a recording setup for me." In her room, there was a partition she used as a study, which was perfect for converting into a small recording studio, eliminating the need to rent one. During the remaining hours of the day, she intended to record the songs she had recently compiled, preparing to upload them on July 1st. The new song chart for the month would close at 11:59 p.m. the day after tomorrow, and currently, Ru Yuan had already climbed to third place, with Anonymity's Comfort trailing closely behind, and Ningxia holding the 8th position. Out of the top 10, she alone occupied 3 spots. The scene that unfolded was alarming, prompting many to feel threatened, especially those artists who had initially believed their rankings were secure. Suddenly, a dark horse emerged, releasing just 3 songs and swiftly claiming 3 positions, leaving those displaced in disarray. In their ire, they naturally sought to uncover Jiang Qin's identity, leading them to her live recordings. To their astonishment, she had 12 songs yet to be uploaded, including 2 from her last 2 performances and 10 more she had willingly subjected herself to. Chapter 37. The Female Protection Center. It was hard not to imagine that had it not been for the month's end, and if she were to upload all those songs now, the entire top 10 could have been dominated by her. Even those angered and feeling threatened had to concede that, despite the varying quality of her unreleased songs, they were all commendable. Even if they wouldn't all secure top spots, she would at least claim half of them. Adding to her momentum, she had also trended on several hot searches today, with inquiries such as why can singing provide deep emotional comfort? And is it possible to achieve solace through song? All the buzz centered around Jiang Qin. This sudden attention drew countless individuals to search for the female known as Jiang Qin, leading them to her songs. Out of curiosity, most clicked to listen, especially since the trending topics claimed she could provide profound emotional comfort through her singing. How enchanting must her songs be to evoke such an effect? Thus, whether out of intrigue, skepticism, or desire to critique, listeners flocked to her 3 tracks. In mere moments, the playback numbers surged dramatically, with Ru Yuan nearing the top spot. Such fervor was something many emerging artists had never experienced. Even those groomed by their companies could not afford to invest heavily in marketing, let alone achieve viral success without expenditure. Lan Yuyin also took notice of Jiang Qin's meteoric rise. He lamented once more that he had failed to secure this lucrative talent. Grabbing his communicator, he sent a voice message to the composition department group chat. Please inform everyone to avoid releasing songs in July. This sentiment was echoed not only by Tianwen Entertainment, but also by several other companies. Only a few self-proclaimed major firms continued to release songs on the 1st. Unafraid of this unorthodox competition, astute individuals recognized the pressure Jiang Qin's forthcoming songs would exert on other artists' livelihoods. Only established composers and singers with a loyal fan base might carve out a niche amidst the turmoil. In any case, Lan Yuyin preferred to keep his own composers from wading into these treacherous waters. They knew their capabilities well. While their skills were not lacking, they were critically deficient in innovation, consistently imitating the trends set by the empire's popular songs. Jiang Qin, however, was different. Her style was remarkably diverse. Even he found it hard to resist the allure of her fresh creations. Faced with the choice between the familiar yet stagnant tunes of his youth and the captivating, novel melodies of Jiang Qin, the decision was clear. Thus, avoiding conflict was prudent. The alternative would merely serve to highlight Jiang Qin's superiority. Winning would be seen as bullying newcomers, while losing would mean falling short of her talent. With the year still half over, they could always release their songs in August or September. The staff tasked with transforming the recording studio arrived early, completing all installations within just 2 hours. Miss Jiang, everything has been set up. Please confirm receipt on the StarNet and kindly leave us a rating. Of course, Jiang Qin graciously saw the installation team to the door. Shirley Chuan remained close by, vigilantly observing everyone. It was only when the group departed without incident that he allowed himself to relax. From last night until now, everything around Jiang Qin had been normal, leading him to question whether Yue had been mistaken about the danger of this assignment. I will be recording songs in my room all day, and I'll head to the bar for my shift at 6 this evening. You can arrange your schedule accordingly, she instructed. Shirley Chuan nodded in agreement. Outside, Kuan stood guard, while Ba Zi, who had kept the night watch, was still resting in the room. Jiang Qin was not one to become engrossed in the internet, and thus she had not logged on to StarNet all day. Unbeknownst to her, she had once again trended. Discussions were abuzz regarding her and when Xueli's mental projections emerging together. Some expressed skepticism, while others were exhilarated. Isn't this just a synthesized fake video? Surely no one believes that in the year 3025, such a fake video could still deceive people. I haven't found any signs of synthesis. Could it be real? Last night's live broadcast, I was present, and I can assure you, this is undeniably true. It is well known that live streams cannot be fabricated. Therefore, is it possible to achieve deep emotional comfort without the need for mating? How wonderful! The males who do not wish to seek partners have found salvation. While most males yearn to find a companion, there are also many who are reluctant to engage with females merely for the sake of comfort. Thus, if deep emotional comfort can be attained without forming partnerships, many high-spirited males will indeed be saved. The comments below are tagging the Genetic Research Institute and the Federation's Comfort Academy, inquiring whether this information is genuine or false. However, no one dares to raise the issue openly. The Interstellar Female Protection Center is not to be trifled with. The management consists of high-ranking females. Although they may lack strength, they have substantial support, and their partners are often high-ranking males from the Empire or Federation. These males possess either wealth, power, or fame. Consequently, ordinary individuals are generally hesitant to provoke the females of the Protection Center. Should they dare to openly abduct Jiang Qin for research, these females would undoubtedly intervene. After all, research on females has long been prohibited. Despite Jiang Qin being merely a level female, the Protection Center would still not tolerate such actions. Once certain matters are broached, the repercussions can spiral uncontrollably. Even for their own sake, these females would certainly stand up to protect Jiang Qin. Thus, the Genetic Research Institute and the Federation's Comfort Academy are not prepared to confront the Protection Center directly at this time. They intend to send representatives to visit Jiang Qin, documenting her process of summoning her spiritual entity for their own research. This is also why Yue does not worry about official personnel. As long as individuals continue to inhabit the stars, they must abide by the rules. His real concern lies with space pirates and those deranged individuals conducting illicit research on uninhabited planets. These individuals not only disregard the law, but are also ruthless in their actions. They will complete a task at any cost, even if it means sacrificing lives. They are, in essence, a group of irrational lunatics. Incidents involving the abduction of females from the main cities of planets have occurred more than once. It is only due to heightened security that they have become more subdued. Of course, it is also likely that the temptations have diminished. Chapter 38. Hejuichuan one afternoon. Even if Jiang Qin were to work at an accelerated pace, she could not finish recording so many songs. Moreover, it was during the recording that she recalled her promise to select 2 songs to send out to others. Thus, she hurriedly logged on to check her light brain messages. Meanwhile, a male on a third-rate planet was anxiously watching his light brain in his university dormitory, repeating the action over and over again. Hejuichuan had begun to lose hope, slumped against the wall, feeling utterly drained. Even if he were willing to sell, could you afford it? He humiliated himself by asking, "Do you think everyone in this world is a mentor? Just because your grades are slightly better, they will treat you kindly? He looks decent. If he has no money, he could look for an older male to sell himself to. Give me a break. Older males disdain those who come from garbage planets." The boy speaking exaggeratedly covered his nose with his hand. The boy beside him also fanned the air with his palm, as if he truly sensed an unbearable stench. He complained, "We are so unfortunate, stuck in the same dormitory with you. It reeks." After being ridiculed consecutively by his two roommates, Jiang said nothing, leaning against the wall, enduring the humiliation. He understood that no matter how he defended himself, it would be futile. They despised him for coming from a garbage planet, thus labeling him with various accusations to instill self-doubt and compel him to retreat. "TCH, how dull. You're like a mute, a coward. Let us go. Hurry and grab your things. Don't waste time with him." After mocking Jiang, the two hurriedly left. In the dormitory, he remained alone, savoring his bitterness. He had initially thought that leaving the garbage planet would bring hope, only to discover that this world was far from easy. His origins limited everything. Even though his grades were good enough to earn him some favor from mentors, it mattered little. Everyone was ostracizing him. He was never included in any projects. Thus, every time groups were assigned to repair machinery, he never even got the chance to touch the machines. Once or twice, perhaps the mentor did not notice, but after repeated instances, how could they remain oblivious? However, he also did not wish to stand out for the sake of a poor male from a garbage planet. Jiang understood that remaining here would only provide him with limited knowledge, and he might never be able to pursue a career as a mechanic. Without the opportunity to even get hands-on experience, his resume would remain blank. Coupled with the ostracism from his classmates, finding a job on this planet would be exceedingly difficult. He longed to leave, to cease his draining existence, yet he lacked the means to do so. At the very least, here he had a place to stay and could earn a little money nearby. In a life where he felt trapped, he fortuitously stumbled upon Jiang Qin's live stream and listened to the song Unnamed Person. He felt that the lyrics of that song resonated deeply with him. Moreover, his true passion since childhood was not repairing machines, but singing. However, a child from a garbage planet could not afford to have hobbies. Everything he did was aimed at surviving better. Thus, he resorted to secretly learning a bit about machinery repair, fixing or modifying items to sell. His father, recognizing his talent, had gritted his teeth to send him to school. After years of hard work, he finally gained admission to this university by significantly reducing the cost of a domestic robot he had modified. Jiang's sole wish was to earn enough money to bring his father out of that environment. As for his mother, she was a pure human female who passed away after giving birth to him due to poor health. Surviving was truly arduous. Ding dong. At that moment, a particularly anticipated notification chimed. The only person he had marked as special on his light brain was Jiang Qin. Since his father did not possess a light brain and he had no friends, he had not set up any special notifications before. Jiang eagerly opened his light brain. Indeed, there was an unread message. You may first assess whether it is suitable. If not, we can discuss further. If it is, please meet on the Star Network tomorrow morning at 8 to discuss. Jiang quickly accepted the contract. The contract stated that the copyright of this song would remain with Jiang Qin. He would only possess the singing rights, and the profits will be divided, with Jiang Qin receiving 40%. Jiang Qin was unaware of how the division of profits for interstellar songs was handled, but this would be her standard practice moving forward, applicable to both newcomers and well-established stars alike. Since this was difficult to determine, she did not wish to expend effort on negotiations. If this one did not work out, she would simply move on to the next. With so many individuals in the stars, as long as the song was good enough, she would always find a suitable singer. Regarding the profit sharing, she planned to donate 10% to the support organizations for garbage planets, 10% to the support organizations for pure humans, 10% to assist impoverished music students, and the remaining 10% would be hers. Although her songs were all purchased from the system and already paid for, she ultimately did it for herself. Therefore, she wished to use the funds within her capacity to do good deeds, accumulating merit for herself and for everyone. It was settled that he was suitable to sing Unnamed Person. She remained unhurried, having scheduled a contract signing with Jiang for the following day. After sending him the accompaniment files and sheet music, she began to tidy up her belongings in preparation for work. Upon opening her door, she found her newly appointed bodyguard, Jiang, seated on the sofa, vigilantly monitoring a surveillance feed. Chapter 39. Ambush. Jiang Qin chose not to inquire how he had managed to secretly install the surveillance system past the community security. All right, I will go wake my teammates. Shortly thereafter, the three bodyguards consumed a nutrient solution and escorted Jiang Qin out. The community was serene. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang adjusted a chain on his wrist, revealing an impressively sleek hovercar. It suddenly dawned on Jiang Qin that she had yet to obtain her hovercar driving license. She would need to arrange for that soon. "Miss Jiang, let us take the hovercar for safety and to shorten the journey," he suggested. Though the distance was not far, Jiang's caution prevailed, especially after learning from Yuwi about the inherent dangers of today's task. The existence of a female with a newly discovered deep calming method made him acutely aware of how many might covet her intellect. Jiang Qin complied and entered the vehicle. With Jiang at the wheel and BZ and Qin vigilantly observing the surroundings. Fortunately, their journey was uneventful. Upon arriving at the bar's back entrance, the trio noticeably relaxed. Just as they were about to escort Jiang Qin into the bar, an enormous, dark brown tail descended from above, its scales appearing dangerously sharp. With remarkable swiftness, Jiang transformed into his beast form, a massive panda clad in skeletal armor, shielding Jiang Qin in his embrace as he absorbed the impact of the tail with his back. BZ and Qin immediately followed suit, transforming to confront the assailants. A colossal sea serpent and a fiery bird emerged, while a raspy voice from the opposing side declared, "The enforcement team will arrive shortly. We must resolve this swiftly." A black eagle engaged Qin in battle, while BZ found himself preoccupied with both a wolf and a tiger. Jiang remained cautious, fearing that any exposure of the young female could lead to her abduction or accidental harm. Fortunately, his kind was renowned for its defensive capabilities, allowing him to withstand some attacks without fatal consequences. However, the urgency of the attackers was palpable, as two additional high-level beastmen joined the fray, inflicting injuries upon him within mere seconds. Frustrated, Jiang felt constrained and hoped for the bar's security and enforcement team to arrive promptly. Upon hearing the commotion, Yuwi instinctively sensed trouble and rushed from the front to the back. Jiang, accompanied by the security team, promptly arrived at the rear. Just as they prepared to join the fight, the assailants made a hasty retreat. The ambush had lasted a mere 3 minutes. They had come swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Seeing the injuries on Jiang's skeletal armor, Yuwi expressed concern. "Jiang, they have departed. You may rise now." Only then did Jiang lift himself from his protective position and revert to human form. He appeared unfazed, still displaying concern for Jiang Qin. "Miss Jiang, are you unharmed?" Having been shielded throughout the ordeal, Jiang Qin was indeed unscathed. Though she was alarmed at the sight of Jiang's grievous wounds. "Mr. SH, perhaps you should attend to your injuries?" Jiang dismissed her concern. "It is merely a flesh wound. A brief rest in the healing chamber will suffice." They are unlikely to confront the enforcement team. After all, they infiltrated a planet to abduct someone, and swift execution of their plan is their only chance for safe escape. Should they be delayed, they would find themselves outnumbered. Once inside the bar, Jiang, BZ, and Qin took turns utilizing the healing chamber, while Jiang Qin remained accompanied by Yuwi and Jiang. He had contemplated allowing Jiang Qin to reside at the bar for convenience, but the chaotic streets surrounding the establishment posed risks. The apartment complex, being a high-end community with patrolling security and protective barriers, was deemed safer. The notion of keeping Jiang Qin confined and preventing her from working was akin to house arrest, thus no one suggested it. Jiang Qin shook her head, insisting, "I am fine and can work as usual." "Very well. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to call for assistance. There will always be someone at the entrance." Yuwi responded, "Your work is not paramount. Missing a day or two is inconsequential. Your health is what matters." Jiang Qin, however, was unconvinced. How could work be unimportant? Most of the patrons came specifically for her. If she were to cancel, the bar might very well face ruin. Yet, she was not the type to be deterred by witnessing a battle among beastmen. She simply appeared delicate, but was not truly weak. Once the others departed, she skillfully took up her cosmetics and began to prepare her makeup. She had decided against performing a new song today, as singing 2 songs daily would be wasteful, regardless of the vast repertoire available on Earth. From now on, she would need to plan her new song releases judiciously, perhaps introducing a few new songs each month and intertwining them with older ones. In front of the bar, all the booths were filled with patrons, with GT New York U and his companions still seated in their corner. They had been witnesses to the previous day's events. Do you think that young female will manage to work today? Or has she already been taken by the Gene Research Institute? Only LNSH always seemed interested in banter, clarifying that is the Gene Research Institute, not an underground lab. Honestly, I hope they disregard the rules and discover a way to achieve deep calming without mating sooner rather than later. After all, my reluctance to find a mate stems from not wanting to be tainted by those females. If they could figure out quickly, I could simply pay or use contributions to obtain deep calming in the future. LNSH chuckled. The principle is actually quite simple. Do you know what mating feels like? GT New York U is at a loss for words. I am still a pure male. How could I possibly know? There's an old saying, you may not have eaten pork, but surely you have seen a pig run. I have neither eaten nor seen. LNSH remarked. This dim-witted companion is clearly meant to be teased. Yet none of this mattered. The essential point was that the sensations experienced during mating were akin to those felt when the young female sang. Thus, the emphasis was not on singing itself, but rather on the profound enjoyment of the spirit. Do you understand? GT New York U suddenly grasped the concept. Oh, I see. So what does it actually feel like? Chapter 40. Shadow Fox, given his friend's naivety, LNSH promptly abandoned the conversation. While many males enjoyed discussing such topics, he found it somewhat difficult to articulate due to his refined nature. More importantly, he had no females in his life. Those sensations were lessons forced upon him by his elders, as the feelings of females directly influenced the purification process. Thus, some families privately offered adult males an additional course on the subject. BIM effing frowned as he surveyed the surroundings, his tone grave. Did the enforcement team just come and go? Indeed, I heard that the bar's back entrance was attacked, but those individuals have since departed. NSH replied. Though engaged in casual conversation with his friend, he remained attentive to the sounds around them. Nearby booths buzzed with discussions about the recent attack. Given the increasing difficulty of securing a spot at the bar, and with renovations occurring next door to accommodate more patrons, their chances of finding a seat tomorrow were uncertain. If they missed the opportunity to see the young female, it would be a significant loss. Today, Jiang Qin's first encore song was Tomorrow Will Be Better. The stage presented a pristine tableau, adorned with azure skies, fluffy clouds, and lush greenery. The audience below remained entranced. Yet only those with heightened perception sensed the undercurrents of tension. Bai Mu Feng and his companions were particularly on edge, while Shirley Chuan and his associates stood in the shadowy recesses of the stage, harboring suspicions that an intruder had infiltrated their midst. The absence of alarm amongst others was unsurprising, as their acute awareness surpassed that of the average individual. Among those present in the bar, only these four possessed such heightened abilities. The rest were primarily lower-tier males. If an assault were to occur, Tian Yu was tasked with ensuring the safety of the small female. Gu Tian Yu appeared markedly serious, nodding gravely. For the safety of the small female directly impacted his future prospects for companionship, hence he would spare no effort in her protection. Moreover, as a soldier of the Federation, safeguarding females was their solemn duty. Jiang Qin, oblivious to any abnormalities, was immersed in a trance, her mind consumed solely by the melody. She found herself in an exceptionally good state today, perhaps due to her enhanced mental acuity. Singing seemed to broaden her horizons significantly, dispelling the previous fog of dullness. Most notably, many patrons were captivated by her performance, a scenario that would have raised suspicions of illicit substances in a bar on Earth. Previously, she could only draw lower-tier males into a shared mental realm. Yet today, numerous mid-tier males were similarly entranced, rendering them blissfully unaware of impending danger. A thunderous crash shattered the atmosphere, abruptly halting the song. Those whose spirits had been calmed were jolted back to reality. Chaos erupted. Females shrieked in terror, while males shouted urgently, "Quick, protect the females!" It was crucial to safeguard the dozen or so females present from these malevolent threats. If they were merely to be abducted for soothing purposes, it would be one thing. However, many organizations sought to seize females for experimentation. These individuals believed that by uncovering the origins of the female's inherent soothing abilities, they could alter the fabric of the galaxy. The losses incurred along the way were deemed necessary sacrifices. Once they achieved recognition as saviors of the interstellar community, their transgressions would be overlooked. Thus, they were extremists, continually enticing new males to join their ranks, brainwashing them into believing that such sacrifices were commendable. As the fruits of their experiments neared fruition, they envisioned themselves as heroes, pioneers of their era, destined to be immortalized in the annals of history. However, law-abiding males vehemently opposed such practices. The increasingly rare females served as a reminder of their past indiscretions. Many believed that the soothing ability was inherently female, a cruel twist of fate, a lament from the deceased females. Conversely, researchers dismissed superstitions, favoring evolutionary theory, positing that females, after enduring persecution, had developed genetic adaptations for self-protection. Thus, males and females became entities in a delicate balance of power. The assailant targeting Jiang Qin was not the anticipated threat, but rather a cunning fox that had stealthily approached from behind. Cursed be the tier, 3 shadow fox beastman. The creature had concealed itself behind her, and in the instant the lights were extinguished, it seized her without warning. Its plush claws gripped her slender neck tightly, warm breath brushing against her ear. Little female, it would be wise not to move, otherwise my claws might inadvertently slice your delicate throat. The furry visage of the fox drew closer, even extending its tongue to taste her cheek. Jiang Qin shivered in revulsion and turned her face away, but in doing so, the claws grazed her neck, drawing blood. Oh, such an enticing aroma, the large-headed fox murmured, seemingly reveling in her discomfort. Shirley Chuan, still in human form, attempted to approach but hesitated upon witnessing Jiang Qin's injury. Fox ear, do not harm her. We can negotiate. The Federation's shadow fox beastmen were few in number, with only 2 at the Tier 3 level. The one before them was none other than Zui Yi, who had betrayed the Federation 5 years prior to join the Renegades, having since adopted the name Fox Ear. He had severed ties with his family, engaging in numerous illegal activities over the years, leveraging the innate talents of his beastman genetics. The shadow fox race was notoriously sly, possessing the ability to blend into shadows, making escape effortless. Shirley Chuan had not anticipated that a mere Tier 3 female would attract the attention of Fox Ear. He was not incapable of defeating the fox, but the real challenge lay in the fact that the adversary had no intention of engaging him directly, rendering him particularly frustrated. Oh, is this not the renowned model student from the Federation Military Academy? Sure. How far you have fallen. Reduced to a mere bouncer at a bar. Care to join me? I can provide you with a female all to yourself. No sharing required. Though Fox Ear appeared unhurried to leave and took pleasure in taunting Shirley Chuan, Jiang Qin sensed his intent to abduct her. In this moment, she could not act recklessly. Her powers had only just awakened, and even revealing them would not guarantee her escape from the fox's grasp. She had to bide her time, waiting for the opportune moment to utilize her abilities for a successful getaway. The narrative continued. Fox Ear, do you not fear the repercussions of your brazen actions against females, potentially endangering your own kin? Fox Ear chuckled ominously. Then by all means, send them to prison. When they are all gone, I shall deliver you a grand gift. With that, Fox Ear vanished into the darkness with Jiang Qin. A sleek black panther emerged, its forehead adorned with a golden crescent moon. As the target disappeared, Gu Tianyu cursed vehemently, "Curse Fox, too vigilant." His beast form, a ruler of the shadows, could also blend seamlessly into the obscured bar. At the moment of the attack, he had transformed, poised to leap onto the stage to protect Jiang Qin. However, the adversary appeared well-informed about the males present, dispatching 2 Tier 3 males and 1 Tier 2 male to impede their advance. Although the 3 assailants were no match for them, they nonetheless delayed Gu Tianyu. By the time he arrived, he found Jiang Qin held captive, and Shirley Chuan rendered hesitant to act. The bone armor bearer was at a disadvantage against the shadow fox, given the latter's natural agility. Gu Tianyu signaled Shirley Chuan to restrain Fox Ear, but as he drew near, the wretched fox fled nimbly. With 1 strike missed, tracking the elusive shadow fox in the dark would prove challenging. Despite the presence of a female, escape was undoubtedly premeditated. The Black Panther could only curse inwardly, following the lingering scent of the fox. Shirley Chuan's beast form lacked the requisite speed, forcing him to exit the bar and scour the surroundings in a flying vehicle. Observing his companion's success, the males responsible for the diversion retreated, leaving behind numerous deceased bodies. This attack had cost the assailants over 1,000 men. all of whom had infiltrated under the guise of patrons. At this moment, Yu Wei was furious beyond measure. Despite bolstering security, he had failed to thwart this band of lunatics. If anything were to happen to Jiang Qin, he would be haunted for the rest of his life. Upon reflecting on this matter, he immediately reached out to the individual in question. "Father, I beseech your assistance. What will you offer in return for my intervention?" Yu Wei lowered his head, responding with composure. "If you assist me this once, I am willing to acquiesce to your future directives." "What is it?" The person on the other end remained silent, seemingly weighing the situation. "Do you harbor feelings for her?" Yu Wei shook his head. "No, she has only just reached adulthood. In terms of age, she could address me as father. I merely regard her as a younger counterpart to care for." "Ah, a younger counterpart without any genetic ties. While I wish for your obedience, do you comprehend the consequences of sealing off a Class 2 planet for a day? If it were you, it should be feasible, correct?" The aged man nodded calmly. "Naturally. Therefore, Yu Wei, do you now grasp the significance of power?" The man's indifference to his silence was evident. "Thank you, father." After disconnecting the holographic communicator, despite the turmoil within his heart, Yu Wei hurriedly set about mitigating the chaos for the affected guests. Apologies were made where necessary, and compensations were offered. Zhu Yongkong had already taken the security team to search, while Ba Zi and Kuei went similarly dispersed to take action. When Shuili did not make an appearance at the bar that day, Yu Wei, having his own channels of information, was aware that she had been invited to the main planet early that morning. Perhaps because of this, no officials had yet sought out Jiang Qin. After all, the internal affairs of the Federation were far from tranquil, with factional disputes being remarkably intense. Additionally, Jiang Qin's trending topic was omnipresent across the internet, with whispers of manipulation lurking in the shadows, making concealment impossible. It was inevitable that some would entertain thoughts of sacrificing one to save another. After all, in that moment, when Shuili's spiritual entity had emerged from her body first, and she was a class of female, only afterward did Jiang Qin's spiritual entity emerge to interact. It was difficult to ascertain who had initially triggered this new, deep soothing method and who had influenced whom. Perhaps it was due to Shuili's love for music, immersing herself wholeheartedly in delightful melodies, that she reached such a heightened state of spiritual pleasure. Furthermore, her superior psychic ability might have elicited a resonance from Jiang Qin's spiritual entity. Ultimately, all eyes were on Jiang Qin. The Federation could not act against her, but there existed an advantage in using her as a visible pawn. In contrast, when Shuili, being less scrutinized, could be discreetly taken away. In truth, Yu Wei understood that Jiang Qin had likely been abandoned by certain individuals, given her low psychic capacity and unsavory background. Under the premise of making choices, one must indeed make a choice. However, it mattered not, for she still had him as her employer. He had vowed to protect her, and he would certainly keep that promise. At this moment, Jiang Qin was no longer being choked, but was instead being carried on the shoulder of a fox-eared individual. She could see nothing, her vision engulfed in darkness. The wound on her neck had been treated by the fox ears, likely to prevent her blood from dripping onto the ground and leading to her pursuit. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, the fox ears finally came to a halt, and light began to filter into her vision. Before her stood a man with somewhat alluring features, his golden wavy hair cascading down. He reached out to remove the device from her mouth that resembled a pet muzzle, smiling as he remarked, "The silencer is off. Little darling, you may now scream to your heart's content." Jiang Qin replied, "Huh? Why are you silent? Have you been frightened into silence?" A remarkably pale hand forcefully grasped her cheeks, inspecting her. "Open your mouth and let me see, brother." Jiang Qin pursed her lips, wanting to utter a stream of curses. Yet, she had never been a naive girl, so she chose to act with prudence, avoiding angering one who appeared rather unhinged. Thus, she moved her lips and softly replied, "Not yet mute." The fox ears finally released her, satisfied, "As long as you're not mute, for if I could no longer hear your lovely voice, I would indeed feel quite regretful." In truth, he was discreetly observing the surroundings. Chapter 42. A new disguise. They were currently within the cockpit of a spaceship. Besides the fox-eared individual, there were 6 or 7 males present. Through their discussions, Jiang Qin learned that several more were outside, tasked with diverting attention. Fox ears. All exits from Wailangsing have been sealed. Ships are being intercepted. The fox ears remained unperturbed. "We're seizing a particularly special female, so interception is to be expected. Proceed according to plan. They busied themselves, neglecting Jiang Qin, likely thinking her merely a female. What else could she do but remain obedient? After all, opening the spaceship's hatch required authorization. Under such circumstances, not only could Jiang Qin not escape, but even the thought of leaping from the ship to end her life was impossible. Jiang Qin truly felt powerless. It was somewhat amusing that, although she had lived 2 lifetimes in the galaxy, this was only her second time aboard a spaceship. The first was when Jiang Yulian's partner rescued her from a barren planet. Meanwhile, news of her abduction had already spread. Given the multitude of guests present that evening, at least 1 or 2 must have witnessed it. Such news could not remain concealed. The entire Wailangsing had plunged into panic, and the official website of the Wailangsing Guard had been overwhelmed and crashed. What is the Guard doing? They can't even protect a single female. Everyone must keep a close watch on their own females. Those damned beastmen have begun capturing our females again. Why would they capture Jiang Qin? What can a class of female do? If you ask me, rather than letting those lunatics benefit, we might as well research her ourselves. Research? How do you intend to study her? By opening up her brain? Or draining her blood? Why so extreme? Isn't that person correct? After all, she's merely a Class A female. Sacrificing her could lead to the discovery of something that can soothe at any time, such as potions, machines, or pseudo-females. Males yearned to escape the predicament of being at the mercy of females, while females feared losing that power. Once alternatives emerged, they would undoubtedly become the sacrifices of the era. Perhaps they retain some reproductive value, but they would certainly not enjoy the current elevated social status. Thus, the initial high-ranking females had established the Female Protection Center. Little darling, we've disembarked from the spaceship. The fox ears pulled Jiang Qin along, fastening a chain around her wrist. Her holographic communicator had already been confiscated. The thought that she had purchased it with her advance salary made her heart bleed. Those superstitions were ill-advised. She had always felt that she was cursed with poverty, earning money swiftly, yet unable to retain it. After disembarking, the fox ears led her to another flying vehicle. The scenery outside was already desolate, and they flew towards even more barren locales. They eventually stopped at an abandoned junkyard. Jiang Qin suspected this place had once been a dumping ground, as it was littered with discarded items buried in the earth, leaving only fragments exposed. Upon exiting the vehicle, only the fox ears, Jiang Qin, and 2 other males remained. The others had driven similar flying vehicles in different directions. This group was exceedingly cautious, with none of them bearing holographic communicators, and they were equipped with various high-tech means of escape. Jiang Qin watched as the golden-haired, wavy fox ears sprayed a potion onto his hair, transforming it to gray. He then tied several dirty braids, pulling all his hair back to reveal his somewhat alluring face. He held a syringe in his hand, not blinking as he injected it into his arm. Minutes later, a miraculous transformation occurred. The man, originally around 185 centimeters tall, suddenly shrank to approximately 170 centimeters, his once well-proportioned physique now resembling that of slender pole, his skin tone shifting to a bronze hue. Then, he applied some unknown substance to his face, transforming his features entirely. His large eyes shrank to mere slits, his once prominent nose became flat, and his thin lips thickened slightly. Overall, his visage appeared rather ordinary, neither unattractive nor handsome. Subsequently, he disrobed and donned a set of worn gray combat attire, marred by battle scars. The other 2 followed suit in this transformation. Jiang Qin watched in astonishment as the 3 men nonchalantly changed clothes before her. Thankfully, they retained a modicum of decency. Otherwise, she felt she might die of embarrassment. "Little cutie, will you change by yourself, or would you like my assistance?" Jiang Qin replied. "Could you please provide me with a curtain for privacy?" "All right, since you are so charming," he said. "Lovely little thing. You do have your privileges." The fox-eared individual was surprisingly accommodating. He promptly summoned a partition made of special material from his spatial realm and set it up on the ground, cheerfully adding, 3 minutes. "If you have not finished by then, I would be more than happy to assist you." Jiang Qin glanced at the chain on her wrist. "Can I take this off for now? I dislike overly demanding little cuties." Though he maintained a smiling facade, a hint of danger lurked beneath. Jiang Qin bit her lip, accepting the grimy outfit and retreating behind the partition to change. For the parts she could not remove, she had no choice but to tear them apart. Were it not for the physical enhancement potion she had consumed, she doubted she would possess the strength to even rip a garment. For now, she opted to comply, not wanting to provoke these individuals, as she had no idea what they might do. They were not the type to cherish the delicate. In the eyes of these lawless rogues, females were merely tools. Noticing Jiang Qin's attire, albeit haphazard, was at least on her, the fox-eared one seemed slightly disappointed. "Oh dear, our little cutie doesn't need any help after all. How unfortunate," he lamented, though his actions were far from gentle. He jabbed a needle into her slender arm and smeared something haphazardly across her face. Finally, he tugged at her meticulously arranged hair, letting her dark locks cascade down. The fox-eared one lifted a few strands to his nose, inhaling deeply, and teased, "Little cutie, your hair smells delightful. I could hardly bear to douse it with that inferior concoction." Jiang Qin thought to herself that indeed he would hesitate to ruin her hair since he had transitioned to crafting pills instead. Soon, she detected an overwhelming stench emanating from her own body. Chapter 43. The slums after the fox-eared one had his way with her. Jiang Qin was utterly transformed from a soft, fragrant female into a disheveled, foul-smelling half-beast woman, adorned with a pair of fluffy black cat ears. Standing there, she was unrecognizable, even to Yue. Her once sickly, delicate features had morphed into squinty eyes, a flat nose, and thick lips, now marred with blemishes. Her fair skin had darkened to a muddy brown, resembling a deranged beggar. Once disguised, the fox-eared companion led the way, carrying a tattered chemical bag, while the fox-eared one dragged Jiang Qin along. After traversing the garbage dump for over half an hour towards the west, they finally arrived at a shantytown. If Jiang Qin were to describe it, it would resemble a slum from some impoverished country. Filthy, foul-smelling, and chaotic. There were no buildings, only dilapidated shacks, each cramped and worn down. However, it was expansive, resembling a vast communal settlement populated predominantly by half-beasts. The appearance of the four of them mirrored that of these inhabitants. Aside from the half-beasts, Jiang Qin noticed individuals chained at the entrances of shacks, looking numb. Some were working, while others lay motionless on the ground. As they moved forward, passing a somewhat different shack, she observed a queue of male half-beasts. In front of the shanty stood a group of selected men and women, both half-beasts and pure humans, who appeared comparatively cleaner, with a bit more flesh on their faces and decent looks. As they passed, a half-beast, his face mostly covered in scales, approached them with a grin, scrutinizing Jiang Qin with the eye of a merchant assessing goods. "Brother, are you planning to sell her?" Jiang Qin clenched her chained wrist under her sleeve. Yet, she was not concerned that the fox-eared one would sell her. They had expended too much effort and resources to capture her for mere star coins. The half-beast regarded her with sympathy. "Brother, you must be quite desperate to consider such a female. I sincerely suggest you sell her and spend a little money to find some pretty females or males among us. There are delicate pure humans and hardy half-beasts." Upon finishing his statement, the male half-beast exchanged knowing glances with the fox-eared trio, his unspoken words filled with suggestive implications. The fox-eared one remained unfazed, still smiling as he pulled Jiang Qin into his embrace, saying, "I have a peculiar preference. I fancy little things that are not conventionally pretty." The half-beast, taken aback by such a preference, looked astonished, eventually giving an admiring thumbs up before walking away. Jiang Qin noticed him laughing as he approached other males to converse. Clearly a recruiter for these tents. Leaving this peculiar area, the four continued onward until they stopped at another ramshackle shelter. Once inside, the fox-eared one and the two males settled down, beginning to fiddle with items Jiang Qin could not comprehend, with no one paying her any attention. Jiang Qin resigned herself to sitting quietly. The chain's length prevented her from straying too far from the fox-eared one. Perhaps finally relaxing, she began to retch repeatedly. Given the lack of sustenance in the starry expanse, her vomit consisted only of bitter bile. The fox-eared one frowned, approaching her with a scanning device to assess her health. Once he confirmed she was not ill, he relaxed his expression. "Little cutie, you aren't feeling nauseated by your own odor, are you?" Jiang Qin shot him an exasperated glance, knowing there was no point in answering. "Why so silent? It seems you haven't spoken a word this whole time. Are you naturally reticent? Perhaps you could sing a song for us?" "Sing? I can't sing." "All right, look at your pitiful little face. It truly tugs at the heartstrings. Go rest over there." After saying this, the fox-eared one forcibly injected something into her arm. She then felt the world spin around her. just before losing consciousness. She seemed to hear someone expressing discontent, saying, "Fox-eared, don't inject her with too many drugs. What if it affects the research?" "Understood," the fox-eared one replied lazily. When she awakened again, daylight flooded the space. Jiang Qin noticed that the chain had been removed from her wrist and instead was now bound to her ankle. The other end secured to a metal pipe driven into the ground. This pipe was quite tall, protruding through the shelter's roof, making it impossible for her to slip off the chain. Extracting the pipe would likely prove difficult as well. The fox-eared one was absent from the shelter, while the other two males remained, continuing their tinkering. They spoke freely, seemingly indifferent to whether Jiang Qin could hear them, confident that she could not escape. Thus, Jiang Qin discreetly eavesdropped. Those on the outside had begun to apply pressure. The spaceport would be fully unsealed by morning. "Well, we just need to hide for a few days and avoid being searched. We cannot afford to be complacent. Several groups are searching for her on Azure Star, and 3 factions from the main planet are involved." Main planet? Didn't they investigate and find she has no background? A mother is merely a superior female, and her companions are all superior males, posing no threat. The male in possession of intelligence elucidated. The Jiang family has not dispatched anyone. Our sources indicate that one group is likely affiliated with the family of a small bar owner. Another group is connected to Tianwen Entertainment Company. This female possesses commendable compositional skills, suggesting a collaboration with Tianwen Entertainment. The final group, however, is somewhat troublesome, as they are connected to the Bai family of the main star. The Bai family? Does she have ties to them? The male shook his head, stating that our investigations revealed no connections, though it remains uncertain whether that is due to a lack of information or the confidentiality surrounding the matter. Aside from these 3 troublesome factions, there is another minor complication. She has garnered a modest following on the StarNet, and these fans have pooled their resources to hire a number of bounty hunters, who are expected to arrive at Yuan-Star by noon. They do not adhere to conventional methods and possess a keen understanding of the gray areas of a planet. The sole drawback is that such individuals generally prefer not to work in large groups. Forming a small team is acceptable, but too many participants can lead to discord, as each is not particularly inclined to submit to authority. Consequently, they typically avoid collaboration with strangers. However, their audacity to abduct females in public suggests they are not intimidated by these bounty hunters. The real concern arises if they are discovered and detained. Beyond these issues, the rest are of little consequence. What about the guard forces? We have made arrangements. We have our people inside, and any encounters will only serve as our advantage. Chapter 44. The escape. Upon hearing that the Jiang family had not sent anyone, Jiang Qin remained unperturbed. Yet, upon learning of Yu Wei, the Bai family, the fans crowdfunding bounty hunters, and Tianwen Entertainment, she felt a surge of astonishment. Primarily, she was acutely aware of her own situation. She had no acquaintance with the Bai family of the main star. Furthermore, regarding Tianwen Entertainment, she distinctly recalled having declined their overtures. However, now that she found herself in peril, did they truly send someone to rescue her? As for her fans, she had merely worked for a few days and conducted a single live stream. She had not even genuinely commenced her career. While she was lost in thought, the inquisitive male approached with a vial of nutrient solution. "Drink this." Jiang Qin extended her hand, accepted it, and upon sniffing it found no peculiar odor. Thus she consumed it in one gulp. Her somewhat uncomfortable hunger was instantly alleviated. What about the fox ears? Seeing her obediently drink, the male, preparing to turn away, was taken aback by her inquiry regarding the fox ears. This male exhibited no concern that Jiang Qin might act upon discovering the absence of the fox ears. Though they were both superior males, they were not so inept as to lose track of a female. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to issue a warning. After responding, he intended to disregard Jiang Qin entirely and exited, likely to guard the entrance or patrol the vicinity. Inside the den, only Jiang Qin bound, and the male tinkering with machinery remained. Could you escort me to the restroom?" The male, engrossed in his modifications, heard the cautious request from the female. He glanced up and replied, "I will fetch you a basin." Jiang Qin interjected, "I won't run. I cannot escape with a basin." The male considered this, likely confident in his strength, and nodded in agreement. He rose, retrieved the key, and after a few twists, the shackles were undone. He then led her out of the den by the chain. Although the surroundings were filthy, they were not as repulsive as a public restroom. Every few dens, there was a makeshift toilet. Not seeing the male who had previously exited, It was likely he had gone to investigate the area. Jiang Qin's heart raced as her mind raced with thoughts. "Hurry inside." "I'll try," she replied, pulling open the dilapidated iron door. The moment she entered, the odor nearly overwhelmed her. It was filthy. Although using the restroom was merely a pretext, she genuinely needed to relieve herself. Having eaten and drunk nothing since the previous night, she would have likely succumbed to discomfort otherwise. Holding her breath against the foul stench, Jiang Qin swiftly finished her business in under 2 minutes. She recognized that this was her only opportunity. They were likely truly going to make her use a basin. "Are you done?" the male outside urged. "Almost." Just then a voice from outside called out, "Fox ears." The male, indeed a bit anxious, hastily handed the chain to the fox ears before departing. The iron door to the restroom opened slightly, and Jiang Qin emerged, drenched in cold sweat. Upon confirming that the male had truly left, she exhaled a sigh of relief. As she did, the fox ears beside her suddenly vanished into thin air, and the chain fell to the ground. She quickly turned to flee. Earlier in the restroom, she had attempted to use her abilities to depict the key. The physical object had indeed drained her mental energy, perhaps due to her low reserves. Merely attempting to visualize a small key had consumed 2/5 of her mental strength. When she coalesced the fox ears, it was evident that it was merely a phantom. Only that hand, which had taken the chain, was different. It was tangible, but not a living entity, resembling a manifestation of her mental energy condensed into a corporeal form. As for the voice, it was an imitation by Jiang Qin. The apparition merely moved its lips. Fortunately, the male had been distracted, likely preoccupied with the machinery, allowing him to leave without suspicion. Thus, Jiang Qin was now running for her life. Her mental reserves were depleted, and her head throbbed incessantly. While running, she had to remain vigilant, avoiding the demi-humans. She could not linger here. Once she disappeared, the fox ears' nature would surely prompt a search of the camp. The adage that the most dangerous places are the safest held no merit for him. However, escaping far was not feasible given her pace. These beastmen were extraordinarily capable. A single leap could cover the distance she would traverse in 10 minutes. If she still possessed her powers, it would have been manageable, at least enabling her to conjure a means of transportation. Now, she could only seek refuge. Moreover, she needed to devise a way to neutralize the scent on her body. The pills given to her by the fox ears might not only reek, but also possess tracking capabilities. The more she thought, the more she gritted her teeth. Navigating the labyrinthine alleys of the dens, she cautiously moved towards the area with the most pungent odor. An idea struck her. The garbage dump where they had initially landed was evidently quite distant and already abandoned. This implied that there must be a closer dump for the inhabitants of the den area, which is why they had not ventured far. Although it was somewhat repulsive, it was the only available hiding place that could resolve all her issues in a short time. Thus, Jiang Qin continued towards the source of the stench. After 5 minutes of running, she finally spotted a mound of garbage at the edge of the den area. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastily picked up a piece of material resembling leather and began to dig. Once the hole was made, she quickly burrowed inside with the leather. After hiding, she remained uneasy, listening intently to the sounds outside while continuing to dig further in. In her hand, she had also picked up a slender plastic tube. Once she covered herself with the surrounding refuse, leaving only a few small openings for ventilation, she ensured the other end of the tube remained outside, pressed by the garbage. She would occasionally take a breath through it. After that, Jiang Qin remained still, lying quietly amidst the refuse. To be honest, it was quite uncomfortable. Her position was slightly lower on the garbage mound, and although it was among the less dense piles, the weight bore down on her, and she feared that if she remained too long, she might not be able to escape. Chapter 45. The garbage heap. One could only wonder what the fox ears were up to with the young female. The entire shelter was devoid of orcs, let alone any formidable male ones. Thus here, no one could rival the presence of Hooer. Hooer observed and then excused himself to the restroom. His speed in beast form was remarkable. The man contemplated this and did not dwell on it too much. It seemed no one had yet discovered this location. I had just checked and found no anomalies. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the modified mechanical male paused, hesitatingly stating he wouldn't lay a hand on the females. Would he? The two exchanged glances. Although Hooer had shown little interest in the captured females, who could guarantee he wouldn't suddenly develop an interest? Should we go look for them? Forget it. I dare not provoke Hooer. He has even harmed his own kind. As long as that little female is alive, it suffices. Thus, the two refrained from mentioning the search, lest they disturb Huer's mood. However, that spot was empty. Huer's expression darkened as he turned to his companions, who were already dumbfounded. Huer, where's the little female? Oh, you are asking me? I ought to be asking you. Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch on the little female? Not a step away. The mechanic male was taken aback. But I personally handed the chains to you just outside the restroom. You claim you saw me? Huer's face was terrifying at that moment. He swiftly appeared before the male, grasping his throat and lifting him off the ground. Are you a fool? I suddenly appear, and you have no sense of caution? The male beside them quickly intervened. Huer, please release Zeb. He can hardly breathe. You know he rarely interacts with others. It's normal for him not to recognize you. Huer, however, coldly turned his gaze towards him, asking, and you? You are not a mechanic. Why are you equally foolish? I was checking around for any anomalies, fearing someone might find this place, or that group of half-orcs might discover something. So you left the shelter? I never stated that any of you were permitted to leave the little female's side for even a step. Morik moved his lips, but offered no further defense. The two orcs turned pale upon hearing the impending punishment. What are you still standing there for? Notify them to come and search. You two imbeciles. After scolding them, Huer departed from the shelter. He stood at the entrance, sniffing the air before hastily pursuing his scent outside. Yet, he ended up at the restroom. There lay a large rag from Jiang Qin's attire. Logically, he should have been able to catch the scent of the skunk capsules, but today's weather was slightly windy. Moreover, the mixed odors in the shelter area made it difficult for him to pinpoint the direction accurately. Calculating the little female's speed, he dashed to every area that bore any trace of the scent. There were no signs, no direction yielded any clues. Meanwhile, his companions were currently searching the shelter area. Those who resisted would be beaten and thrown out, while most half-orcs complied willingly. Every female was instructed to clean her face and present herself. Soon, Jiang Qin heard commotion from outside. Someone was rummaging through the garbage pile. At that moment, her heart raced to her throat. The possibility of someone suspecting the garbage mound was already within her expectations, yet they surely wouldn't dare use large destructive devices to blow it up. They wouldn't even use sharp objects to poke at the garbage mound. After all, they wanted her alive. Jiang Qin felt a surge of frustration. She never imagined that singing a few songs in the stars could lead to such peril. Truly, she had never been so valued before. Little female, you are here, aren't you? Huer's haunting voice echoed outside. I know you are here. Did I not tell you? Do not attempt to escape. Why can't you behave? If you come out now, I can overlook the matter. Otherwise, when I call for people to clear this garbage mound, if you emerge then, I cannot guarantee you lose a couple of legs. After all, what we need is merely your mind and your voice, even without hands or feet. That would suffice. Jiang Qin remained motionless, barely even breathing. After a few minutes, she heard Huer's chilling tone. It seems the little darling truly does not cherish her own body. No matter, I will summon people to clear this place, and then I shall break your legs, and you will no longer be able to flee. The signals here had long been blocked by that mechanic, and Huer and his companions were not wearing light brains. Jiang Qin speculated that his summoning people would likely require him to go or send someone to do so. After all, flares were not something one could easily deploy. They could not act overtly now, and after searching the shelter area, it would surely raise the suspicions of the half-orcs. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely need to dispatch personnel to keep a unified watch on these individuals. With such commotion, it was possible that others might come looking as well. However, she could not place her hopes on others, so she continued to devise methods. Even upon hearing Huer's departure, she dared not move. After waiting for a long while, there was still no further commotion. Yet Jiang Qin knew that Huer likely hadn't left, lurking in the shadows to observe. Since he suspected she was here, he would not leave until he was certain, and he wouldn't immediately clear the garbage mound. At the very least, he would wait until noon to act, for he firmly believed that a little female could not have run far, making this the optimal time for a search. Therefore, he would not waste time summoning others to clear the garbage mound. Only after scouring everywhere and confirming there were no traces would he gather his forces. The number of individuals he could utilize was certainly limited, and those half-orcs were not under his command. At most, they could only restrain them temporarily from leaving the shelter. If things escalated, with so many half-orcs, they might not hesitate to resist. Chapter 46, Half-Orc Female. After a considerable length of time, Jiang Qin hesitated yet again, still remaining still. However, she gathered a fragment of her recovering spiritual energy to project a phantom of a mouse. She could control the mouse and see what it saw. Hiding atop the garbage heap, she scanned the surroundings and did not spot Hooer, yet she remained hesitant, afraid of missing her opportunity, yet wary of a trap. She wished to create some noise, but she lacked sufficient spiritual energy to utilize her abilities. Maintaining the mouse as phantom required utmost caution. Jiang Qin realized she could not rush, thus allowed the mouse to dissipate, and continued lying still. In the interim, to expedite her recovery, she secretly dozed off for a while, and upon waking, released another mouse phantom. This time, there were indeed people outside. She could not see who were, but another beastman was loitering beside the garbage mountain, accompanied by a small machine that continually scooped away the refuse. However, that machine appeared somewhat cobbled together, likely modified by the mechanic. This beastman was someone Jiang Qin had encountered before. He was one of Hooer's accomplices who had previously driven a flying vehicle to divert pursuers. He bore visible injuries. It seemed Hooer had grown weary of waiting and sent another in his place. The injured male was not someone Jiang Qin could contend with. She felt she could no longer afford to wait. Once Hooer freed up personnel, the scrutinized garbage mountain would undoubtedly be searched. After a brief rest, her spiritual energy had significantly replenished. She was uncertain if other females of her rank could recover so rapidly, but she certainly felt her spiritual energy had improved considerably. Just as Jiang Qin prepared to take a risk, she suddenly spotted 3 half-orc youths and a half-orc girl approaching through the mouse's perspective. Uncertain of what they communicated with the beastman, the 4 began assisting in shoveling the garbage from that edge. The noise was loud and chaotic. Jiang Qin, seizing the opportunity provided by the surrounding noise, carefully crawled out and swiftly removed her foul-smelling garments, donning instead a tattered piece of clothing that was somewhat oversized. Her body was dotted with numerous red spots, likely a sign of an allergic reaction. However, she did not indulge in any self-pity. After changing, she discarded the soiled attire into a pile of refuse and, shielded by the garbage mound, began to descend cautiously. The commotion nearby was substantial, accompanied not only by the sound of shoveling, but also by voices. Jiang Qin found it peculiar, as their loud conversation seemed intentionally exaggerated. Nevertheless, she had no time to ponder this, and upon reaching the edge of the backside, she did not rush to flee. Instead, she stood still, harnessing her abilities to conjure a shadowy projection of herself, positioning it to the left before quietly moving to the right. The projection remained stationary. This precaution was taken in case she was discovered. The projection would serve to divert any attention from the beastman. Uncertain of the range, she could control her powers. She pressed on. The female half-beast nearby was engaged in lively conversation with the beastman, casting him admiring glances. "Brother, you are so formidable. Your beast form must belong to a powerful species, right?" Although the beastman held little regard for the female half-beast, he could not help but feel a sense of pride at her subtle admiration, and thus was inclined to engage with her. "My beast form resembles that of an eagle, an aerial assault species." See how Lily's expression darkened, yet she smiled sweetly, fervently praising him, creating the impression that she aspired to align herself with this powerful beastman. The trio of youths laboring to sift through the refuse appeared diligent, yet they were secretly eavesdropping on the conversation. Upon learning that the beastman belonged to the eagle species, their expressions flickered with intrigue. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin, who had cautiously distanced herself from the garbage mound, felt a surge of anxiety. She found herself in a predicament, as the area still seemed to be under search by beastmen, leaving her with no place to hide and a high likelihood of encountering them. Just as her mind raced with possible solutions, she suddenly spotted a female half-beast materialize before her. The female hesitated for a moment before rushing over and lifting Jiang Qin off the ground with surprising speed and strength. Caught off guard, Jiang Qin could only stifle her cries, wary of attracting attention, as confronting one individual was far preferable to facing a group. "Do not be afraid. I am not your enemy," the female half-beast reassured her before falling silent. Jiang Qin had no choice but to lie in her arms, watching the scenery whip past them. It must be said that while half-beasts lacked mental prowess and the ability to transform, their physical strength was truly remarkable, albeit their lifespans were tragically short. After a brief sprint, They arrived at the undeveloped outskirts of the Azure Star. Along the way, the half-beast plucked leaves from an unfamiliar plant, applying the sap to Jiang Qin's skin. They then entered a cave. This cave was previously inhabited by a strange beast that my father and several uncles dispatched a few days ago, the half-beast explained. Thus, it is safe here for now, and nearby beasts will not approach. The sap I applied serves to mask our scent. We typically use it when venturing into the wild. However, it fades after about 2 hours, so remember to reapply. Why have you brought me here? Jiang Qin inquired. The half-beast's eyes twinkled with amusement. You are Jiang Qin. Am I correct? I know who you are. Do we know each other? This morning, Lily saw you heading towards the garbage mound. At first, she thought nothing of it. But when that group took control of everyone and forbade us from leaving, we connected the dots. We suspected you might be the kidnapped female Jiang Qin. All right? You probably do not know who Lily is, nor if you've seen her. She took our friends to the garbage mound to help you distract that beast man. By the way, I am Xianin, and Lily is my aunt's younger sister. She introduced herself. Jiang Qin was taken aback. Did you come specifically to help me escape? Indeed. Is it because you are my idol? That is not the only reason, Xianin replied, shaking her head. While we adore your music, there is another motive. If we rescue you, we can contact someone to take you away and receive a reward. We are in dire need of those star coins due to our impoverished circumstances. As you may have noticed, rest assured, you can choose whom to contact for your rescue. We will reach out to whoever you desire. According to Xianin, there were currently 4 parties on the Star Network willing to offer a bounty for her rescue. The bar owner Yue, the head of the composition department at Tianwen Entertainment, Lan Yuyin, and Jiang Rumeng from the Jiang family. The first 3 offered substantial rewards. As for Jiang Rumeng, she had independently posted the bounty on the Star Network. Indeed, it was her own money funding the effort. The Jiang family had yet to show their hand, leaving everyone uncertain of their intentions. Public sentiment towards Jiang Rumeng had shifted, with even those who had previously criticized her now viewing her more favorably. Some of Jiang Qin's fans became notably kinder towards her, believing that within the Jiang family, only this sister was genuinely concerned for her, while the other relatives were best left unmentioned. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Rumeng went live, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, declaring that she had sent people to search for her sister and repeatedly pleading with the captors not to harm her. She portrayed a sister willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of her sibling. Had Jiang Qin experienced such a scenario in her previous life? She believed she might have been touched. After all, on one side was an indifferent mother, and on the other, a cousin willing to stand up for her. Naturally, she would be swayed by the warmth of a semblance of affection. However, she and Jiang Rumeng were not embroiled in a true versus false daughter narrative, and she had never perceived their relationship as adversarial. One was the biological daughter, while the other was the orphan child of her biological brother. Was it truly necessary to choose one over the other? The Jiang family was certainly capable of supporting both. In her previous life, she had been blinded by a sentimental attachment to memories from her fetal stage. The fact that Jiang Rumeng, raised by Jiang Yulian, was also plagued by insecurity spoke volumes about her experiences within the Jiang family. It must be exhausting to earn the affection of everyone. Jiang Yulian was a far cry from the loving mother of Jiang Qin's memories. Perhaps those fetal memories were merely a dream. She might not have developed sufficiently at that time to distinguish between dreams and reality. After providing her guidance, Xia Inan took her leave. She had set out earlier that morning and had not been seen during the searches. After confirming Jiang Qin had hidden in the garbage mound, she left a signal for her sister. Once the searchers had scoured the shantytown, she took the opportunity to discuss plans with Xianin, exchanging information to determine the presence of only one beastman at the garbage mound before finalizing their course of action. While one group engaged the beastman guarding Jiang Qin, the unexposed Xianin maneuvered to retrieve her. Xia Lily firmly believed that if they could create an opportunity for Jiang Qin to escape, she would undoubtedly emerge from the garbage mound. Thus, Xianin was instructed to circle around the rear in various directions. It must be said, this female named Xia Lily was truly astute, and Xianin displayed remarkable execution, given that she had to wait for Jiang Qin while evading the searching beastmen. It was evident how challenging the task was. The primary objective of this female, Xia Lily, is that sum of star coins. She aspires to leave the Shak district, wishing to take her family and friends with her, at the very least to reside in the city's impoverished area. There, they could receive subsidies and have a status to seek employment. with 3 million star coins to be divided among the 5 of them. Each family could receive several 100,000. Jiang Qin is not afraid of their intentions. Rather, she fears the absence of purpose. After all, free things are the most expensive in this world. As long as she can be safely taken away by Yue, even if she no longer sings, she will still find a way to repay her debts. So preserving her life is of utmost importance. Where have you been? I went out early this morning to gather supplies. The orc who inquired examined her bag and confirmed that it contained the basic materials for producing nutrient solution before allowing her entry. Upon arriving home, she found Xia Lily also present. They exchanged a glance, understanding each other without the need for words. Their mothers are sisters, so their bond has always been strong. A mere look suffices to convey their thoughts. By noon, the orcs guarding the shack area had not yet retreated. The half-orcs were also not permitted to leave, which stirred discontent among many of them. They were already struggling financially, and a day without work meant a significant loss of income. However, witnessing the well-equipped orcs, they dared not provoke them, resorting to silent curses instead. Xianan had also been unable to send out any messages. The signal in their area had been blocked. Nevertheless, she did not rush, continuing to attend to her household affairs as usual. They did not venture to the garbage mountain to observe the commotion, as they were hesitant to linger in front of the orc males for fear of harassment. In the ensuing time, the entire shack district was enveloped by a cacophony of clanging noises. Huer observed the cleared garbage mountain with a grim expression. His anger intensified upon seeing that the other 2 heaps had also been emptied, still no sign of the young female in sight. He summoned the guarding male, suppressing his rage as he inquired, "Are you certain she has not left, nor have you seen the female?" "I am certain," the man replied. "Then what is this?" He pointed to the ragged clothing discarded on the ground, which Jiang Qin had changed out of. The man appeared surprised, but insisted, "I truly did not see her. Perhaps she had already left by the time I arrived." Huer was uncertain of when Jiang Qin had come to the garbage mountain. So even if he wanted to express his anger, he had to restrain himself. After all, this orc was not someone to be trifled with, and without evidence. He could not take out his frustrations on him. "Continue searching. Look from above," he commanded. The man complied and immediately transformed into his beast form, soaring into the sky. "Huer, what if we cannot find her?" What could Huer do? He could only sneer. "You ask me, but who should I ask? Useless. All of them are useless." Chapter 48. Returning to Langer City. Among those searching for Jiang Qin, there were indeed many capable individuals. Soon, someone found their way here and clashed with Huer's group. Knowing they would not locate Jiang Qin before nightfall, Huer understood that this mission was doomed. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. They could not confront the opposing large force. Otherwise, they feared they would fail the task and be unable to escape. Realizing the futility of the situation, he could only lead his men in retreat. Jiang Qin remained in the cave, not daring to turn on a light bulb, vigilantly alert to her surroundings. Occasionally, she would let a mouse scurry about to observe the area. Fortunately, no one appeared. She was not entirely trusting of Xianan's words. After all, selling her would likely be quite lucrative, so she remained cautious. However, being in the wild, she lacked offensive power and did not dare to run about recklessly. She could only remain vigilant while gambling on probabilities like a gambler. It proved fortunate that her gamble paid off. After dark, guided by the mouse's vision, she finally spotted Xianan approaching with a group. Among them were many familiar faces, led by Uncle Yue and security captain Zhu Yongkong. They moved swiftly, reaching Jiang Qin's hiding place in less than 2 minutes. "Miss Jiang, your boss has arrived." Uncle Yue. Jiang Qin felt tears welling up. Though she had endured much hardship, she had never found herself in such filth. She dared not contemplate the garbage dump and the bacteria that lurked within that plastic pipe. Seeing her in such a disheveled state, Yue felt a pang of sympathy. "What happened to you? These star bandits are truly outrageous, even bullying females." As he spoke, he hurriedly draped a coat over her. "What about Huer and his group? They left in the afternoon, and the guards are still hunting for them. I feared you might not want to leave with them, so I didn't inform them of your whereabouts, instead waiting for your boss to arrive," Xianan clarified. "Thank you." Jiang Qin expressed her heartfelt gratitude and then suggested adding her as a friend on her light brain. However, Xianan, rubbing her hands together, shyly replied, "I don't have a light brain. Could you write down your number for me? I will message you using my father's." Upon hearing this, Yue scrutinized her for a while before asking, "Would you be willing to work in Langer City?" Miss Jiang is in need of an assistant. A half-orc female of leopard gene lineage could assist Miss Jiang with errands. Yue thought that having a male bodyguard could be inconvenient, and he should recruit 2 assistants for Jiang Qin. Can I? Xia Enin asked, excitement rendering her somewhat flustered. Of course, as long as you're willing. You can gather your belongings and leave with us now. After receiving your reward, you can help your family rent a house. You will need to stay with Miss Jiang and live in her home, Yue stated. Em willing. Xia Enin hurriedly agreed, fearing Yue might change his mind. This was a golden opportunity. Given their status, renting a house in Langar City would require a substantial sum. However, if they accompanied this group, no one would obstruct them, saving them a considerable amount of money. There is no need for thanks. I intended to find a half-orc female assistant for you anyway. It doesn't seem matter who it is, so it's better to choose her. She seems quite reliable. You can try her out, and if you don't like her, you can always send her away later. Jiang Qin nodded, as she had also considered repaying the kindness shown to her. This arrangement was beneficial. After all, Xia Enin was indeed capable, being someone who could carry her swiftly. In case of any unforeseen events, they could escape together. Upon returning to Langar City, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Qin was taken directly to the emergency room of the hospital. She had several issues, including skin allergies and a viral infection, but fortunately, there were minimal external injuries. After a thorough cleansing, she lay in the treatment chamber, feeling revitalized. The warm medicinal liquid was treating her allergies. Among those present were Xia Enin's brother and Xia Lily's brother, with one friend who ultimately decided not to join them. It was reported that the family situation there was complex, and he lacked confidence in surviving in the main city, so he opted to live in another smaller city instead. As for the reward, it was evenly divided among the 5 of them, each receiving 600,000. Logically, Xia Enin and Xia Lily faced more risks. But their good relationships meant they did not split it too unevenly, especially the brothers, who gave their share of the money directly to their mother for the moving expenses. Originally, Xia Enin had planned to stay with Jiang Qin in the hospital that night. However, Jiang Qin persuaded her to settle her family affairs first before returning to work. Having paid the bounty and escorted them into the city, Yue decided not to involve himself further. After all, this matter seemed to have reached its conclusion. Currently, no news had arrived from the guard army, leaving Jiang Qin uncertain about whether they had apprehended the group led by Huer. She suspected that the chances of capture were slim, as she held no trust in the guard army. The 2 beastmen had openly stated to her that encountering the guard army might even serve as an advantage. She even harbored doubts that the guard army's early arrival was merely a ruse. Thus, she felt relieved that Xia Enin had not blindly trusted the guard army and divulged her hiding place. Instead, she adamantly insisted she had not seen anyone, waiting until Yue and his team arrived before guiding them. After emerging from the treatment pod, Jiang Qin lay on the hospital bed and donned her light brain. She would be spending the night in the hospital. Upon activating her light brain, she noticed a message from He Zhuochuan, the first one inquiring, "Are you well?" Following that, another message read, "I hope you are safe." The remaining messages were from Shi Lichuan, who asked, "Miss Jiang, have you safely arrived at the hospital? I sincerely apologize for failing to protect you this time. If you wish to replace us afterward, we are willing to compensate for all losses incurred." Chapter 49. The top of the charts the following night. Jiang Qin had already been discharged and returned home. The bar also announced her safe arrival. Following this incident, several more individuals were added to her circle of protection, although they would not be residing in her home. Yue had rented the adjacent room for the bodyguards. Of the 2 rooms she had vacated, one was now occupied by Xia Enin, while the other would be reserved for Shi Lichuan. Given that certain beastman species might possess abilities like phasing through walls, it was essential to have someone on guard inside at all times. Jiang Qin felt somewhat uneasy. It was bearable. Yue assured her that these arrangements were temporary, promising to find her a more suitable residence in the future. Moreover, it seemed likely that they would need to relocate the bar, although nothing had been finalized yet. After all, the bar had just undergone expansion, and it would seem wasteful not to utilize the new space. Ultimately, Yue's primary concern revolved around Jiang Qin and Zhu Yongkong. Consequently, the only ones frequently present at the bar would be Jiang Qin and Zhu Yongkong. He remained uncertain about where they truly wished to work and had yet to make any decisions. Having just been discharged, Jiang Qin felt somewhat fatigued and thus retired early for the night. In the adjacent room, Xia Enin, however, was brimming with energy, continuously scrolling through her light brain. She now possessed a light brain herself, as her mother had provided her with 30,000 star coins to purchase the most affordable model, considering her work needs. As midnight struck, Xiaonan eagerly checked the new song rankings. When she saw no changes, she erupted in joyous cheers, exclaiming, "Miss Jiang's song has secured the top spot." After her exuberant outburst, she quickly covered her mouth, leaving only excitement in her eyes, tinged with a hint of regret for her loudness. She had almost forgotten that she was in Miss Jiang's home and worried she might have disturbed her. Nonetheless, she was overwhelmed with joy. Miss Jiang's song had claimed the top position. In fact, her 3 songs had swept the top 3 spots. The first was Ru Yuan, followed by Anonymity's Comfort, and thirdly, Ningxia. Perhaps it was due to the fervent discussions surrounding the star pirates invading the planet to capture females. But the viewing numbers for the 3 songs Jiang Qin uploaded recently skyrocketed, displacing other songs from the charts. Excited, Xiaonan felt the urge to share her elation and promptly messaged Xia Lily. "Miss Jiang's song has reached the top of the June new song chart." Xia Lily replied, "I saw it." "Hee, I'm so happy." Xia Lily added, "So am I. I envy you. Once Miss Jiang returns to work, you'll be able to hear the live version, right?" Xiaonan realized with glee that indeed, given their circumstances, they would likely never afford a concert ticket, not even for a bar entry fee, let alone the expenses of travel. However, things were different now. She had become her idol's assistant. Was there anything more joyous than this? The more she thought about it, the more exhilarated she became, leading her to appear before Jiang Qin the next day with dark circles under her eyes. "And then, did you not sleep well?" Jiang Qin inquired. The girl with leopard ears vigorously nodded her head, exclaiming, "Miss Jiang, your 3 songs have taken the top 3 spots on the chart." Jiang Qin, who had seen the news before sleeping, remained remarkably calm. Amused, she asked, "So you spent the entire night celebrating?" Xiaonan nodded fervently, resembling a cat in a meme, prompting a smile from Jiang Qin. As Shirley Chuan emerged from his room, he was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Qin smiling. He had often seen her smile, but it was usually a polite, subtle upturn of her lips. It seemed that the little female was indeed happier in good company. "Good morning, Miss Jiang." "Good morning, Mr." "Sure. Does Miss Jiang have any plans for the day?" Shirley Chuan asked. "Unless something arises, I should remain indoors. I plan to upload the songs I recorded earlier, and I still have several yet to finish." Jiang Qin then turned to Xiaonan, saying, "If your home is not yet settled, you may take an additional day off." Xiaonan shook her head in refusal. "It's all right. I have others at home. I'll stay here to assist you." Jiang Qin nodded in acceptance and proceeded to teach her how to operate the household robots and various appliances. Although Xiaonan was a native of the stars, in many ways, she was quite akin to an illiterate. After all, half-beasts comprised the lower echelons of interstellar labor, earning little and working hard. Consequently, many items were beyond their financial reach, let alone the knowledge to operate them. Xiaonan had not attended school for many years, while education was free for females. The distance from her home to the school required considerable travel expenses. Moreover, she did not particularly enjoy school, having only completed 5 years to learn basic literacy. Subsequently, Xia Lily had taught her for a few more years, and occasionally her father would lend her his light brain to learn some survival skills online, such as identifying alien plants and creatures. Beyond that, she had no further education. However, the role she currently performed as a life assistant was relatively undemanding. Her tasks mainly involved caring for Jiang Qin, running errands, and in times of danger, ensuring Jiang Qin's escape, with household chores managed by the domestic robots. Her job was quite relaxed. Jiang Qin entered the recording booth alone. First, she contacted He Zhuochuan for an online discussion and signed a contract. She then authorized the sheet music and singing rights to him, along with the accompanying instrumental tracks from the system all. "If you encounter any uncertainties while recording, feel free to reach out to me. Once completed, if convenient, I would appreciate the opportunity to listen before you upload it." "Understood." He Zhuochuan appeared somewhat tense. After all, he had not anticipated actually obtaining the singing rights to Wooming to Run. This song was currently very popular on the Star Network, appealing to many who enjoyed catchy tunes. It didn't have to be heart-wrenching or belted out. Such songs were perfect for singing while driving or during busy moments. The lyrics resonated with those living ordinary lives, evoking a bittersweet flavor that transformed the experience into something profound. He Zhuochuan was among those who cherished this song. Before this song, he always felt that life was filled with sorrow and often questioned the significance of his efforts. However, after listening to this song, he gained a new insight. Perhaps the concept of meaning has no definitive answer. Regardless of the nature of life, one should live it earnestly. Ordinary individuals possess their own simple joys, while great individuals harbor their own lofty aspirations. Chapter 50, July New Songs Chart. After concluding a conversation with Jiang Qin chatted for a while with the individuals selected for 2 other songs. Once it was confirmed that they had no objections to the contract, he proceeded to sign it and sent the songs Huanqi Jiu Hao and Xingjing Dianai. Interestingly, the individuals chosen for these 2 songs were all artists under Tianwen Entertainment, albeit relatively unknown. The interstellar audience did not favor their somewhat rugged vocal styles, preferring the sounds of youth. Consequently, despite having released several songs prior, they had not garnered much popularity. It was only through Jiang Qin's live broadcast that they became aware of these 2 songs. However, they were not primarily drawn to these songs. If they were not available, it would not matter. They could reconnect when they were. After leaving the option to inquire further, Jiang Qin did not pursue them any further. Excited fans eagerly began their online searches as dawn broke. On the first day of July, many new songs were anticipated to chart, prompting them to seek out fresh musical treasures. After all, they had grown weary of last month's tracks and desperately needed new favorites to soothe their ears. Those who quietly followed Jiang Qin immediately searched for his name. Revelinga pleta opsonis, I woderen, se seni, aini, dinuhua, igriki, shan igriki, shan liang jingjing, mei renin. Ming tian rizhengao, yuaxiang. As a devoted fan of Jiang Qin, when Shuali, located at the Research Institute on the main star, promptly clicked on one of the songs, specifically the last one, Huaxiang. The wind blew aimlessly, and the rain followed suit, steeped in sorrow. No one could tell me when love quietly slipped away. Jiang Qin's voice was as enchanting as ever. Most notably, this time the uploaded song was accompanied by a visual. The opening featured a girl clad in a white top and black trousers, adorned with a floral apron, her hair tied back with a yellow headband. She stood amidst a sea of flowers, dandelions dancing in the gentle breeze. In the distance, a young man rode an antique bicycle towards her, and in that moment of eye contact, it felt as though love materialized before them. The ensuing narrative revealed that the girl was merely a human female managing a flower shop, while the boy was a male beast from a prominent family. Their love was not accepted by their families, yet they continued to meet secretly in that flower field. They needed not engage in any actions. Their silent companionship and a mere glance sufficed to convey their sweet affection. They had never even held hands, yet one could feel the surging love that filled their hearts. As when Shuali listened to the song, she cradled her face, smiling like an ant. Oh my, what a perfect match. Who were these 2 performers? This situation could only imply that they were amateurs, not stars. Unable to find any information, when Shuali nodded in agreement, her eyes nearly turning into hearts. They seemed to be students. She wondered if they could star in a drama together someday. She would definitely watch. However, the tale took a tragic turn as the human girl succumbed to illness in that flower field, and the beastly male was taken away by his family, carrying only the dried flower necklace gifted by the girl, unable to take her with him. When Shuali then burst into tears, her spirit manifested in response to her emotional turmoil. Upon its emergence, it did nothing but weep in her embrace. When Shuali's partner wished to console her, but felt utterly helpless. This scene unfolded similarly elsewhere. When Jieqi's favorite song remained Di Nu Hua, and she had long awaited Jiang Qin's upload. However, as fate would have it, Jiang Qin was kidnapped by space pirates. Those were space pirates. It had taken the Federation years to produce a talent like Jiang Qin. She no longer wished to listen to those chaotic Cantonese songs. Thus, she initiated a crowdfunding campaign. The funds allowed her to hire 20 bounty hunters, 5 of whom were elite males. Unexpectedly, even before the bounty hunters arrived, news of the space pirates had been uncovered. So upon waking, she immediately searched for songs on the Star Network, specifically Di Nu Hua. To her surprise, Jiang Qin had also provided a visual for this song. However, Wen Jieqi thought little of it, assuming it was arranged before Jiang Qin's abduction to prepare for July's charting. She doubted it had been recorded just that day, as filming would require several hours at least. The opening featured a classical beauty applying red paper in front of a mirror, assisted by an elderly maid styling her hair. The bride, decked in a red wedding gown and wearing a phoenix crown, entered the wedding hall without a veil, supported by the maid. There were no guests, no grand hall, only the bride and groom along with 2 servants. The groom donned a red robe and a golden crown. The female voice sang, "Falling flowers obscure the moonlight," borrowing a cup to toast at the Phoenix platform. The princess's floral offering rises with tears. In a duet, Jiang Qin seamlessly portrayed both roles. The scene quickly transitioned to the princess and her consort exchanging vows, both collapsing in death on their wedding night. When Jieqi's eyes reddened, tears streaming uncontrollably, she envisioned a defeated nation, the princess and consort who should have lived blissfully. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. They died together. At least they remained united in the end. But suddenly, a loud banging echoed at her door. "When Jieqi, what are you doing in there?" "You're crying like a boiling kettle. Open the door. Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll go beat them up." Hiding and crying is useless. When Jieqi opened the door, sobbing, "Oh no, the princess and consort are dead." Chapter 51. Mermaid? Princess? Consort? When the world? When Jiahui looked utterly perplexed. The title of princess was still in use by the empire, while the term consort was merely historical. Besides, even if the princess of the empire had perished, it had nothing to do with Wen Jieqi. Was it really necessary to cry so much? Wen Jiahui found it hard to comprehend. Then, through Wen Jieqi's sobs, he learned that the princess and consort had chosen to die together. Although he found the story touching, it hardly warranted such tears. Wen Jieqi, you're becoming quite the emotional one. You watch those dramas about life and death all the time, and you never cried like this. Wen Jieqi continued to weep. "I don't know why, I just feel so terribly sad. It's so strange." As she cried, a shadow suddenly emerged from her forehead. Wen Jiahui's eyes widened in alarm. "Oh no, Wen Jieqi, your spirit is coming out. Don't move, I'll call a doctor." Without needing to be told, Wen Jieqi remained still. She had yet to meet her spirit, and this was her first encounter. A pure white peacock emerged, its eyes swollen with tears. It approached her, nuzzling against her as if to offer comfort. The spiritual energy radiating from it slowly flowed into Wen Jiahui's body, inducing a remarkable calm within the sea of spirits. Widening his eyes in astonishment. At that moment, he was on the phone with the hospital, but hesitated before ultimately hanging up to contact their father instead. WNGQ hastily interjected, "Father, do not heed my brother's nonsensical claims. I am perfectly fine. This is merely a normal occurrence. My current state is a result of listening to Jiang Qin songs." Who is Jiang Qin? Their father, often preoccupied with his work, would not find it unusual that he was unaware of the recent happenings on XNGWing. Thus, WNGQ quickly elucidated the matter and reassured him. "It's nothing to worry about. I am not the first to experience this. The very first female of this kind has already been taken to the main star." Nevertheless, their father felt it prudent to exercise caution. At this moment, Jiang Qin was also perusing the feedback on XNGWing. These were the results of her abilities manifested today. After recording, she observed that everything appeared flawless, nearly indistinguishable from reality. As long as she refrained from physical contact during filming, who would suspect it was merely a construct of her mental prowess? Each piece was of brief duration, thus requiring minimal mental energy. She completed uploading her songs, still brimming with vitality. She felt that recording 2 episodes of a drama or anime each time posed no challenge. In a single day, she could potentially record 7 or 8 episodes, barring any creative blocks. So far, the majority of feedback had been overwhelmingly positive. With the success, the sense of immersion in her songs deepened. Her followers on the official XNGWing account were rapidly increasing, and the plays of her songs surged exponentially. Her prestige continued to rise. July is truly a jubilant time for music lovers. Not only has Jiang Qin released several songs, but many artists have also unveiled their works this month. It's only natural. With the year's end approaching, they must compete with the empire's music scene for the charts. With more than half the year gone, if they do not take action soon, they may not even secure an entry ticket. Honestly, even if they do, it seems unlikely. After all, Jiang Qin alone occupies 5 spots in the top 10. Newcomers cannot surpass Jiang Qin, and veterans need not compete. The new song chart is entirely dominated by her. If she participates in the competition at year's end and secures a ranking, could she, like GX, win both the Songwriter and Singer Awards? That seems plausible, provided she wins. You mindless fans, Can you please cease your daydreaming? She is merely a newcomer who thrives on novelty. What level of talent does she possess to be compared to GX? Even GX cannot make it to the top 10 against that group of merfolk. Indeed, while Jiang Qin is truly remarkable, having finally broken the mold and developed her own style rather than imitating the Empire's songs, what could she possibly use to compete with those exceptionally gifted merfolk? It is not that she lacks talent, but rather that the merfolk possess an innate advantage. They not only boast stunning appearances, but also heavenly voices, coupled with an extraordinary charm, resulting in a vast fan base. Average singers find it exceedingly difficult to garner votes when competing alongside them. After all, they cannot sway the merfolk's fans, while the merfolk can easily captivate theirs. There are countless fans who switch allegiances every year. Thus, even though Jiang Qin's fans adore her, they must acknowledge a harsh reality. She may not be able to outshine those merfolk. The top 10 from the Empire are predominantly comprised of merfolk singers, and those competing for the charts each year are all merfolk. The most elite singers from the Federation rank outside the top 20. GX only managed to secure 10th place during his first competition, barely scraping by. He did not participate again for several years thereafter. Speculation arose as to whether he had been disheartened, especially since he had once been brimming with confidence as a newcomer. Much like Jiang Qin, who is currently being lauded by many. GX. What a coward. I hope Jiang Qin does not become the second GX and can sustain a long career in the music industry. Just wait and see. Jiang Qin will undoubtedly surpass that group of merfolk. While they may enchant the masses, Jiang Qin possesses her own unique talents. This statement resonated with many. Indeed, Jiang Qin has the ability to evoke a profound response in the feminine spirit. Her mental, soothing capabilities rival those of the merfolk's allure. The merfolk may be visually captivating, enchanting numerous females, yet Jiang Qin is equally appealing, with a considerable number of males enamored by her. Moreover, in the galaxy, the male demographic is substantially larger. With this in mind, Jiang Qin's fans began to regain their confidence. Chapter 52, Work After Nightfall, a long queue formed outside the U.S. bar once more. Initially, I intended to grant Jiang Qin a few more days of rest, but she felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness and obligation. Thus, she was eager to return to work. She needed to earn money. No one could hinder her from making a living. I did not oppose her decision. Recently, the guard forces on WILNX had been replaced, and the patrol teams on TY Street now outnumbered those in the city center. Furthermore, the fox-eared individuals faced intense persecution from the BEI family, making it unlikely for them to dare cause trouble within the Federation anytime soon. However, delays began to emerge on that front. WN Suel's partner wasted no time and lodged a complaint against the Gene Research Institute with the Feminine Protection Center. As citizens, they had fulfilled their obligation to cooperate. Any further demands were unwelcome. Meanwhile, the Gene Research Institute had already reached some conclusions. Strangely, they had arranged for several elite females to listen to Jiang Qin's songs, yet they reported no such sensations. Thus, they sought to discern the conditions that triggered this phenomenon. There were suggestions to bring the females for a live performance, but the risks were deemed too great, and no one dared to proceed with such a plan. An elite female could attract a throng of admirers. If all these elite females were gathered in that small bar, a sudden attack could spell disaster. In truth, the optimal solution would be for Jiang Qin to come to the main star. This was also the reason the Gene Research Institute preferred to deal solely with WN Suel. They were genuinely frustrated. Typically, elite females would not disregard them. Yet one elite female had turned her back on them. Who could accept such humiliation? Jiang Qin had shown them no courtesy. After politely declining, she had ignored their overtures. Despite their extravagant promises, the ultimate aim remained to study her mind. Her consciousness bore the memories of 3 lifetimes, along with the damaged system. Surely, this was not something they could tamper with at will. Thus, even if they adorned their offers with flowery language, she had no intention of listening. Miss Ji, you look quite different today. Jiang Qin smiled lightly, but remained silent. Tonight, she had adopted a cool girl makeup style. Her outfit was crafted using the sewing machine function of the system. Among the items she had received in the previous gift package was a sewing machine patch, which, upon integration with the system, granted her the ability to sew. By inputting a clothing design and spending a bit of prestige, She could create an outfit identical to the design. What delighted her most was that the fabric was of exceptional quality, sourced from Earth rather than the synthetic materials commonly found in the galaxy. Today's ensemble was specifically tailored to complement the song she was to perform. Adorned with a silver glittery tank top paired with black leather pants, she accessorized with various embellishments. The look was both trendy and edgy, starkly contrasting her usual delicate appearance. Xian gazed at her with starry eyes, utterly enchanted. Miss Jiang at work is equally captivating. Once payday arrives, I must purchase a better recording device to capture every moment of Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang, you may prepare to take the stage. Are you ready? Upon ascending to the stage, Jiang Qin noticed the transformations the bar had undergone. Not only had the venue expanded significantly, but even the stage had been relocated to the center and considerably enlarged. On the left side lies the original space of the Yusei Jioba, now exclusively designated for accommodating female patrons and their companions. To the right, the newly opened establishment, capable of hosting 50,000 guests, is brimming with attendees. She also noticed the support banners. Last time, it was only when Shueli holding one, but this time, supporters were present in every direction. Additionally, a female patron was squatting at the front, wielding a high-end camera. Most notably, she seemed to have discovered that her fan club now had a name, Hong Tang Jiang. Jiang Qin was perplexed, bewildered, and wanted to oppose this name. Who came up with it? Moreover, the support banners featured illustrations of a steaming bowl of Hong Tang Jiang water, dubbed the Warm Heart Banner. Why? Even after traversing through time, this fan club name still clung to her. In her previous life, her fan club was also named Hong Tang Jiang, with her fans affectionately calling her Warm Baby because Hong Tang Jiang water resonated perfectly with the term. Furthermore, she was regarded as many people's internet little cotton padded jacket. Before singing, she wished to express her gratitude to her fans, thanking them for crowdfunding to hire a bounty hunter for her rescue. Jiang Qin bowed to everyone. The livestream broadcasted this heartfelt moment to those unable to attend, who were eagerly watching from Beita's livestream. Beita, the female with an array of professional equipment at the front, was a level female who adored photography, music, and dramas. Having gained attention from Jiang Qin's newly released song, she hurried over to the bar, ready to document all of her performances. With a prime position and superior equipment, many chose to abandon prior streamers in favor of Beita's coverage. At that moment, the fans were deeply moved, especially the males. They pursued stardom without concern for finances, but it was their first time receiving such sincere gratitude from female. They were so excited they hugged their pillows and shouted, "Qin Bao, no need to thank us. We hardly helped. It was your luck. Even without crowdfunding, I would have sought help for you. Not for any reason, but simply wishing for the Federation to have another composer dedicated to creating beautiful songs. I'm different. I'm a fan of Qin Bao's beauty. Her face has truly captured my heart. There are no ugly people in the galaxy. Qin Bao's charm emanates from within, surpassing mere appearance. Today, Jiang Qin looks so spirited, unlike her usual appearance that seems as if it could be swept away by the wind. Wow, I also adore the cool and confident Qin Bao." Far away on another star, Wen Jiaqi had also arrived, accompanied by her father and brother, Wen Jiahui, to see what made Jiang Qin so extraordinary up close. On stage, Jiang Qin smiled and asked everyone, "Don't you all feel I'm different today?" For today marked a new transformation, as she aimed to present two more spirited songs. In Chapter 53, Dancing with Abandon, Jiang Qin performed without any instruments, relying solely on the system's accompaniment. She expressed her gratitude to the orphanage director and the unscrupulous agent. Without their pressure, she wouldn't have become the versatile artist she was today. Love has faced too much right and wrong, arriving at a place of exuberance, blending his impulsiveness with her solitude without regard for consequences. There are a million reasons filled with loopholes. The atmosphere on stage ignited sparks that radiated in every direction. The patrons, filled with energy, stood up to sway along with the rhythm. Yue, ever the adept orchestrator, activated the vibration mode in the booth, transforming the bar into a grand dance party. You say you want results, with no need to pause in between. You say you want to turn back and start anew. No need for either men or women to wait any longer. Freedom, freedom, we demand freedom right now. Bold and fiery dance moves accompanied the music, sending the audience into a frenzy of excitement, with screams echoing throughout. Wen Jiaqi was ecstatic, waving her glow stick vigorously. Had Jiang Qin not been singing, she would have likely started shouting her praises. In this fervor, her spirit entity, the white peacock, uncontrollably emerged once more. Their father, Wan Xiao, wished to intervene, but was at a loss, consumed by anxiety, as both his daughter and son were lost in the music, completely forgetting their father. However, upon witnessing the increasing number of spirit entities appearing in the bar, he relinquished his struggle. Jiang Qin's little white rabbit spirit entity also made its appearance. The surrounding animals, upon seeing it, immediately drew closer, circling around and examining it, some even nuzzling against it. The bar was now home to at least 7 or 8 spirit entities. Their emanating calming energy was akin to a level female consistently utilizing her powers. Many males distinctly felt the soothing presence. Beitao was one such female whose spirit entity emerged autonomously. Initially worried due to her low spiritual power, she feared that prolonged exposure of her spirit entity might lead her to faint from exhaustion. However, to her surprise, she felt invigorated and increasingly overwhelmed with energy, as if she were being charged, unable to contain the surging power within her. Excess energy overflowed, radiating throughout the space. Jiang Qin, while not feeling particularly sentimental, did feel an invigorating strength coursing through her. In a corner, Gu Tianyu sensed a shift within himself. My body feels off. Lan Xiaoyu and Bai Mu Feng, noticing his strained expression, exchanged worried glances. What's wrong? Are you poisoned? They prepared to rush him to a doctor, but in the next moment, Gu Tianyu transformed into his beast form. The imposing black jade tiger crashed down onto their booth. Bai Mu Feng and Lan Xiaoyu assumed he had exceeded his threshold for maintaining his human form. Quick, fetch a level female to Tai E Street. Tianyu has gone berserk. Lan Xiaoyu took charge of restraining the black jade tiger to prevent it from running amok. Yet, Gu Tianyu showed no signs of struggling and shouted, "No, I don't want that. I don't need a female's deep comfort. If it means sacrificing my happiness for the rest of my life, I'd rather be done with it now." Tianyu, don't say that. It's better to live than to die. After responding, Lan Xiaoyu was struck dumb in the next instant. He gazed incredulously at the black jade tiger he was holding down and asked, "Tianyu, do you still have your consciousness?" "Yes." The black jade tiger spoke, completely unfazed by the notion of retaining consciousness. "Could you let me go? It's uncomfortable being restrained. I'm afraid I might hurt you while struggling." After all, he was in beast form, and his claws could easily tear through the toughest of creatures. Bai Mu Feng, having completed a call, frowned as he observed Gu Tianyu. "This isn't right. Let us leave first." Without further ado, they unanimously decided to take Gu Tianyu away, as the commotion had attracted considerable attention. Except for those still lost in the music, the other sober individuals displayed expressions of curiosity or wariness. The bar security team had also arrived. Although Gu Tianyu had not exhibited any aggressive behavior thus far, his glowing red eyes betrayed his frenzied state. "Let us go." The trio hurriedly exited through the back door before they could be questioned. Since the danger had been averted, Zhu Yongkong did not send anyone to pursue them, as his responsibility lay solely within the bar's safety, not the security of the entire Weilan Xing. As long as the threat had vacated the bar, where they chose to go was no longer his concern. Yue approached, contemplating Bai family. He had previously been puzzled as to why the Bai family was so keen on locating Jiang Qin, and had even forgotten to inquire about her yesterday. Moreover, this young master of the Bai family, along with 2 other young masters from different families, had been frequenting their bar lately. Yue did not believe that a high-ranking male would be interested in the comfort provided by a high-ranking female. Initially, he suspected that the 3 individuals were there for him. However, as they had not approached him for conversation or acted out of line, he chose to disregard them and merely advised Zhu Yongkong to keep an eye on the trio. It now appeared that their interest was directed towards Jiang Qin. Considering their distinguished status, Yue refrained from stopping them from compensating the bar for its losses. He nodded, affirming that the decision was indeed prudent. After all, it was merely a booth. Pursuing the 3 for such a trivial amount would inevitably suggest that their bar lacked stature. Furthermore, they had already exerted considerable effort in seeking out Jiang Qin and owed her a favor. Next time they visited, he instructed that they should be offered complimentary service. Zhu Yongkong agreed. Yue was set to depart from Weilan Xing in approximately 3 days, after which the bar would likely fall under his management, necessitating his involvement in these mundane affairs. As the song concluded, Jiang Qin, slightly perspiring, was catching her breath. Jiang Qin. Bao. Your voice is enchanting. Jiang Qin, I wish to marry you. Which shameless male is this? Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the oblivious male. Faced with such a crowd, he offered an awkward smile and chuckled. Just a joke, everyone, please don't take it seriously. Yet, internally he was weeping. No, I am serious. Sobi. Thank you all for your affection. I can truly feel your enthusiasm. Now, please wave your light sticks and let me see where you are. Under the spotlight, Jiang Qin seemed to shimmer with radiance. Indeed, she was glowing, clad in an outfit that sparkled, with her makeup equally gleaming. The bar was alive with a myriad of colorful lights. There were support signs, fluorescent sticks, and a rainbow of bubbles erupting from a stage. The background music had transitioned to the next song. Jiang Qin held a large bubble machine, producing bubbles as she sang a new melody. Her tone exuberant. The sky is as sweet as cotton candy. Even if it collapses, so what? Take a deep breath, shake off sadness. If anger threatens to explode, sing loudly. Her playful dance, accompanied by whimsical bubbles, allowed everyone to feel the joy radiating from Jiang Qin. The rainbow is a smiling face when sad. Lift your head and sing loudly. Have you all got it? The excited patrons, no longer content to remain seated in their booths, encircled the stage. As Jiang Qin extended the microphone toward them, they screamed in response. Love, very, very. Feelings, very, very. Dreams, very, very. Although the audience did not memorize all the lyrics, they remembered this one line, as it encapsulated pure joy. Their minds were filled with very, very. Beta, uninterested in the live stream, held up her camera, endlessly snapping pictures. This angle is good, this lighting is perfect, this atmosphere is splendid, and this one too. Her spiritual essence, invigorated by her euphoric emotional state, roamed freely, orbiting around Jiang Qin, starry-eyed and drooling. A quintessential aesthetic spirit, its appearance mirrored that of its corporeal form. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was enviously moved to tears. Is this still a bar? It feels like a concert. Tears of envy are streaming down my cheeks. Haha, the old bars were mere shelters for low-ranking males. This bar has transformed into an upscale venue. Oh, as a student, I simply have no time to attend live performances. Would Jiang Qin consider a universe tour? It's evident that Qin Bao has completely shed the shadows of her abduction and has visibly embraced joy. Indeed, compared to her previous performances, she is noticeably more liberated now. Today, Qin Bao is exceptionally vibrant. Let the singers of the Federation disperse. I predict 2 more spots in the top 10 for Qin Bao. Hahaha, that would be hilarious. If by the end of July, only one name appears in the top 10, it would be quite the spectacle. The fact remains that imitation can only sustain for a time. Only those who innovate can endure in the music industry. The same applies to the film industry. Yes, I'm directly addressing you in that realm. Can we not see some originality? My family hasn't watched television or films in years. Honestly, the narrative quality in Qin Bao's song surpasses that of contemporary films. I advise you brainless females to temper your praise. The higher you elevate someone, the harder they may fall. Upon sending this message, Bode Luke angrily smashed a cup on the table. His manager, sitting beside him, did not reprimand him, but merely remarked, "What's the rush? She is just a female. Once she has a partner, she will naturally lose interest in working." Yet, Bode Luke could not suppress his fury. How long will that take? She currently has no partner at all. A forced match with a beast husband would only occur if she remains single until the age of 30. By then, I will likely be forgotten in the music industry. So what has to be done? Shall I extract her brain and implant it in yours? Can't the company assist in hiring a composer from the Empire? His manager scoffed. Are you willing to pay? Do you have any idea how much the Empire's composers demand? It's a 91% cut. Indeed, the composer receives 90%, while the singer only gets 10. If the earnings do not meet a certain threshold, the singer is liable for compensating the composer's losses. The composers from the Empire are notoriously proud. They believe their songs are flawless. If the revenue is unsatisfactory, it must be the singer's fault. Therefore, the losses naturally fall on the singer. Naturally, such oppressive terms only apply to Federation singers, as they're notoriously known for their songs failing to gain traction. Even famous Federation singers are treated with disdain, receiving merely a slightly more polite dismissal. Upon hearing that he would have to pay, Bode Luke felt utterly frustrated. Did this mean allowing Jiang Qin to monopolize the charts? Did I not warn you? Many artists are refraining from releasing songs this month, yet you stubbornly pushed forward. Look where that has landed us. Should we just endure while she releases songs every month, yielding to her every time? His manager replied impatiently. The larger companies are not in a hurry. Why should you be? Our company is small, and you lack fame. Why rush to stick your neck out? When those major companies make their moves, we can join in and share the spoils. Now look, the song I painstakingly acquired has been wasted because of you. At this rate, we might as well pack our bags and leave together. Bode Luke fell silent, his eyes clearly reflecting his discontent. However, his manager paid him no mind. Discontent was futile. This was not a matter of combat prowess. And even if he viewed Jiang Qin as an adversary, he could not deny the novelty and excellence of her songs. Enough. Refrain from posting irrelevant comments in her live stream. If you get caught, prepare for a backlash across the internet. With that, he departed, needing to devise a plan to sign a new talent. Bode's future appeared bleak, and he was contemplating signing a female singer, hoping to emulate Jiang Qin's path, as it might lead to instant success. After all, popularity is best seized in the moment. Yet, Bode, increasingly agitated, disregarded his manager's advice. The primary role of a female is to soothe males and bear offspring, not to flaunt oneself in public. In the realm of music, the abundance of singers renders her presence inconsequential. She, a favored female, audaciously seeks to usurp the paths of lesser males, which is quite repugnant. What allure do these trivial songs possess? They lack substance, appealing only to those devoid of discernment. Is it merely her visage that captivates the males? Who else would find enjoyment in the melodies of such a person? The other artists have not succumbed to her songs, but rather to her gender, for she is, after all, a distinguished female. In the 55th chapter of Rainbow Smile, by Wang Xinling, one questions the presence of detractors. Where are the moderators? Someone should be removed. It is laughable. Beta is enraptured by Jiang Qin's striking beauty and has no time to oversee the live stream. Since Lilia lost last time, she has harbored resentment towards Jiang Qin and, upon learning of her abduction, was already preparing for a celebratory gathering. Upon discovering the live broadcast, she hastily joined, initially believing that Jiang Qin, having fallen into the hands of space pirates, would endure some torment, perhaps leaving her with emotional scars. She even speculated whether Jiang Qin would announce her retirement from singing. To her astonishment, she beheld a radiant female instead, which only fueled her irritation. Thus, upon witnessing the verbal onslaught directed at Jiang Qin in the chat, her heart felt a measure of relief. In a fit of anger, she joined in the insults. Though the pace of their vitriol was disappointingly slow, quickly becoming lost in the stream. Lilia, vexed, contemplated employing a few online trolls, but hesitated at the expense, begrudgingly continuing to watch. She had become shrewd, opting not to resort to slander. Instead, she resolved to repurpose Jiang Qin's songs, modifying them for her own use. After all, whether the cat is black or white, a cat that catches a mouse is still a good cat. Compared to future prospects, a few insults are of little consequence. With that thought, she sent more derogatory comments in the stream to vent her frustration. Meanwhile, Beta, the host of the live stream, was completely oblivious to her responsibilities. She was entranced by everything before the camera, captivated by Jiang Qin on stage. The girl, clad in a dazzling, form-fitting leather outfit and holding a guitar, joyfully strummed the third song. She danced with fervor, her hair swaying with beads of sweat in rhythm to the music. I have danced for 3 days and nights, my spirits uplifted as if intoxicated by soda. I shall dance for another 3 days and nights, truly without fatigue. She felt invigorated. Every photograph was a masterpiece. At last, she had encountered her muse. The males in the audience, who had initially sought to maintain their composure, were now lost in a frenzy of excitement. Should an unsuspecting individual enter the moonlit bar at that moment, they might believe they had wandered into a zoo, witnessing a chaotic display of spirit entities and beastly forms. The gyrating tiger, the bobbing crane, the leaping eagle, and the snake entwined around the bar's ceiling. However, the beastly figure was soon subdued by Zhu Yongkong, who, while smiling, cursed silently, "Guests, please exhibit decorum. It is quite rude to frighten our female patrons." If the female guests were to be alarmed, the bar could face insurmountable losses. The serpent humanoid blushed in embarrassment, bowing repeatedly to apologize. I became overwhelmed in the moment and lost control. "No worries, we understand," came the reply. Jiang Qin possessed an uncanny ability to inspire others. Although not a siren, her genes lacked any enchanting traits. She could still ensnare others in her charm. Observing the enthralled males, one could only marvel at the necessity of the bar's enhanced security measures. Who would have anticipated that the so-called comforters would only need to provide minimal reassurance? Most males were rational enough to refrain from thoughts of desecrating the stage. After all, they could easily find themselves imprisoned before even encountering a female. However, Jiang Qin's soothing presence was pushing many males to the brink of losing their composure. They yearned to approach her closely. Zhu Yongkong calmly intercepted another feline humanoid, warning, "Guest, please maintain your composure. Do not attempt to approach our female, or we shall regard you as a threat." The beastly male, who had hoped to blend into the spirit crowd, awkwardly reverted to human form. He would have shouted a prohibition against transforming into beast forms if not for the desire to avoid disrupting Jiang Qin's performance. Those of smaller stature were forgiven, but larger forms took up space and posed risks to the bar's interior. As the night wore on, the audience, invigorated by the performance, waved glow sticks and shouted in unison, "We cannot help it. We only know this one line." Fireworks burst above their heads, and the atmosphere was electrifying. Despite the absence of a dance culture in the Starry Realms, they had intuitively adopted awkward dance moves to express their exhilaration. "I shall not tire. I shall not tire." With the final note, Jiang Qin panted, surrounded by her spirit companions, as she declared, "3 days and nights are dedicated to you." Today's soothing session concludes here. We shall reconvene tomorrow. The song will likely be a reprise, with no new melodies introduced. As the rabbit's spirit dissipated, so too did the others. How peculiar. I assumed my spirit would tire after such a lengthy engagement, yet I feel invigorated, remarked one. Indeed, my mental energy seems scarcely depleted, though my body feels fatigued. The greatest beneficiaries were the males, encircled by numerous female spirits. Their agitation levels significantly diminished. They experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation. However, those with partners noted that while surrounded by female spirits, it did not compare to the profound comfort derived from intimate encounters with their partners. The experience lacked that same blissful release. Nonetheless, for a general soothing experience, this was already an exquisite indulgence. Didn't some people previously accuse Jiang Qin of profiting from deceit? Why are they silent now? Are they naturally reticent? Perhaps they've been silenced by their own embarrassment. Weren't there doubts about Jiang Qin's ability to provide comfort through song? What will they say now? "Oh, how naive of you to celebrate so soon." For who knows if this is merely a mental virus? For millennia, there's been but one method of deep comfort, if singing could indeed provide solace. The imperial merfolk would have discovered it long ago. Would Jiang Qin truly be the first to unveil such a secret? It is likely a ruse. Perhaps the bar has been laced with some sensory deceptive agent, or a virus that disguises agitation. Those who cannot awaken the slumbering will never acknowledge the excellence of others. There is no need for debate. The topics of discussion in the chat escalated to trending status. What allure does a top-tier female possess that attracts space pirates? Can song truly diminish agitation? Is there a new form of mental virus? Do the genes of imperial merfolk conceal some hidden truth? Is Jiang Qin a weapon dispatched from the Empire? The inquiries morphed from skepticism to conspiracy, culminating in even speculations of espionage. While some expressed disbelief, others felt a creeping unease. After all, there are as many as 70,000 guests at the bar tonight, some of whom are evidently lacking in rationality. When the emotions subside, their immediate reaction is to suspect they have been poisoned, especially upon noticing that their agitation levels have plummeted by approximately 13 points. Brothers, I sense something is amiss. I must head to the hospital for a checkup. Let's gather another day. I have some matters to attend to. One by one, orcs began to concoct excuses to bid farewell to their companions and left the bar, making their way directly to the central hospital of Wilnxing. Goodness, could they genuinely suspect that the bar administered some illicit substances? What lunacy! If I dared such a thing, he would surely rot away in a federal prison. Moreover, I feel my mental state is remarkably well, unprecedentedly so. We feel the same. Let them be. If they wish to undergo examinations, so be it. The little female has finished her shift as well, and remaining here has lost its significance. Let us disperse. Many had come specifically for Jiang Qin, and with her departure, they naturally followed suit. The once boisterous bar was suddenly two-thirds empty. However, on the way, I took a moment to glance at the live stream, only to witness a chaotic exchange of insults. It was clear that both sides had a particularly prominent instigator. Those supporting Jiang Qin seemed to disregard the identity of the instigator, but the individual insulting her appeared somewhat familiar. Suddenly, she recalled an incident from long ago when a young singer had sought to become her partner, as he was introduced by her uncle, and she had graciously granted him the opportunity. Naturally, she had not consented in the end. The male was clingy and foolish, his eyes filled with ulterior motives. What was his name again? I remember now. BDLK. You come here to insult Jiang Qin because her songs surpass yours in quality. Do you harbor jealousy? Or is it because I rejected you, and you are resentful? Is this your attempt to irritate me? What? A male holds a grudge simply because he was turned down by a female? What a lowly creature. BDLK. Who is that? A nobody of a singer. He previously released a song that was adapted into a comedic piece on the Star Network, so he gained a bit of attention. Is that it? Is that all? This is simply a case of opportunism. To consider him a rival is an affront to QNBO. Upon reflection, BIT concluded that with BDLK's level of talent, even without Jiang Qin, he would not have had any opportunity to shine. Thus, it was indeed directed at her. Insulting a female, if I report you to the Female Protection Center, you will find yourself in prison. However, due to my uncle's involvement, as long as you admit your faults and apologize, I can overlook this incident. BDLK was taken aback. He never expected that after all this time, BIT would still recognize him. He was convinced that this female secretly harbored feelings for him. Perhaps she simply found his mental prowess lacking and his finances insufficient. Hence her refusal. Yet she had secretly followed his account. How pretentious. This thought brought him a sense of satisfaction. Well, females tend to care about appearances. As her future mate, he must maintain her facade. Very well, considering you are to be my future partner, I will grant you this favor and refrain from exposing Jiang Qin's true colors. BIT. This male is actually BIT's partner? The sky has fallen. Where did I go wrong? Unfollowed. I didn't expect to have supported a female with such poor judgment. Fans of Jiang, let us depart. We shall not add to the popularity of this loathsome rival. In an instant, the live stream, which had 30 million viewers, plummeted to a mere few million. BIT was momentarily speechless with rage. Before she could formulate her insults, the audience had all but vanished. Such realistic netizens, denying her even a chance to explain. Countless words of anger surged within her, overwhelming her, so she could only furiously declare, "You imbecile, await the arrival of the Star Police." With that, she ended the live stream and dialed the hotline of the Female Protection Center. "Hello, I would like to report citizen BDLK for insulting a female and spreading falsehoods about her. Thank you. We have received your complaint and will commence an investigation. If the allegations are substantiated, we will handle it impartially. Is there anything else we can assist you with?" "Nothing more. Thank you." Upon seeing BIT in the live stream, BDLK remained unfazed. He even cheerfully began selecting outfits, preparing to dress up and post attractive photos on the Star Network to attract attention. Such an exceptional male as himself deserved to be pursued by more females. He intended to make BIT realize that he was not so easily won. As for her sudden departure, it was obviously out of embarrassment and rage. Such thin-skinned females are always like this. They harbor deep affection while stubbornly refusing to admit it. It wasn't until there was a knock at his door, and the officers presented an arrest warrant, that he finally realized that the accursed BIT had indeed reported him. Yet at that moment, it was too late for him to regret. The Star Police would not allow him to use his holographic brain. He could not contact BIT nor her uncle to plead for leniency. The fans of Jiang Qin on the Star Network were relentless in their cursing him. However, there was a slight benefit to being infamous. At least his song, which ranked 50, saw an increase in plays. After all, everyone was curious about his caliber, wondering why he was so eager to attack Jiang Qin. Did she stand in his way? Fans of Jiang Qin, I find it amusing. You monopolize the 50 positions entirely, while my QNBO cannot even secure that spot. Chapter 57. A million prestige points on the main planet, at the headquarters of TNWN Entertainment. LNYYN was meticulously reviewing the new song uploaded by Jiang Qin while watching. He frowned, continuously taking screenshots and searching. None of the faces in the footage were found on the Star Network, and the credits were attributed solely to Jiang Qin. Could it be that she is not only a singer-songwriter, but also a screenwriter and director? If that were true, it would be truly formidable. The entertainment industry has never seen such multifaceted talent. However, in the next moment, the furrowed brow relaxed, for he received a message. Friend request. Jiang Qin LNYYN quickly accepted and proactively messaged. Good evening, Miss Jiang. How is your health? I wish to express my gratitude for the assistance of TNW Entertainment. Thank you very much for extending your hand during my time of peril. Although this assistance came with ulterior motives, Jiang Qin still felt grateful. It is not the ulterior motives one should fear, but the absence of worth. Life is fraught with uncertainties, and no one can guarantee that unexpected events will not occur, much like her situation this time. Besides her own efforts to escape, the help of many others was equally vital. LNYYN. I merely believe our Federation cannot afford to lose individuals like Miss Jiang. Jiang Qin. Regarding the contract we discussed previously, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept. However, I believe there is another form of collaboration we can pursue. I can compose 3 songs tailored for your company's artists. You may select the candidates. This will serve as my token of gratitude. Should suitable songs arise in the future, I will prioritize your singers under TNW Entertainment. LNYYN was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Jiang Qin might express her thanks, but feared she might resent the insincere nature of their rescue. After all, they shared no prior relationship, and he had no intention of uttering any platitudes about not needing thanks, nor did he wish to play the philanthropist. Nevertheless, he had not considered compelling Jiang Qin to acknowledge any favors. If she did not mention gratitude, he would graciously refrain from bringing it up. Yet, if she brought it up herself, he had already contemplated what he desired as a token of thanks. He initially thought the purchasing rights to a song would suffice. He never expected Jiang Qin to be so generous. It appeared that this female was even more astute than he had anticipated. Previously, Jiang Qin had consistently rebuffed everyone, seemingly resigned to her fate with that wretched bar and its proprietor. This led many to speculate that she was a rather aloof and obstinate woman, whose worldview was starkly black and white, making her prone to offend others. A woman devoid of connections, such a temperament would not carry her far. Yet, Jiang Qin surprisingly accepted the olive branch extended by Tianwen, indicating her intention to cultivate this network. Those who understand how to leverage their advantages in social interactions are unlikely to face a bleak future. However, little did he anticipate that this woman, who appeared steadfast in her convictions, was, in fact, quite susceptible to gentler approaches. It was no wonder. The bar owner had treated her well, and it seemed she had already set her sights on him after only a few days of work. Regardless of how lucrative the offers, she was unwilling to change jobs. With her obligations to Tianwen Entertainment resolved, only the Bai family remained. Jiang Qin found herself troubled by this, having scoured her social media messages in vain for any connection to the Bai family. She could not fathom their motives for assisting her, having ruled out any prior acquaintance. She did not know anyone from the Bai family, nor did her deceased father have any ties to them. After much contemplation, she decided to enlist the help of Yu Wei, asking her to investigate who had influenced the Bai family on her behalf and to see if she could acquire the contact information of the benefactor. The system notification chimed. Reputation has surpassed 10 million. System upgrade in progress. After a series of static noises, the prompt resumed. Unknown error, upgrade failed. Compensating the host with a special gift package. This was the second occurrence, so Jiang Qin remained unperturbed. Fortunately, in the vastness of the interstellar realm, accumulating 10 million in reputation was relatively attainable, and a failed upgrade was not particularly distressing, given her minimal investment. With sleep eluding her, Jiang Qin decided to open the gift package. Congratulations, the host has unwrapped the special gift package, receiving the following items. 1 mental enhancement liquid, 1 ability upgrade stone, 1 physical enhancement liquid, 1 accessory crafting station patch, 1 director's experience pack. In addition to the liquids for mental and physical enhancement, she received 3 distinct items. The ability upgrade stone, when absorbed, would instantaneously elevate her current abilities by 1 level. The accessory crafting station patch functioned similarly to clothing patches. Once installed in the system, she could craft accessories with a single command, although she would need to create the design herself. As for materials, she could generate them at the cost of reputation points, which included system-generated components. However, she could also utilize her own materials. A small note indicated, different material combinations will yield unique surprises. Lastly, the director's experience pack claimed that consuming it would randomly grant her the filming experience of a director. Jiang Qin firmly believed that good things only truly belong to those who possess them. Delay could lead to change. Therefore, after perusing the items, she immediately began using them. She first consumed the physical enhancement liquid, feeling a noticeable improvement in her health. Next was the mental enhancement liquid, which invigorated her mind. Then came the ability upgrade stone. After some contemplation, she discovered how to absorb it, reducing the shimmering stone to powder. She felt a surge in her abilities, complemented by the elevated mental acuity. Jiang Qin sensed that maintaining a corporeal beast for combat would no longer pose a challenge, thus granting her a newfound capacity for self-defense, which left her quite satisfied. Finally, she opened the experience pack, revealing a small, shimmering cloud that was softer than cotton candy. Swallowing it was akin to consuming a mouthful of air. However, the effects were apparent. Her mind was flooded with various camera angles, lighting combinations, and insights on how to portray different scenes. Upon regaining her focus, she felt as if she had been a director for decades, the instinct to film becoming second nature. It was indeed a wondrous feeling. As for the accessory crafting station patch, she promptly installed it in the system without further thought. Now, she was eager to experiment with her new abilities, especially with the director's experience pack she had just acquired. Jiang Qin browsed the marketplace, selected a film to purchase, and then changed her attire before heading out. In Chapter 58, creating a film, Ba Zi, who had been waiting in the living room, was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Qin fully dressed and ready to leave. "Miss Jiang, are you going out at this late hour?" Jiang Qin nodded. "I'm not going far. I just wish to enjoy some fresh air on the rooftop." "Very well. I will summon a few people to accompany you." Cautious of her safety, Jiang Qin did not object. Although she was unaccustomed to being treated like an important figure in need of protection, she cherished her life and wished to avoid any risk. Hence, her rationality overrode her discomfort with such precautionary measures. Soon, from the adjacent bodyguard quarters emerged one Class A male and 3 Class B males, totaling 5 individuals who accompanied her to the rooftop. The reason for her rooftop desire was its spaciousness, ideal for filming. Previously, she had conducted her shoots there. Upon arrival, Jiang Qin instructed the 5 bodyguards to wait outside, assuring them she would signal with her alarm if any issues arose. The likelihood of an incident was minimal, as the neighborhood was populated with numerous females and boasted excellent security measures, fortified by advanced technology. Previously, the fox-eared group had chosen not to infiltrate the community to abduct individuals, but had waited until she was at the bar to act. After activating the shielding device, Jiang Qin retrieved a button-like object from her spatial pocket. Placing it on the ground and pressing it, a rectangular tent materialized, occupying the entire rooftop. Once inside, she took out the filming equipment she had purchased previously, along with a panoramic projector. Unlike the standard scenery projector, this device was designed to simulate the weather conditions within the filming studio, be it daytime, nighttime, rainy, or snowy. After setting everything up, she delved into her script. As this was a spontaneous practice piece, she avoided challenging films, opting instead for He Dong Shihua. After reviewing the script and feeling somewhat assured, she began conjuring characters and scenes. Indeed, she decided against using the scenery projector, as the available version was unsuitable, and instead relied on the imagery in her mind. Before long, the empty tent was transformed into a temple. A classical beauty donned in ancient garb knelt with closed eyes, fervently praying for an omen. Surrounded by various supporting characters, each one was vividly lifelike, their expressions, movements, and gazes indistinguishable from reality. Even their voices varied, creating the impression of a scene unfolding in real time. As Jiang Qin maintained the characters and scenery, she sought out angles to capture. Occasionally, she paused to adjust the lighting and the transitions between day and night. Thus, she toiled tirelessly through the night, completing the filming by 9 o'clock in the morning. Surprisingly, she felt no discomfort from her mental exertion, only a slight weariness in her body. During this time, Ba Zi had sent her several messages out of concern, only settling once they confirmed she was unharmed. Jiang Qin refrained from revealing her abilities, citing her need for inspiration while writing songs on the rooftop. Upon learning she sought inspiration, Ba Zi and the others hesitated to interrupt her, aware that disrupting inspiration could be quite infuriating and they did not wish to offend their employer. However, as time passed, their worries grew, leading Ba Zi and the others to deliberate whether to remind Jiang Qin to take a break, concerned she might overexert herself so soon after her discharge from the hospital. Fortunately, before they could reach a decision, Jiang Qin emerged from the door. "Thank you for your vigilance," she said. "It was merely our duty. Even if you hadn't come to the rooftop, we would have kept watch," one replied. Jiang Qin smiled shyly, promising that in a few days, she would arrange for their shifts to include time off. The six of them descended from the rooftop together and, upon entering the elevator, encountered a resident of the building. She appeared to be around 30, accompanied by two males, presumably her partners. Curious about the number of people surrounding Jiang Qin, the female inquired, "Hello, are you new here?" "Yes, I just moved in a few days ago," Jiang Qin replied. The blonde extended her hand for a handshake and introduced herself. "I'm Jean Gila, and these are my partners, AI, Shi, and Lei Zhe. Are they all your partners?" Jiang Qin shook her head. "No, I am not married yet. They are here at my employer's request to ensure my safety." Jean Gila seemed surprised, discreetly studying Jiang Qin as if trying to comprehend what kind of female would require such extensive protection. "We've arrived. Until next time," Jiang Qin politely bid farewell to her neighbor. Until next time. Once the elevator was empty except for herself and her companions, Jean Gila instructed, "AI, Shi, please find out who she is." "Understood, my lady." In the following days, Jiang Qin refrained from singing new songs, instead revisiting her previous repertoire. The bar was bustling with patrons every day. However, Yue had already gone to the main star, leaving all management responsibilities to Zhu Yongkong. Jiang Qin maintained a routine of returning home at 2 o'clock each day, never stepping outside, leading to a peaceful life. Meanwhile, news from a guard team confirmed that the fox-eared individual had evaded capture and left the Federation. They advised her to remain cautious and to notify them if anything unusual occurred. Jiang Qin had anticipated this outcome, so her heart remained undisturbed. Yet she was more determined to protect her own life. In pursuit of self-preservation, she spent her days training on the rooftop while following videos on Xinghuang. Occasionally, she sought guidance from Shi Lichuan on female combat techniques. During this time, the Female Protection Center reached out to her once, inquiring if she required protection and offering to relocate her to their facility. While it might be less free, it would undoubtedly be safe. Jiang Qin declined, believing that freedom held a higher value than life itself. Though she valued her life, if it meant becoming a caged bird for survival, she would rather embrace the next life sooner. The Female Protection Center did not pressure her, but requested her cooperation in documenting her experiences and insights regarding the process of separating her spiritual entity. They assured her that with this detailed record, they could negotiate with the Gene Research Institute on her behalf. Henceforth, they would likely not disturb her again, though if they had any questions, she might need to assist in clarifying matters. After all, if they could not find a solution, they might persist in their inquiries. So she was encouraged to comply, to keep them at bay. This way, they could also provide a satisfactory explanation to the citizens. The stabilization of spiritual energy was indeed a matter of public concern, and even the Female Protection Center could not afford to oppose the entire populace. Chapter 59. Mid-July, it must be said that Jiang Qin was quite satisfied with the Female Protection Center. Their stance was unequivocally in favor of females, regardless of their origins from impoverished planets. However, this was understandable if the center had not maintained a firm position. The current interstellar female protection laws would not be as well established. There was no room for negotiation on this matter, irrespective of one's status as a high-ranking female. With the Female Protection Center acting as a representative in communication with the Gene Research Institute, Jiang Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been prepared to cooperate, yet they insisted on her moving to the main star, a prospect she was unwilling to entertain. If she found herself on their territory, she would truly be at their mercy. However, their incessant messages were bothersome, flooding her inbox with dozens of private messages each time. Recently, they even attempted to threaten her using her half-brothers from the Jiang family. To be honest, when she saw that message, she was almost amused. Fortunately, in her mind, the Jiang family had become as unfamiliar as strangers. Had this been her past life, they might have succeeded in intimidating her. Thus, her disdain for the Gene Research Institute was genuine. since the Female Protection Center had proactively offered assistance. She was more than happy to accept the privileges afforded to her as a female. After all, such advantages were not granted without responsibilities. Beyond calming males, females also bore the duty of reproduction. Both the Empire and the Federation have laws stipulating that females over 30 must have at least one partner. Level C requires a minimum of 2, Level B at least 3, and Level A at least 7. Yes, females of higher ranks are compelled to bear the burden of multiple partners. Should they fall short of these numbers, the Central Intelligence would automatically match them with partners. While Level C females also have numerical requirements, they're not subjected to forced pairings. From the moment their status is determined, the younger generations of various factions are sent to be their prospective mates. Consequently, as they come of age, they marry these suitors. The resources required during their upbringing are provided by the factions behind these prospective mates. As for females of even higher ranks, the Federation lacks such individuals. But it is rumored that the Empire has one of significant age, and they're doing everything possible to extend her life, investing substantial funds annually into life research institutes. On July 15th, Jiang Qin mentioned the rumors of ghosts to Xia Enan, who looked utterly baffled. "We're ghosts," Jiang Qin explained. "They are energy entities that appear in a different form after a person dies." Xia Enan still struggled to comprehend. Is it like a holographic projection of their life before death? She had heard that some males, unable to accept their female companions' deaths, lived as if they were still alive by watching holograms of them. Jiang Qin felt as though the sky had fallen. Thankfully, having arrived in the interstellar realm as a pauper, she could not afford natural food. The thought of fresh vegetables grown from ashes utterly repulsed her. She preferred nutrient solutions instead. These solutions are synthesized from extracts of mutated plants and beasts, devoid of human remnants. Jiang Qin expended considerable effort to clarify the concept of ghosts to Xia Enan, igniting her curiosity further. Her eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge as she eagerly asked if there truly were souls after death. "Well, let's leave it at that for today. If you want to know more, I can tell you later." Jiang Qin found herself overwhelmed by Xia Enan's barrage of questions. Although she had traversed worlds, she had never encountered a ghost, having only heard of them as folklore, mere stories to be enjoyed. However, Xia Enan did inspire her creatively. Perhaps a timely piece would be in order. Thus, Jiang Qin ascended to the rooftop once more. Her guardians had grown accustomed to her sporadic retreats to the rooftop for inspiration, silently standing guard at the stairwell door. An hour later, a new song was uploaded quietly to the largest music platform on Xinguang. When Jieqi had been indulging in life on the Azure Star, as her family was affluent, her father had purchased a small house for her to share with Wen Jiahui, allowing them to enjoy daily visits to the bar to listen to Jiang Qin sing. Even though they could experience live performances every day, there were only 3 songs to hear. For devoted fans of Jiang Qin, that was simply insufficient. When they longed to listen to more, they had no choice but to turn to Xinguang to listen to the songs uploaded by Jiang Qin. For her music was undeniably more melodious than the cacophony of other offerings. Wen Jiahui felt that she could go several months without growing weary. However, this evening, while she was listening to music and reading a novel, she suddenly received a notification. The singer you follow has uploaded a new song. Upon clicking it, she gasped it was Jiang Qin. Recently, Jiang Qin had not been singing any new songs at work, and it had been many days since she last uploaded anything. The fans of Jiang did not find this unusual. Some singers even went a whole year without releasing new material, which was quite normal. They were simply a bit wistful. To her surprise, a delightful surprise arrived today. The fan group for Jiang instantly erupted with excitement. Qin Bao has uploaded a new song. Everyone rushed to support her and get her on the charts. Fan of Jiang Bao is indeed correct. Whose skills can compare to hers? I'm off to listen to the song. To her astonishment, there was indeed more. Wen Jiahui immediately used her star coins to download it. The unfamiliar sounds of instruments did not bother her. As long as it was pleasant, that was sufficient. After all, she considered herself musically illiterate. The beginning depicted a dimly lit forest, where a wedding procession was weaving through the trees. Perhaps it was merely Wen Jiahui's perception, but she thought the bride in the red veil appeared somewhat askew. On the 18th day of the first lunar month, an auspicious day, the sorghum was lifted, adorned in crimson attire, 1 foot of resentment. For reasons unknown, Wen Jiahui felt an unsettling chill while listening to this song. As she had clicked to play too quickly, she missed the opening note that read, Those of a timid disposition refrained from entry. Those with heart conditions refrained from entry. Thus, she could only embrace a sense of eerie apprehension as she continued to listen to this strange, vengeful tune. The visuals grew increasingly bizarre. For instance, during the wedding vows, the bride's head seemed as if someone was pressing down from behind her. Chapter 60. She laughed while crying. Can you guess how she laughed while crying? Can you see how she cried while laughing? The Suona played. It was either great joy or profound sorrow. Despite it being a wedding, the bride wept and laughed simultaneously. Though she did not fully comprehend, Wenjiechi grasped the song's melancholic essence. While both songs dealt with wedding themes imbued with sorrow, Di and Hua in this song she were distinctly different. After listening to Di and Hua, she only felt like crying. There was sympathy, admiration, and envy. However, as she listened to She, a chill crept through her body. At last, the wedding vows concluded. The scene shifted, revealing the bride hanging from a white silk ribbon. She was already deceased, her eyes, which refused to close, filled with resentment. A close-up of her embroidered shoes and the oddly gnarled tree outside the window followed. Wenjiechi was struck by this scene, feeling as if her heartbeat had halted for a second. When she regained her senses, she felt a scream rising within her. Yet her throat was too dry to produce a sound. Her spiritual self had emerged, trembling beside her, its small eyes darting about suspiciously. The normally picturesque floor-to-ceiling window now instilled doubt, making her wonder if darkness outside might suddenly reveal something, perhaps the face of the deceased bride. In the adjacent room, Wen Jiahui heard the familiar sound of his kettle crying, filled with helplessness. He could only knock on the adjoining door, calling out, "Wenjiechi, what is it this time? Have you witnessed another tragedy?" The door swung open. A familiar silhouette lunged toward him, reminiscent of the last time she had cried from a song. "Have you cried again while listening to music?" Wenjiechi paused mid-sob, her tear-streaked face asking, "How did you know?" "Huh, I guessed it right away. Come on, what tragedy is it this time?" "Wah, this isn't a tragedy. I was scared. Jiang Bao's new song is terrifying." To seemingly validate her fear, her spiritual self quivered closer. Witnessing the white peacock's timid demeanor, Wen Jiahui was utterly speechless. Goodness, how could someone be so frightened by music that it startled their spiritual self? If word got out, the suitors pursuing Wenjiechi would surely have second thoughts. He had never encountered such a timid spirit. Meanwhile, many others began to click on the song. The most absurd part was that the impatient ones, having not seen the warning, dove right in. Those more observant noticed it, but were even more curious. Thus, one by one, they unhesitatingly clicked to play. Ning Feiyu was a reviewer who frequently posted critiques of songs, movies, and television dramas on his Xinguang account. Known for refusing advertisements and his sharp tongue, he garnered a fair number of followers. In this day and age, those who dared to speak the truth on Xinguang were indeed brave souls. Without some backing, they would have been silenced long ago. However, each time he lashed out, he continued to thrive on Xinguang, leading many to speculate that his connections were rather strong. At the very least, anyone who could offend so many without facing dire consequences possessed a certain skill. Ning Feiyu often suffered from insomnia, so every night he would search for songs on music platforms. After all, music was supposed to aid sleep, though it had no effect on him whatsoever. With no other recourse, he persisted. He listened daily, yet remained sleepless. His pent-up frustration steadily increased, as did his agitation. Finally, one day, he could no longer endure it and posted a tirade against the songs, labeling them as the discarded detritus of the imperial music scene. Who would have thought that such a post would catapult him to fame? Thus began a cycle. He could not sleep, sought entertainment. Yet found the films and songs equally exasperating, leading him to grow more irate with each passing day. Consequently, he would unleash his anger, becoming increasingly popular. His fan base expanded, and they began to urge him for more content daily. This night, still unable to sleep, he decided to seek new material in the music world. After all, he had been critiquing the film industry for 2 months. It was time for the music industry to face his wrath, and he held no bias. As he opened the music platform, the homepage immediately suggested a new release. What irked him most were the 2 cryptic phrases on the cover, which seemed designed to trick people into spending star coins on downloads. Those of a timid disposition refrained from entry. It was laughable, regardless of whether it was truly terrifying or not. Even if it contained nothing but footage of corpses, how terrifying could it be? Could it be more frightening than the monsters lurking in the cosmic abyss? or more repulsive than the insectoid races. If such content were included, the review process would never allow it to pass. Thus, the conclusion was that this was nothing but a scam, employing mystique to pique curiosity and deceive people into downloading. Today, he would expose this deception, casting a spotlight on the unscrupulous individuals who would stop at nothing for profit, ensuring they could no longer deceive anyone. Without hesitation, Ning Feiyu spent 5-star coins to download the song. 5 minutes later, with a complex expression and slightly trembling hands, he clicked into Jiang Qin's profile. She had posted a new update just 10 minutes prior, explaining the ancient musical instrument, the suona, as well as the traditional marriage customs and the significance of the auspicious 18th day of the first lunar month. Only then did Ning Feiyu realize how complicated marriage was in ancient times. The update concluded with the story behind the song She. I have always known that in ancient times, the status of females was low, but I never imagined it was this low. Each era is different. Indeed, humanity has existed for many years, during which the statuses of males and females have shifted multiple times, all for the sake of survival. In the past, we females were also oppressed. It was only later that we attained our current status. All for survival. The males ruled for so long, and now they willingly accept the reforms of the times. I find it somewhat peculiar that, despite the presence of only a single deceased individual in the story, I perceive it as more terrifying than the. I share this sentiment. I can no longer bear to look at my shoes, the window, or the space beneath my bed. After reading Jiang Qin's enlightening article, Ning Feiyu felt his racing heart gradually calm down. However, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Outside, a voice called out, "Ning Feiyu, what are you doing? I asked you to open the door. Open up, hurry. I forgot my keys." The following day, as the citizens of the Federation awoke, they were greeted with the latest trending topic, July half, the gates of hell open? Do the deceased truly exist in another form? Ancient marriage customs were explained, and it was said that when the suona sounds, one either ascends to heaven or attends a wedding. What nonsense! How did this lowly female manage to seize the headlines again? Who was promoting her so fervently? How absurd! Does she think what she says is the truth? Where's the evidence? Previously, I could not fathom why such a phrase was passed down through generations, but now I understand. What is a suona? What has the Institute of Ancient Culture been researching all these years? Previously, people mocked Jiang Qin as illiterate, but now it seems the tables have turned. It's not that the Institute of Ancient Culture has not worked hard enough. Everyone, you must listen to this song. Its unique style creates an eerie atmosphere. It's so annoying. Every trivial matter ends up trending. How much money has been spent to promote this? Can they stop pushing such individuals on me? I'd rather see our Federation warriors trending. Comments varied widely, predominantly filled with skepticism regarding how a female from a desolate planet could possess such extensive knowledge of ancient culture. The details of Jiang Qin's background were already public, and everyone was aware of her lineage. While her father's family might have preserved some ancient texts, it was evident that she had not been in contact with them. Thus, where did her knowledge of ancient culture originate? Some were simply frustrated with a lowly female constantly trending, perceiving it as a ploy for attention. Supporters of Jiang Qin remained a minority. The majority favored the Federation's pop stars, inevitably leading to hostility towards her recent prominence. The fan community detested betrayal, viewing those who suddenly shifted their allegiance from the Empire's stars to Jiang Qin as traitors. Consequently, anyone promoting Jiang Qin songs in the group faced backlash. This resulted in a significant portion of the populace harboring animosity towards Jiang Qin, believing she was stealing fans from their idols. In the Jiang Qin fan group, when Shuili woke early to listen to the new song, but before she could replay it, she was drawn into a heated discussion with other members. She could not tolerate any criticism directed at Jiang Qin. What a pitiful girl she is. Her father passed away early, her mother abandoned her, and she was kidnapped at birth. Though she should have been a wealthy heiress, she ended up as an illegal resident on a desolate planet. After finally securing a job, she faced accusations of plagiarism and was abducted by space pirates, leaving her in constant upheaval. Online, people continued to criticize her. Fortunate that the young girl did not frequent the internet. Otherwise, it would have been heartbreaking for her. Moreover, Jiang Qin's petite stature was evident, and despite makeup, her pallor was unmistakable, indicating a frail constitution likely stemming from past hardships. Remarkably, she remained optimistic and diligent, continuing to work hard and not abandoning the bar owner who supported her during her lowest times. Such a good girl. How could they malign her? What does her humble origin matter? It was not her choice to be abducted and left on a barren planet. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at those heartless space pirates. In addition to Wen Jiechi was also in the group. Although she had been frightened the previous night, it did not deter her from enjoying the new song. Thus, she began arguing with online trolls even before having breakfast. As for Jiang Qin was someone who extended a helping hand when he was at his wit's end. Although her song had yet to be released, he was uncertain if Unnamed would pave a new path for him, but that did not diminish his gratitude towards Jiang Qin. He could easily unleash a torrent of insults in a minute. The three of them could be considered the most active members in the Jiang Qin fan group, and the group leader bestowed upon the management roles. The group leader rarely spoke, but was presumed to be a wealthy female from a high-level planet, as her inherent air of superiority was not typical among ordinary females. Jiang Qin, exhausted from late nights, remained unaware of her fiercely loyal fanbase, who managed to elevate several trending topics through their fervent debates. Upon awakening from his faint, Ning Feiyu had spent the night scrutinizing the videos Jiang Qin had shared online. As dawn approached, he had downloaded all her songs and laid down to play them on repeat. To his astonishment, he soon fell asleep while listening, an incredible occurrence. Typically, music would leave him more agitated and restless, but Jiang Qin's songs brought him tranquility, even making him reluctant to sleep as he wished to learn to hum along. Yet, he dozed off unknowingly. Upon waking and logging onto the Star Network, he found the trending discussions were predominantly filled with vitriol directed at Jiang Qin, accusing her of feigning knowledge and fabricating history, claiming her imagination was overly rich. They further derided her for pretending, asserting that she was an uneducated female who merely penned peculiar lyrics to deceive fans and now aimed to exploit ancient culture for publicity. They even attacked her for her inferior genetics. In summary, these detractors could list 10 charges against Jiang Qin. Ning Feiyu approached the situation with caution, refraining from hastily voicing support for Jiang Qin. While he admired her work, he valued character even more. If he were to publicly endorse someone of questionable integrity, it might mislead his own fans. Thus, he was particularly careful in his expression of support. Previously, he had dismissed the insults, but this was the first time he contemplated praising someone. To ensure there were no surprises, he contacted someone to investigate Jiang Qin's background. Half an hour later, a dossier arrived in his account. The Federation maintains strict protections over female records, yet Jiang Qin's life history had already been exposed, making it relatively easy to trace. Aside from a lack of detailed information regarding her first 7 years on the desolate planet, most of the rest was publicly accessible within the Federation. The more Ning Feiyu read, the more his brow furrowed. The document provided no information about Jiang Qin's life before the age of 7, but it detailed some significant events from the age of 7 onward. The words written were shocking. She had disguised herself as a pure human male child, sleeping in a makeshift shelter made of rusty metal, surviving by scavenging for garbage. Every day, she would wait at a corner of the purchasing department just to hear the old radio played by the boss's father, who only checked the store in the afternoon. Devoid of food and clothing, her meager possessions were often stolen, and she was beaten, chased away, and even kidnapped multiple times. Each time she reappeared, she was already living in a different garbage dump. Thus, it was challenging to ascertain her whereabouts. Jiang Qin's face remained dirty during her time on the desolate planet, and no childhood photographs existed, making it hard to trace her footsteps during those years. The only thing that could be determined was that she had lived in numerous places and had vanished for several years during her teenage years. Once again, she found herself in the heart of the desolate planet's central hospital, having reached the age of 18. Subsequently, she was brought to Wil-Ing by the Jiang family. The details remain elusive. However, what is currently known is that the only blemish on Jiang Qin's character is the repeated harm she inflicted upon her sister, Jiang Qin. This accusation, however, originates solely from the Jiang family and lacks any substantial evidence. Relying solely on hearsay to support such claims is far from reliable. Ultimately, it remains ambiguous whether she has ever harmed another female. The rumors predominantly suggest animosity directed towards her sister, Jiang Qin. Therefore, the assessment of her character must rest with NFIY. In interstellar society, minor disputes among females typically do not carry legal repercussions, at most prompting a reprimand. After a moment of contemplation, Ending FIY promptly began drafting a post. He was uncertain if Jiang Qin had ever harmed another female. Yet he recognized that it is only natural for a young female who has endured such hardship to exhibit some behavioral issues. It is unimaginable what struggles she faced during the unrecorded times of her life. Had it not been for her own determination, she might not have survived to see the day she was rescued. She is a female, not a saint. After reflecting on Jiang Qin's experiences, a singular thought occupied his mind. If she had never been resolutely chosen before, he would henceforth be the one to choose her with unwavering conviction. If she was presently embraced by many, then let him be the one to add to her glory. A female who has clawed her way out of darkness deserves to bask in the light. Preferences are not bound by moral standards. He acknowledged that he had previously acted pretentiously. He was inherently a person who lived according to whims. Dislike warranted criticism, while affection warranted praise. There is no need for him to feign nobility or tread carefully even in the pursuit of a star. Thus, ending FIY's fans began to suspect that the blogger they followed was under duress. The individual who had once been labeled as garbage had now begun to sing praises. Listen closely. The lyrics are exquisite, the melody enchanting, and the person even more admirable. Could this truly be the words of ending FIY? His persona should encompass a disconnection from senseless lyrics, an understanding of synthesized compositions, and an affinity for the remnants of the empire's cuisine. His usual posts were filled with scathing critiques spanning 8,000 words. Today's post, however, overflowed with admiration totaling 20,000 words, densely packed and rivaling the length of a novel, all extolling the virtues of each song from various angles. The conclusion read, "Please, Jiang fans, help me join the group. Thank you." Those who had been criticized previously were indeed innocent. It turned out that the price had simply not been negotiated properly. Unfollowing? You even turned against your fans. You truly earn your money in a disgraceful manner. Ending FIY. Trending posts praise Jiang Qin in a comment. Screenshot to receive 10-star coins, limited to 100 comments per person. Unfollowing was merely to catch your attention. In truth, why go? I am your loyal supporter, as well as a devoted fan of Qin Bao. Brother, is there still an event? Ending FIY. Authentic and effective. Isn't it just finding online support? I don't lack funds. My supporters are all active accounts. Let us see how many accounts those little detractors possess. When Jiang Qin awoke, she opened the door to find her living room filled with youth engrossed in their screens. Qin and his companions, along with N, were fervently tapping away on their holographic devices. They appeared quite agitated, completely oblivious to her entrance. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Qin approached and inquired, "Are you all playing a game? Why so animated?" Their demeanor mirrored that of gamers she had previously encountered, fingers dancing over controls while their mouths spewed expletives. "Ah, Miss Jiang, you're awake." N and the others instinctively shut off their screens, casting their gazes to the ceiling and floor, avoiding her eyes. Jiang Qin grew more perplexed. Were they afraid she would be upset by their apparent negligence? "I just woke up. Did something anger you?" she asked, noting their apparent frustration. N appeared flustered, not wanting Jiang Qin to know that many were criticizing her online, yet aware that such information could hardly be concealed, especially with several trending topics still visible. Their newfound allies had nearly overrun the comment sections of the trending posts. Continuous commenting had sustained the heat, showing no signs of waning. The moment Jiang Qin accessed the Star Network, the trending topics would undoubtedly be presented to her. The group's strategy was to elevate the positive feedback, ensuring that when Jiang Qin viewed the comments, she would be shielded from the hurtful words. However, this plan had yet to materialize, as the most prominent and upvoted comment still questioned Jiang Qin's authenticity regarding her ancient knowledge. Thus, if she logged onto the Star Network, she would inevitably encounter it. Noticing N's stammering, Qin and his companions busied themselves with their shoes. Jiang Qin decided against further inquiries, gently stating, "It's all right. I was merely curious. If N doesn't wish to discuss it, she need not. Everyone has their own discomforts they prefer to keep hidden. That is entirely normal. I will call you all to leave when work hours commence." Playing on holographic devices? N's heart raced as her mind raced with strategies to delay Jiang Qin's access to the Star Network. "Help! Management, I truly can't manage this. Chapter 63. Film department. Despite Jiang desire to prolong Jiang time away from the Star Network, Jiang had already discerned the truth as soon as she began making excuses. You don't want me to go online because there are once again controversies surrounding me, aren't there? Jiang speculated that the uproar from the previous day had led to fresh attacks against her, although she had taken precautions to mitigate risks. Preventing minors from downloading her content and providing prior warnings, she understood that the more timid individuals might harbor greater curiosity. Yet, she remained uncertain. Children in the interstellar realm often viewed gruesome beasts. Was a culturally atmospheric horror truly so terrifying? After spending a quarter of an hour reviewing the previous trending topics, Xianen grew anxious as Jiang appeared calm. She hurriedly reassured her, "Miss Jiang, do not be disheartened. These individuals simply look down on others. They are envious of you, believing that if they cannot achieve something, no one can." Chu clumsily added, "Perhaps you should wait to look. We estimate that we will soon elevate these comments." Jiang replied, "Isn't this merely burying one's head in the sand? In truth, I'm not as fragile as you might imagine." Jiang attempted to convey her current strength, yet her physique, which was notably weaker than that of interstellar adults, lacked persuasiveness. Fine, she thought. She was too lazy to prove herself. She couldn't very well perform a display of strength. I genuinely do not mind these comments. After all, people will invariably question the authenticity of things they do not understand. Even I would not blindly trust someone without reason. Ultimately, time will reveal the truth. She could not fathom how the entire interstellar realm could leave no trace regarding this matter. She firmly believed that soon there would be individuals who could validate her words. There was no need for her to rush to prove herself, as doing so would only portray her as desperate. Upon returning to her room, Jiang received messages of concern from her employer and colleagues. Even the head of the composition department at TNWNYL reached out with greetings. The 3 songs she had previously promised to customize had recently been sent, and the singers selected for who NXGHO and CNGJ Ingda N had completed their recordings. Jiang inquired about the 3 recipients of the songs, who had all decided against releasing their music in July, opting instead for August, as they wished to avoid competing with her numerous songs. Regardless, she was indifferent. Having entrusted the songs to them, their subsequent decisions were their own. Contemplating the current interstellar ignorance concerning ancient culture, she felt a mix of resignation and anticipation. Jiang Qin contemplated the possibility of first penning a novel to expand their imagination. However, she decided to initially send out her film, Hidong Shirho. Her primary consideration was Tianwen Entertainment. Although her interactions had solely been with their composition department, she harbored a favorable impression of them due to previous experiences. Consequently, she messaged Lan Yuyan, "Director Lan, does your film department accept completed films?" Generally, most film companies primarily accept scripts, rarely considering finished products. Even if they do, it often requires connections and price negotiations. The most effective approach would be to directly approach cinemas with a finished product, but Jiang Qin lacked such connections and was reluctant to engage in negotiations. Thus, she sought to inquire with Lan Yuyan first. If they declined, she would have to reach out to cinemas herself for a release. However, she estimated that this particular genre might not be well received, and even if negotiations were successful, the screening times would likely be unfavorable. The sole comfort she derived was that the scripts purchased from the system came with all the necessary paperwork automatically completed, sparing her the need to handle registrations and reviews. Lan Yuyan replied, "Please hold on. Let me inquire." He maintained a good relationship with the management of the film department, as they occasionally sought his assistance in customizing theme songs and scores for their projects. If it's the usual formulaic themes like Star Wars or Beast Invasion, our company is not interested. The market for such genres is oversaturated, and audiences are no longer receptive. Your friend's small production company likely hasn't secured any renowned actors for the film. Unless the theme is exceptionally unique and the quality remarkable, I cannot make any promises, as you can understand. If it were anyone other than Lan Yuyan approaching, the head of the film department would undoubtedly be unwilling to accept it. Currently, the film industry in the Federation was experiencing a downturn, with recent releases receiving widespread criticism. Audiences were particularly irate, especially following the release of a notably unconventional film featuring two male leads. One was an imperial general, and the other a young leader of an alien race. The two were natural adversaries, having clashed countless times on the battlefield, yet they gradually became the most understanding enemies of one another. Their strategic rivalry led them to find other beings in the world rather dull, only feeling the essence of life in their encounters. However, their opposing stances dictated that only one could survive. The general, throughout his life, had upheld his great responsibilities and remained true to his beloved. Although the protagonists were male, such scenarios were not unusual in the interstellar context, where the gender ratio was often skewed. Most interstellar beings held a non-discriminatory perspective towards such relationships, respecting and understanding this form of affection. After all, many individuals yearned for love, but not everyone could have a female partner, making their union a contribution to societal stability. Consequently, the audience for such narratives was broad and the topic highly popular. Recently, there's been an influx of dual-male romance themes in film and television, and audiences are quite enthusiastic. Therefore, if the theme is subpar, it is unlikely to stand out amidst these offerings, Lan Yuan noted. He was aware that the theme was historical but remained oblivious to the specific content, as he had not requested to view the work. After all, he was not an expert in the film industry, and viewing it would be of little use. Moreover, confidentiality typically surrounded each project prior to its release, a rule he adhered to diligently. Please wait a moment. I will send you the work for your review. Lan Yuan requested the save file of the work from Jiang Qin and transmitted it. The head of the film department, Wu Ziyuan, opened the file with a hint of irritation. The pressure on the department was considerable, with performance plummeting and a lack of quality scripts drawing scrutiny from superiors. Consequently, he had been busy seeking viable scripts. At such a time, he found it frustrating to waste time reviewing obscure productions. However, he could not disregard Lan Yuan's request. To do so would jeopardize his future dealings with the composition department. Chapter 64. He Dong Shurho commenced with a jubilant background score, easing Wu Ziyuan's vexed demeanor. A historical drama, he found the characters and makeup somewhat satisfactory at first glance, even through a discerning lens. However, such themes were tricky. Any hint of discord could render the work incongruous. The close-ups of the female lead brightened his eyes, a beauty with an exquisite bone structure, well suited for ancient aesthetics. Particularly unique was her method of drawing lots, something he had never encountered in any previous productions. Admittedly, few ancient-themed works existed in the Federation, and even fewer were from recent years. Thus, this ancient theme was a rarity in the past decade, piquing his interest. Why does the young lady seek divination with such style today? The nurse mused. Our young lady requests over 200 marriage lots each month. She often changes it up when feeling bored. A maid with bushy eyebrows puzzled him. Had she offended the makeup artist? Yet, there was an inexplicable humor to it. As the film progressed, it reached the iconic moment where the female lead delivered her classic line. From now on, you may only treat me well. You must cherish me and never deceive me. Every promise you make. Wu Ziyuan nodded along, thinking this was quite reasonable. It was commendable for a female to wish to marry only one male. He could not help but lament the happiness of ancient males who could share their lives with a single female. Such modest expectations being deemed demanding was absurd. If he had a beautiful female partner, he could certainly make even more outrageous requests. Alas, fortune had not favored him. Reflecting on his own situation, with 10 partners he had not seen in ages, he felt a momentary pang of sadness. Should he be dismissed from Tianwen Entertainment and lose his lucrative salary? Divorce would likely follow, as he was not favored by his own partners. Thankfully, the male lead in the film was commendable. From now on, I will only cherish you. I will love you and never deceive you. Every promise I make. Such a portrayal was almost unbearable to watch. In the interstellar realm, there were instances of female domestic violence far harsher than depicted in the film. The lightheartedness shown here was merely a form of amusement. Wu Ziyuan gradually became captivated by this portrayal of marital life. How delightful it would be to have a warm and lively home of his own. However, soon enough, someone sought to disrupt the female lead's partnership. He watched in frustration, pondering why such despicable females existed in a world with so many males. Why destroy a happy home? Just as he was satisfied with the male lead's rejection of an advance, the next scene depicted him drinking a potion of forgetfulness. His exasperation was palpable. How could such a fortunate male be so blind to his blessings? He could not accept the thought of such a loving couple being torn apart. Though he was skeptical of love, he did not wish for even his fantasies to be shattered. If even films could not portray love, what need was there for such sentiments to exist? 3 hours later, during the midday break at Tian Entertainment, Wu Ziyuan still had not sent any updates, despite the expectation that he would have finished within 2 hours. Was he capable of providing a definitive answer? Does he not even grant himself this small favor? Engaging in a facade of compliance while secretly defying it? With a sense of bewilderment, he ascended the elevator to the upper floor where the film and television project awaited. After a prolonged period of knocking, a response finally emerged. Had he not inquired with his colleague, who confirmed the other party was still ensconced in the office, he might have doubted the presence of anyone inside. At long last, WZHUN opened the door. LNYYN found herself at a loss for words. Was it not merely a matter of assessing whether the work could be acquired? She was not pressuring him to take an underhanded route. So why the avoidance? No, you misunderstand. WHUN hastily gestured, explaining, the film is simply too captivating. I felt the first viewing lacked the depth I sought, hence I watched it again. It should be noted that during those 2 hours, he experienced a roller coaster of emotions, laughing and crying, entirely immersed in the narrative. He had forgotten to analyze its market value. Thus, for the second viewing, he aimed to maintain a level of rationality and not become overly engrossed. This work possessed an unusual style, one he had never encountered before. It bore a certain casualness intertwined with meticulous detail. It seemed like an effortless creation. Yet many aspects, be it the actors' performances or the makeup, revealed that the production team had approached it with sincerity. Therefore, he perceived it as a somewhat spontaneous style, distinct from other offerings in the market. The plot was commendable, steering clear of the typical narratives of female harem or male competition for dominance. Furthermore, the film concluded by addressing the historical context, reminding the audience, particularly women, to adhere to the law and not blindly follow trends. WZHUN felt a twinge of anxiety. Should such a situation arise, the film would undoubtedly face removal from distribution, and he would bear the financial repercussions for the company. Yet, the thought of suggesting alterations to the plot or abandoning the project altogether left him with a sense of reluctance. After all, the neighboring new film had already reaped the rewards of its uniqueness and innovation. Here he held a potential frontrunner, yet hesitated to take risks, a thought that plagued his nights with insomnia, as he would continuously imagine the paths he had not taken, embellishing them, only to be engulfed in profound regret. Moreover, this was no longer merely a matter of profit. It directly impacted the longevity of his position as the head of the film department. Incompetent individuals are inevitably ousted. Hence, he required another viewing to contemplate whether this risk was worth undertaking and to what extent he must advocate for its ascension. Vidiscamis and SOOEN. Has your friend mentioned her expected price? Considering the expenses related to the film's costumes, set design, and the cast, WZHUN felt a pang of worry about the potential loss should the gamble fail, as his personal assets might not suffice to cover the company's damages. LNYYN had not inquired, so she promptly messaged Jiang Qin. Given her status as an obscure actress, it was safe to say she was virtually unknown. Thus, she understood that commanding a high price was unrealistic. Even profit sharing would hardly yield much. Therefore, 55 was the figure she deemed most mutually beneficial. Logically, she was at a disadvantage, considering the other party was only responsible for promotion and operations, yet would receive half. However, lacking a team or fame, a necessary concession was unavoidable. Moreover, she would not suffer losses, as filming required minimal conventional costs, merely demanding her time and mental energy. Chapter 65. The doubts escalate that evening. Jiang Qin went to work as usual. As for SHU, a meeting with WZHUN was necessary before any decisions could be made. Accompanied by 7 or 8 bodyguards, she safely arrived at the bar. To be honest, she felt somewhat awkward being surrounded by several muscular, tense figures, evoking an impression of a mafia princess on an outing. Especially her bodyguards, all bounty hunters, exuded a palpable aura of danger. Their mere presence was intimidating. During her first life, despite her rising fame, she typically had only one assistant, essentially a spy, by her side. Only upon disembarking from a flight would security clear a path for her. Thus, she seldom experienced such a grand exit. It felt slightly embarrassing and shy. However, she concealed her feelings, walking among the crowd as if being escorted against her will. Everyone, I'm currently live streaming from the USGB of WILNXing, but the bar won't open for another hour. Yet, a long queue has already formed outside as patrons eagerly await the calming presence of the recently controversial female figure. Indeed, her current popularity was soaring, contributing to the bar's thriving business. As Jiang Qin passed by, she frowned and glanced at the man live streaming. His tone was laced with sarcasm. Nevertheless, she only caught a fleeting glimpse, memorizing his features before entering the bar, as the outside world felt unsafe and conflict was unwise. Meanwhile, the man, reveling in the rising viewership of his stream, was overjoyed. Although he was also a formidable male figure, his genetic lineage did not endow him with great physical strength. Naturally, even if he were exceptionally strong, he had no desire to engage in the perilous life of hunting exotic beasts. It was dirty, exhausting, and fraught with danger. Thus, he became a streamer after reaching adulthood, adept at riding the wave of trending topics. He would follow the prevailing winds, such as the female figure Jiang Qin, who had recently garnered significant criticism. He arrived at WILNXing, planning to join the collective in disparaging her. As for any damaging information, he would embellish if available or fabricate if not. Even if the narrative turned against him, he was experienced enough to provide a justification for being misled and offer an apology. The law does not hold the masses accountable. As long as he did not overtly target the female figure with insults, it would not be deemed criminal behavior. Presently, on Xinguang, many criticized Jiang Qin for pretending to be knowledgeable, condemning her for seeking attention through deceit. Such levels of criticism did not constitute slander, but rather expressed disapproval and indignation. Most of the harsher insults came from females. As for inciting anger among women, those who understood the dynamics of influence were well versed in the art. For streamers like him, it was merely a matter of sharing in the spoils. As expected, once he included WILNX in USGB in his title, the viewership surged. She actually succeeded. Look at how many patrons she deceived. I heard she didn't become a calming presence due to any criminal activity. So what is her motive for deceiving others? After all, she had no need to reduce her punishment. The bar's revenue, logically, should not concern her. I heard Jiang Qin receives a share of the bar's income. Perhaps it's all for money. How disgusting to fabricate historical customs for profit. What if she misleads others? Has she not considered the troubles this brings to our cultural researchers? What does she need to consider? Women are generally so thoughtless. Aside from soothing their partners, what else can they do? Their reproductive abilities are lacking. Brave, soul upstairs, daring to speak the truth. I mourn for you. Streamer, go tell Jiang Qin to remove her comments from Xinguang and apologize to us. Then we can move on. After all, she is just a female. Let's not be too harsh on her. It's only natural for a lower-tier female to be in need of money. Subsequently, the person sending the comment rewarded Xiang with a starship worth 10,000 star coins. Thank you, Big Brother, for the starship. Xiang felt somewhat conflicted, stating, while I believe I cannot persuade her, I am willing to try for the sake of the Big Brother starship. As a streamer who often shadowed others, Xiang had his own methods. Soon, he transformed into his beastly form and stealthily slipped through the back door of the bar. He then covertly captured footage at the entrance of the backstage dressing room for the viewers in the live stream. Everyone could see that it wasn't out of reluctance that I stayed away. It was simply that the throng of guards at the entrance was overwhelming, making it impossible for me to gain entry. Hence, I was left with no means to approach her, let alone engage in conversation. A top-tier female, guarded by 5 males, with 2 more serving as her personal protectors. Goodness, did she consider herself an imperial princess? Moreover, do you know who these males are? The elite bone armored bear, Shirley Chuan. The elite gale ape, Chong Xingfan. The elite cloud mist Pegasus, Jiao Yankun. And the remainder of their teammates, all of them elite males. She lacks the status of a princess, yet exhibits the symptoms of princess syndrome. Does Jiang Qin suffer from paranoia? How could she possibly require such a multitude of elite hunters for protection? No wonder she struggles financially. The salary of a calming expert is certainly insufficient to employ even a single team of hunters. The one who becomes her partner must truly be unfortunate, laboring tirelessly to slay beasts. likely earning barely enough to cover a month's wages for the hunting team. Perhaps she was traumatized by her previous abduction by the star thieves. Qi Tianxiang had little curiosity regarding the reasons. He simply needed to stir up discussions among the netizens. Satisfied with the direction of the comments, he aimed to incite dissatisfaction towards Jiang Qin. This commotion would amplify his popularity and visibility. However, as a streamer, he had to maintain a semblance of neutrality, so he feigned counsel. Oh dear, let us not rush to conclusions. Perhaps there are special reasons behind this. After all, hiring so many bounty hunters is quite costly. If it were unnecessary, Jiang Qin would hardly be willing to spend. Would she? What necessity could there be? It is merely vanity at play. Of course, she would be willing. After all, she doesn't have to spend her own money, surrounded by a multitude of males eager to serve her. Ultimately, it is we males who bear the burden. The starship ascended once more. Angry streamer, you should go outside and urge those deceived individuals to leave promptly, lest this female profits off their naivety. Qi Tianxiang's eyes sparkled. The older brother had spoken, and he was ready to rescue their misled brethren. Chapter 66. The Cultural Research Institute speaks out. Pan Yangxia was queuing with his roommates. After the school finally granted a few days off, he hastily gathered his roommates and purchased the fastest spaceship tickets. Ever since he had introduced his roommates to Jiang Qin's music, their dormitory had transformed into a haven for her fans. Thus, arriving at Azure Star filled them with excitement, for they were about to meet their idol in person. Just the thought of being close to Jiang Qin made their hearts race with anticipation. Yangxia, do you think we will be able to get in? Pan Yangxia, observing the lengthy line ahead, felt a twinge of worry. Yet he believed luck would be on their side. We should fall within the first 50,000. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we ought to gain entry. That's a relief. If we can't get in today, we'll have to leave Azure Star tomorrow, and who knows when we'll return. Just as they were filled with hope, someone approached and advised them to abandon their queue, claiming the female inside was merely of average rank and unlikely to appease such a crowd. Furthermore, this female had a questionable character, having deceived many on the Star Network and disseminated unverified historical accounts, fabricating false information to enhance her own publicity. In short, they recommended heading to the nearby Rose Bar, which had fewer patrons and boasted 3 elite females, or perhaps Nailan Bar, which also featured 2. The Moonlight Bar, however, only had 1 elite female, whose reputation and conduct were rather poor. This made Pan Yangxia chuckle with irritation. Brother, I understand you want to enter the bar, but you shouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. It appears you wish to dissuade us merely to claim our spots. Indeed, we shall not be deceived. Abandon this scheme. I advise you to leave promptly, or do not blame us for being impolite. Qi Tianxiang thought, does he truly need to resort to tricks to secure a spot? To ensure his entry into the bar, he had long since sent someone to queue for him. Waiting a little longer, it would likely be his turn. Noticing the righteous indignation of these males, he realized that if he continued speaking, they might genuinely attack him, prompting Qi Tianxiang to hastily depart. He then took to his live stream to lament the gullibility of those waiting in line, ardently defending the female in question. Meanwhile, in a line of females, a girl clad in a fitted combat suit and wearing sunglasses watched Qi Tianxiang with discontent. She instructed the male beside her, go drag that troublesome male out and give him a beating. Remember to turn off the live stream. The man nodded respectfully and swiftly left the line. Once the annoying male was removed, the girl resumed her place in line, albeit grumbling to herself about having to queue in the first place. It was only for Jiang Qin's sake that she bothered. Otherwise, for a bar of such modest stature, she wouldn't need to pay. Merely expressing her desire would suffice for someone to offer it to her. What else could she do but indulge her? Today, Jiang Qin performed a live rendition of She. The stage featured a holographic projection, complemented by the dim lighting of the bar, creating an ambience that was utterly enchanting. The entire setup was crafted from wood, adorned with a bride's attire. One could observe patterns that appeared to be long-lost embroidery. Wen Jiaqing was utterly exhilarated, her camera incessantly capturing images, which she dispatched to her grandfather, who had a penchant for researching ancient cultures. The highlight of the evening was undoubtedly Jiang Qin's ensemble, a black and red qipao. Though devoid of intricate designs, and with only a white jade bracelet and a string of pearls adorning her neck, she exuded an indescribable charm. The gentleman mused for a long while, producing only a sorrowful tune reminiscent of longing. One Jiang couldn't decipher the accent Jiang Qin used during that line, yet it felt distinctly unique. On the Star Network, Jiang Qin's stunning photographs flooded the platform. The patrons inside the bar could hardly wait for the performance to conclude before sharing. They were eager to disseminate their experiences. With images of withered trees, red lanterns, crows, lavish bridal palanquins, kipayos, wedding halls, and paper figures, the visual impact was overwhelming. Professional photographers among the fans had yet to upload their works, yet the netizens were already captivated. Simultaneously, a new update from the Cultural Research Institute propelled Jiang Qin into the trending spotlight. Recently, many have tagged the institute, and all the teachers have taken notice. Thanks to the generous contributions of numerous citizens, our institute has finally validated the ancient customs described by Ms. Jiang. As for what ghosts are, it is indeed as Ms. Jiang stated. Ancient peoples believed that after death, one would transform into another form and remain in the world. Our institute will continue to delve into this area, so please stay tuned for further developments. This announcement confirmed everything Jiang Qin had asserted, including the nature of souls, the essence of obsessions, as well as the significance of the 8-bear palanquin, formal marriages, and auspicious days. It also shed light on the historically low status of women in ancient times. In summary, nearly everything Jiang Qin mentioned could be found recorded in fragments within various artifacts. The willingness of so many to share their preserved cultural artifacts stems from their belief in Jiang Qin. They understood that she did not lie. She genuinely possessed extensive knowledge. Collectors of such items typically hold a fondness for ancient culture, which drives them to painstakingly gather and preserve these relics. Thus, another motive for their willingness to share this content is to assist the Institute in acquiring more information, ultimately achieving a shared repository of knowledge. Just as the Ancient Culture Research Institute recently announced, they have compiled all the information they gathered and made it public. This approach is far more efficient than hoarding fragments of information and conducting their own slow research. Naturally, during this time, everyone's attention finally turned to Jiang Qin. It was astonishing to discover that the words of this low-ranking female from a barren planet were indeed true. However, how did she acquire such extensive knowledge about ancient history? Did she possess a complete manuscript or artifact? Jiang Qin's fans did not dwell on such questions. They simply recognized that today was a splendid day. First, they were overwhelmed by a plethora of stunning images, and then their idol was finally vindicated with an official endorsement to boot. Thus, they became invigorated once again. In a previous comment, someone remarked that if what Qin Bao said were true, what about those who consumed the feces of exotic beasts? They urged for a live broadcast, eagerly anticipating the antics of those who would ingest stinky fruit or swallow light brains. In Chapter 67, entitled Telling Stories, Jiang Qin was uncertain whether her mental energy would unwittingly spill over while narrating. Therefore, she allocated the duration of 3 songs for this purpose. At any rate, her mental energy had already reached a considerable level. After soothing the audience for 3 songs, she felt no fatigue whatsoever. Nonetheless, it was essential to take breaks. She could not overexert herself, for the art of singing to soothe was not something everyone could accomplish, leaving her limits ambiguous. Yet, even with limited understanding, one could still make rough calculations. 3 songs, 5 minutes each, with a few minutes post-performance still engaging her mental energy, amounted to roughly half an hour. Given her effective calming influence, according to the dilution effect perceived by others, it could be assessed at a minimum of 2 hours. Typically, a standard-level female would only work an hour in a bar daily, divided into 2 sessions of half an hour each. Therefore, her 3-song duration was already viewed as the pinnacle of a high-ranking female's capabilities. In order to conceal her advancing mental prowess, Jiang Qin did not intend to alter this schedule, and taking breaks was deemed necessary. As for Meat Bun, it revolved around a couple managing a bun shop, where the husband is an abuser. One day, he strikes too hard and accidentally kills his wife. Subsequently, patrons who unknowingly consume the buns begin to experience a series of eerie occurrences. When Jiang Qin spoke of these strange events, her tone took on a chilling quality. Her ethereal voice, complemented by the background music's wind sounds, seemed almost otherworldly. Fong Fong, a regular at the bun shop, often rushed through her mornings and opted for buns as a quick breakfast. The meat buns that day were particularly distinctive. Many believed the owner had intentionally purchased cheap meat, but it was likely that the affordable meat had simply sold out, leading to this exception. Numerous customers expressed their desire for the same filling as that day's buns, to which the owner dutifully acquiesced. However, that night, Fong Fong encountered a bizarre incident at home, hearing the sound of meat being chopped emanating from her kitchen. Despite living alone, initially, she assumed it was noise from a neighbor, scolding them after being awakened, but the nocturnal chopping persisted. Eventually, one night, unable to bear it any longer, she arose to confront her neighbors. To her shock, she discovered that the sound was originating from her own kitchen. The holographic background shifted, revealing an interior of a two-bedroom apartment, enveloped in darkness, save for the kitchen, where moonlight streamed in. Trembling with fear, Fong Fong cautiously approached the kitchen and dialed the police, suspecting a burglar had entered her home. Suddenly, accompanied by a scream and the background music intensifying, an ethereal voice emerged from nowhere, and she beheld the bun shop's proprietress, wielding a knife and chopping meat under the moonlight, her face smeared with blood. Turning to Fong Fong, she inquired, "Tender, isn't it?" Terrified, Fong Fong refused to believe her eyes and insisted on police intervention. This investigation revealed that the proprietress had never left the bun shop, but had vanished. Ultimately, evidence was discovered in the meat grinder. Some suggested that Fong Fong had hallucinated, fabricating a reason to call the police, while others speculated she might have been dreaming or had ingested something toxic that induced illusions. As for the truth, no one knew. Only that the bun shop's owner met justice in the end. Subsequently, Jiang Qin recounted several other paranormal tales, including legends from Shanghai Ge and the yellow skin seeking a seal. By the conclusion of her stories, the bar was filled with various animal spirits, eagles, dogs, wolves, tigers, and snakes, all seated like attentive students, deepening everyone's understanding of ghosts and deities. Jiang Qin concluded, "Tomorrow, I shall share tales of the ancient era, even more archaic than the distant past, concerning the gods." After finishing the last two songs, she concluded her shift. Recently, with Yue absent from the bar, her relationships with others were rather ordinary, so she exchanged a few polite words before departing without lingering. Upon returning home, she immediately logged onto the Star Network, as CNN had joyfully informed her that the Ancient Culture Research Institute had vindicated her. As soon as she came online, she was bombarded with notifications. "Qin Bao, come watch the live stream of haters consuming exotic beast feces." "Qin Bao, check out the live stream of someone swallowing a light brain." "Qin Bao, hurry to see someone urinating upside down." Jiang Qin could only remark on the peculiar tastes of interstellar beings. They dared to eat such things, but she could hardly bear to watch. Nevertheless, she surmised that, unlike Earth where people spoke idly, here accounts were linked to citizenship documents. Those who made idle boasts but refused to fulfill their bets would face public shaming. In extreme cases, their information could be disclosed, compelling them to honor their commitments. Just like Lilia before, she could not afford to renege. Although she hesitated to watch, she was somewhat curious about how one might swallow a light brain and worried it could lead to dire consequences. A mere skeptical remark should not cost a life. Thus, she entered the live stream, only to witness a massive, fearsome crocodile tearing apart a light brain and swallowing it whole. It turned out to have transformed into its beastly form. "All right, a real man, this matter is settled. A ruptured intestine is no issue. Our hospital can treat it. Even transplant a section of an exotic beast's intestine. I hope everyone bets wisely next time. Perhaps choose something edible, like exotic beast feces. Light brains are hard to digest and not recommended for consumption." The crocodile quipped, "Excellent suggestion, but next time, spare me the advice." It sounds as if I wanted to eat it. In Chapter 68, titled A Favor, upon seeing that most comments were merely jesting, Jiang Qin felt reassured that the act of a beast man swallowing a light brain was not a grave matter. With that comfort, she exited the live stream and perused the Ancient Culture Research Institute's updates, which she had anticipated. Numerous families within the Federation preserved artifacts from the past, including some books that had undergone special preservation methods. 3,000 years ago, many artifacts have been unearthed, yet none of the books had survived, resulting in a significant loss of historical records. Consequently, the ancestors, in their wisdom, developed a special potion to ensure that historical accounts could be conveyed to future generations. When applied, this potion allowed books to withstand the ravages of time for millennia without deterioration. Although many cultural relics and books were lost back then, it is unlikely that absolutely nothing remains. More likely, it is the individuals who possess these items who are reluctant to reveal them. as no one wishes to incur a loss. Recklessly exposing such treasures could invite covetous glances and demands for submission. Thus, everyone prefers to keep their possessions hidden, cherishing them in secrecy. However, once the contents of these items are disclosed, the originals become less coveted, as what they hold is but fragments. While others may possess the entirety of the knowledge, they need only submit a replica to satisfy official inquiries, avoiding the obligation to contribute to federal history or face enforced submission. After all, a single individual can be compelled, but when many are involved, even a federal marshal would hesitate to publicly demand compliance. By submitting a mere fragment of a copy, they can acquire a wealth of information synthesized from various scattered sources, fully satiating their curiosity about history. Of course, Jiang Qin does not entirely place her hopes on the Ancient Culture Research Institute or those who possess the artifacts. She merely believes that official certification carries greater weight. Should their validation not arrive in time, she is prepared to substantiate her claims independently, as presenting an 8,000-year history would undoubtedly demonstrate her understanding of the past. After all, if she possessed the ability to fabricate such an extensive history, she could excel in other pursuits rather than resorting to historical deception. Fortunately, the Ancient Culture Research Institute did assist in validating her claims, sparing her the effort of memorizing history in its entirety. However, she still intends to restore each piece individually, starting with the filming of a television drama. For instance, the first installment could be titled The Eternal Emperor, Ingzhong. Apart from the trending topic regarding the Ancient Culture Research Institute, there are also 2 or 3 trending discussions about Jiang Qin. Dressed as a classical beauty, Jiang Qin has taken the bar by storm tonight. Would you like to join us for a story? Prepare for some spine-tingling moments. This establishment is a haven where you can be soothed, listen to music, and enjoy tales. The most remarkable aspect is that despite the current popularity of the moonlit ambience, the entry fee remains 100 star coins cheaper than other bars. I have always believed that the bar owner is engaged in charitable work. According to the staff, the owner works to support them. Why not allocate them a larger venue capable of accommodating millions? They seem utterly oblivious. I've always wanted to visit Yuan Star, primarily to see Jiang Qin, but the long lines have deterred me. Don't even try. You won't get in. It's true, today, in the pursuit of spot in line, a male attempted to deceive us into not queuing. I am too clever to fall for that. He vanished quickly when his trickery failed. With a bruised face, Xiao Tianxiang remarked, "Yes, this is the slander directed at me." Speaking of which, the Ancient Culture Research Institute has made a statement. How much longer will the Gene Research Institute take? Have they reached a conclusion? The chances are slim. Have you all noticed how powerful Jiang Qin's soothing abilities are? It seems that the deep level of comfort she provides allows for more effective energy accumulation. Most people share this sentiment, with only a few harboring doubts, merely questioning whether Jiang Qin has resorted to illicit substances. As for doubts regarding her mental capacity, that is implausible. All interstellar beings' talents are determined at the age of 3 when they awaken. Some have managed to enhance their mental prowess, but such instances are rare and typically occur in life-threatening situations. However, such breakthroughs are only possible if their mental state is already at the pinnacle of that level, with the gap to the next level being merely a final push. There has never been a case in interstellar history of ascending from one level to another. Even during the era of supernatural abilities, only the abilities themselves could be enhanced, while the innate potential remained static. Jiang Qin cautiously perused several pages of comments, relieved to find no speculations in this regard, thereby solidifying her decision to maintain secrecy. She has no intention of testing her mental abilities in any setting. Suddenly, a message arrived on her light brain. The sender was Lan Yuyan. "Miss Jiang, could I ask you for a favor?" Uncertain of the request, Jiang Qin opted to search for information. Indeed, the top 3 entertainment companies in the Federation received such audacious requests, as did certain non-human races. The Federation has never emerged victorious in any competition. It is absurd. After reading the comments, Jiang Qin felt as though the sky had fallen. Surely, there must be something they could win. Alas, there was nothing. Even more absurd was her attempt to think of anything outstanding about the Federation. And only one came to mind: willpower. Despite repeated defeats, they never falter, even when all they possess is essentially what remains from the Empire. Through diligent research on their discarded remnants, they have managed to close the gap between the 2 factions. compelling the empire to regard them with disdain, yet reluctant to cast them aside, tacitly accepting the Federation's development. Periodically, they expel individuals with impure bloodlines to live within the Federation. Many renowned individuals in the Federation were once cast-offs of the Empire. Indeed, those discarded by the Empire have found success in the Federation, leading to further mockery from the Empire, branding them as the tail of the Empire, yet the head of the Federation. Chapter 69. Has Jiang Qin acknowledged her mistake? Jiang Qin did not immediately agree to Lan Yuyan's request, but stated that she needed to consider it. Naturally, her consideration involved consulting her employer, as she is still an employee. If she were to participate in the competition, the bar would likely have to close, as she is the sole soothing practitioner. An interstellar composer? That could be worth a try, especially since she intends to relocate the bar to the main star. I am somewhat uneasy about leaving you and Yongkang alone on Yuelon Star. Furthermore, Yue is concerned that Jiang Qin may become sentimental. Remaining on Yuelon Star and witnessing the Jiang family enjoy their lives while she remains excluded would be profoundly disheartening. It is better to distance oneself from such people and matters to find happiness. If you feel confident, I would recommend you participate. Gaining recognition would make anyone think twice before targeting you in the future. After all, Jiang Qin lacks a prominent background and holds a low rank, making it unlikely that she would find a powerful partner capable of providing protection. Thus, Yue advocates for her to establish her own status. Jiang Qin shares this perspective. This is not merely a competition for entertainment. It pertains to the Federation's reputation. She is quite confident in her advantages. While this situation is advantageous for her, the appearance fee must still be compensated, as she is participating under the auspices of Tianwen Entertainment Company. The Jiang family has been a month without Jiang Qin. Jiang Yulian is already aware of the commotion she has caused outside. However, she has refrained from seeking Jiang Qin, as Jiang Rumeng has taken it upon herself to communicate with her sister. She recalls that Jiang Qin had always treated Jiang Rumeng kindly when they were at home, so she agreed to this arrangement. Being both females, communication should be easier. Jiang Rumeng paused for a moment, feeling somewhat troubled. My sister has blocked me from contact. I queued for several days but could not enter the bar, so I have yet to see her. Jiang Rahai, who usually berates Jiang Qin, silently lowered his head, lost in thought, causing Jiang Rumeng to feel a pang of discomfort. She suppressed her unease and gently inquired, Xiao Hai, can you reach your second sister? Jiang Rahai shook his head in silence. His feelings towards Jiang Qin have become increasingly complex, as he has secretly visited the Yusei bar numerous times. With the help of classmates who queued for him, they were able to gain entry almost every time. Listening to their incessant praises of Jiang Qin in his ear, coupled with his apparent fondness for her songs, he has found himself unable to speak ill of her lately. Perhaps everyone is at fault. Every household cherishes its female members. Previously, there was only Jiang Rumeng in their family, whom he had protected since birth. So, what was wrong with acknowledging her as an elder sister? He was bound to feel out of sorts, especially since Jiang Qin did not take a liking to Jiang Rumeng from the start, which naturally made him angry. His sister had never been bullied, so how could he bear to see her tormented by this suddenly emerged second sister? In truth, Jiang Ruhai harbored dissatisfaction, wondering why Jiang Qin felt compelled to usurp everything belonging to Jiang Rumeng. If she could not seize it, she would threaten them with running away from home to force their compliance. After all, she was so capable that she could thrive on her own outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Yulian, witnessing her elder son's taciturn demeanor, felt even more enraged, her words becoming increasingly harsh. What does that little brat mean? Is she genuinely intent on severing ties with us? What exactly is her grievance? Has the Jiang family mistreated her? Or does she simply revel in the chaos of bars, basking in the adoration of those inferior males? Jiang Rumeng quietly suggested, Mother, could it be that sister is upset because we did not send anyone to look for her when she was abducted last time? But she didn't need rescuing. Jiang Yulian felt even more wronged. She had indeed intended to send someone, but her good friend had advised against it, suggesting that Jiang Qin might be orchestrating the whole affair for the sake of publicity on Xinguang, to attract more listeners to her songs and boost her rankings. It was a deliberate stunt for attention. Everyone knows the fate of females in the hands of star thieves. Forget it. This little brat is born to be a burden. I will go find her and talk tomorrow. Jiang Rumeng quickly interjected, Mother, if you want to see sister, you need to wait at the bar's back door. You might not be able to enter through the front. Why wouldn't Tiwi be able to enter? Did she have someone block our family? Has she made things difficult for you? Jiang Yulian's anger only grew. Jiang Rumeng wished to pin the blame on Jiang Qin, but refrained. Instead, she hastily defended Jiang Qin, explaining the situation and speaking a few kind words on her behalf. This successfully elicited feelings of guilt and pity from several members of the Jiang family, particularly from Jiang Ruhai, who had inexplicably stopped clinging to her recently. The guilt in his eyes seemed to beg for self-reprimand. "Thank you, mother." The mother and daughter embraced, their eyes slightly reddened. And anyone who witnessed would not deny the bond they shared. The males of the Jiang family looked on with expressions of relief. However, the following day, Jiang Qin, blocked from her path, felt somewhat irritable. "Do you have business with me?" Jiang Yulian could hardly believe it. "Jiang Qin, what is this attitude? Have you forgotten how to address people?" Jiang Qin chuckled lightly. "My politeness is reserved for those deserving. It is quite difficult to feign courtesy towards those I detest." Chapter 70. Determined. Indeed, she was a lowly female from a barren star, lacking even the most basic respect for her mother. "Had I known you were such a heartless wretch, I should never have borne you. I endured so much suffering only to bring forth a child devoid of gratitude." Jiang Qin's face betrayed little emotion, yet her heart felt a twinge of sorrow. When she was in her mother's womb, this very woman had declared her to be her treasure. But those days are long gone. The inheritance left by her father, which should have been half hers, she claimed none of it, leaving it all to Jiang Yulian. Furthermore, her survival to this day was not due to being a Jiang family child, but rather a result of her own diligence, fortune, and the kindness of those who aided her. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. Throughout her life, Jiang Qin had faced numerous death threats, not fewer than 8 times. Each instance had her teetering on the brink of death. Thus, she does not believe her current existence is a gift from anyone. Jiang Yulian, incensed, had her companion, a middle-aged male, chide her. "Speak properly. If you anger your mother again, do not blame your uncle for being rude." Jiang Qin's protector, Shirley Chuan, immediately stepped forward to shield her. "If your uncle wishes to spar, let me take his place. Bullying a young female is hardly a display of prowess. Oh, if you believe sparring with Xiao Chuan would be unfair, then by all means, let us engage." The speaker was Jiao Yin Kun, a cloud mist steed beast man, age 43. Typically, whenever Jiang Qin left for work, she was accompanied by 3 high-ranking males. Shirley Chuan could defend her from attacks. Jiao Yin Kun could facilitate her escape. And there was another who focused on offense. The male companion of Jiang Yulian, who had just spoken, was merely a high-ranking male, albeit the vice-captain of a mercenary group with a formidable bear beast form. He might defeat some weaker beastmen, but he was no match for Jiang Qin's trio of high-ranking males. Thus, at this moment, he could only swallow his rage, glaring at Jiang Qin, his thoughts inscrutable, his gaze quite fearsome. He truly regretted ever relaying this news to Jiang Yulian. It had resulted in familial discord. The males on both sides stood in confrontation. Jiang Yulian, genuinely hurt, gazed sadly at Jiang Qin's pale, beautiful face, incredulous. "Do you truly intend to deny me? But I am your biological mother. Then may I ask, my mother, what were you doing when I was abducted, while so many were searching for me? How dare you bring that up? Your self-directed theatrics are your own affair. The Jiang family cannot partake in your drama. If exposed, it would tarnish the reputations of your uncles." Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh in anger. Self-directed theatrics? Had she not received her abilities, just a day later, she would likely be lying on an operating table, dissected. Was that not the case? Was it not to ensure the maximum hype for her 2 songs, to propel them to #1 at the last moment? Did you not say that the Jiang family was not lacking in wealth? You should refrain from such antics in the future. Ill-gotten gains will ultimately lead to ruin. If exposed, our family name would suffer alongside yours. Jiang Yulian spoke with an air of gravity. At that moment, she resembled a mother instructing her daughter on proper conduct. Jiang Qin found it utterly tedious. Perhaps it didn't matter anymore. Jiang Yulian could trust anyone but Jiang Qin. No matter what she said, Jiang Yulian would never believe her, even if she ultimately proved herself. What awaited her would not be an apology, but rather blame for her supposed lack of understanding, for causing trouble even when she was the one being troubled. She would also be reproached for being cunning, for documenting everything, and for failing to present her evidence sooner. Moreover, she would be criticized for being overly meticulous, lacking generosity. Amusingly, after being bullied, she was expected to be magnanimous. Sometimes, Jiang Qin mused, It seemed that what Jiang Yulian desired was not a daughter, but rather her own pride. The affection she felt in the womb may have been due to her gender. In the starry realm, being a female was indeed a matter of pride. It was akin to the ancient mindset of favoring males over females. Her repeated concessions stemmed from Jiang Yulian's constant lamentations about the hardships of carrying her, the dangers of childbirth, and the life she granted her. Just as it was now, in her previous life, these very words had tightened their grip around Jiang Qin's fate. Because she is a girl herself, she comprehends the arduousness of childbirth, allowing her to empathize deeply with her mother. Thus, even when faced with countless grievances, she could not bear to see a mother in distress. It was only when the burden became unbearable and she felt she had already returned her life to her that she finally left the Jiang family. Now, having the chance to live again, her life is a gift from the system. She owes nothing to anyone. Therefore, Jiang Qin resolutely nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I do not acknowledge you. I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. From this moment forth, we share no relationship. In the records of my citizenship system, there exists only myself, with no relatives whatsoever. We are merely strangers. Whether I orchestrate my own demise or commit heinous acts, I alone shall bear the consequences, and it is of no concern to you." Jiang Yulian reached out, intending to slap Jiang Qin as she had done on the day of her rebirth. However, this time, Jiang Qin deftly intercepted her wrist. Her enhanced physicality was not in vain. Subduing a female was now a trivial feat, Madame Jiang. Even if you are female, you cannot assault another female at will. I hope you abide by the law. The phrase abide by the law was pronounced with particular emphasis. Those nearby, including Xiaonan, who were concerned for Jiang Qin, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing her not being at a disadvantage. The confrontation between the two female beastmen was not something they could involve themselves in. Should they interfere with Jiang Yulian, the Jiang family would pursue the matter and they could find themselves embroiled in legal troubles. Thus, they could only restrain Jiang Yulian's companions, refraining from engaging in a conflict between the mother and daughter. "I am your mother. I have the right to educate my offspring, which is not unlawful," Jiang Yulian said. Her eyes reddened with anger. Whether it was sorrow, rage, or embarrassment, she felt the sting of being abandoned by her own child. If abandonment were to occur, it should be from a mother towards her offspring, not the other way around. You're merely a low-level female. Do you think you can thrive on way launching all by yourself? Without the support of a mother, without familial backing, you could be abducted by a male without anyone noticing. Jiang Qin, this world is not as simplistic as you perceive. If I were not your mother, do you think I would care about you at all? In the face of blood ties and your father, I am willing to grant you an opportunity. Should you fail to repent, I, Jiang Yulian, will no longer cherish you as a child. Thereafter, your life or death shall have no connection to the Jiang family." Jiang Qin lifted her gaze to meet the countenance of the still youthful-looking woman. She appeared displeased, her neck held high in a posture of arrogance. Indeed, in the presence of Jiang Qin, she had every right to be proud. After all, in Jiang Yulian's eyes, had it not been for her, had Jiang Qin not possessed her genes, she would still be scavenging on a barren planet, unable to enjoy life on the second-rate way launching. In her view, Jiang Qin, having departed from the shelter of the Jiang family, would inevitably become a mere companion to lower-tier males, leading a life of poverty. If she were wise, she would cling tightly to her biological mother. In due time, while she might not find a high-ranking male, her family background would not be too shabby. After all, the males of the Jiang family possess extensive connections. Yet, Jiang Qin remained unfazed by such matters. Having struggled for 18 years on a barren planet, could she not survive for decades on a safer way launching? Therefore, she steadfastly declared, "I am sorry, but I do not believe I have erred in any way. For the past 18 years, I have managed quite well on my own, and I shall continue to do so in the future. Should I fail to thrive, that is my fate, and I accept it." Jiang Yulian was taken aback by Jiang Qin's resoluteness. A flicker of hurt passed through her eyes. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and suppressed her discomfort. "Infone, let us depart." The male cast a hostile gaze at Jiang Qin, yet he refrained from uttering further words, simply lifting Jiang Yulian and leaving. Jiang Rahai and Jiang Ruming followed closely behind. "Sister, Jiang Miss, there is no sister here, so kindly refrain from calling out." Jiang Ruming interjected, feeling stifled. She could only hastily add, "Qin, regardless of whether you acknowledge me or not, I shall always be your sister." Should you need anything, do remember to contact me. Sister, let us go. If you wish to do a good deed, you must consider whether the recipient will appreciate it, Jiang Qin remarked. Brother, do not say that. Qin is merely upset. Jiang Qin, wishing to avoid witnessing the sibling display, circumvented them and departed. Once you have finished your performance, please leave. I have no time for this. Jiang Qin, your words are excessive. Jiang Qin, incensed, attempted to block her exit. However, he was immediately obstructed by 3 high-ranking bounty hunters. Kuiwen, smiling broadly, said, Young man, if you wish to harass Miss Jiang Qin, you will first have to get past me. In mere moments, Jiang Qin and her companions vanished from sight as they entered the bar. The door securely closed behind them. Kuiwen remained to guard the back entrance. Brother, let it go. We should leave, Jiang Rumling urged, pulling Jiang Qin away. Once in the resting area, Jiang Qin began to apply her makeup with an air of tranquility. Xia and incautiously approached with a glass of fruit-flavored suppressor. Miss Jiang, when feeling down, perhaps a sweet drink would lift your spirits. Jiang Qin chuckled lightly. Thank you, but I'm in a reasonably good mood. She accepted the glass of suppressor. Truth be told, this was her first experience with it, as Beastmen females had no concerns regarding rye values. However, her emotions were somewhat tumultuous, and a calming drink could be beneficial. With that in mind, she took a small sip. To be honest, it tasted better than she had anticipated. However, to label it as merely fruit-flavored would be misleading. It resembled pineapple beer, possessing a hint of alcohol and a subtle sweetness. Seeing that Jiang Qin's smile was genuine and not forced, Xianan secretly sighed in relief. She was at a loss as to how to console Miss Jiang, feeling that whatever she said would be inadequate, and she dared not bring up the topic. Jiang Qin, aware of her concerns, reassured her, You need not worry about me. Any sorrow has long since passed. At present, I remain unaffected by such matters and only wish to live my life well. Miss Jiang, your perspective is indeed commendable. The more they disregard you, the better you must thrive, ensuring that those who do not wish you well cannot find peace. Very well, Jiang Qin agreed, returning to her makeup. Yue was correct. She must genuinely distance herself from these individuals to sever their ties completely. Yet, based on her understanding, Jiang Yulian would likely never reach out to her again. For she was a woman of great pride. Her meager maternal affections were insufficient to prompt her to set aside her dignity. Thus, from this day forth, she once more became an orphan. The competition for Xing Jizu Ji was scheduled for August 15th. Consequently, Jiang Qin remained on Wei launching for work until the end of July. As the time approached, netizens on the Star Network remained enthralled by Jiang Qin's stage presence and the various recent stories. When Tianwen Entertainment began its promotional campaign for a new film, the focus was primarily on makeup, background, and the actors' suitability for their roles. Moreover, the subject matter was indeed rare. Therefore, viewers were filled with both anticipation and apprehension, fearing that Tianwen Entertainment might deliver a disappointing product. Interest in ancient history was widespread, yet most productions in this vein were executed poorly. The most basic aspect, the recreation of costumes and makeup, often fell short. One could imagine the absurdity of historical dramas where actors sported vibrant, multicolored hair, varied in length, paired with haphazard attire. For instance, unigarments were mistakenly regarded as official attire, an utterly ludicrous situation. In any case, Jiang Qin felt as though her eyes had truly been scorched. She is now filled with a fervent spirit, determined to leverage her extraordinary abilities to restore more historical works. After all, this system and her powers are truly a divine gift bestowed upon her. Failing to seize this opportunity would be rather impolite. To return to the main topic, the release date for He Dong Shi Ho has been set for July 25th. The sentiment from Tianwen Entertainment is that regardless of whether the film receives criticism or praise, it should generate enough buzz for her new song on the charts. After all, even if she is criticized, listeners will still have to access the music section. Unlike films, songs do not have a rating system. Therefore, as long as the listenership is high and the play counts are plentiful, the rankings will rise. However, this would merely be an embellishment. Currently, the songs uploaded by Jiang Qin this month are primarily occupying the top ranks. If all goes as anticipated, the leading song should be Hua Xiang. This particular piece has garnered considerable popularity, with even elementary school students singing it. Chapter 72. Martial Arts? Hey, have you all bought your tickets today? I have. If this film weren't produced by Tian, I wouldn't dare to hold any expectations. Then you are too early in your anticipation. Have you not noticed who the screenwriter and director are? There's someone named Jiang Qin. So what? Well, the issue is that she is a singer-songwriter. It's one thing to cross over, but she hasn't even received formal education. Even if she had, how capable could the teachers on Pingji Xing be? Not just anyone would choose to teach on a barren planet. In the event of a beast tide invading, few would survive. Thus, those assigned to such planets are either indigenous residents or individuals who have offended someone or committed crimes. Not everyone follows the trending topics daily. Some people are more focused on movies or television, so the majority are unaware that Jiang Qin is a singer-songwriter. Initially, when they saw the names of the screenwriter and director, they merely felt a sense of familiarity, mistakenly believing it was a newcomer from the directing department. Little did they know she had crossed over into this field, and as a female, no less. It is not that females cannot direct. Rather, they're exceedingly rare, with a ratio of approximately 100-to-1. After all, few females are willing to work, let alone direct. However, there are quite a few female screenwriters, especially pure human females, who excel at writing narratives centered around pet-related romantic themes. Typically, these stories feature high-ranking officials, wealthy young masters, and superior males who, unwilling to seek companions, resort to alternative means such as keeping a pure human female as a concubine. After enduring trials together, they eventually fall in love, with millions of words omitted in between. The conclusion usually sees the pure human female bearing several pure human or half-beast offspring for the male, only to pass away before reaching 50, leaving the male to endure nearly a century of solitude in her memory. For interstellar individuals, such heart-wrenching tales are quite captivating, particularly among lower-tier females. Who hasn't fantasized about a high-ranking male who would marry them solely for their personal charm, disregarding their mental prowess? Yet in reality, both males and females in this world lead very pragmatic lives. Consequently, such melodramatic dramas enjoy considerable popularity. However, Jiang Qin feels that these narratives still lack sufficient drama. The processes therein are too simplistic, compared to the heart-wrenching tales of Earth, where characters undergo extreme trials. Interstellar dramas seem rather thin. Thus, she quietly makes a note to explore this genre further. The discussions on Xing Wang have been fervent for many days, and finally, the day of July 25th arrived. The film premiered at 10 o'clock, available for viewing in offline cinemas or online holographic theaters. The ticket price was a mere 88 Xing coins, quite an affordable price. Jiang Qin attended the offline cinema with Xie and Un and Shirley Chuan, as this was her first film produced using her extraordinary abilities, and she felt it necessary to show her support. In ancient times, a woman like Lu Yu would have been subject to much criticism for not being virtuous, gracious, or gentle. Yet, for interstellar males, such a female is perceived as both charming and gentle, utterly delightful. Meanwhile, during the screening of Chunji Chong, the audience was visibly perplexed. Those who preferred bolder males found it difficult to comprehend the appeal of a timid male with a disposition smaller than that of a mouse. It was one thing for such a male to marry a beautiful female. It was quite another for him to express disdain towards her. Were it not for the fact that they were in a cinema and fully aware of the fiction, they might have sought out the male lead for a conversation. For instance, while walking down the street, they could choose to shift from the protagonist's perspective to a tourist's view. As a devoted fan of Jiang Qin, when Jiaqi had learned about the film's release days in advance, Jiang Qin's account, which only shared new songs, had interacted with Tianwen Entertainment, revealing the director's name. Thus, it was absurd that fans of Jiang were so out of the loop, unaware that she was also a screenwriter and director, and had secretly completed and released the film. Before she could even ponder how her idol could possess such multifaceted talents, more criticism arose against Jiang Qin. Consequently, she and her fellow fans shifted their battleground from the music industry to the film sphere. Despite their limited numbers, Jiang fans showcased remarkable strength, countering the multitude of naysayers, rivaling even the efforts of organized trolls. Regardless of the film's quality, she resolved to support Jiang Qin wholeheartedly. Not only did she buy 20 tickets for herself, but she also distributed them among her parents, uncles, aunts, siblings, and grandparents. Had she not feared that purchasing too many tickets might result in others being unable to secure a seat, she would have bought even more. One must admit, Jiang fans are exceptionally thoughtful. Although the criticism on Xing Wang was loud, the ancient drama label still attracted a significant audience. Even the Ancient Culture Research Institute had a notable turnout of ticket purchasers today. After all, Jiang Qin undeniably possesses a solid foundation in ancient culture, evident from her continuous storytelling. Jiaqi opted for an online holographic immersive viewing experience, feeling as though she had transformed into a transparent entity participating in the film. The opening scene left her utterly captivated by the protagonist's beauty. In the interstellar realm, there are rarely any unattractive individuals, yet the protagonist's allure transcends mere appearance. It lies in her bone structure and charisma. She adored the protagonist's attire and visage, especially the dress adorned with a flowing blue ribbon around her arms. The protagonist's grace and motion was breathtaking, particularly during combat. What surprised Jiaqi the most was the protagonist's martial prowess. Interstellar females possess only physical enhancements, and even those are limited. Thus, no female can soar through the skies like Liu Yi, nor can they match her skills. Historical records suggest that in ancient times, individuals could practice martial arts, capable of flight and other extraordinary feats. However, no one believes that pure humans possess the capacity to unleash such superhuman strength. Perhaps these are merely fantasies, not grounded in reality. Professors at the Ancient Culture Research Institute theorize that during the Cold Weapon era, people lacked the technological conditions to discover advanced science, making feats of flight and evasion impossible. It was only in later ancient times, as technology began to flourish, that the dream of flight was realized through the invention of airplanes. Chapter 73. Conspiracy theories: is flying purely through physical means truly considered martial arts? And do the tales of plucking leaves and flying flowers hold any truth? Jiaqi was positively ecstatic, even wanting to reach out and touch a blade of grass on the roadside in the film. This is indeed a plant from ancient times. However, she has not overlooked the film's plot, which has now reached the scene where Liu Yue accidentally hangs Chun Jichong on a giant tree. Following this is the moment when Liu Yue gazes at him with eyes full of infatuation. Then comes the reluctant marriage. It is evident to all that Chun Jichong does not wish to wed Liu Yue, and subsequently, there is a misunderstanding that she has harmed Su Dompa's family. Initially, some ponder whether a female harming the family of her partner's friend is an excessive misdirected anger, but they are suddenly enraged to discover it is a false accusation. They were right. The lovely Liu Yue does not seem to possess such malicious intent, although the audience may not hold the male lead in high regard. Every verse of poetry he recited was meticulously recorded. It was not until the film concluded that the audience felt as if they had truly embarked on a journey to ancient times, witnessing the process of a young couple's acquaintance, understanding, and love. While the insights gained were scant, the viewing experience was quite joyful. The greater focus lay on the rich cultural knowledge embedded within. After all, the newly released film is not available for download. Those wishing to rewatch must purchase tickets anew. Having just finished watching He Dong Shi Ho, I must acknowledge the ancient cultural depth that Jiang Qin possesses. I hope the costume company will promptly negotiate a contract with Jiang Qin for similar attire. In order to wear ancient garments without discomfort, I have dyed my hair black. It looks somewhat appealing, though I cannot quite articulate why. Perhaps it is my own lack of cultural understanding. I can only say it surpasses the recent rubbish released by the Federation. Has the cyber army begun working so swiftly? Such an abundance of positive reviews is clearly fabricated. The head of the composition department at Sihai Entertainment is currently browsing the new topics regarding Jiang Qin on Xinhuan. Director, what should we post next? Please ensure to highlight her marketing gimmicks, as we need to generate public disdain towards her. You are entrusted with this matter, for if not, one can only imagine how poorly we will fare in next month's Interstellar Composer. Su Jie felt a twinge of anxiety. Would this strategy truly be effective? Would it not inadvertently boost her new song's popularity? She is already firmly established as number one. Whether her popularity increases or not is of little consequence. However, outsiders may not perceive it that way. A slight manipulation of public opinion could stir more skepticism. Only by provoking further doubts could we hope to undermine her standing. One might question why a burgeoning composer is able to surpass established ones to claim a spot. Is there perhaps some collusion between that female and the higher-ups at Tianwen Entertainment? Otherwise, why would Tianwen invest such effort to promote her? While they should present a united front as fellow Federation members, the head of the composition department, Gao Hui cannot accept the risk of being overshadowed by Tianwen Entertainment. The honor of the Federation has no bearing on him. His concern lies solely with the honor of Sihai's composition department. Thus, the blame rests on that little female named Jiang Qin for choosing the wrong side by entering the competition on behalf of Tianwen. Soon enough, major mainland media outlets began publishing extensive reviews. I do not deny that this film is truly innovative, with a commendable depth of knowledge, and the costumes and actors are beyond reproach. Yet, I harbor some doubts regarding the director. I suspect that he Dong Shi Ho is a product of Tianwen Entertainment, crafted to promote a certain individual, naturally aiming for the new song charts. Does anyone not find this operation somewhat familiar? At the end of last month, this female also trended, and her song catapulted from 3rd to 1st place. Coincidentally, this month also marks the end of the month, and she suddenly has a commendable film bearing her name, with the shadow of Tianwen Entertainment looming over it. Allow me to speculate. I imagine that for the next 10 months, at the end of each month, this female will trend for various reasons, ultimately securing 12 months of #1 on the charts and successfully elevating herself to the status of a master composer. She will likely then join Tianwen Entertainment, right? How can it be that a newcomer who has only emerged for 2 months manages to displace so many excellent composers? I have heard that the head of the composition department, Lan Yuyin, is very close to her. Alas, I despise myself for being male. How wonderful it would be to be female. Whatever one desires is readily presented before them. As a male, I must strive on my own, and even after attaining success, there remains the risk of losing it all due to a single word from a female. While the reviews claim to discuss He Dong Shi Ho, they merely contain a few remarks. The majority is spent weaving dark insinuations and entangling Jiang Qin in conspiracy theories. They even deliberately incite conflict between males and females, aiming to spur males into attacking Jiang Qin. After all, the discord between the sexes has existed since time immemorial, as true equality is never attainable. In the past, males occupied the high positions, and now, with the reversal of status, they have endured considerable unfair treatment. They dare not resist and can only harbor resentment within. Many males have experienced the pain of having opportunities snatched away by a single word from a female. Thus, at this moment, the public has constructed a narrative wherein Jiang Qin's gender has led Tianwen Entertainment to favor her over more qualified composers. Meanwhile, the male who lost his opportunity remains unnoticed. It is heart-wrenching to consider that their decades of effort cannot compete with the mere desire of that female. Consequently, the males have become defensive, demanding that Tianwen Entertainment select candidates fairly and justly, rather than prioritizing the appeasement of females at the expense of the Federation's honor. They also question whether He Dong Shi Ho is indeed Jiang Qin's work, or if it belongs to another author, who is compelled to contribute for her benefit. Chapter 74. External Consultant. The public discourse intensified. Tianwen Entertainment convened an emergency meeting. Lan Yuyin. The current discourse on Xing Wang has begun to affect our company's reputation. Do you have anything to say? One shareholder questioned. I too would like to know why that little female has secured the spot. We have many composers of higher caliber than her. Why is it specifically her? Moreover, she is not even a composer under our company. If she were, we would have no objections to promoting her, but she is not entitled to occupy our resources. What could the reason be? Love blinds people. To be frank, if it were not for the fact that the actual power holders at Tianwen Entertainment are from the Lan family, these shareholders would have spoken even more harshly. Lan Yuyin maintained a calm demeanor. Once those individuals finished speaking, he remarked, "Your perspective is truly short-sighted. We do indeed have several seasoned composers, but who among them has participated in competitions, and who has triumphed? We cannot allow outsiders to participate. If she wins, what benefit do we derive?" Lan Yuyin cast a faintly annoyed glance at the speaker, observing his father steadfastly seated in a position of power, seemingly uninterested in speaking and merely watching the drama unfold. He felt compelled to explain to these fools. Do you understand how much importance the Federation places on the entertainment industry nowadays? Forget it. Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend it. Since you don't understand, just sit quietly and wait for dividends. If you have concerns, sell your shares. As for the shareholders, do they not realize how much honor winning could bring to the company? The issue is, who can guarantee that she will indeed win? Therefore, it is clearly more prudent to send our own seasoned composers to compete. Even if we lose, it would merely be the same as before. However, the choice of that petite female has led to rampant speculation online regarding the existence of hidden agendas. Should she falter in the competition, Tian would be branded as the architect of the Federation's disgrace. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to replace her with more established composers. Losing would evoke no fear, as it would merely echo the outcomes of prior years. The Federation has grown accustomed to such disappointments. Yet, to concoct excuses for failure would be an entirely different matter, inviting relentless scorn. If the public were to mount a boycott, how much would the company stand to lose? Hence, regardless of what Lan Yuyan asserts, the shareholders predominantly oppose the idea. They are not inclined to take risks. Stability is their primary objective. Meanwhile, sitting at the head of the table, Lan Fu, the chairman, remained silent throughout, only interjecting when the debate had simmered down, stating, "Let it be this way. Minister Lan is correct. You should truly adopt a longer-term perspective. This meeting is adjourned." Lan Yuyan thought to himself, is this all he had to say after watching them argue for so long? It was undeniable that his father was growing increasingly pretentious, a fact only his mother could tolerate. The thought of his parents occasionally staging grand love dramas at home, portraying a highborn male enamored with a lowly female, sent shivers down his spine. Yet, they had only released a single video. On August 15th, let us all await the outcome together. Should there be doubts, evidence is welcome. There is no need for everyone to don the mantle of Detective Conan each day, speculating this and that. Despite the cacophony of skepticism, the box office for He Dong, Sure, Hope continues to rise. Particularly, the scholars from the Ancient Cultural Research Institute not only watched it repeatedly, but also delved into various ancient texts overnight, ultimately compiling a series of images. However, they remained perplexed and could only reach out to Jiang Qin. The implication from their end was a desire to hire Jiang Qin as a consultant, providing her with a monthly stipend to clarify their inquiries, along with access to all the benefits of their research institute. These included participation in archaeological work, visits to museums inaccessible to the public, and invitations to private auctions. Such venues, devoid of identity, kept even the whispers of information at bay. Thus, Jiang Qin was intrigued. Having had a keen interest in archaeology back on Earth, though time had eluded her, she now found herself equally fascinated by interstellar history. Jiang Qin felt optimistic. This opportunity brought her a step closer to settling her debts. Surely, Professor, Miss Jiang has agreed. Professor Gu eagerly leaned in, exclaiming quickly, "Ask her if ancient humans possessed unique cultivation systems, akin to the martial arts depicted in films." The researchers complied, sharing the records preserved in their database for her to verify. "Professor, are you certain she possesses genuine knowledge? What if her assertions are also fallacious?" Professor Gu replied confidently, "The records she holds must be more comprehensive than ours. We cannot even ascertain their authenticity. We are left with only outrageous and exaggerated descriptions, unable to fathom the nature of such abilities. Yet, she has managed to translate this into film, demonstrating an understanding of the architecture, attire, and culture of that era that surpasses our own. I suspect she may even possess recordings from that time. The craftsmanship of that era was rudimentary, and artifacts had lain buried for many years, deteriorating upon excavation. Consequently, they could only piece together fragments of information." Jiang Qin scrutinized the materials sent by the Ancient Cultural Research Institute, her face a canvas of confusion. The tattered, blurred paper read, Yi Fan bellowed, summoning a five-clawed golden dragon, whose immense form overshadowed the entirety of Chang'an City. The elder in the black robe showed no signs of retreat, cackling mockingly. Merely a golden little reptile. With a wave of his spirit-summoning flag, he conjured a mountain of corpses. A multitude of skeletons and decaying bodies roared in defiance against the golden dragon. Chapter 75. July lockdown. The cover was severely damaged, revealing only a single character, leading us to surmise it was likely an autobiographical ancient text. The first page documented the protagonist's name, age, and origins from a particular dynasty and location. Jiang Qin remarked on how comprehensive Earth's entertainment sector remained. Thus, she sent another message to the Ancient Cultural Research Institute. Is it possible that it is merely a novel? Professor Gu's immediate reaction was vehement denial, asserting, absolutely not. We have unearthed more than one such record, with multiple accounts sharing striking similarities. If reality did not exist, How could so many authors conceive of such narratives? There is no smoke without fire. Professor Gu not only doubted himself, but also sought to persuade Jiang Qin. Consequently, he instructed the researchers to send Jiang Qin a compilation of fragmented records. For instance, a certain individual, pursued by assassins one fateful night, dropped their weapon and casually tossed a handful of leaves. Each leaf claimed a life. Additionally, the emergence of beastmen may have occurred far earlier than they imagined, as ancient texts referenced alluring women with fox ears and tails, as well as beings with human bodies and serpentine tails. However, after extensive study, they remained baffled as to how, in an era devoid of electricity, conditions could facilitate the fusion of human and beast genes. Numerous records concerning dantians and causality left them utterly perplexed. Jiang Qin mused that this might be a collection of novels. As for the existence of lightness techniques in ancient times, she was honestly uncertain. Martial arts undoubtedly existed, though perhaps not as fantastical as depicted in novels. The Ancient Cultural Research Institute, however, seemed unconvinced. Thus, she replied, "I shall provide you with an answer to this question later." "Very well, Miss Jiang." After concluding the dialogue, Jiang Qin logged onto the Star Network and registered as an author on the Federation's largest novel platform. She then began to compose using her mental faculties. Indeed, writing in the interstellar realm requires no manual effort. One can simply dictate or imagine the words. She utilized her mental energy to write, primarily to hone her control over it, striving to exert minimal mental power to manipulate her abilities, thereby conserving her energy. On the final day of July, at 11:59 p.m., the new song chart was locked. Huaxiang undoubtedly claimed the top spot, with nearly all of the top 10 songs attributed to Jiang Qin. The devoted fans, sleep-deprived and invigorated, felt a surge of determination. To those who questioned whether Jiang Qin secured her position through favoritism, I could only assert that they lacked understanding. What is this? This is called talent. Admittedly, I also adore Jiang Qin's songs, yet this past month, I have become somewhat weary of them. I am unaware of when she suddenly rose to prominence, but it seems everyone around me is listening to her music. Particularly, the song Huaxiang, even my 7-year-old niece can sing it. Every day, memories are filled with the fragrance of flowers. What does this indicate? It signifies that Jiang Qin songs are akin to pop tunes, easily sung even by a child. Does that not equate to a simple melody? I do not deny that Jiang Qin songs are widely recognized, but those peculiar individuals from the empire relish challenging themselves with intricate pieces. Given Jiang Qin's current repertoire, it merely possesses the virtues of good meaning or novelty. When it comes to technical prowess, she would barely make the cut. Is it not preferable for her to thrive as an idol within the Federation? Why must she venture to the Empire and risk embarrassment? Previously, they mocked us for lacking successors. Now, they openly deride us as a generation inferior to the last. Even before the competition truly began, doubts were already being cast upon them. Were they not spies dispatched from the Empire? This evening, Jiang Qin chose not to stay up late. For regardless of whether she slept or not, the rankings would remain unchanged. Thus, she opted for rest. In this lifetime, her sole desire was to cherish her health, to live longer and behold more of this world. However, in the living room, Xiaonan and the others were far less indifferent. Upon seeing the final rankings, she exclaimed with excitement that Miss Jiang had once again secured the top position this month. Oof. Those naysayers who claim Miss Jiang lacks talent will have little to say now. Ba Zi, who was on night watch duty, was also present in the living room. After working alongside Jiang Qin for so long, he had become an ardent supporter. During his downtime, he often engaged in spirited debates with detractors on Xinguang. It was unavoidable. Miss Jiang's exceptional talent inevitably attracted envy, and there would always be those who sought to undermine her. It seemed that only by disparaging Miss Jiang could they elevate their own perceived superiority. To protect the gentle, charming, and unflappable Miss Jiang, he had silenced countless critics. He had also made a good friend, Ning Feiyu. Together, they had become the champions of their online group. Bazi, look at that one named Lilia. She's at it again with her snide remarks. Lilia's latest post congratulated Jiang Qin on her first-place victory, yet some of her wording was quite unsettling. Phrases like she had always known Jiang Jie would when first place hinted at something more. Fortunately, the fairness of the rankings on Xinguang was widely accepted, so speculation of foul play was rare. Many believe that the popularity of Jiang Qin's songs stemmed from their simplicity. appealing to the masses due to their lack of technical complexity. The top position reflected not skill, but public preference. Thus, the underlying resistance remained. Jiang Qin was a newcomer who had surpassed many established composers to achieve this recognition. Even the critics dared not claim her songs were unpleasant. They merely criticized their simplicity. Bazi was equally frustrated with Lilia, who had been riding on Jiang Qin's coattails, but there was little they could do. They could criticize male figures boldly, but not female ones. All they could do was seethe as she pretended to bask in the limelight, inadvertently gaining some popularity. The public's perception of her was improving, with many praising her for being gracious in defeat, even after being expelled, while maintaining amicable relations with her rivals. Lilia shamelessly labeled herself a fan of Jiang Qin, expressing her admiration and her desire to learn songwriting from her idol. This diligent, ambitious, and amiable young woman was indeed appealing to many men, resulting in her garnering a significant following on Xinguang. Chapter 76. Arrival at the main star in the early hours of August 1st. Although Jiang Qin had not released a new song, those searching for her name discovered a track titled Unnamed. The singer was unfamiliar to everyone, but the composer and lyricist were well known. Thus, Jiang's fans eagerly downloaded and supported the song. Hijua Kun's voice was deep, combining youthful energy with a hint of weariness, contrasting sharply with Jiang Qin's style. His rendition conveyed a deeper sense of empathy, embodying a serene encouragement for all the unnamed individuals not to give up. It resonated with the night, as many continued to toil away in the bustling city, where workers had largely completed their shifts. It was the night workers, the guards, mercenaries, bounty hunters, and researchers who remained active. Their duties knew no rest, often requiring them to forego sleep entirely, relying instead on potent stimulants. Fei Leiku was a driver, aged 62, who had retired from mercenary work due to his dangerously high volatility rating of 79. It was merely a matter of time before he could no longer maintain his human form. Today, he found himself unemployed. When his volatility was at 77, employers had been willing to overlook the risk for the sake of their prior relationship, but now, at 79, they opted for caution and let him go. After all, the profession of driving had become largely redundant, with most vehicles now operated by automated systems or robotic drivers. Only the elite and wealthy clung to the antiquated notion of hiring beastmen drivers as a status symbol, though it served merely as a decorative flourish. His former employer was a wealthy man indifferent to ostentation. He had only hired Fei Leiku after an unintentional favor during a past mission. Now that Fei Lei posed a risk, it was only logical that the employer would sever ties. The small favor had afforded him nearly a decade of employment, which was generous enough. Yet, without a job, he felt lost. He parked his vehicle in a dim corner, turned on the music, and sat in silence. The song playing barely registered with him until its poignant lines pierced through his thoughts. I'm the unnamed traveler on this road. I have no news, and no one comments. I must expend all to exchange for an ordinary script. The opening lines captured his attention. Indeed, he was one of the nameless souls in this world. His comrades, once bound by the trials of life and death, had become strangers since his departure from the mercenary band. To his employer, he was likely just another face among the forgotten. His father had long passed, and his mother probably could not recall him. He had no companion. No one would remember him, even if he strived to live earnestly. He had not achieved a semblance of a life worth remembering. Losing his job as a driver meant he could no longer afford the suppressants or seek the help of a therapist. Within a month, he would spiral into feral madness, and months later, he would become a mindless beast. Thus, he had contemplated ending it all, believing that it was better to perish while still possessing a sense of self. However, after hearing this song, an unexpected surge of defiance welled up within him. Was his existence merely to consume cheap nutrients and live a life on the brink? No, he refused to succumb to despair. With renewed determination, Fei Leiku started the vehicle, leaving the shadowy corner behind and driving towards the storm, seeking a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, two artists under Tianwen Entertainment uploaded their songs, Huanxi Jiuhao and Sang Jingder and I. They had initially hesitated to release simultaneously, knowing that even if both songs ranked first, some would inevitably miss out on the joy. Of course, they harbored no such expectations initially, but Jiang Qin's success had ignited a flicker of hope. However, lacking confidence, they ultimately decided to release together. They no longer aspired to the first position. Even a place in the top 10 would suffice, as it would allow them to ride on Jiang Qin's coattails. After all, none could predict what the future held if they delayed. Thus, they released simultaneously. Those eagerly anticipating their songs were ecstatic, quickly downloading and replaying them. Within a single night, all 3 songs surged into the top 10 of the new song charts, further validating Jiang Qin's prowess. Simultaneously, this success stirred interest among others who wished to collaborate with Jiang Qin, drawn by the allure of her impressive ranking. Yet in just a few days, the newcomer Jiang Qin caught the attention of major entertainment companies. In the end, Jiang Qin chose to sign a contract with Tianwen Entertainment. Although the terms of the contract were not particularly favorable, they were also not overly demanding. He was drawn to Tianwen due to its collaboration with Jiang Qin, and he was well aware that the reason Tianwen extended an olive branch to him was likely because he sang songs composed by Jiang Qin. Without this connection, he would have little to boast about. Prior to Jiang Qin, his vocal style was not well received within the Federation. On August 7th, Jiang Qin arrived at the main star. Yue arranged accommodations for their group, but he himself was not present at the main star, having been assigned to work on another planet by his father. Consequently, the establishment of the new bar on the main star fell solely to Zhu Yongkong. Today, Uncle Kang's expression was quite grim as he busied himself with tasks, cursing under his breath. He had to select a location, oversee renovations, and hire staff, which would at least take half a month before they could reopen. It was rumored that he also needed to persuade several females to work at the bar. As the bar scene on the main star was highly competitive, without a high-ranking female, it was nearly impossible to thrive. However, these matters were not for Jiang Qin to worry about. Accompanied by her bodyguards and Xia Enin and Xia Lili, she arrived at the entrance of Tianwen Entertainment. Indeed, Xia Enin had also come to the main star. Jiang Qin had given her the choice to stay on Yuelon Star, promising to help her find a new job even if she did. Yet, Xia Enin preferred to follow Jiang Qin. Upon learning that Jiang Qin needed an assistant, she recommended her cousin, Xia Lili. Jiang Qin remembered that girl, who was quite different from Enin. Sweet-tongued, emotionally intelligent, and astute. She was smart but not as formidable as Xia Enin. They complemented each other with their contrasting personalities. Due to the large number of people Jiang Qin brought along, the remaining bodyguards were held back, leaving only Shi Lichuan and the 2 sisters to accompany her in the lobby. The sisters, fearing they might embarrass Jiang Qin, managed to control their curiosity about the big company, despite the glances of surprise or disdain cast in their direction by passers-by. Chapter 77. The first encounter, seeing the 2 sisters appear somewhat awkward, Jiang Qin reassured them. "We are here as invited guests, not as supplicants, so there is no need to feel uneasy." "Miss Jiang, did we embarrass you?" Xia Lili asked anxiously. Like Xia Enin, she bore the features of a half-beast. With a pair of leopard ears atop her head and a swaying leopard tail behind her, her skin tone leaning towards a warm brown. "No, I find you both quite adorable." Jiang Qin's words calmed Xia Lili somewhat. She did not truly feel ashamed of being a half-beast. Rather, she feared Jiang Qin might mind. As long as Jiang Qin was unbothered, she felt more confident. Unlike Xia Enin's straightforwardness, Xia Lili thought more deeply. She understood that only by winning Jiang Qin's approval could they truly escape their previous lives. Thus, her singular aim was to become Jiang Qin's most capable assistant. It must be said that Xia Lili was indeed competent. While Xia Enin was also excellent, her strengths lay in attending to Jiang Qin's everyday needs. In contrast, Xia Lili could help manage her accounts, sift through private messages, liaise with the Gu Research Institute, and more, all of which she was well suited for. Additionally, she could set up a recording studio and was familiar with the installation and adjustment of various equipment. On the day of the interview, Jiang Qin realized that Xia Lili had come prepared. Even before knowing whether she would be hiring an assistant, Xia Lili had likely been studying these skills online, hoping to seize any opportunity that might arise. After all, in Xia Lili's eyes, the only non-discriminatory female half-beast she knew was Jiang Qin. Although Xia Enin typically refrained from divulging details about Jiang Qin to outsiders, her affection for Jiang Qin suggested that she was a person easy to get along with. Thus, once she set her sights on a target, Xia Lili would strive to achieve it. This determination endeared her to Jiang Qin, as it reminded her of her former self, eager to learn whenever an opportunity arose. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a young male descended from the Tianwen Entertainment headquarters. After surveying the surroundings, he approached Jiang Qin and her companions with warmth. "Excuse me, are you Miss Jiang Qin?" Brother Lon asked me to bring you up to wait a moment. He is still in a meeting and will be delayed. He explained. The meeting was supposed to conclude half an hour ago, but there has been a slight delay. Jiang Qin nodded in understanding. She had suspected that Lan Yuyin would not schedule a meeting at a time he was unavailable. He was not the type to impose such a power play. It turned out he was merely caught up in a meeting. No problem, we can wait upstairs. We are not in a hurry today. That's good to hear. I sincerely apologize. Brother Lan will conclude his meeting as soon as possible. Jiang Qin nodded. Are you Minister Lan's assistant? Oh dear, look at me. I'm too excited to meet you that I forgot to introduce myself. You can call me Xiao Zheng. I'm also one of your fans, especially fond of your song Ru Yuan. Thank you for your support, Jiang Qin replied politely. The group followed Xiao Zheng into the elevator to the 8th floor. During the ride, Xiao Zheng made conversation with everyone. The atmosphere was quite pleasant, and Jiang Qin did not feel neglected. Furthermore, Xiao Zheng seemed to genuinely be her fan, sneaking glances at her with a blush on his cheeks. This is Brotherland's office, Miss Jiang. Please make yourselves comfortable while I fetch some drinks. As for snacks, those are only available at high-end restaurants. We don't have such luxuries in the office. The beverages from the Federation are rather average, tasting much like industrial saccharine water. Once Xiao Zheng left, Xie Inen, who had been tense, finally relaxed and remarked, "This Xiao Zheng is quite talkative." "You're just too nervous," Xie Lily teased her. "Of course I'm nervous. We are on the main star." Jiang Qin chuckled softly as she gazed out the window. She had never visited the main star in her previous life. She had thought that Langer City, as the capital of a second-tier planet, was already quite prosperous, comparable to other planetary capitals. However, she was taken aback by the vast difference. The capital of the main star was directly referred to as Central City. It could be described as the capital of the Federation, inhabited solely by the wealthy and influential. Yu Wei had chosen to open the new bar on a most vibrant street of the city at night, hinting at the extraordinary power behind him. Nevertheless, Jiang Qin did not delve into his background, as he had not mentioned it, likely preferring to keep it under wraps. Previously, Uncle Kong had mentioned that he had a strained relationship with his family, primarily due to differing philosophies. However, as his father had no other heirs, he hoped Yue would take over his mantle. No one could accept that the fruits of their lifelong labor would fall into the hands of another. If Yue were incapable of taking over, it was very likely his father would choose to nurture the children of Yue's mother and other partners. Yet, who would willingly raise the child of a rival? Although interstellar law permitted one female to have multiple males, it did not mean those males could truly get along like brothers. They merely maintained a fade of harmony before the females. Thus, Yue's father was pressuring him to take over the family business. After a wait of about half an hour, Jiang Qin finally heard the sound of the door opening. Turning to look, she was immediately captivated. The man who entered had flowing, water-blue wavy hair, gentle features, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. Clad in a silver-white interstellar combat uniform that accentuated his physique, he embodied a style that was practically standard attire among interstellar citizens. Only Jiang Qin, with her sewing machine and patchwork, had managed to diversify her wardrobe. Today, she adorned herself in a white, wide-sleeve top adorned with traditional buttons, elegantly paired with a black skirt. Her hair was elegantly styled with a wooden hairpin, allowing a single strand to cascade down from behind her left ear. Lan Yuyin was equally captivated by Jiang Qin's beauty. Although he frequently viewed her videos online, nothing compared to the reality of her presence. The Jiang Qin displayed on the Star Network was undeniably beautiful, yet lacked the unique aura she radiated in person. It was difficult for him to articulate, but he could only describe her as a feminine presence that could soothe one's tumultuous spirit merely by gazing upon her. He felt that speaking to her even slightly louder would reveal his own coarseness. Conversely, Jiang Qin perceived Lan Yuyin as the most handsome man she had encountered in 3 lifetimes. While Shi Lichuan was also handsome, he possessed a more endearing quality that evoked a sense of brotherly affection. Lan Yuyin, however, was different. His gentle appearance belied a strong assertiveness, making him an undeniable presence. During their first encounter, he introduced himself with a warm smile. "Hello, Miss Jiang, I am Lan Yuyin." His hand, slightly cool and soft, caused Lan Yuyin's heart to skip a beat. In Chapter 78, En route to the Empire, Jiang Qin primarily aimed to familiarize herself with the itinerary and arrangements for their journey to the imperial capital. While such matters could certainly be discussed through their neural interfaces, she felt it more courteous to make an in-person greeting. Lan Yuyin shared this sentiment. Thus, they arranged a meeting at headquarters to sign the contract as well. The bonuses increased significantly with each rank, with the third place yielding 30 million, the second place 40 million, and a potential first-place prize of 55 million star coins, a substantial sum indeed. However, if she were to secure first place, Tianwen Entertainment would also reap considerable profits. Thus, they were not stingy with the rewards. Lan Yin candidly expressed, "I have advocated for your inclusion despite opposition, for I have confidence in you. I believe you will not let me down, correct?" "Perhaps," Jiang Qin replied with a light smile, neither confirming nor denying. After all, she believed in the adage, "There is always someone better." "Miss Jiang, do you have time this evening? I would like to invite you to dinner. The natural cuisine restaurant on the main star has a delightful menu." Jiang Qin politely declined. Though she longed to dine with Lan Yuyin, she apologized, stating, "I'm afraid I have prior engagements this evening." "Very well," he acknowledged. In the ensuing moments, he found himself distracted, eventually succumbing to the allure of music. Closing his eyes to rest, he admitted that Jiang Qin's remarkable beauty and gentle demeanor had stirred something within him. In the realm of the stars, falling for someone was an effortless affair. If both parties were interested, it was not uncommon for acquaintances to marry by noon. Yet, he did not consider himself to be in love with Jiang Qin. Exceptional females effortlessly attract the admiration of males. However, should he find himself enamored with a high-ranking female, his family might assist him in securing a partner. Yet, as it stood, he was drawn to an elite female, which ultimately compelled him to suppress this sudden impulse. On August 10th, the titans of the entertainment industry, Tianwen Entertainment, Sihai Entertainment, and Xingchen Entertainment, selected 3 composers and 3 singers to journey to the imperial capital. The announcement of the roster ignited fervent discussions across the network. Is Tianwen Entertainment really this obstinate? Why choose Jiang Qin? Which young master has become her benefactor? Such overt favoritism, some argued, while catering to female desires is not inherently wrong. Leveraging such an occasion to appease a female at the expense of the Federation's honor is rather excessive. Others countered, why focus solely on Jiang Qin? The other 2 companies have also selected a newcomer, haven't they? The response clarified, they are not mere newcomers. Aries from Sihai and Huarang from Xingchen are both prominent composers of the past 2 years, having produced numerous chart-topping hits. And Jiang Qin? A mere rookie with only 2 months of exposure? What a jest! The laughter echoed. This year will be another embarrassment, aside from these 3 newcomers. The singers are all last year's defeated contenders. It was lamentable for the composers, who could have gracefully exited the stage instead of facing such humiliation. Yet, the debate would not alter the selections. Thus, Jiang Qin found herself aboard the spaceship. Due to its size, each composer or singer could bring their own team, capped at 10 individuals. Jiang Qin chose to bring 8 bodyguards along with the 2 sisters, Xia Enin and Xia Lili. Others opted to include makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, and assistants. The choice to bring solely bodyguards astonished Xiao Zheng. Is it truly wise not to include your own makeup artist? However, Jiang Qin insisted she did not require one. Amusingly, she had no makeup artist at all. Xia Lili was still learning the art of makeup, yet she was not yet proficient. Jiang Qin's skills had been honed during her previous life on Earth, where she had also faced bullying in the entertainment industry, experiencing the loss of her makeup artist or being forced into unsuitable styles. Thus, she had taken it upon herself to master the craft, enrolling in classes to learn makeup techniques. When faced with the loss of a makeup artist again, she remained calm and applied her own makeup without needing assistance. "Miss Jiang, what flavor of nutrient solution would you like?" Jiang Qin replied nonchalantly, "Just give me a tasteless one." Xia Enin complied. "How long until we arrive?" As a considered assistant, Xia Lili had prepared a comprehensive guide for their journey to the Empire. The network blockade between the Federation and the Empire would occasionally lift during such events. Albeit with restrictions, both sides could only access live broadcasts from the opposing platform. Other applications remained locked, as the Empire feared the Federation might steal their technology and information. Thus, various barriers were erected to prevent Federation citizens from operating within the Empire. The Federation also stood firm, declaring, "Since you impose a technological blockade on us, we shall reciprocate." Although the Federation had yet to develop any technology surpassing that of the Empire, one exception existed, Jiang Qin. Her singing had the unique ability to elicit the spiritual essence of females for profound soothing, marking a first in the galaxy. Consequently, If anyone were to observe, they would find that the trending searches regarding Jiang Qin on the Star Network had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only a few work-related videos of her singing. In Chapter 79, the initial display of authority during their time aboard the spaceship was rather dull. Occasionally venturing out, they would encounter other composers and singers. Aside from polite greetings, no deep conversations transpired, especially given their affiliations with three competing companies. As leading entertainment firms on the main star, the three had always been rivals, so no amiable exchanges were to be expected. Jiang Qin felt somewhat ostracized by the three factions. The three singers from Tianwen Entertainment were relatively courteous, as singers typically refrained from offending a composer, especially one as beloved as Jiang Qin. However, the two veteran composers from Tianwen were noticeably aloof. Jiang Qin was not one to impose her warmth upon cold shoulders, so after a single greeting, she refrained from further communication. It was evident to any observant individual that there was discord among them. In contrast, the attitudes from Sihai and Xingchen towards newcomers were considerably more welcoming. After all, the two composers, one of whom has been famous for 2.5 years and the other for 2, are viewed as juniors by the seasoned veterans of their company. Aries and Anren have also adopted the demeanor of respectful juniors. This situation has only served to irritate Shini, a veteran composer from Tianwen Entertainment. He scoffed disdainfully, remarking that some individuals, despite their limited abilities, possess an inflated sense of pride. It is better for newcomers to remain humble. Everyone knows whom Shini is targeting, yet none dare to speak up. The representatives from the other two companies merely observe the unfolding drama, lingering in the area of the spaceship. Xia bit her lip, her eyes reddening with anger, wanting to reprimand him, but fearing trouble for Jiang Qin. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin, who had been subjected to Shini's scorn, remained composed, leaning against the glass and gazing vacantly into space. Her pale face appeared somewhat dejected and fragile, clad in a white dress that accentuated her frail figure, as if she might faint at any moment. Some individuals could not help but feel pity for her, silently criticizing Shini for his lack of decorum in troubling a delicate female junior. Among them was Anren, who empathized deeply, having experienced the difficulties posed by the aloof seniors. However, he felt unable to voice his support for her. His admiration for these so-called veterans dwindled, realizing that it was not merely his company's seniors who were difficult, but rather all seniors in general. Shini, noticing Jiang Qin's indifference, grew even angrier. Yet, there was little he could do, and he could only huff in frustration before turning to leave. Jiang Qin subtly lifted her eyelids, aware that her identity as a female beastman was advantageous. She would not belittle herself. Such arrogant individuals could not truly impose on her at most. They could create minor obstacles. It mattered little, as it was merely a path she had traversed in her previous life. Facing it once more, she felt no fear. In the following 2 days, Jiang Qin, undeterred by the weather, took her companions out for walks in the morning and afternoon, ignoring the scrutinizing gazes. In contrast, Shini seemed far less comfortable, having not left his room since that day. Finally, on the night of August 13th, they landed in the Imperium's immortal city. Before their eyes lay a vibrant metropolis, aglow with an array of colorful lights. The towering buildings were predominantly over 100 stories high. The flying vehicles zipping through the sky were mostly models unseen by the Federation. The streets were filled with robots diligently performing their designated tasks, while the shops along the roadside showcased increasingly extravagant wares. The pedestrians exhibited a clear distinction between the appearance of Federation citizens and those from the Imperium, particularly in hair color. Though both had aqua-blue hair, the Federations appeared rather muted in comparison to the Imperiums, which shimmered as if illuminated, boasting greater luster and purity. Jiang Qin suddenly recalled the hue of Lan Yuyin's hair, which possessed that luster. This was likely due to the purity of Beastman genes. The delegation to the Imperium was led by the deputy director of the composition department from 3 companies, accompanied by an assistant. The deputy director from Tianwen was surnamed Qi, while the assistant was Xiao Zheng. During their time aboard the spaceship, it had been Xiao Zheng managing the various trivialities, with deputy director Qi remaining absent from view. This was her first encounter with him, and he appeared younger than she had imagined, seeming to be in his early 20s. Though it was possible he was older than he looked, as the ages of interstellar beings are often difficult to gauge by appearance. He had short, tousled flaxen hair and a rugged demeanor, seemingly lacking in mirth. To be frank, He did not resemble the deputy director of a composition department. Rather, he bore a closer resemblance to a soldier of the Federation. It was said that he was also one of the rare elite males, which seemed quite absurd. In a single entertainment company, the composition department boasted 2 elite males. Truly, the main star was indeed rich in talent. The presence of Deputy Director Qi grew noticeably colder upon seeing these 2, clearly unwilling to engage in pleasantries, leaving all communication to Xiaozhang. The representatives from the other 2 companies mirrored this behavior, allowing their assistants to handle discussions while the deputy directors remained aloof. The Imperium often sent subordinates to receive Federation visitors, intending to assert dominance. In a previous instance, these aides had even arrived late, leaving the Federation team waiting at the dock for a full hour. However, after this was clearly addressed, they ceased to deliberately delay the Federation. It was anticipated that the reception banquet the following day would again be met with disdain. Jiang Qin nodded in understanding, recognizing the truth in the words of the former seniors. A weak nation has no diplomacy. In another's territory, one must endure and swallow their pride. As these competitions were tied to the Imperium's supply of obsolete goods to the Federation, failing to participate would result in the Imperium severing trade ties. This applied not only to the film and music industries, but also to inventors, mecha warriors, engineers, and various other fields, all of which had similar competitions. Chapter 80. The city is full. The group followed the 2 men to a hotel. The man with gray hair smirked, saying that due to the influx of visitors to the Imperium, the hotel was nearly fully booked and guests might need to share rooms. At this announcement, many faces displayed astonishment and anger. In the vastness of interstellar space, housing was not a concern. There were numerous planets, and the buildings were exceptionally tall. Thus, it was rare to encounter cramped accommodations. One would expect at least a luxurious suite, if not a standard room. However, they were informed that even single rooms were unavailable. Anton, one of the veteran composers from Shihai, asked in a deep voice, "If this hotel is fully booked, then perhaps we should find another?" As prominent figures in the Federation's music scene, none of them were financially constrained and certainly did not wish to share accommodations. While sharing with an assistant was an option, it would undoubtedly diminish their dignity. Xia Lili quietly remarked that this was the second show of disrespect. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the occasion, Jiang Qin would have laughed, realizing how amusing this girl was. The gray-haired man politely declined Anton's suggestion, apologizing that the hotel was indeed the only one with available rooms due to the influx of visitors. If they doubted this, they could send their aides to verify. Anton maintained a stern expression, instructing Shi to check for vacancies at nearby hotels. The 2 receptionists remained unfazed, calmly awaiting their inquiry, seemingly confident of the outcome. The gray-haired man further advised them to make a prompt decision, as rooms were in high demand, and this hotel might soon be fully booked as well. The 3 deputy directors remained silent. This was no longer merely a matter of sharing rooms, but rather an intentional act of harassment. If they acquiesced, they could not fathom how many more such incidents would follow. Yet the other party's reasoning was quite sound. Clearly, they had prepared for this scenario, and it was likely that this was the only hotel in Immortal City willing to accommodate them. As for residing in private mansions or estates, that was out of the question. Federation citizens had no right to purchase property in the Imperium, and Imperium citizens would not host Federation individuals. Regardless of friendship, when the imperial aristocracy evidently seeks to complicate matters for the Federation citizens, no one from the Empire would choose to intervene at such a moment, unless they had no intention of remaining in the Empire. The outcome is self-evident. The entirety of the Immortal City is not only occupied by hotels, but also by rental accommodations, leaving them with no alternative lodging options. The gray-haired male scoffed, asserting, "I told you I wasn't deceiving the guests. Now that it has been confirmed, may we proceed to the hotel?" Ultimately, they had no choice but to settle in this hotel. Jiang Qin and Xia in a shared room, while Xia Lili roomed with the assistant of the new singer from Tianwen. The females accompanying them happened to be an even number, which facilitated their allocation. Jiang Qin did not mind sharing a room with Shirley Chuan, as it promised safety. However, she could not do so unless she harbored marital intentions towards him. Otherwise, it would raise suspicions. The females were indifferent, but it primarily influenced the male's romantic prospects. Unless a courtship was in progress, males typically maintained a distance from females. Should it be rumored that a male was sharing a room with a female, it would likely deter other females from choosing him. After all, there are an abundance of single males in the interstellar realm, and no female would select a male who has ambiguous ties with another female. This behavior would be deemed disloyal by them. Thus, in order to ensure her bodyguards would not remain unmarried, she had to separate the sisters, Xianin. The team from Tianwen, apart from her, included a top-tier singer, while the rest were all males. The only female assistants were brought along by the top singer and the new singer, both of whom were beastmen females. Consequently, Jiang Qin, traveling with half-beastmen, stood out rather prominently. However, as no one engaged with her, she was spared inquiries. After arranging the rooms, the two male receptionists prepared to depart, informing them of the reception banquet scheduled for the following evening at 8 o'clock in a luxurious banquet hall not far from their location. They would not have anyone to escort them, so they would make their own way there. Jiang Qin felt acutely the Federation's diminished voice in the presence of the Empire, a reality that forced them to swallow their pride. The events consisted of mecha battles, sports competitions, and a robot design contest, while the composers would compete in the fourth session. The latter half of the year would feature a film box office competition and a year-end hot song chart. The following year would entail battlesuit design, survival on barren planets, and similar contests, creating a cyclical competitive atmosphere across various industries. The next day, Jiang Qin accompanied those from Tianwen Entertainment to the banquet venue. She managed her own attire and makeup. Fortunately, her system included a sewing machine feature, allowing her to prepare her gown the previous night. The others likely brought their own attire, predominantly high-end gowns from renowned brands. Jiang Qin's outfit, though custom-made, was opulent enough that no one looked down upon her. Minister Qi pressed a button, and a sleek, deep blue flying car appeared. However, the next moment, a robot approached, expressionless, and issued a ticket for illegal parking. Please present your driver's license. Minister Qi pursed his lips, darkening his expression as he retrieved his driver's license for the robot to scan. The license was not issued by the Empire, and according to the Empire's new traffic regulations, visitors were prohibited from operating flying cars, spaceships, or mechas in the center of a mortal city. They were advised to use flying cars for transportation. Wasn't this permissible back in May? Chapter 81. Preparations before the live broadcast now. Not only was Minister Qi's face darkened, but everyone else's was as well. The nearby Sihai Entertainment and Xingchen Entertainment also received tickets. Other races did not choose to stay at this hotel, so Jiang Qin was unaware if this regulation applied solely to the Federation. Nevertheless, she suspected it was unlikely. Ultimately, a large group of individuals clad in luxurious gowns arrived at the banquet hall via an autonomous flying car. Judging by the expressions of others, it seemed they felt somewhat humiliated, as this action indeed carried a hint of disgrace. Upon entering, there were no surprises. Numerous reporters were capturing the scene, and dozens of high-end luxury vehicles were parked outside. As they disembarked from the autonomous flying car, surprised glances were cast their way. Had this been in the Federation, the vehicle would likely have been dismantled by fans before they even exited. At this point, Shini had grown weary of giving Jiang Qin the cold shoulder, as he was more concerned with maintaining his own dignity in front of the world. His expression remained taut, devoid of any semblance of a smile. Once inside the banquet hall, servers approached to attend to the guests. The three ministers were ushered away, presumably to greet the directors. Several composers and singers also departed to converse with acquaintances, leaving only the newcomers, who, lacking familiarity, awkwardly sought a place to linger. Bodyguards and assistants were barred from entry, leaving Jiang Qin alone, so she opted to find a corner to sit and observe the various races present. For instance, the Etreman race, characterized by human faces and bodies, but with vine-like arms and root-like feet, and a mechanical race, resembling humanoid robots, typically sporting buzz cuts and robotic exteriors. The elves, aquatic, and blood races were also present. Beautiful female, may I invite you for a dance? At some point, a striking male approached her, his fiery red hair particularly eye-catching. Judging by its sheen, Jiang Qin surmised he was likely from the Empire. Despite his attractiveness, she politely declined his invitation, stating, "I am sorry, but I do not dance." The male appeared somewhat surprised, his expression darkening momentarily, but he swiftly redirected his attention to invite another. Jiang Qin noted he seemed to be aiming for a female singer from Sihai Entertainment. Given the Empire's evident discrimination against the Federation, she felt it prudent to refuse. Soon enough, that singer and the male entered the dance floor, only to falter repeatedly. Nearby females laughed derisively, exclaiming, "Where did this bumpkin come from? Can't even dance. Yet here to embarrass themselves. They must be from the Federation. Their gown looks so shabby, probably last year's style." Naturally, their social standing would prevent them from borrowing the latest designs. High-end gowns are often not sold but rented, as they are one of a kind. The third-ranked brand in the interstellar market is owned by the elves, and their gowns are all themed around nature. In truth, the top singer from Sea High Entertainment was fortunate to have procured even a gown from 2 years prior. Yet, those mocking her wore even more expensive attire. Jiang Qin began to understand why that male had sought to invite a female from the Federation for a dance. Had she been entranced by his looks and accepted, she would likely have found herself the subject of ridicule instead. Such a base form of amusement. Jiang Qin wished to avoid these conflicts, remaining in her corner. To prevent any unfortunate incidents, she abstained from consuming anything at the venue, not even a sip of water. After enduring an hour of boredom, the banquet was still ongoing. "You've certainly chosen a splendid venue." A voice resonated, low and rhythmic. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a singer named Imo-sen." "Imo-sen?" Jiang Qin responded. Imo-sen chuckled lightly. "I know you. I greatly admire your piece. I hope to have the opportunity to sing a song composed by you." Having said this, he departed, crossing paths with the approaching Chiyu. "Did Imo-sen trouble you?" Jiang Qin shook her head, replying, "No, he merely exchanged a few words with me before leaving." Keep her distance from him." "All right." Chiyu appeared somewhat astonished, seemingly not expecting her to be so agreeable, responding without further inquiry. As he gazed at the stunning young female before him, a gentle softness graced his features. Yet he refrained from explaining why she should keep her distance from Imsn. He merely nodded and said, "You may remain here. I will come to fetch you once the banquet concludes. Should you require anything, simply call for me from over there." Jiang Qin obediently acknowledged his words. Subsequently, no one ventured into this corner, and she quietly observed the crowd. It was a grand auditorium, though the live broadcast had yet to commence. They were merely rehearsing their positions. Chiyu announced, "Tonight's live stream does not mark the official beginning. Each of the 3 composers should prepare one piece for their debut. You may choose to have the singers we brought perform or sing yourself." This had been communicated by Lan Yuyin beforehand, so Jiang Qin was well prepared. As she was unfamiliar with the singers from Tianwen Entertainment and could not arrive on the main star too far in advance, she opted to sing herself. She had arranged her accompaniment, attire, and makeup in advance to avoid any mishaps that evening. The live stream was set to begin at 6 o'clock, and we needed to arrive by 5. Jiang Qin had chosen Qinghua Ci as her song, necessitating a rather elaborate makeup and styling process. Xia Lily was learning makeup from her, but had yet to master it, struggling even with hairstyling as she had never encountered traditional styles before. Therefore, Jiang Qin had to manage her own makeup and hair. Fortunately, her outfit was ready and needed no ironing. After a bustling afternoon, it finally approached 5 o'clock, and everyone awaited backstage at the venue. Major livestream platforms had begun their warm-up, ready to start the broadcast promptly at 6. A host with a microphone came backstage for interviews, likely to produce behind-the-scenes footage. The questions primarily revolve around nerves, the types of songs prepared, and expectations for rankings. Tianwen had dispatched a renowned male and female singer, who would perform pieces by 2 established composers. Only the newcomer would not have the opportunity to take the stage. Chapter 82 featured 121 composers. First, we welcomed the esteemed Master Carl, a legendary composer from the Empire. It is Master Carl. New songs to relish. Despite being 150 years old, he remains remarkably handsome. Our film queen must be well taken care of. It seems this year's champion is undoubtedly decided. Jones, also a legendary teacher from the Empire, had once achieved an unprecedented 15 consecutive months atop the new song charts, while Master Carl holds the highest record of 18 months. However, this merely signifies the foundational qualifications of a legendary composer. 12 consecutive months at number 1 on the new song charts is the entry ticket for such illustrious figures. Next, we present the Empire's final composer, our newly minted diamond-level composer from Finland. The Finnish lady, possessing mermaid genes, is truly breathtaking. Who could resist the enchanting voice of a mermaid? Oh, Miss Finland, I adore you. Even at 67, her admirers remain numerous. Now, let us invite the Mechanical Clan composers. Not every race is invited. Those nearly extinct are less than a mere planet. Only the more powerful and prominent races receive diplomatic invitations. Thus, only 103 composers were present. Next, we welcome the diamond-level composer from the Federation, Teacher Shini. Indeed, the two veteran composers of Tianwen Entertainment have yet to ascend to legendary status. However, within the Federation, diamond-level composers are regarded as invisible legendary figures. Their works have generally secured the entry ticket for the 12-month new song charts. Yet at year-end, they cannot achieve 3 consecutive months at number 1 due to competition from Empire composers. Hence, most Federation composers plateau at diamond level. As the host called out, there was a noticeable pause, and with an odd tone, almost as if questioning their own eyes, they announced, "Lastly, let us welcome the bronze-level composer from the Federation, Miss Jiang Qin." What? Did the host make an error? Bronze level? My goodness, which company does this Miss Jiang Qin represent? Have they given up, sending a newcomer to merely fill a spot? How absurd! Does the Federation hold us in such contempt? To allow a bronze level to perform is quite the oversight. Tianwen is indeed obstinate, resisting change despite widespread opposition. It is infuriating, already unable to hold our heads high before the Empire. Now it is even more impossible. A strange urge to conceal one's identity arose. Amidst the astonishment of the Empire's audience and the outrage of the Federation's viewers, Jiang Qin ascended the stage. Adorned in a white and blue floral qipao, her hair flowed like dark silk behind her, elegantly pinned up with a white hairpin embellished with a small pendant. Her earrings were white jade, prominently contrasting against her dark locks. She wore a pair of delicate high heels that matched her qipao. She resembled a lady who had stepped out from an ancient town. Though interstellar beings may not know what Jiangnan women looked like thousands of years ago, they had seen ancient paintings. Finally, someone has restored the attire from those artworks. In my imagination, a qipao should epitomize such grace and elegance. Which company from the Federation crafted this garment? I wish to purchase it. Surely this bronze composer did not attain her position solely based on looks? If it is her beauty, I can certainly accept that. She is a quintessential Eastern beauty. It turns out black hair can be quite lovely. After introducing over 100 composers, the performances commenced. Jiang Qin felt a sense of trepidation. With 103 composers from Wanzhou, along with 9 from the Federation and 9 from the Empire, there were a total of 121 composers. This meant the audience would endure 121 songs, each likely under 5 minutes long. Therefore, the selection must be exceptionally captivating and unique. Otherwise, it would be challenging to stand out amid such a plethora of songs, leading to auditory fatigue for both the judges and the audience. By the end, it was likely that no one would remember what had been sung. The order of performances was determined by the composers' rankings, with those of the same level arranged by their ascension time. Thus, as a bronze-level composer, Jiang Qin was undoubtedly the last to perform. However, she perceived this order as somewhat advantageous amidst so many. It was the individuals in the middle who were less likely to be remembered. The first and last positions tend to leave a lasting impression. Seated attentively, the first performer was a long-established king from the Empire, singing a piece composed by Karl, maintaining the Empire's characteristic sci-fi style and heavy synthesized tones. The entire stage radiated vitality. What astonished Jiang Qin most were the few singers with mermaid genes from the Empire. Their voices soared effortlessly, hitting dolphin-like high notes. Otherwise, relying solely on the singer's prowess could earn the Empire composers 50% of the score. However, there were still some imperfections. Jiang Qin distinctly observed that certain songs did not align with the singer's vocal qualities. For instance, the Empire composer Finland's piece MO was rather obscure, suited for more somber and deep voices. Yet, the chosen mermaid singer possessed an ethereal and clear voice, more fitting for a lively, nature-inspired style. The combination fell short of highlighting the song's essence. This is a common misconception. Typical composers often select vocally skilled singers. However, without singing ability, what relevance would suitability hold? The performers continued to change one after another. The 6 diamond-level composers from the Federation have already taken the stage, leaving only the 2 golden-level composers in line with her. Finally, after everyone has performed, the host announces, the last contestant is Miss Jiang Qin, presenting her self-composed and self-penned Song Qing Hua Xi. For those who appreciate this song, you may cast your vote after 5 minutes on the official account. The holographic projection background is crafted by Jiang Qin herself, depicting the misty landscapes of Jiangnan at the beginning, followed by the intricate processes of creating Qing Huaxi pottery. At this moment, she gracefully steps onto the stage holding an oiled paper umbrella. Accompanied by the holographic scenery, it appears as though she is emerging slowly from the misty rain. The gentle rhythm of drums melds with the sound of the guzheng, resembling the unfurling of a beautiful scroll. The plain clay outlines the vivid strokes of blue and white. The peony depicted on the vase mirrors your initial beauty. The fragrant sandalwood wafts through the window, revealing my innermost thoughts. A lovely woman with red lips and willow-shaped eyebrows, bright eyes, and pearly teeth surpasses even the graceful figures found in ancient paintings. To ensure the interstellar audience comprehends the lyrics, the holographic projection also illustrates the essence of the lyrics alongside the history and craftsmanship of Qing Huaxi. Ancient characters flow across the central stage. The sky blue awaits the misty rain while I await you. The cooking smoke rises gently across the river, thousands of miles apart. The inscription at the bottom of the vase mimics the elegance of past dynasties. The entire background transforms into exquisite displays of Qing Huaxi, accompanied by descriptive text. The fans eagerly awaiting Jiang Qin's performance burst into joyous celebration. The agony of waiting for my beloved Jiang has been worthwhile. After enduring over 120 songs, was this just a prelude to showcase my beloved Qin? Having listened to a single song, I feel as though I am on the verge of mastering the art of ceramics. Is this truly knowledge attainable without cost? This bronze-level contestant from the Federation possesses something remarkable. The song is melodious, albeit the lyrics seem somewhat obscure. It shines brightly, yet when compared to the compositions of the finished masters, I would choose the latter. However, in contrast to the repetitive and lackluster offerings from the myriad nations, she certainly stands out. History does not solely belong to the Federation. If one considers it, our empire should rightfully be regarded as the true lineage of antiquity. Should it not? No, the lineage belongs to your Federation. Our human genes are pure, which led to our expulsion. Is that not so? Your history resembles a biological chain. I concede that my previous enthusiasm may have been excessive. After hearing over 100 similar songs, Jiang Qin now feels like a refreshing stream, washing away my mental fatigue, perhaps even providing a modicum of solace. It seems my spirit has suddenly relaxed. The gentle melodies, reminiscent of the Federation's style, lack the powerful essence inherent in our empire's music. The empire ought not to be overly confident. Our elven melodies are the most enchanting, as musicality is a gift we possess innately, merely a perennial second place. The judges, having endured over 100 similar songs, unanimously awarded Jiang Qin high scores. Even the judges from the Empire refrained from maliciously downgrading her, even if they acknowledged the song's quality but claimed it did not align with their preferences. They only deducted a few points for personal taste. Consequently, the judging panel issued scores exceeding 90. Only a few scattered scores hovered around 87. The final average score was 93, a mark sufficient to elevate Jiang Qin into the top 10 of the rankings. Thus, the judges' scores ultimately served the purpose of determining the leaderboard. After all, it is unlikely that anyone would begin listening from the first song and continue through all 121 before casting their votes. Most listeners tend to favor the higher-rated works before casting their votes. Naturally, if they're devoted fans, they would seek her out to cast their vote. Even if she ranked last, the collaborative artist will be assigned randomly, with the mainframe determining pairs. A large spinning wheel appears on the stage's big screen. After spinning wildly for several moments, it finally reveals a name. To the left is the composer's name. To the right is the singer's. Jiang Qin quickly spots her name, as she is at the tail end of the list. Her collaborating artist is named Sa Ko. As for the guest accommodations, they will be graciously sponsored by the imperial family. All accompanying bodyguards and assistants are prohibited from entering, as they must reside in a building outside the complex. This is presumably to prevent anyone from sneaking in a ringer among the entourage. Jiang Qin retrieves the magnetic key card to her suite, once again the familiar 121. Upon reaching her room, she finds a male figure awaiting her outside. He appears to be from the Sea Clan, as he carries the scent of the ocean. "Hello, Iam Sake." "Hello, Jiang Qin," she replies, extending her hand for a friendly shake before releasing it. Saka nods and directly inquires, "Are you prepared with the song for the next episode? I may need considerable time to practice, so I would appreciate it if you could provide the piece promptly." "No rush. Let's head to the recording studio first." I need to hear your voice before making a decision. Saku, not overthinking, assumes Jiang Qin wishes to select a song based on his vocal quality. He does not realize that someone might arrive without any prepared songs and intend to compose on the spot. Many composers tend to prepare multiple songs of varying styles in advance to alleviate the pressure of composing live. Perhaps a few will perfectly match the thematic requirements, eliminating the need for on-the-spot creation and allowing the singer ample time to rehearse. The rooms arranged by the production team share the same number. Thus, room 121 is designated for the composer, while room 121 is allocated for the singer. Between these two rooms lies another room 121, designated as the recording studio. Each composer is afforded a private recording studio, ensuring they do not encounter one another. Upon entering, Jiang Qin allows Saku to select a song he is familiar with to sing. His voice, to be frank, is not particularly melodious. It is somewhat coarse and carries an air of age. However, his singing technique is commendable, with particularly robust high notes and deep lows. Aside from his timbre not appealing to the masses, he encounters no significant issues. After listening, Jiang Qin gains some insight and states, "You should rest tonight. I will provide you with the piece in the morning." Saku agrees and departs from the recording studio. Given their unfamiliarity and differing backgrounds, there is little to discuss. 3 days can feel both long and short. Jiang Qin does not have a close relationship with the other composers, so she remains unaware of their circumstances. Regardless, during these 3 days, aside from the first day for Saku to familiarize himself, she spends the second and third days accompanying him in practice. By the third morning, having confirmed his readiness, she advises him to refrain from singing to protect his voice, ensuring he does not strain it before the performance. After much effort, when Jiechi and when Shuili finally reunite with all those who manage to secure tickets, Jiang Qin sits in the audience and notices numerous fans waving support banners, warming her heart. After all, making the journey to the Empire is no small feat, especially with the expensive spaceship tickets. The hosts are 2 representatives from the Empire, a male and a female, both resembling the vibrant yellow oriole species. I am your host, Judith. Today, we will bid farewell to 20 unfortunate contestants. Let us see which 80 contestants will ultimately prevail. The 2 hosts alternate their statements, creating an engaging atmosphere. Without further ado, let the grand screen determine the order of appearance for our 100 esteemed composers. Once the official competition commences, adhering to the previously established order would compromise fairness and transparency, hence the decision to opt for a random draw. The advancements of technology are indeed remarkable within mere seconds. The grand screen displayed the lineup of 100 composers, accompanied by the names of the respective singers. Jiang Qin was fortunate enough to secure a position towards the front of the lineup. She found this quite agreeable, as being too early might induce anxiety in Saku, while a later appearance could lead to an extended wait, potentially affecting his mindset. After spending 3 days together, she discerned a particular flaw in Saku, his lack of confidence, which often led him to doubt himself. Despite his commendable singing, he persistently sought imperfections to rectify, while she admired his meticulousness and pursuit of perfection. Excessive insistence on technicality could detract from the emotional expression inherent in performance. Consequently, she exerted considerable effort to counsel him, urging him to maintain a relaxed demeanor, as excessive tension could hinder his vocal delivery. At this moment, she harbored her own concerns. The singers remained in the waiting area, while the composers occupied the guest seats. Rendre une communication impossible. From a distance, she observed Saku seated silently, his expression unreadable. The first performer was Noah, a singer from the elven race, who sang a song in the style of Shini. It is no exaggeration to say that elves possess an innate sensitivity to music. Every elf can swiftly learn a song. Thus, they stand as the only race capable of rivaling the merfolk and beastmen. The elves of the Star Realm do not wield magic, possess no wings, nor are they diminutive beings. They share a similar stature with the beastmen, differing primarily in their fairer skin, pointed ears, and uniformly emerald green eyes. Beyond these distinctions, they bear little difference from the beastmen. However, they abhor the transformation of their homeland into a cybernetic city, earning them the title of natural survivalists in the wilderness. The lyrics of The Abyss Calls to Me convey a poignant message. Traversing this expanse of space, I heard the cries for help. Following the sound, I discovered the shattered remnants of you in a graveyard. It is undeniable that while such songs may number in the millions across the stars, they are likely to garner substantial votes on StarNet, as songs imbued with themes of righteousness do not need to be melodically pleasing. As long as their essence is pure, they will attract support from those moved by sentiment. Each year, countless warriors perish in the void of space, making songs that honor these valiant souls perpetually popular. The second composer's work bore some resemblance to Shini's style. The subsequent singers 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 performed songs that echoed this thematic similarity. Thus, Shini, as the first performer, was fortunate. The audience was still in a sentimental mood, easily swayed to vote passionately. However, as the performances continued in succession, the audience's emotional fervor began to wane. The enthusiasm for songs glorifying warriors started to decline sharply, and the judges' scores reflected a conservative evaluation. Were it not for the noble theme of these songs, they might not have even received a baseline score. The rationale behind granting baseline scores was to avoid backlash. They could not be criticized for lacking empathy toward tributes to fallen warriors, focusing solely on musical quality. Nonetheless, Jiang Qin observed that the majority of composers this evening had not approached their craft with sincerity. They seemed content to merely secure a place among the top 80, reserving their best works for later. The lack of genuine effort was painfully evident, and she felt a twinge of sympathy for both the audience and the judges. The next performer was Mr. Sa Ku from the aquatic race, who was set to sing a piece composed by Miss Jiang Qin, titled The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Viewers in the program's live stream erupted in laughter. The wolf in sheep's clothing? Shouldn't it be the fish in human skin? What a ridiculous title. Our beastmen, with wolf genes, would never disguise themselves as sheep. I declare this wolf beastman has been stripped of his wolf genes for being too weak, resorting to disguise for hunting. True wolf beastmen are meant to be fierce. Jiang Qin stepped to a corner of the stage, commencing her performance on the nanshao. As the sound of the flute resonated, a wave of desolation enveloped the audience, akin to the solitude of wandering through a desert. The once tense Sa Ku, upon hearing this familiar melody, instantaneously relaxed, becoming wholly absorbed in the emotional ambience. As he began to sing, a sense of poignant storytelling emerged. I cautiously approach, fearing you might awaken from your dreams. I merely wish to kiss you gently. Do not worry. The background flute elevated this sentiment to its zenith. Sa Ku's voice harmonized seamlessly with the unique timbre of the nanshao. We come from different heavens and earths. You always feel as if you are with me. Amidst a boundless, chilling fear, I truly love you. With Jiang Qin's flute accompanying, this performance undoubtedly reached perfection. The judges and audience were once again profoundly moved. Some emotional souls felt a deep, hollow ache within their hearts, an ineffable sensation. Judge 1 wiped his eyes and remarked, "To be honest, I was deeply touched by this song. As a beastman of wolf lineage, my partner is a gentle sheep beastman. Just as the lyrics express, I love her as a wolf would naturally be enamored with a sheep. Her fear of my beastly form is instinctual. To be near her, I have made many sacrifices. I shaved my beastly fur, clipped my claws, and donned an adorable costume. Each day, I spritz myself with grass-scented perfume to mask the odor of my wolf genes." The lyrics of this song encapsulate my entire emotional journey. The lyricist must truly understand this humble love. Many judges could relate to this sentiment. Among the judges, besides a few seasoned veterans of the music industry, there were several influential and affluent individuals, both male and female, though predominantly older males. Many had long surpassed the fervor of youthful love and perhaps had grown distant from their partners. Yet upon listening to this song, they were transported back to their days of pursuing their beloved. In the passage of time, they had lost the intense emotions that once drove them to risk everything for love, now often weighed down by the burdens of practicality. Now, esteemed judges, please input your final scores for this song. Audience members, feel free to press the buttons on your armrests to cast your votes. The grand screen began to scroll. Ultimately, the average score was 953, with the audience voting tally reaching an astonishing 37.89 million. With an audience of 100 million, she alone secured 1/3 of the votes, surpassing Shini and currently holding the top position. Jiang Qin's supporters could not contain their excitement, waving their colorful support banners high. The fan club members tirelessly captured every stunning moment of Jiang Qin in the corner with their devices. They're focused entirely on processing and posting these images to forums rather than paying attention to the following performers. In the dim light, the atmosphere was electric. Jiang Qin, clad in a white shirt and a yellow long skirt, stood in the corner with her eyes closed, playing the NXEO. Although she played a supporting role, her presence was undeniable, yet did not overshadow the brilliance of Sake, who stood at the forefront, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, adorned with wolf ears and a tail. Behind him, in the shadows, was Jiang Qin. Numerous photographs captured their moments together. The comments below revealed that some were even shipping them. The stage was exquisite, and Miss Beta's perspective remained romantically beautiful. Mr. Big Bad Wolf and his little white rabbit. Oh dear, how am I feeling a bit enamored. The irony, however, was that he was not a true wolf. Merely a fish wearing wolf ears. Sisters, do stay alert. Greetings to all the elder sisters. I am Jiang Tang, a descendant of the gray wolf, 18 years old, with spiritual prowess surpassing this older gentleman in both youth and charm. Choose me. Little brother, I suggest you establish a career first. At your age, you lack competitiveness. Jiang Qin is only 18 this year. There's no rush, she can take her time. Within mere minutes, the Federation had several trending topics. Many believe this should be the top spot, yet one must refrain from speaking too confidently to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, even if the worst outcome were third place, it would still be an impressive achievement that could shock the Federation. Hence, Jiang Qin's name flooded the trending list once more. Is it a wolf in sheep's clothing? Or a sycophant in wolf's attire? In the art of humble courtship, who understands better than Jiang Qin? Mr. Big Bad Wolf and Miss Little White Rabbit. You in the spotlight and I in the shadows. Jiang Qin secured 1/3 of the audience votes. Third place is already within reach. Yet, there was considerable outrage as well. This was particularly true for those who had initially pressured Tianwen Entertainment to replace her. For now, their faces were bruised. Previously, they had inundated social media with posts condemning Tianwen Entertainment, yet those remnants of their actions were like an indelible mark. Thus, they were furious. They certainly did not regret their hasty judgments made without thorough understanding. Instead, they felt that the few diamond composers from the Federation were utterly useless. They could not even compete with a bronze-level composer, allowing her to steal the spotlight and leaving them in such an awkward position. When Jiang Qin's fans demanded apologies, they stubbornly retorted, "How could we have known she was so talented? We were merely thinking of our Federation's reputation. Can we be blamed for this? Who isn't intimidated by the term bronze level? Have we won anything this year? No. We have already been ridiculed and looked down upon in every aspect. If we cannot even compete in entertainment, the Empire will regard us even more disdainfully. To speak harshly, our exclusion from the Empire's territory is not due to inability, but rather their disinterest. I am more curious about why Jiang Qin, possessing such strength, did not advance earlier and claim her spot through merit, instead of bearing the bronze label and raising suspicions." Jiang Qin's fans responded, "So, you imply that it's our precious Qin's fault for your malicious rumors? What a clever deflection. I wouldn't watch the combat matches without you. After all, I believe no one can penetrate your thick skin. Everyone, let's not quarrel with them. Let's rally votes for Qin. Votes from outside the arena may not affect rankings, but they can elevate Jiang Qin's visibility. The higher the visibility, the more screen time she can garner, and her ranking on the official website will improve. When the finals arrive, voting will be open to the entire Federation. If our Qin loses due to this additional scoring, they might just bleed from anger. Thus, efforts must commence from this very moment. This urgency is why all the fan sisters are hastily processing and uploading images. Perhaps it will help Jiang Qin secure some aesthetic votes." Chapter 86. A narrow victory after the melodious songs passed, the judges began yet another round of torment. Amidst a plethora of indistinguishable songs, they endeavored to discern even the slightest differences. It must be said, Jiang Qin felt a deep admiration. She sensed her own inadequacy. Initially adopting a strategy of knowing oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory, she found herself drifting into distraction, her mind consumed by thoughts of her own system. Just moments ago, she received a notification. "Congratulations, host, for reaching 100 million reputation points. System upgrade in progress. Unknown error. System upgrade failed. A compensation gift package for the host has been issued. 100 million reputation points, indeed, could purchase an abundance of works, enough to customize clothing and jewelry. Jiang Qin surmised this surge in reputation was likely due to the live broadcast. Surely, any patriotic citizen of the Federation would support her. Thus, the sudden increase in reputation points made sense. The rapid promotion of large platforms is remarkable. Although she had previously trended a few times, many remained oblivious to this information. Much like the Olympics, where countless individuals set alarms to view the event without any promotional efforts. In the dead of night, those who had stayed awake for hours finally awaited the final scores. 100 songs had entered the competition. The judges had consumed 2 invigorating potions. Had it not been for the ticket purchase agreement, some audience members might have wished to leave early. They endured, and finally, the end was in sight. While many excellent songs emerged, most were rather conventional. The 20 composers eliminated were all from the myriad of races, while the singers remained untouched, preserving 100 for a potential collaboration with the composers. The 2 hosts smiled as they took the stage. Indeed, now we invite our third-place composer, presenting Mr. Jones from the Empire. Dressed in a tailcoat, Mr. Jones walked onto the stage with a restrained smile, accompanied by his collaborative singer. Next, we welcome our second-place winner, Mr. Carl, along with his partner, Miss Yueji. Miss Yueji was a renowned diva from the Empire for 7 or 8 years, age 43, an orc female with mermaid genes. She was the same singer who collaborated with Miss Finland during her debut. The piece Carl selected suited her well, and the stage was splendid, with only a difference in votes separating him from Jiang Qin. What hindered him? His late appearance meant that many casual viewers had already cast their votes for the earlier performing Jiang Qin. Consequently, his votes were significantly fewer. Although his score surpassed Jiang Qin's by 2 points, it could not compensate for the millions of votes he lost. Ultimately, he was narrowly defeated by Jiang Qin. When the first-place winner was announced, the backstage music changed accordingly. The host's tones rose in excitement as they finally introduced the winner of the first elimination round, Miss Jiang Qin and her partner, Mr. Sake. The 2 of them stepped onto the stage, both attired in white shirts, appearing somewhat well-matched in appearance. However, the fans of Jiang Qin, considering Sake's age and his race, were resolute in their disapproval of this pairing. Until the moment they stepped onto the stage, Sake remained bewildered. Oh my, first place. Is it truly first place? Those watching the live stream through the night, both federated citizens and sea folk, shared his disbelief. Is this really first place? People around him were equally incredulous. Could our sea folk really be included this year? My goodness, Sake possesses such strength? Does that mean we too could achieve a commendable ranking this year? Perhaps even acquire purchasing rights to monopolize materials? Is it possible that the composer's contributions are more significant? It was evident that the piece created by this female composer suited Sake remarkably well. Should he be paired with a less proficient composer next time? However, regardless, this achievement is already better than previous years. Even if it falters, it cannot fall too short. The netizens of the Federation shared this sentiment. Historically, the top 3 positions were dominated by the Empire and the Elves, so for the Federation to place 7th or 8th would be commendable. Although initially everyone harbored hopes for a first-place finish, many believed it was more likely to be second. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Qin displayed remarkable tenacity and truly claimed the first position. The host, Judith, inquired of Jiang Qin, Miss Jiang, what are your thoughts on achieving first place? Jiang Qin, well-versed in such interactions, responded with a promise to strive diligently and not disappoint her fans' expectations, her words as polished as the host's smile, which seemed somewhat mechanical. Lan Duyan, who had endured a sleepless night, could not help but chuckle at the situation, feeling as if she were being held hostage to a rehearsed gratitude speech. The top 3 contestants were each interviewed for 2 to 3 minutes. Aside from Jiang Qin and Sak, who genuinely smiled, the other 2 pairs wore expressions that were decidedly forced. As they descended from the stage, Carl, passing by Jiang Qin, coldly remarked, "It's merely the first round." No one exerted their full effort. Don't get too cocky too soon. Jones, who walked past, said nothing, but his smile held a knowing significance. Sak, initially elated, now felt his excitement dissipate. Yes, it was only the first elimination round. In the next round, he might not be so fortunate. If offending several esteemed composers from the Empire due to a single first-place finish jeopardized his career, he feared his path as a singer might be irrevocably damaged. Thus, Sak subdued his emotions and quietly exited the backstage area, foregoing farewells to Jiang Qin, perhaps out of concern that others might misconstrue their camaraderie as a target for criticism. Jiang Qin, too, said nothing. Should he wish to sing this song again or upload his rendition, he would need to negotiate copyright fees with the composer. Consequently, she remained unconcerned, for it seemed unlikely they would collaborate again. Upon returning to the guest area, the host began to draw themes. The second elimination round involved narrowing the participants from 80 to 50. Not only would the paired singers be redrawn, but the themes for the compositions would also be restricted. Thus, all eyes were fixed upon the large screen on stage. Chapter 87, Social Death. Let's turn our attention to the grand screen. The theme for the second elimination round was New Beginnings. The central system would subsequently match each composer with their partnered singer. After a brief moment of anticipation, a page of names appeared. This time, Jiang Qin's name was listed first. In the next episode, her partner would be Song Hong, a rising star from Lianbang Xingchen Entertainment, whose presence was rather subdued. Jiang Qin had little recollection of him, only that she recognized the name. After the event, Qi Yu and Xiao Zheng, along with 3 other singers, came to greet Jiang Qin. As for Shini and another composer, she did not see them, likely having departed early. After all, they had previously mocked her, and with neither making the top 10 this time, they likely felt too embarrassed to face her. Qi said, "Miss Jiang, congratulations." "Thank you," Jiang Qin replied, her demeanor not particularly exuberant. Following brief congratulations, the conversation shifted. Once back in their assigned room, the familiar scene greeted her, though the individuals waiting outside her door had changed. Song Hong, with tousled raven black hair and a stylishly messy appearance, seemed quite youthful, his face resembling that of an 18-year-old, though he was actually 24. When he raised his head, Jiang Qin's gaze flickered. Song Hong was indeed handsome, but it was his eyes that captivated her, filled with a tenderness that could be likened to the soulful gazes one might see in loyal dogs. After expressing his nervousness, he bit his lip and lowered his head. Reminiscent of a timid puppy, Jiang Qin asked, "Is it convenient to do a sound check?" "Absolutely," Song Hong replied quickly, his ears tinged with red, embodying a social anxiety that he could not escape. After the sound check, he continued to avert his gaze from Jiang Qin, hurriedly bowing to bid farewell before exiting in haste. Jiang Qin mused, he doesn't seem socially anxious, but rather fearful of women. Although he possessed beautiful eyes, they were only visible when their gazes unintentionally met. More often, he kept his head down or looked around nervously. Only while singing, when he gazed into the distance, could the beauty of his eyes truly shine. The following morning, Jiang Qin knocked on room 121 with the sheet music in hand. Song Hong appeared to have just woken up, his hair disheveled, dressed in a simple t-shirt and casual pants. "Am I too early?" Jiang Qin asked with an apologetic smile, feeling somewhat bashful. Primarily, it was due to Sak's intense drive, prompting her to adopt a similar fervor. Song Hong quickly shook his head. No, I just woke up late. It's fine. If you need more rest, feel free to take your time. I wanted to ask if you would be able to sing along with me for the new song. If not, it's perfectly all right. I can choose another. May I see it first?" Jiang Qin nodded and handed him the sheet music. Of course. After a few moments had passed, Song Hong exclaimed, "I can do it." "Well, actually, this song could work as a solo for you, but I believe a duet would be even better. Since we are in a competition, I think it's crucial to refine our performance and add some unique flair." Song Hong eagerly nodded in agreement, understanding her perspective. The program, titled Xingji's Wichijia, clearly prioritized composers, thus he would defer to her vision. He recognized that although singing a solo would allow him to sound good, it would merely be pleasing, lacking the element of astonishment. Therefore, he preferred to heed the composer's insights, as they might yield a distinct effect. Ultimately, he had faith in Jiang Qin. As a singer from the Federation, most people had heard of her, and they had discussed her talent in private. Undeniably, despite any controversy surrounding her, her talent was unquestionable. Before yesterday, he had enjoyed a modest reputation within the myriad clans, but after yesterday, both the Federation and the Empire, along with the majority of the clans, became aware of her. Thus, upon learning he had been paired with Jiang Qin, he felt an overwhelming thrill. Yet, his nature led him to struggle with his inherent shyness and fear. He could not understand why he felt at ease around men, but became tongue-tied and stammering in the presence of women. Despite his desire to converse with her openly, he found himself retreating into timidity. The memory of being ridiculed by women in the past for being a cowardly turtle only heightened his anxiety. "Speak up," You must compliment Miss Jiang to leave a good impression. Once they had become familiar with the tune, it was already noon, prompting a rush to the recording studio for practice. However, upon opening the door, he discovered Jiang Qin had already begun rehearsing. She was singing the very song he had received that morning, her powerful, soaring voice resonating through the recording studio. Whenever I have been sad and drenched by the storm, from the mud flowers bloom, let them grow. Her voice was infused with strength, as if she were breaking free from shackles, experiencing rebirth like a tender sprout emerging from the soil. In that moment, she sparkled with vitality, her energy enveloping him like a tidal wave. And he found himself unwilling to resist, longing to drown in the world suffused with her essence. The sound of her humming filled his entire mind. The genes within his body seemed to awaken entirely. The blood surged with fervor, proclaiming a moment brimming with combativeness. A roar erupted from his throat, unable to be contained any longer. Jiang Qin, accompanied by Tsang Hong, was assigned to a different room, receiving room 100. Nearby, composers and singers emerged, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 88. A fresh scent after freshening up, Jiang Qin arrived at the new recording studio. It was merely an unexpected occurrence. After all, this was not her first encounter with someone unable to control their transformation into beast form. Hence, she felt at ease. Noticing her calm demeanor, Tsang Hong breathed a discreet sigh of relief. Yet his cheeks flushed as he hesitantly inquired, Will you take responsibility for me? I didn't mean to imply that you must, but, well, it's fine if I can't find a partner. Jiang Qin responded with confusion. What do you mean by that? What exactly happened? Tsang Hong's face turned crimson as he shyly replied, It's just that your spiritual entity and I. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin relaxed, realizing it was nothing out of the ordinary. Her spiritual entity was rather extroverted, often indulging in exuberant activities at the bar. Therefore, there was no cause for alarm. Jiang Qin patiently explained, Whenever I immerse myself in something I enjoy, it tends to emerge uncontrollably. You must have seen the trending topics online. My spiritual entity isn't unique. Many of the female patrons at the bar experience similar occurrences when listening to music. Much like your recent urge to transform, this isn't profound reassurance. It's merely that you happen to be within the range of its energy release. Her spiritual power resembled that of a pet. If it didn't release energy, it would become cramped. Thus, its frequent excursions were merely a means to dissipate excess energy. Jiang Qin's spiritual energy had reached a considerable level, and with a lack of recent work, it had accumulated significantly. Her spiritual entity had just exuberantly emerged, perhaps feeling a bit overly playful, driven by an abundance of energy that emboldened it to provoke those stronger than itself, bouncing exuberantly around Tsang Hong. The black-winged lion, now stimulated, inadvertently collapsed several adjoining rooms due to its sheer size, as Tsang Hong had yet to stretch his wings. Jiang Qin willingly offered to cover half the damages, but the accommodation manager informed her that Tsang Hong had already taken responsibility. Feeling dejected, Tsang Hong refrained from bringing it up again, his mind lingering on his father's teachings that a lion could only accept one deep bond of comfort from a single female throughout its life, its partner. Yet, Miss Jiang Qin did not accept him. However, upon commencing work, he quickly rectified his attitude, casting aside his despondent thoughts. Yet, practicing singing alongside Jiang Qin was indeed a test of his resolve. As Tsang Hong sang, his gaze continually fell to the ground, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Don't let the clouds obscure the blue of the sky. Stop. Jiang Qin frowned. While the tone was gentle, Tsang Hong's voice seemed strained, almost gasping. Despite being in a climate-controlled environment, he appeared to be sweating profusely. Jiang Qin's concern deepened, prompting her to ask, Are you feeling unwell? Should we take a break? Returning to his room, Tsang Hong flopped onto the bed, feeling humiliated as he recalled the earlier incident. The playful nature of Jiang Qin's spiritual entity had evoked some rather embarrassing reactions from his body. In an attempt to suppress these feelings, fearing being perceived as a pervert, he struggled to maintain control, yet an urge to abandon his defenses surged within him. The allure of Jiang Qin's presence was simply too intoxicating. Her spiritual energy exuded a fresh aroma of flora, a natural scent that no beastman could resist. He certainly could not. Moreover, the little rabbit was continuously releasing spiritual energy, causing a tingling sensation within him. Had he not been apprehensive of being judged by Jiang Qin, he would have succumbed to the urge to roll about in delight. His current state was one of turmoil. Clearly, whenever Jiang Qin began to sing, her spiritual entity would emerge, posing a formidable challenge for him to suppress distracting thoughts. He hesitated to openly express this to Jiang Qin, thus enduring the torment in the recording studio throughout the night. However, it appeared he had overestimated his capabilities. Jiang Qin was taken aback. Just moments ago, while practicing their song for the second time, Song Hong suddenly collapsed to the floor, his expression contorted in pain, tears streaming from his reddened eyes as he bit down hard on his lip, drawing blood. Gangong? What's wrong? Hang in there. I'll get a doctor. With only a hand extended, Song Hong remained still, and once the recording studio was empty, he released a muffled whimper. Upon Jiang Qin's return with the doctor, Song Hong stubbornly refused to be examined, blushing profusely as he continually declined. However, even without an examination, the doctor could deduce the cause merely from the air's scent. In disbelief, the doctor initially thought a contestant was on the brink of death, only to find it was merely a case of heat. The most absurd part was that he had been enduring it, leading the female to mistakenly believe he was gravely ill. As a well-respected physician of the empire, he usually refrained from mocking patients openly, but once outside, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Jiang Qin remained unaware of Song Hong's condition, as the doctor vaguely mentioned that some ailments should not be endured. One must either find a means of self-relief or seek assistance. In extreme cases, physical or medicinal intervention could be employed. Essentially, he had clouded the issue with vague suggestions. She suspected that perhaps the Empire's doctors looked down upon the Federation's beastmen, leading to inadequate treatment. After all, he had neither prescribed medication nor utilized equipment, merely offering a few words before departing. Yet, observing Song Hong's mortified expression, she believed he likely understood the implications. The doctor's vague comments might have been intended to protect the patient's privacy. Therefore, she refrained from probing further. Instead, she conveyed her concern. Shall we call it a day? You should rest well tonight and check on your condition in the morning. Song Hong, feeling self-disdain, murmured, I'm sorry for dragging you down. Chapter 89. Elevated spiritual energy, therefore. Jiang Qin consoled him kindly. It's all right. It wasn't intentional, and your health is paramount. Song Hong hesitated, wanting to voice something. Is there something else? After a brief pause, he finally asked, Miss Jiang, has the comforting power of your spiritual entity increased significantly tonight? Although he was indeed somewhat infatuated with Jiang Qin, he had not completely lost his composure. Thus, his state tonight was peculiar. It was more than mere discomfort. At one moment, he even entertained the thought of embracing her, claiming her, and becoming entwined with her. Jiang Qin was taken aback, realizing that her powers had indeed grown. With a lack of tasks in the afternoon, she had opened the upgrade compensation package worth 1 million prestige points. It contained the essentials: a spiritual energy enhancement elixir, a physique enhancement elixir, an ability upgrade stone, a designated master-level experience package for 3 musical instruments, and a crafting patch. Jiang Qin had always believed that true ownership of an item only came through its use. Without any delay, she made direct use of it. She was uncertain about the current level of her extraordinary ability, as there were no means to assess such powers in the interstellar realm, only records documenting their classifications. However, she was quite confident that her mental strength had reached a considerable level. It was the kind of power that, once revealed, would promptly attract the attention of numerous influential or wealthy males within the Federation. Having never encountered a level 1 female, she was oblivious to the nature of their mental entities. All she knew was that her little rabbit was particularly lively, or perhaps restless, tonight. Yet, when it had briefly emerged to play during her singing, it had calmed down somewhat, only to become active again. The excessive agitation of her mental entity resulted in a throbbing headache. She lacked the composure to soothe it, as her mind was in turmoil, filled with questions about why Song Hong had inquired so. Could he discern the intensity of her mental strength? Did the abundant energy exuded by her little rabbit raise his suspicions? Despite her unease, she managed to stabilize her emotions and chuckled lightly. My mental entity is a bit restless tonight, which has led to some loss of control. Song Hong nodded, sharing her suspicions. After all, how could a normal level 1 mental entity possess such remarkable calming abilities? It was potent enough to influence him. He recalled that when his father had summoned a level 1 calming master, he had felt nothing. Thus, the conclusion was inevitable. His genetic compatibility with Miss Jiang was exceedingly high, certainly exceeding 90%. Yet her mental strength was in a state of chaotic turmoil. A loss of control over one's mental strength could lead to backlash. Miss Jiang, this situation is precarious. Typically, when a female's mental strength is agitated, a deep calming interaction with a partner suffices. However, Jiang Qin had yet to find a partner. Hence, she could only strive for self-control or seek medical intervention to suppress it. If left unchecked, she risked depleting her mental strength and suffering from backlash due to overexertion. Song Hong felt a twinge of concern, though he sensed he lacked the standing to express such sentiments, as he had yet to establish a friendship with Miss Jiang. She was merely a random teammate of little consequence to him. Deep down, the lion felt vulnerable, yet he remained silent. Jiang Qin declined a suggestion, asserting her ability to maintain control. There was no need for the contestants to take leisurely strolls or enjoy the scenery. To manage the effects of her mental energy, Jiang Qin exerted herself throughout the night. Having never attended advanced female courses, she was unaware of how level 1 females reigned in their mental strength. Thus, she resorted to gathering information from the StarNet, attempting to decipher the methods. However, the snippets available online were tailored for lower-level females, lacking any substantial insights regarding their advanced counterparts. Left with no alternative, she opted for a rather clumsy approach: immersion in painting. When she was halfway through her artwork, her mental entity finally emerged, and she immediately sought to communicate with it. Little rabbit, can you learn to control your mental strength? Try to conserve it by dividing it into fine threads. Share a strand with those you favor and withhold from those you do not. Of course, it would be even better if you could follow my inner guidance. The mental entity replied, I have seen others drive horses and oxen, yet never have I encountered someone attempting to spur their own consciousness. If the little rabbit could speak, it would surely protest. It was a reflection of her thoughts and desires. Did it not wish to be controlled? Was it not she who lacked control? It was akin to the left hand battling the right. To transcend such thinking required her own effort. Waiting for her hands to develop their own ideas seemed akin to fitting them with brains. The lesson for the mental entity lasted merely 3 minutes before her attention wavered. Thus, it was evident that being an advanced female was no simple task. Inducing a mental entity to leave the sea of consciousness was exceedingly challenging, and maintaining it was even more arduous. The simplest method was desire. The state of mating was the least likely to lead to distraction and the most conducive to deep immersion, allowing for extended durations. When a question has a straightforward answer, the complex approaches are inevitably discarded. After a night of effort, Jiang Qin managed to lure a modicum of control, though the effects were minimal. On the third day, if they did not practice diligently, they risked elimination. To ensure he did not hinder Jiang Qin, Song Hong consumed 3 doses of suppressants and administered a mating suppressor. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin diligently attempted to gain control over her mental entity. In this mutual endeavor, by the afternoon, they had developed a considerable rapport. A mere glance was sufficient for the other to seamlessly take over the song. Solo performances and duets posed no challenge. Confirming that their state could stabilize rather than erupt sporadically, the two finally departed from the recording studio after a long day. Song Hong, drenched in sweat, exhaled a long sigh of relief. Excellent. There were no unexpected events today. In the span of just 3 days, he had faced social embarrassment for 2. At last, he had calmly navigated the 3rd day. The online discourse surrounding Xingji Zuchi had become a feast for music enthusiasts, with various clips of performances circulating widely. Although many were unappealing, numerous others were commendable. The song PSH Ing Ying Pita L Ing had ascended to the top of the charts. Indeed, it appeared that few others could rival this success. Furthermore, this month had seen the upload of songs composed by Jiang Qin, which, coupled with her fans' eagerness to boost her popularity, resulted in high play counts for her 3 tracks. However, certain jealous singers seized the opportunity to release new songs, launching a barrage of publicity. August presented a unique chance for them to disrupt Jiang Qin's consecutive chart presence. In other words, unless WM Ingdarn, who NXGHO, and Seeing J Ingda in each reach number 1, her streak would be broken. The thought alone was exhilarating, rendering August's music scene a veritable battleground. Amidst the eager anticipation of the interstellar audience, the second elimination round live broadcast commenced. This time, Jiang Qin did not occupy the first or last positions, but entered as the 39th contestant, a moment when both the audience and judges were least attentive. Nevertheless, true talent withstands scrutiny. A good song requires merely an enticing prelude to capture interest. Allow us to welcome the first performer, Miss Yu. She shall present a piece by composer Park Jian titled SHNGM, Ingju, New York. Jiang Qin perked up, listening attentively. The prelude featured the sounds of footsteps, machinery, and scientists conversing. Miss Yu appeared clad in a starry-themed hospital gown, her face pale, sorrowfully narrating the agony of a terminally ill patient through her song. The haunting melody sent chills down listeners' spines. Upon concluding her performance, it was no surprise that Yu received an exceptional score and an overwhelming number of votes. The dark, chilling tones of the piece perfectly complemented her ethereal yet piercing voice. At that moment, every composer and singer shared the same thought: a formidable rival. It was said that Yu was not merely a diva, but possessed an extraordinary musical intuition. When collaborating with her, any piece that did not align with her vocal style would undergo modifications, often resulting in compositions that suited her even better. Thus, many composers sought to collaborate with her, presenting various scores for her selection. Jiang Qin had never underestimated the empire. Their pride was indeed backed by considerable talent. Regardless of genetic makeup, resources, technology, livelihood, systems, or entertainment, they stand as paragons within the cosmos. Even the majority of pharmaceuticals available in the market originate from the empire. The latest formulations are exclusively reserved for imperial citizens, with sales categorized into tiers based on the purchasing power of the buyers. For instance, the mechanical and elven races among the myriad of species can acquire the second-tier potions that have been phased out. Smaller races are relegated to purchasing third, fourth, or even fifth-tier potions. The Federation is able to obtain second-tier potions due to its substantial orc population, which necessitates such provisions for combating extraterrestrial beasts. However, the Empire imposes restrictions on the variety available. It is akin to nurturing a subordinate. While they are willing to share some of their discarded resources with the Federation, they fear that this may inadvertently bolster the Federation's strength. Thus, they retain exclusive control over certain resources, ensuring that even if the Federation develops new products based on their supplies, they remain dependent on the Empire for the original resources. Unless the day comes when the Federation is powerful enough to invade the Empire, they will perpetually remain subordinate. This predicament is unavoidable, as the planets inhabited by the Federation were established through their own efforts. The resources and mineral deposits throughout the cosmos have long been allocated. The current stature of the Federation is a testament to the diligence of its predecessors. Finally reaching the 35th position, Jiang Qin rose to prepare for her turn. Clad in a resplendent white mermaid gown, she draped a jacket over her shoulders before taking the stage. Nevertheless, she remained a dazzling vision to Tsang Hong, whose eyes saw only her shimmering presence amidst the darkness. Upon their reunion, Jiang Qin gently inquired if he was ready and how he felt. "No problem," Kangong confidently replied. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he had preemptively consumed 2 suppressants along with an emotional restraint agent. "That's good," Jiang Qin reassured him, feeling at ease as he exhibited no signs of anxiety, aside from a slight blush and awkwardness when facing her. His shyness was merely a reflection of his bashfulness towards females. Once the singing commenced, he would hardly have time to dwell on such thoughts. As contestants 3,738 made their appearances, Jiang Qin naturally linked her arm with Tsang Hong's as they ascended the stage. In that brief moment of proximity, Tsang Hong's face flushed crimson, and his heart raced, pounding so fiercely it seemed to resonate in his ears. Noticing her companion's erratic breathing, Jiang Qin softly comforted him. "Don't be nervous, just treat it as practice. It's not the same." Tsang Hong desperately tried to steady himself, internally shouting not to panic, not to feel shy, not to look down, and certainly not to stutter. While he could accept his own elimination, he could not afford to hinder Miss Jiang Qin, who was so exceptionally talented. The moment Tsang Hong opened his mouth to sing, Jiang Qin felt an immense sense of relief. She released his arm, and they took their positions apart from one another. Tsang Hong's attire, a gift from Jiang Qin, consisted of a black shirt with 2 buttons undone, complemented by a silver chain adorning his collarbone. His tailored trousers and polished shoes exuded a blend of elegance and a hint of rebellious charm. With both of them possessing dark hair, they appeared strikingly harmonious. Do not let the clouds obscure the azure sky. Do not let fate steer a rudderless ship. Do not allow the night to descend upon your embrace. As the gentle, clear male voice resonated, the audience felt as though their souls were being cleansed. If Song Hong's voice was a feast for the ears, then when Jiang Qin began to sing, it transformed into a spiritual delight. Every time I have felt sorrow and been drenched by torrential rain, let the muddy blooms flourish. At that moment, the atmosphere on stage burst forth like a cloud of fog, harmonizing with the soaring melody. Many in attendance could not contain their excitement and stood up in response. The powerful chorus alone filled listeners with an invigorating energy, making them believe that previously insurmountable challenges were now trivial. Life appeared far less formidable, and their blood and cells surged with vitality, yearning for a vigorous battle. Even the most unthinking of creatures struggled to survive. As beings of superior genetics, what reason did they have to belittle themselves? As the ethereal female voice concluded, Song Hong seamlessly took over. Your once fiery gaze represents one of life's rare, clumsy, yet precious moments. Those who are ablaze with passion should pursue their dreams with abandon. Their duet flowed like the ocean waves, serene in stillness, yet rising in harmony, each crescendo surpassing the last, akin to companions advancing together. Just as the lyrics proclaimed, behind the myriad stars, the sun begins to blaze. Despite Jiang Qin's desire to maintain composure, her passion for singing enveloped her entirely, immersing her deeper into the ocean of melodies. Consequently, her spiritual companion, a small rabbit, emerged, yet it remained close, circling around her and Song Hong without causing chaos. With the audience numbering a staggering 100 million, her subtle display of spiritual energy provided a sense of comfort to those who resonated with her. For the majority, it was merely a refreshing breeze wafting through a vast emotional sea. At that moment of heightened emotion, no one noticed. The audience fervently pressed their voting buttons, fearful that their votes might go uncounted. The tally on the big screen continued to rise. Composers in the guest area wore increasingly grim expressions, especially those yet to perform, their teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Meanwhile, netizens in the live chat were fervently exclaiming, "It's incredible. Sister is truly phenomenal. I want to attend the live show. Star composers, sell tickets already. Wow. Her singing even manifested her spiritual entity? How impressive. What is happening? Why did this female's spiritual entity escape? Has she lost control? Singing to the point of spiritual energy overflow. How remarkable. Indeed, the genetic shortcomings of the Federation are considerable. It was fortunate they were expelled initially, or else the orcs will be facing dire straits now. Yes, Qin Bao's genetics are lacking, hence her spiritual entity frequently escapes. Indeed, I can attest. This is a manifestation of spiritual energy loss of control. Everyone in the Federation is well aware of it. The Imperial fans collectively exhaled in relief. Among them were also paid commentators arranged by the Federation's Genetic Research Institute. They had yet to fully comprehend the situation and could not allow the Empire to discover Jiang Qin's uniqueness too soon. Although it was difficult to conceal, it mattered little. Who would believe them anyway? After all, the haughty imperialists were unlikely to take them at their word. Look, the live chat had already begun to speculate in accordance with their anticipated narrative. The arrogant empire indeed perceived this as a genetic flaw, questioning how long such a female could survive if her spiritual entity was prone to escape while merely singing. Some imperial admirers of Jiang Qin's music began to express their regrets. Although Jiang Qin's appearance on stage was somewhat delayed, she still managed to secure over half of the remaining votes, amassing a staggering 23.69 million votes. Only about 19 million votes remained unallocated in the pool. This meant that the composers who followed could only compete for those votes. Those with higher rankings need not harbor any illusions, as they could only vie for positions within the top 50. Jiang Qin felt that this mechanism was somewhat unjust. However, the creators likely had other considerations, and there was little she could do to alter the situation. Nonetheless, the finals would not operate in this manner. Everyone present would have the opportunity to vote for each song, and netizens on the StarNet would also contribute their votes. At that time, the competition would be based on the total popularity. Nonetheless, Tianwen Entertainment had already begun to rejoice. Lan Yin even received a communication from his father, expressing approval of the discernment shown this time. Given Jiang Qin's votes and scores, her ranking was essentially solidified, receiving praise from his father. Lan Yin slightly curled his lips, acknowledging, she is indeed exceptional. Lan Fu was satisfied, although he did not particularly care for the opinions of the company as shareholders. He found pleasure in their discomfort. Has everyone checked in at the company? LNYYN shook her head, refusing to sign as she held her own opinions. However, as long as we treated her fairly, we could maintain a harmonious collaboration. Recently, TNWNYL stock had been on a continuous rise, and after today, it would experience another surge. It was good to have ideas. Even with her own son, LNF was not particularly chatty, so he quickly ended the communication. In the live broadcast room, LNYYN's gaze was not on the stage for even a second. Instead, she was following the figure in the corner. All 80 singers had completed their performances. The two hosts reluctantly announced, the rankings are clear, so there is nothing more for us to declare. Now, let us welcome tonight's top-ranked Jiang Qin and her partner, Jiang Qin, to the stage. Jiang Qin stood at the edge of the stage waiting for Jiang Qin, naturally extending his arm. The two walked onto the stage together. A stunning combination of handsome and beautiful, a true visual feast. Next, we invite tonight's second place, PJNX and his partner, UJ, to the stage. Now, let's welcome tonight's third place, KR and his partner, YK, to the stage. If KR could barely maintain his composure after losing to a junior the first time, the second loss to a mere bronze-level contestant, where he only managed to secure third place, left him utterly unable to pretend any longer. Unlike him, the second-place winner, though also bested by a bronze contestant, had triumphed over Master KR. From now on, his value would be entirely different. Indeed, Miss UJ was the most ideal partner for any composer. A song that was not originally spectacular soared in quality after her touch. Had it not been for its overly oppressive style, belonging to the dark genre that left some feeling uneasy, it might have taken first place tonight. The primary issue was in comparison. She faltered in the judges' scoring. Some judges deliberately awarded Jiang Qin higher scores than before, as they were more supportive of the bright new generation. Chapter 92, Dark Style. The third elimination round would take place in 3 days, with 20 composers set to depart from our stage, leaving only 30 to advance. Next, let us draw the theme for the upcoming round. Please watch the large screen. The answer is in. The theme for the third round is Songs of the Dark Style. Upon hearing the theme, PJNX felt his heart sink. The song he had just performed would be a disaster in the next round. Meanwhile, UJ was momentarily stunned. She had just lost due to the cleverness of the theme, and now she was informed that the next round would require this type. Her fans were equally incensed, feeling their goddess had lost purely due to the song genre. Otherwise, how could she be suppressed by 2 federal contestants? The Star Network was in an uproar, especially the fans of Master KR, who were all crying out about a conspiracy. How could a newcomer continuously defeat their champion, who had held the title for 3 consecutive years? Surely, there must be an issue with the audience's votes or the judges. No one dared to criticize the head judge, fearing backlash. Did the Empire send a spy? Was this Jiang Qin a princess of impure blood exiled to the Federation? It was laughable. The phrase exiled princess of the Empire was quite unique. If it were just Master KR losing, one might say his skills had declined. But how could so many composers of higher rank be outperformed by her? Wasn't that absurd? The Empire was evidently infiltrated. They had been bribed by the Federation. After all, this female had a pleasing appearance. It was rumored that her entry was also dubious. I mean, which family would send a bronze-level composer, if not with strong backing? Truly senseless. If your ears can't discern, perhaps you should donate them. Anyone with a modicum of discernment could recognize Jiang Qin's talent. When the director of the program received the news, he was at a loss for words. Who was he? He was a citizen of the Empire. If favoritism were to be shown, it should be towards his own people. Moreover, he was the director selected by the royal family, wholly devoted to the Empire. Even the judges were predominantly from the Empire, with the least representation from the Federation, while others came from various races. The judges from the Empire would undoubtedly show subconscious favoritism when scoring well-known composers and singers from their own ranks. Under such circumstances, For Jiang Qin to still receive such high scores was a testament to her genuine ability to impress the judges. What need was there for any conspiracy? The proud royal family demanded fairness, justice, and professionalism from the judges. They had no interest in underhanded dealings. Who could have anticipated that they would face a Waterloo in their own domain? With this in mind, the director cautiously dialed that awe-inspiring contact. What was needed? A cold voice answered. The director felt a bit flustered and clearly stated the issue of cheating. It was merely a reminder to the judges to slightly temper their scores for that female contestant. Are you suggesting we use the Empire's reputation to procure honors for some incompetent individuals? What? Do you owe them your life? The director was left embarrassed and speechless. Yet he still attempted to justify himself. I am concerned that this may provoke public dissatisfaction. After all, they're used to winning championships. Suddenly losing to a Federation contestant is intolerable for those proud individuals. If they're dissatisfied, let them take action themselves. A bunch of worthless fools. Do they think the Empire will bend for them? If they lack ability, they should leave. The Empire's reputation cannot be tainted by these individuals. If problems arise, you can spend the rest of your life mining. After finishing, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving the director alone with a bitter expression, his head aching. However, with the word from the prince, he understood what needed to be done next. It was time to deliver a decisive blow to those arrogant individuals. Jiang Qin was unaware of the turmoil outside. She stood at the doorway with Yu-Jie, exchanging glances. Rivals had become partners. Yu-Jie raised an eyebrow. It seems I can finally secure first place next time. I hope the outcome does not disappoint Miss Yu-Jie. Then I shall retreat to my room for rest. I've been quite hurt by Miss Jiang tonight. Zina the Guienas fine apolitia. Nearby, Si Ing H. Ing, who had tidied his belongings but hesitated to leave, cast a wistful gaze at Jiang Qin, feeling as if she had been taken from him. How wonderful it was that they had both chosen to pursue excellence together. Yet, he would become her adversary in the next round. Alas, indeed, any singer from the Federation who had collaborated with KR ended up being criticized. After all, he always claimed that if his partner had not been a Federation singer, his songs would have received higher evaluations. One could only imagine how harshly he would be criticized after losing alongside Mr. KR to Miss Jiang Qin in the next round. He could already predict the scorn directed at him. Jiang Qin had not anticipated such drama. She had teamed up with Yu-Jie, while seeing H. Ing, unfortunately, found himself paired with Mr. KR. If they won in the next round, all would be well. But if they lost, he would likely face irrational fans blaming him for not supporting her, attributing their loss to him. This was not mere malicious speculation. It was something Jiang Qin had seen and experienced before, but there was no way around it. The situation had been set. All she could do was offer a pale consolation. Just do your best. Seeing Jiang Qin worry for him, seeing H. Ing felt utterly ashamed. How could he let a female worry for him? He quickly smiled and explained, I'm not really afraid of Mr. KR. It's just what? What about Mr. KR? He hadn't been thinking about him at all, his thoughts solely occupied by Miss Jiang Qin. He was merely responding to her words. Really? Seeing Engsa lit up. Jiang Qin once again found clarity in his gaze, momentarily lost in thought. Naturally, in Chapter 93, during the interview, Jiang Qin's speed remained impressive, and by the following day, she had delivered the musical score to Yu-Jie. Since she did not intend to sing along this time, she refrained from visiting the recording studio, instructing Yu-Jie to call her only during practice. Having heard that Yu-Jie preferred to modify musical scores, Jiang Qin anticipated some minor obstacles in this endeavor. However, to her surprise, by midday, Yu-Jie had not requested any changes to the composition. Although slightly taken aback, Jiang Qin said nothing, and the two entered the recording studio to begin their practice. Just an hour into their session, a sudden knock interrupted them. Upon opening the door, the director, equipped with a camera, appeared. Is this a convenient time for you? He inquired. Yu-Jie, with a hint of irritation, rolled her eyes, responding, Is it convenient? You've already arrived, haven't you? Ah, Miss Yu-Jie, please do not be upset. It is my duty. I assure you, I'm not here to waste your time. Then hurry and film. I am eager to practice, Jiang Qin interjected. It must be said that the song Jiang Qin had chosen truly resonated with her, and she was keen to perfect it. She sensed that this melody could very well become her signature piece. Yet, she pondered whether she could eventually acquire the rights to perform it. Everyone in the empire was well aware of Yu Ji's fiery temperament. So the director wasted no time and began filming. He advised, "You ladies might consider showcasing any challenges or disagreements you encounter." This was a subtle hint for them to act out a conflict, followed by a reconciliation to convey mutual understanding, perhaps even displaying the pressure they felt, or the willingness to cry from exhaustion. Jiang Qin remained still. She detested such insincere performances. Previously, she had no choice but to comply, fearing the penalty for breach of contract. Regardless of her ranking or aspirations to break into the limelight, she felt no obligation to endure these wretched charades any longer. Yu Ji, on the other hand, leaned against the wall, admiring her manicured nails. The only one feeling awkward was the director. "Well, if you two prefer not to interact, we can have a brief chat instead," he suggested. Yu Ji was indifferent, and Jiang Qin nodded in agreement. "Then let me pose a few questions that are currently trending on Xinguang. Miss Jiang Qin, do you have plans to continue your education? Many are concerned that at your age, you should be in school." Jiang Qin pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I likely will not return to school. My life lacks direction at the moment, and I simply wish to find joy." The director, recalling the rumors circulating on Xinguang, regarded her with sympathy but quickly set aside his emotions to continue with the next question. Another question that fans are quite curious about is what type of male partner you would seek, should you decide to find one. "Is that a requirement for you?" Jiang Qin replied, "There are no specific criteria. I prefer to follow my heart. As for requirements, I believe my partner should possess qualities far beyond what Lu Yue described. For me to feel a spark." Indeed, she had no desire for a partner. The standards for high-ranking females were endearing, but for those of lower status, it was simply a lack of self-awareness. Even in the realm of the stars, such individuals would be ridiculed and scorned. The director, perhaps unaware of the criteria she referenced, maintained a jovial demeanor and shifted the topic. He then began to interview Yu Ji. "I have heard that you typically adjust the melody of songs to better suit your style. Will you be making any modifications in your collaboration with Miss Jiang Qin?" Yu Ji replied, "It depends. I am not obligated to make changes, but certain melodies simply do not suit my vocal range. It would be ridiculous to have a soprano sing low, somber songs. Even if I resorted to falsetto, it would sound disjointed and unharmonious. Therefore, I must make some adjustments." The director proceeded to ask Yu Ji several questions regarding her romantic life. One fan inquired about the recent rumors surrounding her intention to establish a formal relationship with her 21-year-old boyfriend. Yu Ji candidly nodded, affirming, "Yes, next month, I will be marrying my 8th partner." Jiang Qin, overhearing this, felt a mixture of astonishment and familiarity with the interstellar marriage laws. Despite occasionally yearning for the sweetness of romance, she believed she might never truly love someone, and thus was hesitant to pursue a relationship out of fairness to the other party. It must be noted that the inquiries from netizens in the star realm were not vastly different from those on Earth, primarily revolving around romantic gossip. Further questions followed, including who Yu Ji's favorite partner was and her preferences regarding male forms. As Jiang Qin listened, she instinctively retreated to a corner. "If they ask me, they cannot ask you," she thought. Fortunately, Yu Ji was without a partner. Otherwise, such inquiries might lead to chaos. Once the director departed, the two resumed their vocal practice. Yu Ji grasped the song well, though she struggled to fully comprehend the emotions Jiang Qin sought to convey, prompting Jiang Qin to demonstrate her interpretation. After listening, Yu Ji remarked, "If you were to pursue a career as a singer, your achievements would rival those of a composer." Jiang Qin merely smiled in response. While she enjoyed singing, she disliked the notion of losing her freedom, so she did not consider becoming a singer. 3 days swiftly passed. Some uninspired composers had yet to create new pieces and were compelled to hastily prepare for the live broadcast. In such cases, they could only frantically repurpose old compositions. Today, as Jiang Qin had no commitments, she wore a simple white dress and sat calmly in the guest seat. At the moment the program commenced, the platform experienced significant lag. 3 days, 3 entire days. "Director, do you understand what that means to me?" Master Carl remained as dashing as ever. "Qin Bao, you appear quite modest today, almost pitiable," he commented. "I can hardly imagine the spectacle that the collaboration between Jiang Qin and Yu Ji will create tonight." The synergy between Master Carl and Tsang Hong was expected to be equally impressive. The compositions by Jones and Finland were commendable, and the caliber of the collaborating singers was also noteworthy. The competition tonight felt particularly fierce. This theme seemed to be Mr. Jones's comfort zone. In Chapter 94, The Song of Paradise Island, the host on stage began to draw the performance order. Seated next to Jiang Qin, Carl suddenly remarked, "That song of yours, surely you did not compose it yourself?" Jiang Qin's immediate reaction was to wonder if her external assistance had been revealed. Her second thought was that he was attempting to deceive her. Thus, she feigned confusion and asked, "What do you mean, Mr. Carl? Come now. You know exactly what I mean. A mere 18-year-old. Where would you acquire such extensive experience in composition? Surely, you must have sought someone to assist you." He continued, "I must admit, the person you chose has some skill. They managed to help you masquerade through 2 rounds. However, I doubt they have prepared you for every possible theme. There must be something you are unprepared for. We shall see." Jiang Qin was taken aback. If the federal netizens were to hear such words, they would likely dredge up her previous live-stream composition video. Unfortunately, no one in the Empire had seen that video, leaving many to harbor such suspicions. The composers seated nearby appeared oblivious to the tension between the two, engaging in friendly chatter. The atmosphere seemed pleasant enough, at least within the frame of a live broadcast. In the second row, Sheeny let out a cold snort. Reflecting on his inability to break into the top 10 in the past 2 episodes, his agitation began to escalate. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin appeared fortunate, as the singers assigned to her in the last 3 episodes were all quite capable. Though Saku was slightly inferior, his singing skills were commendable. In truth, this was merely a self-justifying excuse on his part. After all, this is a live broadcast for the entire universe. No invited force would be so foolish. The lineup has been revealed, and now let us hand the stage over to Mr. Tsang Hong, who will present Mr. Carl's work, Yu Shao. The backdrop of the stage depicts a forest illuminated by moonlight. Suddenly, a black-winged lion descends from the sky, letting out a fierce roar. The chilling and somber melody describes the decayed flesh hidden within the forest. It must be said that Carl's idea this time is truly remarkable. Having Tsang Hong take the stage in beast form is a bold and captivating choice. Reflecting on the makeup and costume she prepared for Yuji, Jiang Qin felt little apprehension. She was quite certain that she would not be eliminated. After Tsang Hong's performance, the second act features the singer partnered with Jones. The composers are weighed down with anxiety. With limited votes available, it is alarming that 2 powerful masters have drawn the first and second slots, directly claiming 1/3 of the audience's votes. The remaining participants must now compete for the remaining 2/3. Most daunting is Jiang Qin, who has maintained her position at the top for 2 consecutive rounds. Her song is scheduled to perform 7th. Once she and Yuji take the stage, how many votes will still remain? Many audience members have already been captivated by Jiang Qin's initial 3 songs, gripping their votes tightly, unwilling to cast them for anyone else. Furthermore, the number of Yuji's fans present is not insignificant. The 6 songs pass in the blink of an eye. Next, we invite Miss Yuji, who will perform Miss Jiang Qin's work, Tian Tang Dao Ji Gu, in a version popularized by an online singer. The sound of creaking doors resonates. The holographic background reveals a dark room, with only a window bathed in pale moonlight. Shadows dance on the ground. The sound of footsteps, knocking, and the accompaniment creates an exhilarating atmosphere. Dressed like a doll, Yuji emerges from the darkness, cradling a doll that mirrors her own likeness. Ding dong. I have a secret, quietly telling you, welcome to the entrance of paradise. Ding dong. Someone is ringing the doorbell. The accompaniment consists solely of tense, atmospheric sounds, while Yuji essentially sings a cappella. Yet, her ethereal and piercing voice transforms the piece into a unique chant. This sound seems to transcend the earthly realm. Ding dong. Will you hide? Do not think of escaping. It is too late to flee from the palm of my hand. Forgotten memories like a doll. Yuji clings to her own reflection, fearfully hiding. Knocking sounds echo from the window and doorframe. The doorbell continues to chime incessantly. Since hearing Yuji perform that song in the previous round, Jiang Qin has felt that she is perfectly suited for this nursery rhyme. Although her age cannot be considered young, the age in the interstellar context does not warrant scrutiny. Her appearance suggests she is still in her 20s, and her doll-like attire seems entirely fitting, especially with her radiant golden hair. Her voice, moreover, is remarkable. Singers with mermaid genes are often exceptional in their higher ranges due to the distinct characteristics of their vocal cords, particularly among females. It is difficult for them to sing in lower registers, while belting high notes comes effortlessly. Were it not for the theme restrictions, Jiang Qin would have loved to see Yuji attempt a dolphin tone. Regrettably, This occasion mandates a specific theme. In truth, there are numerous dark theme songs, many superior to Tian Tang Dao Zhiga, but given that some of the lyrics are currently incomprehensible to interstellar beings, she opted against selecting them. The interstellar realm lacks the Sherlock Holmes mystery collections. Thus, if she had chosen that song, they would likely not comprehend the lyrics. However, what is truly outrageous is that the interstellar amusement parks feature no clowns or children's fairy tale books. Their playgrounds consist of shooting games against extraterrestrial beasts, immersive role-playing in scientific laboratories, intellectual challenges, and physical training obstacles. There are no traditional amusement parks, no merry-go-rounds, no clown performances, and certainly no magic shows. If one were to perform magic in front of an interstellar being, they might say the items must be concealed in a spatial button and retrieved from there. Thus, interstellar beings are essentially all magicians. Ding dong, you cannot escape. UG concludes this song with a chilling tone. The audience falls into a profound silence. Even the hosts remain momentarily stunned, glancing left and right, sensing as if a pair of eyes are watching them from behind. Only Jiang Qin appears fully aware, discerning the difference between the enchanting allure of the mermaid jeans and her own ability to soothe with mental energy. The captivating effect of UG's performance seems to fall short of her own. As anticipated, the remaining two-thirds of the votes are divided between Jiang Qin and UG, with Jiang Qin claiming 3/5 of the total. The atmosphere grows somber. The pressure mounts for the composers performing later in the lineup. The only way to surpass those with more votes is to achieve exceptionally high scores. Yet that is no easy feat. For every individual who remains on this stage, another must depart. In my opinion, the rankings should be based on performance. However, should they indeed follow performance, you would not be pleased, as if Jiang Qin and UG had been the first to perform. They could have amassed a staggering 50 million votes, and their scores have never fallen below 92, leaving little room for others to surpass. It ultimately boils down to talent. Those who performed later and scored well still managed to climb the rankings despite insufficient votes. Why not acknowledge that the theme and matching contestants can be quite challenging? Several normally competent composition instructors have been overshadowed by subpar teammates and themes they are ill-suited for. Weilan Xing. After watching, one must share their reflections and analyze the top-ranked songs. Thus, she has been compelled to witness Jiang Qin secure first place for 3 consecutive rounds. Now, seeing Jiang Qin claim first place once more elicits a complex emotional response. Recently, some classmates have been regarding her with different eyes, a mix of mockery and barely concealed disdain. She has even overheard some unflattering remarks, her greatest fear materializing as they compare her to Jiang Qin, deeming her inferior. Indeed, genetic traits seem to dictate fate, as Jiang Qin, even if cast away to a barren planet, remains extraordinary. It is said that she is an orphan, and Ms. Jiang Yulian, moved by her plight after losing her own daughter, took her in. Her father, a rather ordinary male, is Ms. Jiang Yulian's brother, while her mother hails from the lower echelons of Garbage Star. My goodness, no wonder I previously sensed an unpleasant odor when I was near her. Her genes are so inferior. Had Jiang Qin not gone missing, allowing her to ascend to the status of a Jiang family heiress, she would likely still be rummaging through Garbage Star for scraps. Please do not speak ill of her. After all, she is still a Jiang family heiress, and she possesses her own merits. At the very least, she is reasonably attractive. Contemplating these remarks sends Jiang Rumeng into a spiral of despair. Nonetheless, she must grit her teeth and continue her studies, striving for graduation. Otherwise, her future paths will become even narrower. Although her mother treats her well, she wields no power and possesses little intelligence. She is akin to a partner whose only obligation is to ensure her life is luxurious and abundant, offering no real support. Thus, Jiang Rumeng must pave her own way. To have the same person claim first place in every round, especially a bronze-level composer, is truly a slap in the face. We extend our gratitude to the 50 singers for their splendid performances, showcasing the talents of 50 composition teachers. First, we present the top performer of our third round. Indeed, it is our familiar friend, Miss Jiang Qin, alongside her partner, Miss UG. Let's welcome them to the stage with resounding applause. The first place truly belongs to the steadfast Jiang Qin, with an ever-changing array of partners. The second place is claimed by Mr. Jones and his partner, who lag by a mere 2 points. In third, we have Mr. Carl and his partner, Mr. Tsang Hong. To be honest, there are several songs that surpass the one composed by Carl, yet they fell short in the voting count, resulting in their lower placement. Had Carl not been the first to perform, the third position would undoubtedly not have been his. Miss Finland seems to struggle with dark-themed songs, securing only a 13th place with her partner. The composers from the Federation fared poorly, with Sheeny landing at 25th, barely making the cut, and Antonio at 28th. Another composer from Tianwen regrettably faced elimination due to a style that diverged from the theme, resulting in a significant point deduction. All three composers from Xingchen Entertainment remain in the competition. Among the four Cs, aside from Antonio, the other two faced elimination. Their works were not particularly outstanding, and due to their later performances, their scores were disappointingly low, with their vote counts being quite meager. With a stroke of luck, they might be selected each episode. Amidst the anxious gazes of the audience, two words slowly appeared: band. The host expressed surprise, exclaiming that the next theme would indeed be a band. His co-host chimed in, affirming that it was a first. It seems our audience is in for a treat next episode, as our 150 singers will take the stage together. Given the theme of a band, the pairing for the composers will shift from one partner to 5. Everyone gasped in astonishment. 5 partners? 3 days to form a band? What a devilishly challenging theme. While others remained in shock, Song Hong silently wished, the mastermind must assign me to Miss Jiang Qin. Upon hearing the host announce that the results were in, he dared not open his eyes to look. Instead, he anxiously peeked through a narrow slit to catch a glimpse of the names following first place. Ina, Xiu Dian, Song Hong, Durant, and Xu Rou. Song Hong's eyes flew open as he confirmed the names repeatedly, overwhelmed with joy. The mastermind truly favors him. Meanwhile, Yu Ji, who also wished to collaborate with Jiang Qin again, felt a twinge of regret. She longed to sing Jiang Qin's song again, not only out of admiration, but also because Jiang Qin had the highest chance of winning and the greatest popularity at present. Regrettably, they would be rivals in the next episode. Jiang Qin is such a person. As her teammate, one feels assured, yet as an opponent, it is utterly disheartening. Chapter 96. Learning instruments. Since this time the composers have 5 partners, there was no need for room reassignment. During breaks, the singers remained in their current rooms, only moving to the recording studio next to the composers when it was time to record. Ina, an elf singer, possessed an exquisite appearance with pointed ears, clearly marking her kinship with the orcs. Xiu Di inhaled from the mechanized race, easily identifiable by his distinctive mechanical hand. Song Hong was a familiar face. Trant, a male with merfolk genes from the Empire, was slightly less renowned than Yu Ji, though not from the same company. Zhu Du, a veteran diva from the Four Seas Entertainment, exuded a gentle demeanor, radiating a homely warmth. Although a large crowd often brings complications, everyone appeared quite amicable on the surface. They greeted Jiang Qin and then departed, interacting with her as they would with anyone else, seeming unfamiliar. At 5 in the morning, the 6 gathered in the recording studio. Considering everyone was tired and the group was large, Jiang Qin had not scheduled a sound check the previous night, opting instead for an early morning session. Thank you for your hard work. Due to the group collaboration theme, our time is quite limited. I hope you can understand. Yinasimide Genti, Meise Viang. We will follow your arrangements. We are capable. The others voiced no objections, as such situations were not uncommon. During busy times, they often lacked sleep, rushing from one engagement to another, but at least they had managed to rest. Very well. Let us proceed with the sound check, Jiang Qin began. Before we start, I must mention that with the band theme, not everyone may have the opportunity to sing. I need to assess your vocal compatibility. If it does not fit, I may select 1 or 2 lead singers. Furthermore, within these 3 days, will you be able to learn to play an ancient musical instrument? My expectations are modest. I simply require you to master the song proficiently. Jiang Qin believed that with diligent practice, even memorizing the sequence of notes should be achievable. However, recognizing that everyone is different, she remained uncertain if this method would suit all. None of the 5 singers could guarantee success. They could only tentatively reply. I will do my best, Xiu Dian said. I will cooperate to the best of my ability and hope to meet your expectations. Song Hong declared. I can practice without sleep. Trant thought that had he been assigned to Jiang Qin initially, he would have caused quite a fuss. However, now that he recognized her considerable talent, he begrudgingly expressed his intention to do his utmost. He did not mind learning an instrument, but he was dissatisfied with the notion that some among them might not get a chance to sing. To him, Among the five, only he, the merman orc, and the elf could truly compete. Shouldn't they be selected as the lead singers, pairing a male and female? On the surface, everyone appeared agreeable, with Chu Ro even less inclined to object. Most of the remaining individuals were older fans who had grown disenchanted with idol culture and had little time for data analytics. Thus, she found herself in a semi-retired state. Yet, there was no alternative as Four Seas Entertainment had far too few prominent singers. The higher-ups had also abandoned any hope of a comeback. Since they were destined to lose, there was no need to engage with currently popular artists. They simply let Chu Ro, who had faced criticism multiple times, take the stage. Having already borne the brunt of such criticism, another instance hardly mattered. Moreover, the present Chu Ro possessed little market value, and her contract was nearing expiration, rendering her a means of resource utilization in the eyes of Four Seas Entertainment. The five took turns entering the recording studio. Jiang Qin was already quite familiar with Song Hong's voice, yet she still followed through with the process. I have a general idea now. I will provide the sheet music in about an hour. In the meantime, familiarize yourselves with these instruments. Jiang Qin produced a drum set, guitar, bass, keyboard, and saxophone from her spatial pouch. Let us see if you can learn to play. If you can, I will compose the sheet music. If not, I will make adjustments. The five had no objections. Jiang Qin then began teaching them the basics, allowing them to practice Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star to get a feel for the instruments. The remainder of the time was spent in contemplation, as she needed to delay for an hour to maintain appearances. She endured until 50 minutes had passed before bringing the sheet music to the adjacent recording studio. Inside the studio, the sounds were rather chaotic. For the next stretch of time, Jiang Qin commenced teaching each of them how to play the new sheet music. The six labored diligently from dawn until 10 at night, sustaining themselves only with nutritional supplements and energizing potions. Ina, Song Hong, Trant, and Xiao, you four should practice a bit more tomorrow. It should be fine. The interstellar beings, with their quick minds and nimble bodies, could replicate the actions and melodies, achieving a fair level of proficiency. Thus, aside from a few rough edges, they faced no major issues. Only Chu Ro demonstrated a higher frequency of errors. However, Jiang Qin did not exert too much pressure on her. Chu Ro could practice again tomorrow, and if it truly did not work out, she would make some adjustments. Yet after the adjustments, her exposure might not be very favorable. Currently, her intention was to balance everyone's exposure. Being marginalized was not a favorable outcome for her. However, if she truly could not learn, there would be no other option. Her primary consideration was still the presentation of the song. Chu Ro pressed her lips together, fully aware of how the adjustments would be made. This was her only chance to turn around the negative reviews from the past. She had previously complained about the low caliber of the composers assigned to her, which had relegated her to obscurity. But now she had finally been assigned to a competent composer. Would she allow her own inadequacies to once again cast her as a peripheral character on stage? No, she was unwilling to accept that. At the age of only 63, she was far from retirement. She was still in her prime. Chapter 97. Believe in yourself. After mastering the instruments, the five of them dove into relentless practice, honing their vocal harmonies, sleeping only 3 hours to restore their energy and spirit. Upon observing their waning spirits, Jiang Qin stepped forward to take the guitar, saying, "You all should take a break. Let me soothe you for a moment." Chu Ro, indeed, could not hold on any longer. She was relying entirely on medication. Jiang Qin swiftly exchanged for the accompaniment of Believe in Yourself and played it directly. At that moment, she simply wished to sing this song. As she strummed the electric guitar, the pitch soared with excitement. How many times had sweat poured down and pain filled her memories? All because of unwavering belief that striving would lead to victory? The director of the live broadcast hesitated, unsure whether to turn off the stream. However, upon seeing the rising popularity in the live chat, he chose to keep it running. Since he had initiated a surprise live broadcast, it would inevitably expose the contestants' songs. Anyway, the contestants could not access the internet and therefore could not plagiarize. As for the risk of copyright infringement, there was no need for concern. As long as there were no issues of high similarity or inappropriate lyrics, the copyright could typically be secured within an hour. Always encouraging herself, she believed that success required hard work. The fervor surged on stage. At that moment, Jiang Qin, dressed casually, exuded an inexplicable charisma. Perhaps the song enhanced her allure, or perhaps it was the magnetism of focused individuals. Regardless, the audience in the live stream was captivated, especially by this electrifying song. Jiang Qin's spirit and energy radiated as she diligently worked. The entire recording studio was enveloped in her calming presence. If someone were to walk in at that moment, they might believe they had stumbled into a grand, soothing gathering. However, there were only 8 people in the studio: Jiang Qin, 5 singers, the director, and his assistant. Once this all passed, you would be the first. Believe in yourself. Add a leg of lamb to the director. The audience eagerly anticipated. It sounds so good. The director was indeed sneaky to conduct a surprise live broadcast, exposing the contestant songs, yet the viewers adored it and urged him to maintain momentum. With the sharing of the live stream, more and more people entered the chat. The Federation was once again astonished by this newcomer. Extreme comments under Taiwan Entertainment were largely deleted by the authors themselves, who sincerely apologized, stating, "I admit, my previous remarks were indeed excessive. This cannot entirely be blamed on me. I simply did not know Jiang Qin before. I believe that the small bar hindered Jiang Qin's progress. Had she debuted earlier, with her talents, she would have long been a pillar of the entertainment industry." A little-known fact: Jiang Qin was also a key performer at that small bar, as she was the only calming presence there. She had long stated that she would not leave the bar for at least a year. In summary, Tianwen Entertainment, you are quite impressive. You have an eye for talent. As of now, very few were still attacking Tianwen Entertainment, nor were they speculating whether Jiang Qin had any connections. Instead, praises poured in for Tianwen Entertainment, acknowledging their genuine efforts for the honor of the Federation. Under immense pressure, they steadfastly chose the most likely candidate to win. This was undoubtedly a gamble. In contrast, other companies, when faced with doubt and attacks that caused their stocks and reputations to plummet, would likely issue apologies and find scapegoats. Yet, Tianwen Entertainment did not. You can criticize all you want. The chosen candidate will not change. Amidst all the accolades, Lan Yuyin felt a sense of undeserved ease, while only the shareholders of Tianwen Entertainment felt the sting. Especially when old colleagues called to congratulate, it became awkward. After being soothed for 10 minutes, everyone in the recording studio felt rejuvenated. They did not think much of it, attributing it to fatigue, which made the sensation even more vivid. Like drinking water after being dehydrated, it was a source of life. The 2 females present did not sense anything unusual, as Chu Ro was merely a level 1 beastman female. She had pursued a singing career merely to find a way out. Meanwhile, Yaina, being of the elven race, did not possess spiritual power. They relied on racial talents and blood purity. All races lacked spiritual power but were not weak. Each had its unique racial abilities. For instance, the elven race excelled in agriculture, producing most of the natural plants on the market, which were extremely expensive. Thus, they could be considered one of the wealthiest races in the galaxy. The mechanical race was equally affluent, capable of creating many things that human technology could not. In summary, each race had its own strengths. However, they lacked spiritual power and did not suffer from spiritual disorders. Yet, they also exhibited symptoms of genetic collapse. Utilizing their innate abilities consumed their physical well-being. Hence, they generally refrained from using them. After all, overexertion could be fatal. Otherwise, the structure of the galaxy would likely change. Logically, the calming presence should not have affected Yaina, yet she felt considerably more energized. She attributed this to the invigorating effects of Jiang Qin's calming presence. Seeing that everyone was no longer so listless, Jiang Qin felt a sense of satisfaction. However, before continuing practice, she insisted on sending the director away. If the answers were revealed in advance, what surprises could there be later? Reluctantly, the director departed to surprise the next contestant. Once the irrelevant individuals left, Jiang Qin said, "Let us continue." The 5 resumed their rehearsal. It was feasible, but Jiang Qin did not support it. We could only practice for 2 more hours. Now was the time to prioritize protecting our voices. Chu Ro understood this principle and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I will listen to you." Believe in Yourself 0-Point Band, Chapter 98. Useless in the waiting room, Jiang Qin provided guidance as she supplied all the outfits and accessories. The required prestige points were not particularly high, as they were already renowned singers. Once they performed this song, their fans would likely contribute to Jiang Qin's prestige. This was akin to a hidden fee, which could not be disclosed, so she still needed to charge a nominal amount. After all, the outfits she provided were quite unique in the galaxy, made from high-quality materials. At that moment, Jiang Qin was helping Song Hong adjust her makeup. The physical features of interstellar beings were generally excellent, so their makeup skills were not as refined as those on Earth. They typically only applied makeup casually, merely enhancing their skin for the camera. Thus, she had to personally assist in adjusting the makeup. She remained oblivious to the shyness her proximity evoked, leaving Song Hong blushing throughout. He dared not meet Jiang Qin's gaze, fearing that any glance might reveal his feelings. Yet, even in this state of embarrassment, he felt his heart racing not in his chest, but lodged in his throat. Jiang Qin, however, was quite pleased as she admired Song Hong's striking appearance. He looked exceptional, undeniably cool. Next was Trent. Although somewhat aloof, he was not too difficult to engage with. Initially, he displayed a hint of impatience towards others. But over the course of 2 days, perhaps due to the intensity of their rehearsals, he had no time for emotions. It was also possible that he was taken aback by the fervent dedication of his peers. Regardless, his demeanor softened considerably, even offering some advice on high-pitched singing techniques. It was natural for someone of his talent and status to exhibit a bit of pride. What most inspired Jiang Qin was his flowing violet waves of hair. Wasn't he the very embodiment of a bassist from a comic book band stepping into reality? Thus, she promptly assigned him the role of bassist, while Song Hong would take on the drums. Of course, Jiang Qin's decisions were not solely based on appearances. She had other considerations as well. After 4 hours of makeup, they finally prepared themselves. 5 individuals, each with a distinct style of makeup. Let us go. The live stream is about to begin. Jiang Qin led the way to the composer's guest seat, dressed in a striking black leather off-shoulder jacket paired with a matching form-fitting skirt. Her hair was styled high, and her makeup was more pronounced than usual, effectively masking her previously frail appearance. At the start, the atmosphere in the venue was electrifying. The 30 to 20 elimination round, coupled with the unprecedented band theme, made for an exciting episode. The host delivered the opening remarks without further ado, swiftly proceeding to draw the performance order. Jiang Qin was momentarily stunned when she saw her number. 30. They were to be the grand finale. On Earth, only those with considerable skill would dare to close the show, but this was the interstellar realm where votes were not equal. Performing last meant they would only receive the scraps. Among the waiting singers, there was a collective sense of dread. The grand finale. This was no longer merely about skill. It was about how many votes they could retain, entirely dependent on the strength of their opponents. If the competition was too formidable, the remaining votes would likely consist only of their most devoted fans. With 100 million spectators present, who could guarantee how many of their fans would actually show up and how many would remain steadfast against others' charms? Having witnessed previous rounds, it was evident that numerous fans had switched allegiance right there on site. While the mood was somewhat somber, they recognized that misfortune was beyond their control. Acceptance was the only option. Moreover, singers would not be eliminated. As long as they performed exceptionally well, they could still break through. After all, it was only the composers who truly cared about the votes. Just as they glimpsed a sliver of hope, despair loomed once more. How could anyone in the top 30 lack talent? What chance did the final performers have? Beyond the top 10? It was likely that those who performed later would have few votes left, if any. This was fairness. They lacked votes and could only compete based on scores. The program's approach was reasonable. The top 10 were judged on scores and popularity, while those behind them were evaluated solely on points. The rationale shared by those upstairs almost convinced me. Fairness? The Empire is clearly targeting our Federation, perhaps even manipulating the outcomes. While most were furious, a few remained lucid. The Federation was outraged, as were the supporters of those previously eliminated. How hypocritical. When she consistently ranked high, why did you remain silent? If it were not her, it would be someone else. Why should others have the privilege of closing when she could not? If you lack skill, withdraw from the competition instead of nitpicking. One might think the championship was reserved for your family. The director backstage could hardly contain his laughter. However, his amusement was short-lived. The first band to perform delivered an utterly chaotic song. Even Jiang Qin was taken aback. Was this truly a band? Overlapping notes, jumbled lyrics, and an alarming pitch for the next performer? The next singer, clearly unskilled in high notes, completely faltered. The judges silently marked them down with low scores. The audience showed no inclination to vote. Some even felt this was a form of psychological assault, suggesting a thorough investigation. If the first band's performance was an anomaly, The second and third exhibits of disarray were not mere coincidences, but rather indicative of a concerning average. 3 days may not seem long, but hardly excuses such disarray. Viewers were aware that some composers might struggle with inspiration until the final day, but they deemed that no justification. If others could succeed, then why could you not? Thus, the live chat was rife with scorn. How laughable! What kind of band performs at such a level? Had they simply chosen 5 singers to perform together, it likely would not have been so disastrous. With such a performance, do they even dare to seek votes? They might as well offer the audience some compensation for medical expenses. Jiang Qin thought to herself, I offered them a chance, yet they proved ineffective. Chapter 99. Is it a boy band or a band? The first 3 performances were akin to wrecking the stage. The subsequent acts included a few decent groups, at least adhering to a standard of competence. While the compositions lacked standout qualities, the singers' cooperation was commendable compared to the chaotic earlier performances, making them somewhat listenable. However, the audience remained dissatisfied. This was a selection for the top 20, not merely the top 100. If it were the latter, even average performances could pass as long as they were fundamentally sound, without glaring flaws. But this was the top 20, from the multitude of races across the galaxy. How could only 20 uninspired individuals be chosen? Consequently, the judges and audience grew increasingly critical. After 7 or 8 performances, very few votes had been cast. Not a single group had received a score exceeding 90. Both the judges and the audience present were rational. If the top 10 of this round did not achieve at least 90 points, it would be a true spectacle. Was it really so difficult to perform a song as a band? Or were these composers merely subpar? And the singers, each a superstar, what on earth were they singing? Let us not be overly harsh. Perhaps 3 days was simply too brief. Indeed, our idols only received the compositions from the composers that very morning. How could they possibly rehearse? In such circumstances, merely memorizing the sheet music and lyrics was a remarkable feat. This situation persisted until the finished master-esque composition was unveiled, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Compared to the other groups, this one was truly exquisite. The Finnish team had assembled 5 male singers, selecting only one as the main vocalist, while the other 4 served as backup dancers and occasional harmonizers. Frankly, such an arrangement could yield quick results, though it was not without its challenges. Primarily, she had to ensure that the singers willingly adhered to her vision. After all, this arrangement relegated 4 individuals to mere background roles. All shared equal status, each vying for exposure. Who would willingly become the mere supporting cast? Yet, they had the power to disrupt. A single unexpected performance mishap could serve as retribution against the composer. As previously stated, the singers did not require votes. Their goal was visibility. If a win-win scenario was unattainable, why would they strive to be the good ones? This is also the reason why the previously performed teams appeared so chaotic. No one was willing to play a supporting role. Therefore, the fact that such a team could be hastily formed is quite commendable. The only flaw, perhaps, lies in the unrefined dance skills of the 4 accompanying dancers. Nevertheless, Finland received a low score, as the main judge determined that they did not align with the theme, resulting in a poor evaluation. Even with the support of judges and the audience, the score could not be significantly raised. Jiang Qin had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. After all, how could a singing and dancing performance be classified as a band? That would be referred to as a boy band. The interstellar performers had abandoned instruments for far too long and had no understanding of what a band truly entailed. In their eyes, it might simply be a collection of 35 singers, each singing a few lines and dancing, which they considered a band. As it stands, none of the 10 teams that have performed thus far used any instruments. Frankly, she felt secure. Even if her team was the last to perform and received little audience support, the foundational scores from the judges would ensure her ranking would not be too low. Up to this point, the audience votes had only decreased by 2 million. Finland itself garnered 13 million votes, while the other teams combined only received 7 million. If the subsequent teams maintain such a level, it is highly likely that a considerable number of audience votes will remain unutilized. She still had a chance to achieve a high score. Time passed slowly. All right, I declare this elimination round a complete failure. A few performances were decent, yet they fell far beneath the public's expectations. No wonder they had never drawn this theme before. It was indeed challenging. At this moment, I only hold some anticipation for the teams of Jones and Jiang Qin, as the others simply fail to captivate my ears. Here comes the team of Teacher Jones. Jones is the 22nd performer, quite late in the lineup. His team takes the stage, consisting of 2 female singers and 3 male singers. The 2 female lead vocalists and the 3 male members surprisingly wield interstellar synthesizer instruments. These instruments can be described as mindless to play. Each key produces a predetermined synthesized sound, and once the score is set, lights illuminate the corresponding keys according to the score. The performer merely needs to press the keys as they light up, reminiscent of a mobile game from Earth. In the interstellar realm, these instruments are often toys for children. Few would expend effort on such childish and simplistic devices. Thus, when the audience sees the instruments in their hands, the surprise is palpable, and many even suspect that Jones is intentionally being dismissive. However, upon concluding their performance, the main judge awarded a commendable score. Tonight, it was the only score close to 90, achieving a high of 85. The audience was in an uproar. Why did Jones receive such a high score? Wasn't his performance comparable to that of the Finnish Masters team? Not only that, but Jones did not incur any deductions for not adhering to the theme, whereas all preceding teams had lost points. It seems that in this round, Teacher Jones will secure the first place. Indeed, our Empire's composer is formidable. The earlier participants could not even reach 80 points. Perhaps not, as Jiang Qin has yet to perform. As for the other composers, they have been utterly disregarded. The host seems to understand the crowd well. Many must be eagerly awaiting our closing act. So, let us welcome Miss Jiang Qin's band to the stage. The wild and spirited Song Hong, the elegant and charming Trant, the pigtail-wearing Ina, the leather-skirted Chu Ro, and the gentle yet slightly sassy Hiu Dain. 5 stylishly dressed and distinctively styled handsome men and women take the stage. Once on stage, the instruments they prepared are raised from below. Song Hong sits behind the drums. Tran embraces the bass, while Ina holds a guitar at the forefront. Chu Ro serves as the keyboardist, and Hiu occupies the far left with a saxophone. In their minds, they resonate with a singular thought. This is the essence of a true band. How can a band exist without instruments? Thus, even though Jones merely utilized a simplified version of instruments, he still received points for adhering to the theme. However, the moment they truly heard the live sound of real instruments, they comprehended the vast difference between genuine instruments and synthesized sounds. Amidst the throngs of people, there is you, there is me, encountering one another, getting to know each other, and honing our talents. Amidst the throngs of people, it is you, it is me, pretending to be upright and wearing smiles. As Hiu's slightly wild and raspy voice emerged, the true essence of a band was finally captured. You need not say too much. You know exactly what you seek. There's no need to care excessively or feel sorrow. One day, you'll understand me. In the second round of lyrics, as the pitch lowers, Chu Ro takes over. Amidst the throngs of people, I see you again, equally enchanting, equally beautiful, gradually relaxing, gradually letting go. The husky singing style of the female voice is equally captivating, offering a different charm from the male voice. Ina's voice possesses distinctive characteristics, with a smoky timbre capable of hitting high notes, perfectly complementing Hiu's raspy singing style. The entire stage exudes a wild yet elegant ambience, reminiscent of the Beast Prince from a story, filled with power yet retaining beauty. This unique blend of raw energy without breaking pitch has pioneered a new genre in the interstellar music scene. Not to mention the audience in the live stream. The spectators on site could hardly contain their ecstatic screams and cheers. To hell with keeping calm. It was impossible to remain composed. Hiu, you are so handsome. Oh my, Nana, you are killing it tonight. Trant, charming Trant, the wild and romantic man, I wish to marry you. San Hong. The once fallen diva has transformed into the flower of the band. Jiang Qin, what other surprises do you have in store for us? Jiang Qin, my goddess. Miss Jiang Qin, I want to have your children. If that's not possible, I am willing to have children with your brothers, uncles, and cousins. Veda seizes every opportunity, continuously snapping countless beautiful pictures. The Jiang fans on site are equally fervent, waving colorful support banners that nearly get snatched away by the newly fervent fans nearby. Sister, give me the support banner. I am strong enough to shake it into a blur. Hand it over. I want Jiang Qin to see me. From this day forth, I am a Jiang Tang. When Jiechi clutches her colorful glow stick tightly, fearing it might be taken from her. She truly cannot shake it into a blur. But no one can take away her identity as a fan. The atmosphere is so vibrant that even Jiang Qin feels a bit overwhelmed. If only she had let Hiyu and Trent showcase their abs and flaunt themselves a bit more, the excitement would have reached new heights. Of course, that is merely a thought. In the interstellar realm, masculinity is heavily emphasized. After 3 days of collaboration, none of the 3 male members had spent time alone with her. Even during regular communication, they maintained a respectful distance. Undoubtedly, Wu Dizirong received the highest score of the night from the main judge, a remarkable 93 points. The points deducted were due to the singer's issues. The hastily formed team had flaws, even though they were all talented singers who practiced diligently. The song did not achieve a perfect score, but it was rated highly. After deducting for the shortcomings, the final score of 93 still represented an excellent achievement. Had the song not been of such quality, it likely would have incurred further deductions. In truth, Jiang Qin had initially contemplated many songs suitable for a band. After all, there are numerous rock bands on Earth, and she suspected she could never exhaust the song library of the system's marketplace. For example, she thought of some renowned foreign bands. However, Song Hong and the others did not speak any minority languages, and currently, many in the interstellar realm wouldn't understand them either. Even among the Federation, few could comprehend it, let alone those from the Empire and other races. Thus, she chose Federation language, the former national language. In this regard, her mind immediately turned to the Black Panther Band, especially the song Wu Dizirong. It was a highly popular song from that era. Had she been born in that time, she would likely have been a girl with a passion for rock music, because there were simply too many outstanding bands at that time. Undoubtedly, Jiang Qin once again claimed the top position. No one could impede her ascent, unless she encountered a theme she was not adept at. The question remained, what exactly was she not proficient in? Among the current themes, even seasoned composers had their weaknesses. Yet, Jiang Qin flawlessly completed each performance, consistently achieving high scores. Even her rivals, at this moment, refrained from uttering any envious remarks, silently applauding her success. When a competitor is so exceptional that they evoke admiration, it becomes challenging to harbor resentment. All that remains is respect. People are naturally drawn to strength. The host swiftly announced the top 3. Jiang Qin in first place, Jones in second, and the diminutive yet remarkable Finnish composer in third. Master Carl suffered a significant defeat, landing in 10th place. Anton from the Federation advanced to the 20th position, while Sheeny, in 23rd place, regrettably exited. Starry Entertainment faced complete annihilation. This year's elimination rate for the Federation was higher than in previous years. A single band theme nearly led to the Federation's total downfall, leaving only Jiang Qin standing. The people of the Federation exclaimed how fortunate they were. No, I must go support Tianwen Entertainment again. It was hard to imagine the embarrassment the Federation would have faced had Jiang Qin been replaced. Most likely, they would have been ridiculed by the Empire for 3 more years. 3 years, indeed, is an eternity. There are no what-ifs. We should celebrate and congratulate Jiang Qin on her triumphant return to the top. Congratulations to Jiang Qin for again taking first place. On stage, Jiang Qin smiled softly. Her emotions seemed never particularly intense, as if she perpetually maintained an unwavering confidence. Lan Yuyin gently extended his hand, touching the visage displayed on the luminous screen from afar. Tonight, she appeared somewhat fiery, a stark contrast to her usual endearing demeanor. Like the sun and the moon, 2 opposing sides. Which side is truly you? Lan Yuyin felt a sense of loss of control. Initially, he merely admired Jiang Qin. However, at some point, he found himself unable to resist wondering what she was doing. If she was well, and whether this theme would pose a challenge for her. Would she be disappointed if she did not win? Perhaps from the moment he began to pay attention to her, his gaze could no longer be averted. After the congratulatory remarks concluded, amidst the silent or defeated gazes of all the composers, the host drew the theme for the next elimination round. The large screen displayed, classical. This classical theme was intriguing. Ancient melodies or even songs from the early 21st century could be deemed classical. How to define ancient style depended on the analysis of the central brain. Thus, those who opted for pop music faced a risk. They themselves might struggle to discern whether their work aligned with the theme style. In their eyes, Jiang Qin's previously released songs also fell into the classical category. Nevertheless, Jiang Qin was free from such concerns. Once the theme was chosen, the random pairing of teammates commenced. Jiang Qin's partner bore an unfamiliar name, She had not previously noticed this individual, Ethan. This time, she had only one teammate, thus acquiring a neighbor. As per usual, they practiced late into the night. His technique was commendable, and his emotional delivery, while singing, was also impressive. The only shortcoming, which could also be considered strength, was his enthusiasm in stark contrast to her more subdued demeanor. He treated her with utmost respect and even showered her with compliments. Before leaving, he kindly urged Jiang Qin to rest early. This was a treatment Jiang Qin had never experienced before. It was evident that status changed with ability. Initially, no one had faith in her. They believed she had merely been sent to gain prestige, assuming that even the most talented could only last 2 or 3 rounds. To their surprise, she had decisively surpassed a host of long-established composers. In the 3 days that followed, everyone was busy practicing. This time, Song Hong was not matched up, so he had no opportunity to perform. He wanted to drop by, but feared being suspected of gathering intelligence or wasting Jiang Qin's time, so he ultimately refrained. Without access to his light brain, he had not added Jiang Qin as a friend, leaving him somewhat anxious. Would she refuse to befriend him because Tianwen Entertainment and Starry Entertainment were competitors? Despite his unease, he remained undeterred. Work was certainly less important than pursuing a relationship with her. He truly wished to be Jiang Qin's companion, even if just a fraction of her life. Jiang Qin, oblivious to his feelings, remained wholly focused on her career. She practiced diligently with Ethan for 3 days. His vocal range lacked any distinctive qualities, and he struggled to reach high notes. Thus, she too would take to the stage this time. At 6 p.m., the online viewership soared to 3 billion, the maximum capacity for the live stream, not accounting for interstellar populations. The audience on-site was electrified. The top 10 would advance to the finals. The outcome was already apparent. Indeed, it seemed that only Jiang Qin from the Federation would make it to the top 10, while the 5 composers from the Empire would all qualify, leaving 4 spots for 2 from the Elven race and 2 from other races. Thus, this year, the Federation appeared rather weak, with only Jiang Qin emerging. If Jiang Qin were to secure the championship, the Met competition next year would likely not be as humiliating. The robots would presumably undergo some alterations as well. Certainly, the Federation was home to talented individuals, yet they lacked access to materials, rendering them unable to produce many items. Should Jiang Qin win the championship, the Federation could increase its purchasing quota by 10%. The Empire's upper echelons were perhaps too arrogant to gamble on such a situation. Typically, the Champions faction would only see an increase in funds available for purchase. For instance, what could originally buy 10 million in core energy mines could be augmented by 1 million. 1 billion would also add million. The increase in funding was fixed. However, the Empire might have underestimated the Federation, or perhaps they genuinely wished to provide the Federation, also a beastman tribe, with a glimmer of hope. After all, a betting scheme had been established from the outset. This was why the Federation took every industry so seriously. This time, Tianwen Entertainment chose Jiang Qin, and the Federation government had also taken notice of the controversies online, inquiring about them. Under Tianwen Entertainment's earnest assurances, they ceased further questioning. After all, such matters could be coerced into a rough direction. Becoming overly fixated on minor issues could easily provoke others. Consequently, as long as they did not select 3 rookies, the Federation would not intervene. While netizens engaged in discussions, the host had already drawn the performance order. Jiang Qin would be the first to perform. A multitude of composers felt as if the sky had fallen. It was over. They had no votes left. How could it be that she was to perform first again? Do not panic. The audience likely would not immediately cast all their votes for her. They would surely consider the subsequent performers. But what if the majority of tonight's audience were her fans? What then? Fear not. If you lack votes, others do as well. On the bright side, perhaps her partner would be nervous. Her prowess did not guarantee that every partner assigned to her would be equally talented. The nearby composers contemplated this as well. Jiang Qin was not afraid to perform first, but that did not mean her partner was unafraid. It is well known that the first performer often bears the most pressure and must contend with a score control situation. If their performance is not particularly stunning, the majority of the audience would likely choose to reserve their votes, waiting for the subsequent performers. The judges would be similar, unless one truly dazzled them. They would only award a standard score. Of course, this did not apply to Jiang Qin, due to her exceptional performances in previous rounds. Even if she were to deliver a mediocre performance this time, the judges would likely bestow upon her a commendable score. Nonetheless, hope remained. As the audience anticipated her partner Isong's nervous blunders, they were astonished to see Jiang Qin take the stage herself. The composers fell silent, already foreseeing the significant loss of votes that would ensue. Clad in a delicate pink tang, dynasty Hanfu, with a guzheng cradled in her arms, Jiang Qin graced the stage, accompanied by Isong, who donned a black robe adorned with golden embroidery. Both were dressed in traditional attire, embellished with seemingly opulent jewelry. Particularly striking was Jiang Qin, whose hair was adorned with golden hairpins and jeweled ornaments, her makeup vibrant and charming. Isong's robe featured an embroidered golden dragon, his long hair tied high with a golden crown and a dragon-shaped jade pendant hung at his waist. While ordinary clothing might suffice, such intricately crafted ancient garments were treasures she could not bear to relinquish, especially to outsiders. As preparations concluded, the stage lights dimmed. The holographic projection unveiled a luxurious, vintage palace. Jiang Qin's fingers were exquisite, slender, and fair, accentuated by a carefully applied, nude pink nail polish, resembling a work of art. No hand controller could resist the allure of such beautiful hands, especially when playing the guzheng. With a mere strum, all eyes were drawn to her hands, diverting attention from her visage. As she commenced the prelude, Isong began to sing. The snowflakes of that year fell as plum blossoms bloomed by the Huaqing pool that year. Too many sorrows were left behind. Let not one speak of right or wrong in love. The lyrics were beautiful, the scenery enchanting, and the melody captivating. Isong's voice was devoid of flaw, his singing technique adequate, though somewhat lacking in fervor. Over the past 3 days, Jiang Qin had diligently trained him on the nuanced vocal transitions at the end of each line. For someone unacquainted with this genre, it posed a challenge. Unable to comprehend the necessity for such transitions, Jiang Qin tirelessly taught him, employing dramatic intonations to guide him until he finally grasped the technique. As snowflakes began to drift down upon the stage, falling delicately on Jiang Qin, one could envision the favored concubine of an emperor, braving the winter to present her most beautiful self. Just as the audience expected the song to remain a serene and lovely affair, Jiang Qin's voice resonated. Love and hate can change in an instant. Raising a cup to the moon, my feelings for you are as profound as the heavens. Intoxicated in the embrace of the sovereign, the judges, captivated, straightened in their seats, while the audience gasped in awe. What was this? A celestial melody had emerged so unexpectedly. The contrast was overwhelming. Following the dramatic shift, Isong continued to sing with heartfelt emotion. The golden hairpin and jade comb were gifts you bestowed upon me. What began as a simple yet elegant song now seemed infused with a soul, rich with narrative depth. To aid the audience in understanding the lyrics, Jiang Qin had once again included annotations in the background projection. The Ancient Culture Research Institute was fervently transcribing the verses. Oh my, such an abundance of ancient phrases. They were utterly perplexed by how the ancients could convey so much through such concise and beautiful language. It was difficult to fathom how cultured those people must have been, their expressions of art flowing effortlessly from their lips. Unlike their own simple observations, the flowers here are lovely, or that couple seems quite affectionate. Yet the ancients could compose poetry and lyrics inspired by such observations. Certainly, their external aid, teacher Jiang Qin, was formidable. A true child of destiny among the ancients. Teacher, do you think Miss Jiang Qin's references to the Tang dynasty pertain to the ancient era? They pondered. Does she possess knowledge of that dynasty? Could we invite her to enlighten us further? The ancient professor concurred that the lyrics referenced the historical Tang dynasty, suggesting that this song might recount a tale from that era. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin was immersed in her guzheng performance, enchanted by the myriad instruments she adored. At no moment had she ever felt her singing to be superfluous. Even Isong's part had transformed into the most anticipated segment, for after he sang, the dramatic intonations would follow. Jiang Qin's spiritual essence emerged once more, though its soothing presence hardly made an impact in front of 1 billion viewers. The audience interpreted her apparent rapture as a sign of her spirit being overwhelmed, lost in the resonance of the song. The listeners had no time to entertain thoughts of concern, ridicule, or prejudice. Until the final note rang out, they remained entranced, having momentarily witnessed an emperor of antiquity reveling with his seemingly intoxicated beloved in a lavish palace. The realization that the favored concubine was merely one among the emperor's 3,000 beauties stirred their hearts. The sight of Jiang Qin in her splendid attire elicited a sense of bittersweet longing. Such beauty deserved the world's adoration, although her soothing presence may have waned. Jiang Qin's voice continued to evoke profound empathy. At that moment, those present wished fervently to be that emperor, while Jiang Qin embodied the cherished concubine. They would shower her with unparalleled affection. Fortunately, they were not emperors. Otherwise, they would likely succumb to romantic folly, leaving a legacy of infamy. Yet, there were merits to such folly, for Jiang Qin's votes surged, surpassing 30 million, ultimately settling at over 43 million. The judges collectively awarded scores exceeding 90. The chief judge also granted a remarkable score of 97. The final average score was 96. How could one possibly compare? One individual had nearly captured half the total votes. The average score approached perfection. Had it not been for a judge's score control, she might have achieved a staggering 99. All the composers wore expressions devoid of emotion, unable to muster even a hint of a smile, despite the cameras being focused upon them. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were entertained. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought Mr. Carl would face this day? Last time, he was insufferably arrogant. As an imperial citizen, I must admit I could find no fault in this song. The theme struck true, the use of ancient instruments added merit, and the unique vocal intonations complemented the performance. While Isong may not have shone brightly, he certainly did not hinder the performance, making it difficult for Jiang Qin to miss out on high scores. The first place of this round had been established. In all honesty, the ancient style was Jiang Qin's realm of comfort. Who could forget her exquisite Qinghua Ci, along with the stunning Marin Yin and Dinu Hua that had been shared across the Federation? Those three songs, too, were remarkable in their incorporation of elements from ancient times. Bai Mufeng gazed at the resplendent figure on stage, momentarily entranced. Beside him sat two close friends, Lan Xiaoyu and Gu Tianyu. The last time they were at the bar, Gu Tianyu had subconsciously transformed into his beast form after hearing her sing, prompting them to realize this female was indeed extraordinary. However, due to concerns for their friend, they had hastily departed the bar. Following a health check and receiving an urgent mission, they had to leave the Azure Star. Little did they anticipate that they would once again hear her name in the Empire. They managed to secure 3 tickets through their connections, intending to further investigate. Yet, at that moment, no one recalled their purpose for being there. Even those who were not avid music enthusiasts found themselves enraptured by the aesthetic experience. Her enchantment remained as powerful as ever. However, among the 10 composers who ultimately advanced, most indeed possess genuine talent. Only Jiang Qin remains from the Federation, while the Empire boasts Karl, Jones, Finland, Liszt, and Alikuk. The elves are represented by Yilin and Iza, the mechanicals by Amos, and the aquatic by Haining. The proportions alone reveal that the pride of the Empire is not blind arrogance, but rather a confidence rooted in formidable strength. This can also be referred to as a ranking competition, apart from the scoring still being overseen by the mainframe and audience. External spectators are also allowed to participate in the voting. The votes from the audience within the venue are no longer restricted to 1 per person. They can cast a vote for any performance they favor. The host is currently drawing the theme. Let us see what the theme for the next round is. The grand screen displays the final result. Rap. Ah, it is rap, one of the less common themes in recent years, promising yet another eagerly anticipated challenge. The female host cheerfully announces, as time has passed, everyone has awakened from Jiang Qin's stage. Upon hearing this theme, opinions vary. Some are excited, while others are not particularly fond of it. Rap? It sounds awful, akin to chanting scriptures. I think it's really cool. I quite like it. The lyrics are just too bizarre. There can't be many fans of it in our empire, while the Federation seems to enjoy it more. Especially among the Federation's ethnic minorities, who particularly favor such songs. If you don't like it, it's simply because you don't understand. Rap is incredibly cool. However, it seems that Qin Bao has never composed in this style. She likely won T farewell, right? Haha. Finally, there is something Jiang Qin isn't proficient at. Let us prevent the Federation from securing a top 3 position, and don't vote for her. Exactly. Let us cast our votes for the Empire's composers. None of you wish to see the Federation becoming arrogant, do you? You are truly despicable. When Shuali angrily typed this line of comments, she then called upon her companions. Expressing her grievances, What should we do? Those imperial folks will certainly not vote for Qin Bao. There's nothing we can do but urge our Federation members to support her. Statistically speaking, the Federation has a larger population. However, a significant portion consists of half-beasts and pure humans, along with some elderly and infirm. It's uncertain whether they even possess a light brain, let alone the ability to vote. Moreover, the Empire not only has its own population, but also many supporting races. In previous years, the number of votes for Federation composers entering the top 10 has consistently been less than that for Empire composers. In truth, when Xueli could accept that Jiang Qin is not the champion, but she cannot abide by the notion that it is not due to the opponent's strength. Alas, popularity is also a part of the competition. I made my decision. A fire ignited within when Xueli. Let us go to the impoverished areas to rally votes. Her companions swiftly dissuaded her. Lily, that is far too dangerous. Indeed, the people in the slums can be quite volatile. I fear something might go awry. How about this? You don't go. We will handle it. We could bring a batch of low-grade nutrient solutions there. For every vote. We'll give them 5 as a gift. Citizens without a light brain can still access the government-provided StarNet halls for internet use. These are akin to internet cafes, but are governed by the government, with a limit of 3 sessions per person each month, and each session lasting 1 hour, serving to facilitate those without light brains. Thus, they can certainly engage in some transactions with these individuals. The benefit of 5 nutrient solutions is already a reasonable price, and they can afford it using star coins. After all, it's merely 100 star coins per person each time. Upon hearing this, when Xueli immediately agreed, she transferred funds to her companions and instructed, you should split up to handle this. Try to gather as many people as possible. As the voting window is only open for 2 hours, why are you giving me star coins? As your companions, is it wrong for us to spend a little money to make you happy? That's different. As your companion, it is expected that I spend your money, but now I wish to spend for my idol. That is my intention. When Xueli was not lacking in funds, as a Class A female, she already had 5 companions, fulfilling her marriage quota, and the Federation pays her a monthly bonus. Occasionally, she also takes on ordinary soothing jobs, so she's quite financially secure. Not to mention, her companions provided her with a dowry when they married her. Furthermore, she receives monthly household contributions and pocket money. One could say that as a Class A female in a galaxy, as long as expenditures are not outrageous, she would not find herself in poverty. All right, let us hurry and get to work. Her companions were easily encouraged. With a single phrase, they cast aside their discontent and enthusiastically set out to conduct serious business. Meanwhile, when Xueli shared this method in the group and stated, partners from other cities or planets who wish to help but are financially constrained may contact me. I can still support an additional 30 million portions of nutrient solutions and star coins. Instantly, wealthy fans began to emerge in the group. I'm in Goliner City. I'll take care of the impoverished area here. I'm in the central city of Fire Planet. I'll handle the slum area in this city as well. I'm in by Huxing. I'll cover all urban areas of this planet. Contact me if you have time to assist. One after another, more and more individuals stepped forward to offer their support. Wen Jiechi marked a personal name and their designated area on the map displayed on her light brain. Then she shared this map in the fan group. Everyone should be aware of our Federation's laws, right? I believe no one would risk breaking the law for such a trivial matter. Every registered citizen has a chip implanted at birth. This chip is generally inactive, only being utilized in cases of crime or disappearance. Coupled with the Sky Eye system, the risks of criminal activity are extremely high. Although when Jichi felt that there shouldn't be anyone so foolish as to gamble their life for a small amount of nutrient solutions, one can never be too sure. There may be those who are driven mad by poverty or blinded by greed, so she needed to articulate her warnings in advance. Chapter 104, Semifinals. At this moment, Jiang Qin was still unaware that her piece had not yet been finalized while her fans had already garnered hundreds of millions of votes for her. In addition to mobilizing those without light brains offline, online appeals were equally robust. Prominent streamers like Nziu directly hosted live streams to rally their fans. Major bloggers similarly posted to solicit votes, with titles clearly stating, "Contribute to the honor of the Federation." Even Mr. Carl from the Empire, despite having secured numerous championships, has seen fluctuations in his rankings during this time. One can only imagine how formidable Jiang Qin's talent must be. We cannot allow her to lose in popularity voting. Everyone must believe that united, our federation is certainly no less than the Empire. Even if you are a hater of Jiang Qin in the face of a greater cause, please remain rational. Let us pause our infighting and unite against external challenges. This was the post shared by Ning Feiyu on the forum. Since becoming a fan of Jiang Qin, he has rarely engaged in evaluating music and film works, fearing that a sharp criticism might lead some to blame Jiang Qin, especially since everyone is aware that he is a devoted fan of hers. Thus, his account fell silent. Many fans have unfollowed and departed, while others have joined him in the whirlpool of Jiang Qin's fandom. Currently, his account is filled solely with content related to Jiang Qin, such as sharing her new songs or videos, along with beautiful images he obtained from a group. In fact, he is presently within the Empire and has successfully secured a ticket to watch the semifinals. However, his filming skills are quite inferior to those of the various fan representatives in the group, so he can only share their works. Jiang Qin's partner for the semifinals is, by fortunate chance, a newcomer from Tianwen Entertainment. To be honest, although she does not wish to make malicious assumptions, she has developed a habit of considering all matters from the worst perspective. At such a crucial moment, even a minor misstep with an unfamiliar partner could easily cause her to falter. In fact, if the theme were not rap, she would have confidently performed solo. However, the genre is rap, which does not suit her voice, and she is not particularly skilled in it. Although rap may sound simple, delivering it well is far from easy. Naturally, if her partner also struggles, she would have to take the lead. It is better to play it safe than to err, as long as she avoids mistakes. There remains a possibility of improving her score by the finals. Thus, over the past 3 days, she has been practicing diligently with her partner. Fortunately, Fu Jie is an enthusiast himself. The rap genre, while not mainstream in the current interstellar music scene, has seen him dabble in it. Having learned from a vocal instructor who shares his passion, he has been exposed to it quite a bit, but due to constraints from his company and manager, he has only been able to enjoy it privately. This time, he finds the opportunity to perform openly on stage exhilarating, and he is very cooperative, following Jiang Qin's directives without question, practicing until she nods in approval. His attitude alone is commendable, and his voice, characterized by a captivating youthful timbre, complements hers remarkably well. As the 3 days passed, all composers were engrossed in their work, with no time to investigate each other's compositions or engage in socializing. However, they unanimously sought out the singers who had not been selected for this round, avoiding the 10 chosen performers. Both Sang Hong and Yu Ji felt quite frustrated for not being selected this time, particularly Yu Ji, who had aimed to tackle challenging pieces but had ended up sitting out for 3 rounds. If she were not chosen next time, she would truly consider making a scene. The cameras occasionally panned to the guest seats, capturing Jiang Qin's appearance. Dressed in a stylish black women's suit with a slightly disheveled tie and streaked hair, she looked remarkably cool. Her attire was chosen in preparation for accompanying Fu Jie on stage, while also asserting her presence. Soon, the performance order was revealed, with Jiang Qin and Fu Jie slated to appear third. The first to take the stage was Mr. Carl and his partner, a male singer from the same company and his former championship partner. One cannot deny Mr. Carl's fortunate circumstances this round, performing alongside a familiar face. As a powerful rhythmic introduction filled the air, a dapper figure clad in semi-metallic attire leaped onto the stage, surrounded by dancers who moved in sync. The interplay of vibrant lights created a dazzling spectacle. His mixed-language rap, while unconventional, was fresh enough to garner praise. The prowess of Master Carl is beyond question. He simply had not taken it seriously until now. One female fan, dancing exuberantly, was quite the spectacle. Can one truly claim he was not earnest? It should be noted that Jiang Qin dominated the current charts with numerous tracks, earning substantial points. But what does that matter? The latecomers often surpass the established ones. Can you grasp that? The atmosphere in the live broadcast was charged, and the director was pleased. Over time, viewers lost patience and opted to wait until the semifinals to cast their votes, unlike this year, where anticipation for a twist kept everyone glued to each episode, despite the lack of any actual surprises. However, there were still 2 rounds left, and hope remained. This year likely marks the most united voting season for the citizens of the Empire, especially compared to the survival broadcasts later in the year. The Empire's hot topics were dominated by discussions about Jiang Qin, with whispers suggesting that the Federation was poised to dethrone the Empire's musical dominance. Such assertions would surely provoke the pride of any self-respecting citizen of the empire. Consequently, many attended specifically to witness the female artist they believed could threaten the empire's musical standing. When the camera focused on Jiang Qin, the empire's audience scrutinized her closely. This is the female from the Federation said to have the potential to topple our empire's music scene. She appears so delicate and unimpressive. I fear that if I criticize her, she might report me in tears. Can someone so young truly compose so many songs? I cannot believe this young female surpasses Mr. Carl and Mr. Jones. Perhaps the theme simply aligned fortuitously for those who were prepared. It is laughable that anyone would accuse Jiang Qin of purchasing songs. They simply cannot bear to lose. Losing to the Empire is expected, while winning must be attributed to cheating. Right? We understand. You claim the Empire is the best in the universe. Please step aside. Some viewers found the barrage of comments distracting and opted to clear the screen with gifs. The second act featured the elven composer, Ize, whose partner quickly joined him on stage. Singing is within the elves' comfort zone, and they performed a rap in their native tongue, which, while differing from traditional rap, still adhered to the theme. However, Jiang Qin did not comprehend it, and likely many others did not either. Nevertheless, the scores given by the main judges were decent. The judges, perhaps unable to understand the lyrics, likely provided average scores based on the melody they could appreciate, following the crowd's lead. Finally, it was Jiang Qin's turn. The audience sat up straight, filled with anticipation for her performance. Fu Jie, dressed in a suit with a similarly unkempt white shirt, joined her on stage. As the backup dancers took their places, Jiang Qin sat at the piano, illuminated by a soft white light, reminiscent of moonlight. The stage resonated with a melodious introduction as she lowered her gaze, her hands gracefully gliding over the keys. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants drawn to decaying flesh. I observe the desolate scenery with an impassive expression. In losing you, love and hate have become distinctly defined. The unique lyrics and harmonious melody, delivered in a narrative style, transcend the aggressive and cynical nature often associated with rap. Rap can indeed embody elegance and beauty. When doves cease to symbolize peace, I am finally reminded. The square is fed by vultures. With beautiful rhymes, I describe a love strip bare. Although rap is not Jiang Qin's forte, she is inspired by an idol. She does not appreciate the kind of rap that is impulsive and abrasive. She prefers the artistry of Zhou Dong, which resonates with beauty. The melody is so exquisite that the mere sound of the prelude is enough to evoke reverence, particularly in this nocturne. It is evident how remarkable this piece is. I play Chopin's Nocturne to commemorate my lost love. The only regret is that she has yet to upload Chopin's Nocturne, making it challenging for interstellar audiences to connect with that piano composition. Pure instrumental piano music possesses a cleansing magic for the soul, a sentiment she shares. Indeed, the treasure trove of Earth's entertainment seems insurmountable, one that could occupy a lifetime to fully explore. Among the judges, several closed their eyes in rapture, lost in the music. The audience was utterly silent, save for the gentle swaying of countless glow sticks and support banners. However, viewers in a live stream could not contain their thoughts. Who says Jiang Qin is not skilled? This piece transcends mere rap. It is undoubtedly a work of art. However, is Fu Jie perhaps struggling to keep pace with the tempo? His enunciation seems somewhat muddled. It is possible, for while the sung portions are articulate, the spoken segments lack clarity. Could it be that this is simply the style of the song? Indeed, amidst such a melodious composition, indistinct articulation may even serve as an embellishment. If the words were too crisp, they might overshadow the music itself. After all, the lyrics are also a marvel. With such an enchanting rap, it is unlikely anyone would score it poorly, right? It's hard to say, as it diverges from the contemporary rap style, yet it should not receive a low score, especially considering I's piece was even more outrageous. What a hypnotic song, can even be called rap. Perhaps the female members of your household should pen books instead. I refuse to acknowledge this as rap. It lacks passion and is overly refined. Rap should be a medium for expressing sentiments that one dares not voice openly. For instance, words like that scoundrel will eventually be dealt with. It's difficult to evaluate. Regardless of whether netizens acknowledge it, what truly matters is that the mastermind has recognized it. Not only did they acknowledge it, but they also awarded it a high score. Even the judges could not help but comment, declaring this piece to be one of the most melodious raps I've encountered in years. Until today, I did not even regard rap as a legitimate form of music, having previously heard a few that were quite unbearable. Thus, I had harbored a rather unfavorable impression of rap. However, today my perspective has been transformed. Judge number 58 even directly inquired of Jiang Qin, still on stage. Miss Jiang, is the copyright for this piece available for sale? After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Qin shook her head apologetically, stating, I must prioritize my company's arrangements regarding this piece. The true reason, however, is that this judge belongs to the mechanical clan. She feels somewhat narrow-minded and does not wish for these works to fall into the hands of outsiders, hence her refusal to consider it at all. With the Federation being so vast, is it truly impossible to find someone to purchase the copyright? Yet Judge No. 58 is unaware of her thoughts and merely feels it is an unfortunate circumstance, for he genuinely adores this song. What a pity. Despite being refused, Judge No. 58 still awarded a high score of 95. The next performer took the stage, presenting a piece from Jones. In stark contrast to Jiang Qin's elegance, he embraced a wild style of rap. The melody was exhilarating, and the lyrics were bloody and audacious, more accurately, brutal. However, it was evident that he captured the public's preferences as the male audience members were ignited with enthusiasm. Howls of wolves, roars of tigers, and the cries of various ferocious beasts filled the air. Yet, the majority remained frowning, particularly the female audience members, who wore expressions of discomfort and distaste. Chapter 106, Questioning Authenticity. What nonsense lyrics are these? How can one describe the process and thrill of dissecting alien beast carcasses? Is this not perverse? You know nothing. Rap is meant to be like this. It needs that intensity. Surely, there can't be people living in the stars who believe this world is all peace and beauty? I shall report this song to the Child Protection Association for its detrimental effects on mental health. If he dares to upload it, I shall confront him head-on. Those who cannot appreciate rap should exit the live stream, for it is utterly annoying. The director was speechless, unsure of how to proceed. The performance was over, and the scoring had commenced. What could he do? Moreover, the mastermind had not determined any violations in the song, and these netizens were simply stirring up trouble. Noticing his silence, the assistant cautiously asked the director, what should we do? Faced with uncertainty, the director chose to ignore it. Consequently, the complaints continued to escalate, particularly against Jones's piece, which received a commendable score. This only fueled further resistance, though more support was also evident. One faction deemed the lyrics too vulgar and bloody, detrimental to youth's health, while another argued that living in the stars requires confronting the harsh realities of bloodshed, or else how could one possess courage? Yet, a greater number of people believe that the world is already saturated with themes of bloodshed and conflict, and there is no need to further taint an area meant for entertainment. If this continues, how many normal individuals will remain in this world? In recent years, the number of those suffering from depression has been on the rise. Has no one taken notice? Tormented by genetic collapse, threatened by psychic turmoil, and coveted by alien beasts and cosmic entities, every individual is born bearing various responsibilities. They are human too, desiring a space to unwind, occasionally seeking a moment to breathe. They do not wish to hear songs that incite their combative instincts while they are simply trying to enjoy music. Of course, there are already numerous songs of this nature. However, Jones's piece is excessively bloody and cruel, and being rap, it feels akin to someone shouting in their ears. The intensity is over the top, and they cannot accept it, especially the female audience members, who have filed complaints one after another. They are the ones who remain in the background, unwilling to face such brutality, and they certainly do not want their young to be exposed to such graphic content prematurely. Lyrics can be explicit and elevated, but must not cross into depravity. Just as there once existed a song whose lyrics spoke of swallowing a female's waist as a form of grace, that kind of perverse song must be vehemently opposed. Within minutes, the top 3 trending topics on Imperial and Federation platforms became the boycott against Jones. By now, the 5th performer had taken the stage. Meanwhile, Carl was grinning widely as he conversed with Jones, saying, "You, my friend, are doing well, just the right amount to temper certain newcomers' arrogance, lest they truly believe they can surpass us veterans." Though directed at Jones, the underlying intent was to provoke Jiang Qin. This is because Jones's score was precisely 1 point higher than Jiang Qin's, with their tallies being quite close. Though this did not account for the votes from the audience outside, nevertheless, It was sufficient to rouse the composers from the Empire, who had been simmering with anger at being overshadowed by a newcomer from the Federation, especially one who was a mere female. They had long been holding back their fury. But now the situation was different. The top spot in this round could very well belong to Jones. Thus, the outcome was becoming increasingly apparent. Jones felt exhilarated, yet maintained a facade of calm, merely chuckling, "The results are not yet in. Everything is still uncertain. You're simply too modest. As a senior, what harm is there in being a bit arrogant? With your score, who could possibly surpass you? As for the external votes, there is no need for concern. The title of semifinal champion must belong to you. Past honors will be rendered null and void. For in this round, he has never secured a top position. This has never happened before. Even during his rookie days, he had managed to claim first place once or twice. Yet now, he finds himself falling short of that. Just contemplating this fills him with unease. Thus, he is discomfort and desires to see Jiang Qin equally perturbed. He refuses to believe that this female is unaffected by the disruption of her winning streak. Until the 10th performer concluded her performance, she did not cast a single glance in his direction. This only deepened Carl's discomfort, as if he had exerted every ounce of effort, yet failed to graze even the edge of her garment. However, soon he would witness Jiang Qin occupying the second position, which served as a small consolation. In a moment of heightened anticipation, the external voting finally ceased. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Qin had secured the highest number of votes. No, this is impossible. Carl could not believe it. He widened his eyes, repeatedly muttering impossible. Jones, too, wore a dark expression, his demeanor a mixture of disappointment, resentment, and disbelief. The external voting from their empire had never lost to the Federation, as they were acutely aware that the Federation not only had a significant portion of individuals without neural brains, but also lacked unity and allies. In this scenario, the number of votes cast each year is essentially crushed by the Empire. However, Jiang Qin's votes surpassed Jones by a staggering 70 million. Not 700, nor 70,000, but 70 million. How could this be possible? Carl was the first to express his skepticism, demanding the release of the detailed vote count for Jiang Qin, as he suspected that the Federation had aided her in cheating. The host, taken aback, quickly responded, "Mr. Carl, please hold on. I will consult the director." All present remained in a state of suspense for 5 minutes, until an assistant from the director's side finally took the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, please make your choices from your seats. The viewers in the live broadcast can participate in the voting within the stream.